Chapter 161. In other words, a detective and dangerous girl received the task of investigating the deceased in this case. And then she disappeared during the investigation? Listening to Carl's story, Johnson roughly understood what happened. To add, when the detective was investigating the person was not dead yet. Carl glanced at the bloody situation within the cordon. Now, this matter is getting interesting. The person investigated by the detective died in the street alley in the city center. And the detective in charge of investigating him disappeared, Johnson murmured, feeling that this police trip was not as simple as he imagined. It seems that my previous guess was wrong. This may not be done by the scavenger. Johnson said so. The scavengers in the city center had just been cleaned up recently. And the new scavengers were not capable of causing a detective from a detective agency to disappear strangely. Can I see the deceased's information, Mr. Johnson? Since this matter has been involved. It's fine. Johnson handed the document in his hand to Carl without much hesitation. According to the rules, even the people involved cannot do this. But the NCPD does not follow those obvious rules now. And Johnson does not follow them even more. Carl looked through the document briefly, wrote down the information in it, and did not think about showing it to Kenichi Shiro, who was acting as a decoration in the back, and handed the document back to Johnson. The deceased is from Santo Domingo, and has only been active in the Santo Domingo area in recent days. But the place where he was found dead is in the city center. The documents are not at the key traffic monitoring points. The surveillance footage shows him walking out of the Santo Domingo area. Which means, Carl thought and said, either he has the ability to block the monitoring, or he came to the city center by car, or he may be loaded in the trunk. There are only a few ways to travel in Night City: walking, driving, and subway. The subway has an identity record subway card. And as long as you take the subway, there will be a record. So the only way for the deceased to leave Santo Domingo is walking and driving. Of course, he may have left Santo Domingo by floating car. But considering the deceased's financial situation, this possibility is not great. The deceased's occupation is a deliveryman, a low-level employee. Even the delivery truck has more than 2 years of installments. The possibility of taking a floating car is too small. This possibility can only be the last possible choice after excluding all other impossibilities. Why did the detective of the dangerous girl investigate him? Johnson and Carl shared and thought about the information. Looking for a breakthrough. He seems to have had an affair with a married man. The husband suspected that his partner was cheating. So he hired a professional detective to do an investigation. You know, most of the things detectives do are not likely to solve cases. Such home investigations are the norm. Cheating? Johnson was not surprised that married men were free to fall in love. In this era where gender can be changed at will, this kind of love can only be said to be very normal. What he was thinking about was a possibility brought about by cheating. Is it possible to be a vendetta? For example, the detective found out that the husband's partner was indeed cheating. So, the employer is fine. And his partner is also fine. Yes. After the detective disappeared, the agency collected information about the employer. In this regard, it was just a misunderstanding. The married man cheated with another person. The possible clue is broken again. Johnson frowned. To be honest, when he was young, he was a good hand at solving cases in the police station. But as solving cases was useless. No matter how much evidence there was, the suspects would always be released safely. So he stopped insisting on investigating. It was useless anyway. So it was better to fire a few more shots and try to kill the suspect before he could explain. He practiced shooting but not investigation. And it was abandoned until now. It is a bit difficult to pick it up again and find the sensitive feeling of the past. Kenichi Shiro watched the two of them from the side. Still silent. But his artificial eye flashed from time to time, as if there was data flowing in it, transmitting the pictures he saw to somewhere. Carl, who didn't pay attention to his boss in this mission and knew that this was a test when he came, was now thinking about clues. People from Arasaka like to do trials and the like. He had experienced it indirectly last time. This time it was just a real experience. There was no need to pay too much attention. Compared with boring tests, Carl was really interested in this detective-like job. It's not bad to cause a great detective like Sherlock Holmes occasionally. The external clues were cut off, so it was better to start from the victim. Carl had already seen the autopsy stuff. But those inspections missed one thing. Carl walked into the cordon, squatted down and began to look at the broken meat, bones, and blood on the ground. His concentration reached the highest level, and everything he learned and remembered in his mind began to converge and analyze. Johnson did not disturb him. He just stood by and watched Carl, curious about what Carl could find. His eyes kept scanning the scene, and after analyzing the original position of each broken bone in the human body, Carl found the clues left at the scene. Standing up, carefully walking along the edge of the blood, Carl walked to a place and squatted again, and picked up a piece of bone stained with blood that looked no different from the surrounding bones from the broken bones. I found something interesting. Carl held up the bone and gestured to Johnson. This bone is not from the dead. Not from the dead? Johnson walked closer and stared at the bone in Carl's hand. Could it be that there is a second dead person here? No. It's better to say that it's not the dead person then. Carl clamped the bone horizontally with his index and middle fingers, and then applied a little force to break the piece of bone in his hand into two pieces. And then he showed the cross-section to Johnson. This is not a human bone at all. Not a human bone? That's right. Others are not familiar with it. But I am quite familiar with it. I dismembered it myself a few days ago. Carl smiled, and put the broken bone in Johnson's open palm. This is a pig bone. Pig? After being surprised, Johnson fell into deep thought. Here comes the interesting part. It is not easy to transport pigs into Night City, and the cost is definitely not a small amount of euros. How could the bones of such precious meat be mixed with human bones from the murder scene? Chapter 162 Logistics Center. At 10:35 a.m., Carl got into the NCPD police car. The model of the police car is Skyhara EC-CHA 860 NCPD Enforcer. Skyhara EC-CHA 860 NCPD Enforcer. The Hera model specially ordered by NCPD from Sky Company not only replaced the cheap synthetic plastic and glass with professional fireproof and bulletproof materials, but also the thin bumper of Hera, which has been criticized, was replaced with thickened steel plates. When it is driving on the streets of Night City, few vehicles can compare with it in terms of sturdiness. Even if the driver drives the car into a concrete wall, it will not suffer any excessive damage. Sitting in this rare NCPD car that is more powerful than the lower-level gang members, Carl tapped his head with his fingers and summarized the clues. Think about it again. This man's occupation is a deliveryman, right? That is to say, he was often exposed to the transportation of goods during his lifetime. And he is from Santo Domingo, which happens to be the closest to the Badlands in the entire Night City, and the most developed smuggling area. So, Carl, do you suspect that this pig bone is related to transportation? Sitting in the driver's seat, Johnson glanced at Kenichi Shiro, who was sitting silently in the co-pilot seat, chose to ignore him, and continued to chat with Carl. Could it be that he was involved in the transportation of real meat during his lifetime? Thinking about the transportation of real meat, you can easily think of several possibilities, Carl said, but those possibilities that led to the death of the deliveryman. It doesn't matter at this time, because we only need to find the key person in this transportation line, and we can find out the reason for all this from him. At that time, whether it is the case you want to solve, Mr. Johnson, or the clues of the missing detective I want to find, they should all emerge. Compared to the investigation of the case by unraveling the mystery, it is better to ask someone directly. This approach is more in line with my current style. With his hands on the steering wheel, Johnson, who was ready to step on the accelerator, asked the last question before starting. So, what is the target location? Santo Domingo River Valley. Logistics Center. River Valley? We NCPD rarely go to that place. After all, most of the NCPD strength is placed in the city center where more donations are given. Even Watson District and Haywood next to the city center have not sent many people. Not to mention Santo Domingo. This place is the birth of the 6th Street Gang because of the inaction of the NCPD. Although there are also corporate pushers behind it. I rarely go there, but I see some patrol officers on the streets of Santo Domingo. Right? There are always some idiots with a strong sense of duty, and newcomers with a sense of justice. Johnson drove the enforcer forward. When they learn a lesson, they will understand that it is not easy to save a place. Really? Listening to Johnson's words, Carl saw something different. The data was flowing, and the computing power of Arasaka Type 4 helped him quickly crack Johnson's identity on the NCPD official website. Johnson. Position, Sheriff. Age, 45. Origin, Santo Domingo Valley District. Night City. Qualifications. He served as a patrol officer in the Santo Domingo District for 16 years. Solved 3 major cases. resolved gang conflicts 14 times, and won the third-class merit 17 times, and the second-class merit 5 times. Carl remembered that according to the merit regulations of the NCPD, if a criminal was killed or a wanted person was captured, a third-class merit could be obtained once. And if a team was led to solve a gang team or make an equal contribution, a second-class merit could be obtained once. So, saving a place is not that easy. Is this sentence a helpless statement made by a meritorious police officer after trying to save his hometown? Carl shook his head slightly. He couldn't say anything about this kind of thing, because for those who have experienced the attempt personally, they don't need any extra words from others. If they can change because of 1 or 2 words from others, then they don't have to persist for so many years in the past. A single police car drove on the streets of Santo Domingo, attracting the surrounding Santo Domingo residents to cast their eyes. It was really a rare thing that only one police car entered Santo Domingo. When did these NCPD guys in the police car become so bold? Or are they preparing to make some kind of deal? The 6th Street gang members, who saw the police car on the street, sent this news to their superiors. This kind of information may not be of much use, but as a link in the street, reporting is still necessary. The logistics center in the River Valley district is not a big place, compared with the company building in the city center, which covers a large area. This dispatch center that supports at least 1/5 of the logistics transportation in Night City is only the size of 5 or 6 football fields. This area is large enough as a factory, but it is too small as a logistics center. Night City has a population of 7 million, 1/5 of which is 1.5 million people. The logistics and transportation center that 1.5 million people can get is just such a small place. When I saw this logistics center, I understood why there are so many people running goods in the Badlands. It is not much more difficult to expect simple official transportation and get things from outside quickly. Carl got off the car and looked at the logistics center. External transportation is so difficult. Don't those company dogs find it troublesome? They will transport things in a special place. Of course they don't find it troublesome. Johnson got off the car. Even Arasaka has Arasaka Seaside District to transport things by ship. Do you think other companies don't have it? So saying, Johnson glanced at Kenichi Shiro, who also got off the car, stared at him and asked knowingly, I said Arasaka. I didn't offend you. Did I? I don't work for Arasaka Company. Kenichi Shiro responded calmly, and his appearance was completely not taking Johnson's question seriously, wanting to test his own footsteps. This method is still too simple. Pretending guy. I don't know how Carl got involved with him. Years of experience as a police officer told Johnson that Kenichi Shiro was not a simple person. But all he got from his constant attempts was a calm response, which made him unable to help Carl pay attention to the possible plots and calculations of this guy. Ignoring the interaction between Johnson and Kenichi Shiro, Carl stood at the door of the logistics center and dialed a number. That was the number Oliver gave him, specifically for ordering real meat. The pig bones at the crime scene were very fresh, and there was no sign of freezing in the bone marrow, which meant that the pig was quite fresh. And the route for transporting real meat in Night City was very troublesome, and it might not be transported in secretly for a month, which meant that the pig bones left at the crime scene and the pig Carl got might be from the same batch of goods. Chapter 163 Internal Problems? The person in charge of smuggling has agreed to meet me. Carl hung up the phone. The appointment is at the back door of the logistics center. It's not far away. We can just walk there. It seems that Oliver and I have done business together, so he is happy to talk to me about something, Carl said, and saw Johnson take off his police uniform and took out an Ajax rifle from the trunk of the police car. Military technology M251S Ajax, kinetic assault rifle, reliable and practical, can be used without months of training and high-end combat prosthesis, and is the preferred assault weapon for soldiers all over the world. Mr. Johnson, use the Ajax rifle? Carl remembered that the last time he met Johnson, his gun didn't seem to be this. Thanks to you. After checking the brand new rifle, Johnson said, everyone in the team has good guns and can afford good bulletproof vests, so I can use the money I embezzled for myself. Is the NCPD so poor? You embezzled and embezzled. I remember that you were collecting protection fees from street vendors. Mr. Johnson, how can you afford the Ajax rifle? Listening to Carl's words that seemed to look down on the Ajax rifle, Johnson wiped the Ajax rifle with his sleeve and said, don't look down on Ajax. This is the best gun in terms of price and quality. So you NCPD people value the price and quality ratio so much? brand new. Almost 2,000 euros. How can you not value it? As a sheriff, Johnson, who doesn't have much salary a month, values the gun he finally got. I think as long as it can kill people, it's a good gun. Carl took a few glances at the Ajax rifle in Johnson's hand. He had to say that from the appearance. This gun really looked like that, which made Carl think about whether to put an assault rifle in the trunk of the car. The Knight is quite good at close range, but as a pistol, its bullets can't support long-range fire suppression and strafing. It happened that Carl emptied his gun inventory for V and others a few days ago, and it was time to buy some new stuff. During the adaptation period of the prosthesis, if you want to enhance your strength, you have to get a better weapon. You have to get an assault rifle, a shotgun, and a submachine gun. Johnson, who took off his police uniform and walked on the road with an Ajax assault rifle, looked like a member of the 6th Street Gang. Compared with him, Carl, who was walking behind with a casual posture and no weapons on him, looked like a young master being led, with Kenichi Shiro, who followed silently behind him in a black suit like a bodyguard. The combination of the three really looked like a 6th Street Gang leading a young master escorted by bodyguards to see the scenery. Such a combination must be said to be quite eye-catching. At least the contact person waiting behind the logistics center noticed them at a glance. The contact person was not very old and looked similar to Oliver. According to Oliver, this person was a friend who grew up on the same street as him. But later one of them joined the 6th Street Gang for family reasons, and the other went to school and got a good reputation, and became a manager of a medium-sized company in the logistics center. Who are these two? When the goods were shipped to Watson District, the contact person did not see Carl. But Carl's appearance was very clear to the contact person due to his reputation. He did not expect Carl to bring two people with him. And those two people were not Oliver and their companion named Jack. This is Chief Johnson of NCPD, my friend, who came here to investigate something together. NCPD? Hearing the letters NCPD, the contact person showed a panicked look. For people like them, who transport goods secretly, NCPD is still very deterrent. But when he saw Carl's expression, he understood something. After that, he looked around, and then looked at Johnson, who was standing behind Carl, and lowered his voice and said cautiously, "Your people?" My friends. I understand. The contact nodded, showing a relieved look. It's okay as long as it's your friend. It's okay. I can understand. I have such friends too. As he said this, the contact looked at Kenichi Shiro, and Carl continued to introduce him as before. The people from the Dangerous Girls Agency are my part-time boss now. The people from the Dangerous Girls Agency are detectives? The contact did not see any threat from Kenichi Shiro, who was standing behind Carl and had a low presence, but instead paid attention to the word detective. I remember that the detectives of Dangerous Girls are all cat-eared beauties. Aren't they? Are you Night City locals so knowledgeable? When you mention it, you always mention the cat-eared beautiful girl. No, it's the security personnel. Anyway, that's it. Carl felt that if he continued to talk about it, he would be dragged into the issue of the uncle detective. So he simply explained the whole thing to Oliver's friend. That is, the cat-eared beautiful girl detective disappeared while monitoring someone, and the target of the monitoring died in the city center. Fresh pig bones were found at the scene of his body dismemberment. The contact person understood the reason why Carl came to him, and he frowned deeply about it. That's strange. Strange? Well, because we only transported 2 pigs this time, and one was bought by you, and the other is still stored in the cold storage. The fresh pig bones you mentioned without any signs of freezing. Could it be that there are other smugglers in this area? Have you met other smugglers? I haven't seen any recently. After all, to smuggle real meat, it takes a lot of effort to arrange it. It's not that easy. We can only do this business because of the relationships passed down from our fathers. Ordinary outsiders can't participate in it at all. I'm sure. Listening to the confident words of the contact person, Carl seemed to realize something. In that case, there is only one possibility. One possibility? Can you take me to the location of your pork storage? You mean the pork storage? The contact person understood what Carl meant and frowned. But those who know the storage location of the real meat in the logistics center warehouse are all our own people. Just think of me as coming to buy it, not wanting to embarrass Oliver's friends. Carl directly transferred 10,000 euros to the contact person. If the pig is still there, just treat me as a guest and I will buy it directly. Taking people to see the smuggled goods may make the contact person embarrassed. After all, if other people who are doing this together know about it, he will have a hard time explaining it. But taking guests is another matter. For real meat, the contact person is responsible for it and has the right to trade. He can take Carl and others as guests to check the goods. It's really refreshing. The contact person, who was surprised by Carl's generosity, did not hesitate for too long. For this reasonable request, he quickly led the way. Let's go over there now. We know if there's a problem inside if we go over there and take a look. Chapter 164 Cold Storage. This is the warehouse where the meat is stored. Wait a minute. I remember I put it in this cold storage. The contact person named Jed's artificial eye flashed, and the door of the cold storage was unlocked. Then he led Johnson, Carl and Kenichi Shiro into the cold storage. As soon as he came in, Carl saw 7 3-layer hollow iron racks. And on those iron racks, there were a lot of meats, which made his eyes light up. You have a lot of meat. In addition to pork, you don't have mutton, beef, duck, and chicken stored. Right? Don't take this meat as real meat. Look at the words on the package. Don't look at the bloody ones. They are all synthetic meat. If you like to eat earthworm imitation beef, there are quite a lot of them here. Hearing Jed's words, the excitement in Carl's eyes, who was originally ready to spend a lot, immediately disappeared. Forget about synthetic meat. But can you get the meat I just mentioned? As long as the price is right. There is nothing that cannot be obtained in Night City. Maybe there is. For example, Oliver likes to talk about sincerity. Jed was talking to Carl about their mutual friend and Oliver, while looking for the pork that he had disguised and cut on the iron rack. After his eyes scanned the 7 3-layer hollow iron racks one by one, his face became ugly. He didn't find it. He didn't find the pork that he had disguised. Only their own people have the authority to enter this cold storage. And they are the only ones who know which package is disguised. The bad thing has come true. Jed took a breath of the cold air, turned his head, and looked at Carl. The pork is gone. So, the pork bones that appeared at the dismemberment scene are very likely to have flowed out from here. Johnson glanced around the cold storage and suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did it feel like it was getting colder and colder? Generally, cold storage relies on refrigerators for cooling. The principle is to use liquid with a very low vaporization temperature as a coolant, so that it evaporates under low pressure and mechanical control conditions, thereby reducing the temperature in the cold storage. This kind of cold storage temperature reduction is controlled by a main control room in the Night City warehouse. And now the rapidly decreasing temperature is obviously a bit wrong, as if the temperature in the main control room has suddenly been lowered. At this time, Kenichi Shiro, who had been silent, spoke up. My biological monitoring detected that the surrounding temperature is dropping. Temperature dropping? Jed, who was still thinking that there was a traitor in their group, did not react to Kenichi Shiro's words. And then he saw that the door of the cold storage was closing behind Carl and the others facing him. Door! He shouted in panic. The door of the cold storage in the logistics center is a sandwich panel structure with a thickness of up to 120 millimeters. Once it is closed, it is difficult to open from the inside. Jed wanted to use his authority to stop the door from closing, but he found that his attempt could not stop the door from closing at all. Just like the request for access was closed. Bang! The heavy color steel sandwich panel door closed in Jed's terrified face. Oh no! I have to call to inform the people outside. This was Jed's first thought. And then he found that his communication line was cut off, as if someone had blocked the communication signal in this area. Damn! Jed's face was a little distorted. What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? Turning around, Johnson, who witnessed the door closing on the last line, was standing next to him. His face was a little ugly. He asked Jed, "Can this door be opened from the inside?" The cold storage door uses a semi-mechanical lock with an intelligent unlocking device. If this kind of thing loses the scanning authority to unlock, it can only be opened from the outside. Jed felt the cold air and trembled and said, originally, the boss said that it would be converted into a magnetic closing door that can be opened from both inside and outside. But considering the price, it has not been changed, and the old-fashioned one is still used. Will anyone else come to this place? I'm the only one on duty today. Listening to Jed's words, who was shivering in the cold, Johnson stamped his feet in annoyance. I was careless. I took the initiative to walk into a closed space while investigating a case and was locked in. I should have thought of this classic plot in a dream movie. Johnson also tried to make a call, but it was also blocked. All this made him understand one thing. That is, someone has been monitoring them. If not, they couldn't have taken the opportunity to lock them in when they carelessly entered the cold storage and blocked the communication. Johnson's brain began to think rapidly. The time is now 11 o'clock, and there are still 13 hours until tomorrow. So how about the shift time? When will you change shifts? 6 o'clock in the morning. That means there are still 19 hours left. In this environment where the temperature keeps dropping, can they wait for rescue? Whether they can wait or not, the temperature drop of this cold storage has a limit. Before that, he has to find a way to make Carl survive this period of time. As long as Carl survives, this matter is definitely not over. Carl will definitely find the person behind the scenes. Johnson made up his mind and was about to discuss whether a few people could huddle in a corner to keep warm. He found that Carl, who was originally beside him, was gone. There was only Kenichi Shiro, whose expression remained unchanged and his face was flat. Where is Carl? Just as Johnson was thinking this, with a huge roar of boom, the whole cold storage seemed to tremble a few times under the sound. When Jed, who was trembling with cold, and Johnson, who was thinking about how to survive, looked towards the location of the sound, they both made exactly the same movements and expressions. That is, they stood there stupidly with their mouths wide open. What are you doing? Standing in front of the collapsed door. Carl waved his hands. The door is open. Let's go. It's very cold inside. This, looking at the place where the door used to be. Now there is only a big hole. Jed felt a little dizzy. Oh, sorry. I destroyed your things here. How much money do you need? I will compensate you. Carl thought Jed was concerned about the damaged door, and said, but the cold storage you are responsible for can be modified in the future. The door is quite thick, but the surrounding walls are still too fragile. I put a little force, and the surrounding walls can't support the door and fall down. I'm not concerned about this. When Jed didn't know what to say, Kenichi Shiro took a step and walked to Carl's side. It seemed that he also felt that he couldn't stay here for too long. It was a bit cold. Jed and Johnson watched Kenichi Shiro walk slowly to the door. And then, they realized belatedly that Carl and Kenichi Shiro had not shown any concerns since the beginning. They were anxious the whole time, thinking that they were the only two who could not get out. Sure enough, violence is still needed to solve crimes in this era. This is all Johnson could say. Chapter 165 Force Stop. The people here have already run away. When Jed took Carl and the others to the control room of this warehouse, all they saw was the empty monitoring control room. Did they notice that we left the cold storage? So they evacuated in advance? Johnson checked the traces in the control room, and then saw the damaged door outside the cold storage from a monitoring screen. They can see the door is destroyed from here. Let me check it. Carl pulled out the single molecule wire, contacted and then invaded the monitoring control room. The data stream flowed in the access warehouse, and Carl soon found what he wanted. We found their traces. They are rushing to the back door. We still have time to catch up with them now. After saying this, Carl deleted the surveillance that recorded them, turned off the camera on his way forward, turned around and walked out of the monitoring control room. Needless to say, Johnson and Kenichi Shiro immediately followed, and Jed followed after hesitating for a while. Wait a minute. Count me in. I want to go too. Aren't you going to work today? This place is under the control of our own people anyway. No one will know if we leave. And Jed was a little nervous and pressed the Lexington on his waist. I want to know who betrayed us, and who wants to kill me just because I found out about the betrayal. In response to Jed's words, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro, seeking his opinion. After all, according to reason, this person is his boss on this job. He is the person involved. Kenichi Shiro just said this. It's quite a rule. If you are not involved, you can't participate. If you are involved, you can participate. Right? Carl, who took over the camera, walked forward while watching the picture in the camera. In the picture, he saw the person who came to the back door and left the monitoring room before got on a sky quartz. A person got into a quartz that normally only carries 2 people. Should there be an accomplice waiting in the car? Carl knew how to play the long game and not rush to stop the quartz. Besides, the quartz was not a specially modified car and did not have automatic driving, even if Carl wanted to take over the control. He could not do it. So he just hacked into the quartz's location data and kept it under his surveillance. He monitored us before. But now, he monitors us in reverse. Is this a kind of self-inflicted trouble? When the quartz drove away in a hurry, Carl and his companions also arrived next to the law enforcer. This police car belonging to the NCPD was parked on the side of the road. No thief dared to peek. So there was no such thing as going out and finding the tires unloaded. After the 4 people got in the car, the police car almost roared and started, feeling his body leaning back uncontrollably. Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, had to remind Mr. Johnson, while wondering if the people of Santo Domingo were all suffering from road rage and speeding, "Don't drive too fast. Mr. Johnson, I have sent you the location of the other party. We just need to follow from a distance. If we get too close, a police car following behind may alert them. You want to see if there is anyone behind them, right? Don't worry." Carl. Hearing Carl's words of planning to play the long game, Johnson stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed again. According to my experience, this kind of guy will honestly confess everything if you use some tricks. Don't you black policemen follow the procedures when doing things? The tricks are too barbaric. Carl, who originally planned to be a half-serious detective and investigate in a proper manner, could only shut up obediently when he felt the speed of lightning. He was a little scared now, afraid that Mr. Johnson would break suddenly and bite his tongue. Mr. Johnson in the car and Mr. Johnson under the car are two different people. The average person in Santo Domingo is full of road rage and speeding disorder. I feel that this stereotype must be left in my heart. It was obviously the law enforcer who started later, under Johnson's driving. He was driving through the streets of Santo Domingo, but he was approaching the quartz that was driving in front of him and almost stepped on the accelerator to the limit. When the quartz found that there was an NCPD police car approaching from behind, it shook twice, just like the driver's hand shaking uncontrollably. "Mr. Johnson, why don't you slow down? It would be bad if they hit the side of the street and killed themselves." I thought about not speaking, but Carl couldn't help speaking at this time. "Don't worry. I have rich experience in dealing with such thieves." It was impossible to slow down. Johnson even started something, and a button rose in the middle of his steering wheel. Then Carl watched Johnson slap the button with his palm. This thing. It can't be. Carl's premonition came true. After Johnson pressed the button, the speed of the law enforcer increased. Damn. Did the police also modify the vehicle? Jed, who was sitting in the back seat next to Carl, had turned extremely pale. He was now wondering whether his decision to get in the car was correct. At this speed, if it deviated a little, the car would spin and crash into the jar on the side of the road. Quartz, who was driving fast in front, looked at the law enforcer approaching from behind. The panic of its driver was visible to the naked eye. The car not only shook more violently, but even the driving was out of control. Under Carl's gaze, it should have turned the steering wheel to turn, but it turned in a circle directly, causing the whole car to start spinning and drifting uncontrollably. Carl remembered that he had watched racing cars before. Those uncontrollable racing cars always ended up like this, and their results were often that they would crash hard on the side of the road after several consecutive circles. This car, it seems, will become like this. It's over. The people inside are dead. Just as Carl was thinking this, Johnson rushed forward in the enforcer. It's not that easy to crash into the roadside and die. When the side of the quartz was spinning and just facing the enforcer, Johnson was quick to drive the enforcer and stepped on the accelerator and crashed directly into it. With the collision and twisting sound of the machine, the quartz, which was still spinning, stopped spinning instantly and was driven by the advancing enforcer to move forward sideways. The 4 tires dragged on the road, making a harsh sizzling friction sound. At the moment of confirming the interception, Johnson relaxed the accelerator and let the inertia rush forward for a distance before stepping on the brakes. With the sizzling sound of the enforcer's tires, Johnson had done something that NCPD police officers often do. 4 stop. Chapter 166 Review. Mr. Johnson, will this really not kill anyone? This was the first sentence Carl said after the law enforcer stopped. Johnson, who thought he was talking about the Stone Mile personnel in front, gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Don't worry. You will definitely not die. I am experienced in this. No one has died since I stopped the vehicle. I am not actually talking about the other party. But forget it. No one has died once. With such driving skills. What a legendary driver. Carl is now glad that Oliver is not here. If Oliver was here, he might have played it like that again next time. Once or twice is okay. Playing this thing too much is really not good for people's heart. Although Carl can run even if there is an accident. Being able to run and being willing to play bumper cars are two different things. Ugh. Jed next to him couldn't stand it anymore. He opened the door immediately, and then laid down next to the law enforcer and vomited. Johnson, who got out of the car and saw this scene, clicked his tongue a few times. Are you carsick already? It seems that you still need to practice in this area. Young man. Mr. Johnson. I feel that he is more likely to have autonomic nervous system disorder caused by too much pressure, which affects the stomach function and causes nausea and vomiting. After getting out of the car and patting his clothes that were messed up due to the bumps, Carl looked at the vehicle they had stopped, and then found that the two people were struggling to get out of the twisted vehicle. Mr. Johnson is very capable. None of them died. Looking at the two people with blood on their faces in the vehicle, Carl said, at most, they are just bleeding from their heads. Am I bragging to you? The best driving skills in the police station. Of course. Johnson walked to the twisted door of quartz, kicked open the door that the two people inside could not open from the inside, raised the Ajax rifle he took when getting out of the car, and aimed it at the two people who fell out. NCPD? You are under arrest. Fuck you, NCPD. A person struggling to get up from the ground was about to do something, and Johnson shot without hesitation. At the same time as the gunshot of Ajax sounded, a hole appeared on the ground next to the head of the person. When the pupils of the person who felt the warmth of the bullet shrank sharply, Johnson had already pointed Ajax at his head. If you say one more word I don't want to hear, this bullet will go through your head. Anyway, one person is enough for the torture. After Johnson finished speaking, another person who was about to struggle to get up on the ground laid down obediently. Being killed for struggling and resisting is nothing, but being killed for struggling and resisting, while your accomplice was tortured and then betrayed you to survive, is a bit unbearable. Judge others by yourself. Who can expect that someone who has betrayed others will not sell them out again? Before the torture, Carl came to confirm the injuries of the two people. After confirming that the two people would not die for the time being, he called Jed, who was almost exhausted after vomiting. Do you know anyone here? Jed came over with the law enforcer, glanced at the two, and then turned his head. I know both of them, but I don't know them now. Traitor. What's there to know? Especially the kind of traitor who wants to kill himself. The two people who fell to the ground heard a familiar voice. They raised their heads in a prone position and saw Jed. Jed. Although they had some guesses, they didn't expect that it was really Jed who followed them. Both of them were a little bit unbelievable. How did you find out that it was the two of us? How did you get the NCPD to catch up? It turned out that the two people had never thought that Carl and the others could get the relevant information from the monitoring control room so quickly. They just did something wrong and simply didn't want to be arrested by the NCPD. So they wanted to escape. Now that they have recognized the reality, and know that it was Jed and the people they just locked up in the cold storage who caught up with them, the expressions on their faces can almost be said to be ashen. The traitor pointed by Ajax immediately begged for mercy from Jed. Jed, let me go. We have known each other for so many years. I was just confused for a moment. It was him who persuaded me to do this. Another person who was also lying on the ground did not expect his companion to betray him so quickly. But he also reacted quickly and begged for mercy from Jed. Let me go, Jed. I just wanted to trap you. But it was him who lowered the temperature to kill you. And he also said that he couldn't leave you behind to start suspecting the inside. I really don't want to hurt you. It was him who wanted to kill you. Jed just kept turning his head away from the pleas for mercy from these two people who could be considered friends in the past. He had nothing to say to these two people. You're still thinking about reconciliation at this time? That's ridiculous. Carl didn't know what expression to use to face the shamelessness of these two people, betraying his friend and trying to kill him. When he caught up with him, he tried to rely on past friendship to beg for mercy, which was too ugly. However, scumbags cannot care about friendship, but people who really care about them always have a trace of affection in their hearts, which is really ironic. Looking at Jed, who tried to turn his head away and didn't want to look at the two people, Carl quietly asked Johnson some questions, and after getting confirmation, he said to the two people, tell the truth. If you tell the truth, well, I can spare your lives. You will have a chance to get out after spending so many years in prison. But if you don't tell the truth or hide something, Carl squatted, and knocked on the heads of the two people, when they heard that they could still live. The two people ignored Jed in an instant, raised their heads excitedly, and looked at Carl. Just when the two were about to speak and tell everything about stealing lollipops from the neighbor girl when they were young, they saw Carl's face. The black hair and smiling face made their faces distorted in an instant. There was only a surveillance camera at the door of the cold storage. And when Carl came out, they also ran away immediately. So they didn't see this face clearly. Now that they saw this face clearly, KK! It's KK! Please, don't cut me into sticks and tie me to an iron pole and slowly roast me. I can explain everything. I am very valuable. I still have 3,000 euros in savings. Please kill me and give me a quick death. Looking at the two people who were almost ready to collapse and even started to talk nonsense, Carl's face was full of confusion. What about cutting into sticks and tying to an iron pole and roasting? Have you ever done such a thing? Is your reputation a bit strange? Looking at the innocent Carl and the two people crying in front of him, Kenichi Shiro, who was watching from the side, flashed his eyes. Chapter 167, Seeking Justice. Have you explained clearly, Mr. Johnson? It's clear. Or rather too clear. Which makes it difficult for me to summarize the key information. Johnson looked at Carl with a strange expression. Now they don't even want to survive. They just want to die. Didn't you do anything special? Who knows? Carl himself was speechless. So what did they explain? The general situation is clear. After sorting out the information in his mind, Johnson said, these two guys, together with people outside, have been selling out their own people. It is too expensive to transport real meat from outside Night City. Some people who can't afford the full transportation price also want to taste the taste of real meat. So they use the money to bribe them and let them sell out their own transportation route. The courier took the wrong thing during transportation and found that the real meat was killed by the people behind them. The detective was discovered at that time and was imprisoned because of his identity. Transportation route. Jed, who was listening nearby, had an ugly face. I always thought that the transportation discovered by NCPD these days was an accident. And the meat was also confiscated by NCPD. We haven't confiscated any real meat. If you talk about some private smuggling incidents, I have some impression that someone has been reporting this to us. But when our people went there, they only found the record chip of the real meat transportation and a corpse on the ground. Johnson recalled and said, we just collected the corpse. But it is a credit anyway. So we said that for the sake of face. Fuck. These two bastards. I always believed that it was an accident on the route. Thinking that the route left before was no longer safe. Jed was a little annoyed. He was the smuggling manager of the logistics center. Other people who were willing to smuggle trusted him and gave him the right to distribute their lives and rewards. But because he believed in those two scumbags, other people who believed in him died. 6 lives. All brothers who grew up with him. They sold out their brothers just for those euros? The two of them only got 5,000 euros in total. I checked their usage records and found that they got about 20,000 euros in total. They have spent almost all the money they got in the past. This 5,000 euros was transferred to them recently. They are willing to sell out just for 5,000 euros. Carl also felt a little emotional. And then he transferred the 5,000 euros that he got from the two people and transferred to Jed without him asking, although their money cannot be compensated. At least give a gun to the families of the dead. They can't live without guns these days. Okay. Jed didn't mean to refuse the 5,000 euros. Most of his money was given to the families of the brothers who died in the conspiracy. In addition to the necessary money for smuggling, he still had more than 10,000 euros in his savings. With this 5,000, he could give some more to the families of the brothers. After receiving the money, Jed transferred the 10,000 euros that Carl had given him before. The pork is gone. The deal cannot be concluded. The money has to be paid back. But his transfer request was rejected by Carl. Don't worry. Carl smiled. The pork may not be gone. We still have to talk to the person behind the scenes. He took my pork without permission. Didn't he? Hearing Carl's words, Jed's lips were pressed into a line. He looked at Carl deeply, and then nodded heavily. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? I was going to save people on the way. Saving a cat-eared beautiful girl detective, who was waiting for me to save her like a dragon prisoner. Isn't it natural to eradicate the dragon? Carl sat in the law enforcer. Mr. Johnson. It's time to drive. Don't be so anxious. My people haven't arrived yet. I still have to transfer some people. and I may not be able to deliver you to the destination this time. Okay. After Johnson tied up and knocked out the two traitors, he looked at Carl. Are you going to break into that place? I received the alarm. Mr. Johnson, please delay for a while. I don't have that right. Johnson said so, but smiled. But if I receive the alarm nearby, I would suddenly feel that my belt is a little loose today, and my clothes are a little untidy. If I don't take my subordinates to tidy up for half an hour, it may be difficult to set off. After all, our NCPD is the face of Ninth City, isn't it? How can we meet the nobles in a messy posture? Then we really have to dress up. Carl smiled and flipped through the location of the person behind the scenes sent by Johnson. Westbrook's North Oak District, the only place in the city where elites live without gangs and poverty. Is really looking forward to it. It's great that an ordinary mercenary like me can be invited to see the world there. I really don't know if the elite, who already has enough wealth, but killed 6 people because of greed and wanted to save money, will feel a little bit of surprise when facing my visit. Being rich and greedy are not contradictory. So I think the attitude that elites can show in the face of death is no different from that of the 6 dead people. If I show an attitude that I am not satisfied with, then I have to really consider whether to try some means. After the NCPD arrived, Johnson sat in the driver's seat of the enforcer. This time, what the enforcer was going to do was not in line with the laws of Ninth City, but it was enough to be considered as law enforcement. Want to go together? Carl opened the car door and invited Jed, who was standing there and watching the 2 traitors being taken to the police car. Of course, holding the Lexington, Jed held Carl's hand without hesitation. For the brothers, justice must be sought. Whether it is for the dead brothers or the brothers who were once brothers, justice must be sought from the person behind the scenes. Even if it is a Lexington, people holding it have the right to face it together. Kenichi Shiro, who sat in the co-pilot seat early, did not say anything about Carl's decision. He just silently started remote communication. Not long after, the Tiger Claw gang members located in Japan Street next to Westbrook North Oak District received instructions from the upper class, a big man in the North Oak District, who had signed an emergency escort agreement with them. The agreement has now been cancelled. Reason: the people who dared to attack the dangerous girl. Chapter 168, North Oak District. This is my first time in North Oak District. It's true that the place where the elites live is different. After getting off the car and closing the door, Carl looked at North Oak District, which was higher than other places in Ninth City. He looked around for a while, but didn't see what he wanted to see. He asked Johnson in confusion, "Mr. Johnson, isn't it said that North Oak District is well guarded? If you walk around a little, there will be countless security robots and sentry machine guns aiming at you. Why does it feel so peaceful? You were talking about the past before the reconstruction. The current situation in Night City is even. No matter how vigilant it is, the whole area cannot be turned into a bunker. The powerful people who own villas are not confident about the overall security, compared with the rich area of Charter Hill, which was specially responsible for defense before the reconstruction. And now only middle-level company people live in it. The rich people in North Oak District, as a new rich area, trust the people they hire and arrange more," Johnson said, shrugging his shoulders. After all, this place is where people from military technology, Arasaka, and other companies all live. Companies that have conflicts with each other are not confident to hand over the overall security to other companies. I see. After being briefed by a local in Night City about the current situation in the North Oak District, Carl understood something. That is to say, I don't need to fight my way in against the dozens of sentry machine guns deployed on the roadside, and the armed drones that are constantly patrolling. He may have these things in his villa, but don't count on them outside. This has lowered my expectations. Carl felt a little pity. He had just practiced the relevant breakthrough training in the training chip not long ago, and he was thinking about following the program in the training chip in a formal manner. The result is like this? But you can't be careless. After all, who knows what those people will do to their house? What kind of security is arranged in the house? Anyway, I can only send you here. Do you know the subsequent journey? Very clearly, Mr. Johnson. Carl smiled. It's called the Overlook Villa with a private garden and swimming pool. Right? The two people explained it very clearly. I found it after a little investigation. It's strange to say that this guy who lives in a mansion with 5 or 6 million euros and 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. But in order to save a few thousand euros, he regards human life as the price of saving. It's really ironic. It's ironic that only a villa like this can be lived in. Johnson didn't say anything else, but handed the Ajax that he had just got to Carl. Carl looked at the Ajax handed over by Johnson, was stunned for a moment, and then said with a little surprise, "Is it okay? You have to return it." "I know. But is this really okay? Just count me in." After Johnson forced the gun into Carl's hand, he turned his head away without being bothered. "I can't help you with the action, but you have to count me in for the equipment. Be careful with it. I just bought it, and I haven't fired many shots yet." Of course, he didn't care about Ajax. A gun he could buy at will, but valued the gun Johnson handed over. Carl, who was very proud of the mission, took the gun in his hand and looked at Jed and Kenichi Shiro. Then wait a minute. Let me go first. Kenichi Shiro was his superior, and the person who was testing him for this mission. Naturally, there was no reason for him to go first. As for Jed, he would just use a Lexington. If he was asked to face the security in the villa directly, it would be like sending him to death. Carl planned to clean up the villa by himself from the beginning. Originally, he relied on the night, and was a little short of firepower without the support of Jack and others. But now that he got Ajax, it would be different. After checking the guns, Carl began to move forward. To be honest, the North Oak District located on the hill is worthy of being the North Oak District. The streetlights are much better than those in Night City. When walking on the winding mountain road, Carl could not see a street light that was extinguished due to poor maintenance. The bright lights on the roadside were like some kind of guidance, accompanying Carl continue his steps, and supporting him to go higher. Carl had only one thought in his mind. Walking uphill is so tiring. Do those elites like high places so much? Not only for office and negotiation places, but also for living. If it weren't difficult for NCPD to send him directly to North Oak District, Carl really hoped that Mr. Johnson could help him send him to the door. In that case, he only needed to take a step and walk in with a gun to solve the problem without walking. The full-time driver was not there. Compared with Carl, who was complaining in his heart while walking, the two people who were also walking behind him showed completely different attitudes. Kenichi Shiro still had a calm face, but his artificial eye was constantly flashing, as if he was transmitting some kind of signal and communicating. While Jed was holding Lexington tightly, his expression was both excited and nervous. Even Oliver, who came from a gang family, had never participated in gang fights before joining the 6th Street Gang. Not to mention that Jed's family was a logistics family. He had only confronted street thugs with guns at most. It was really the first time since he was born that he had to find trouble with elites. Is this the exciting life of a mercenary? Oliver did this every day. If Carl knew what Jed was thinking at this time, he would definitely complain. Which mercenary has to walk to work when there is no companion when they are on a mission? Fortunately, this section of the road is not far. Otherwise, according to Carl's lazy nature, he really has to consider whether to let the vehicles passing by the roadside give him a ride. There are not many other things on the roads in this place, but there are many luxury cars. The rich people living in the North Oak District drove past them one by one, and many people looked at Carl and his friends from the car windows from time to time. From the feeling, those rich people also felt it was quite fresh. People living in the North Oak District. How could they walk on foot? However, their freshness did not last too long, because for the dignitaries who are busy with various pleasures or affairs, this little thing on the roadside is just a pastime that can be passed by in their minds. And no one will care too much, unless this matter is closely related to them. But the people walking on the roadside are closely related to them. How could such a thing be possible that the street guys are bold enough to dare to attack them? Chapter 169 Fujiwara Yoshinaga. The transportation matter has been exposed. Fujiwara Yoshinaga, who was drinking red wine on the sofa in the living room on the first floor of the villa, frowned when he saw the message in the communication. He had some impression of this communication. It was from the logistics low-level person who helped him get fresh meat. The transportation matter has been exposed. That is, the fact that he sent meat to himself and he gave him money has been exposed? As expected, low-level people are useless. Fujiwara Yoshinaga, who was born in a former Japanese noble family, was 28 years old this year. He had come to Night City for the 4th year because of family struggles. For this city, he only had disgust in his heart. There were no servants, no housekeepers, nothing. He had to hire people to do everything and do everything himself. He was really fed up with this kind of life. The chef who made 3 meals that were terrible and claimed to have graduated from a special Japanese food academy had just been fired by him not long ago. He was thinking about recruiting a new chef, but he didn't expect that there would be a problem with the supply of ingredients. You should think about solving this kind of thing yourself. I gave you money and helped you solve the problem of transporting goods. But I didn't let you yell at me after being exposed. I have helped you once and let my people solve the person who took the wrong goods. If you want money in the future, just settle this matter yourself. After replying this sentence casually, Fujiwara Yoshinaga, who was looking through the news of the Tiger Claw gang termination of the contract, contacted his villa's security captain in the communication. The Tiger Claw gang suddenly canceled their security cooperation with me. It may be that the group of people in the family who planned to attack me after I left. So take your people to pay attention to it tonight. After sending this sentence, Fujiwara Yoshinaga did not receive a reply to the message, which made him frown even deeper. Barbaric and useless Americans, he cursed. If Fujiwara Yoshinaga had not considered safety issues, he would have really wanted to do the same as he did with the chef, drowning them in the swimming pool and smashing them to pieces, and burying them in his garden as fertilizer. The flowers in his garden have been drooping due to malnutrition recently. If it weren't for the low-level logistics person who insisted on bringing the deliverman, who was killed, back to the city and making it look like a street feud, his fertilizer made from pig bones would have been ready. But thinking about this, Fujiwara Yoshinaga felt upset. When he sent his security team to solve this matter, the security team also brought him a big trouble. When they brought back the deliverman who was later drowned by him, they also brought back a detective who was following behind. The detective was a member of the Dangerous Girls team. Could he just move around with that? Compared to killing a low-level person, which was a trivial matter that was forgotten in the past. Kidnapping the Dangerous Girl detective could really threaten his life. He really dared to kidnap anyone. If he hadn't searched the detective's memory chip and confirmed that her whereabouts had not been located, and checked the security action records and confirmed that no one knew about it on the road, he would have found a way to make amends long ago. However, it is not a good idea to keep this dangerous girl imprisoned. He also has to find a way to create an accident and let this already useless security team and the dangerous girl detective die together. At that time, he only needs to delete the action records of the security team on his side and ensure that no one in the security team can speak up, so that there is no evidence. Even if the person behind the dangerous girl knows, it is not easy to attack him openly. After all, his ancestors were loyal to the emperor and their family. They attacked him for a trivial matter that could be ignored. Even if he was the loser in the family struggle, there should be no reason why Fujiwara Yoshinaga had to let the dangerous girl detective die legitimately instead of releasing her after expressing his apology. That was because when the dangerous girl was kidnapped to his mansion, she tried to escape when Fujiwara Yoshinaga did not come back. And at that time, she accidentally saw something she shouldn't have seen. The records left by Fujiwara Yoshinaga after he was driven to Night City because he was unwilling to help a big shot were much more important than kidnapping and imprisoning the dangerous girl. They could not be exposed at all. Once exposed, Fujiwara Yoshinaga would have absolutely no chance of survival. In fact, Fujiwara Yoshinaga had thought about hiring a hacker to directly delete the dangerous girl detective's memory of this, or simply choose to go all out and kill the dangerous girl detective himself, or let the security team kill her. But he didn't trust her. He didn't trust the hacker he could hire. Nor did he trust his own security team. What if the hacker who found the dangerous girl's memory data sold him? What if the security team exposed themselves or killed the dangerous girl? Fujiwara Yoshinaga judged others by himself and had deep concerns about the security team. He did not believe in their loyalty. Moreover, if they had not kidnapped the dangerous girl detective, Fujiwara Yoshinaga himself would not have been so embarrassed that he could not let the dangerous girl go or kill her. Fujiwara Yoshinaga had psychological expectations of their incompetence. Fujiwara Yoshinaga's current situation. In fact, he could understand it himself. Kidnapping a big shot was considered a subordinate of private power. Killing him, the big shot began to investigate. If he found out that he knew it was her man but still killed him, he would die. If he did not kill her, she would also die if she took the information out. He could only be imprisoned temporarily. Before the dangerous girl started to search, he thought of an accident to solve the problem, and sent a security team as an apology, relying on the friendship of the ancestors. He said that he did not know. Asshole. Fujiwara Yoshinaga was a little unhappy and smashed the glass table with his hand. causing the half-drunk glass of red wine to spill out of the glass due to the tremor. Now, I can only hope that disappearance can delay some time compared to clear death, so that I can think of a good solution. It's too aggrieved. It's because of those stupid Americans that I have fallen to this point. If I wasn't afraid that there were spies from my family among the higher compatriots, I wouldn't have been like this. These Americans are really useless. Fujiwara Yoshinaga looked at the communication. The captain of the security team didn't answer him, facing the words of the boss. He didn't even say yes or understand. These arrogant Americans. They can't bow, apologize, can't do anything, and can't do things well. Why was I so blind to choose them in the first place? After the rage, Fujiwara Yoshinaga felt something was wrong. Is it too quiet today? Why didn't my bionic animal robot dog send any signal? Chapter 170. Do you feel it? Fujiwara Yoshinaga got up from the sofa, reached into the gap of the sofa, and took out a smart pistol. Yukimura. At the same time, he frantically called the security team and the bionic animal robot dog connected to him in the communication. But until he stood up and held Yukimura tightly, the only response he got was dead silence. Something is wrong. Very wrong. What happened? Why did everyone and the machine suddenly lose contact? Was the signal blocked? But the communication was normal? Fujiwara Yoshinaga remembered the Tiger Claw Gang security agreement that was suddenly cancelled. He felt something was wrong. After constantly dialing the communication, he contacted the only possible rescue that could be contacted now. NCPD, my mansion has been invaded. There may be thieves breaking in. I need you to come and deal with it quickly. The address is. We will go there as soon as possible. Mr. Fujiwara Yoshinaga. Before Fujiwara Yoshinaga finished speaking, the communication was hung up, and the words revealed in the communication of the young man stunned Fujiwara Yoshinaga. How did the NCPD operator know my name, and how did he know that I was asking for help? Fujiwara Yoshinaga had a rather bad feeling, and this feeling lasted until he heard the sound of a door opening on the left side of the room. In the villa that was as silent as death, the sound of a door suddenly rang out. Fujiwara Yoshinaga pointed Yukimura's gun at it without hesitation. But in his artificial eye scanning, night vision, and smart weapon lock, the back of the open door was empty, as if the door was just blown open by the wind. But how is this possible? The door is connected to the inner corridor of the villa. There is no window facing it. And Fujiwara Yoshinaga remembered that he had locked the door. With hair standing on end and palms sweating, Fujiwara Yoshinaga, who held Yukimura tightly and dared not relax at all, moved slowly. His artificial eye turned. His left eye stared at the empty door outside, and his right eye looked at the dark courtyard outside the movable French window on the right side of the room. He retreated until his back was pressed against the solid stone wall and leaned on the cement fiberboard. Only then did he feel a little relieved. No matter who came, as long as he showed up, his artificial eye and Yukimura's smart lock in his hand would be able to find him in the first time. At that time, he only needed to pull the trigger to solve the problem. Click. The muzzle of the gun turned instantly, but it was pointing at the empty French window that he opened for some reason. No one. No one again. He opened it himself. Fujiwara Yoshinaga almost felt that he was suffocating. A fear of the unknown filled his heart, making his hands tremble uncontrollably. Calm down. He told himself so until the next click sounded. This voice came from behind him. He wanted to turn his head in fear, but it was too late. The wall broke in an instant, and then a hand stretched out from it and grabbed the shinsuin in Fujiwara Yoshinaga's palm. As the palm clenched, the shinsuin wrapped in it made a mechanical twisting sound, and several fingers of Fujiwara Yoshinaga that had been mixed with the machine were crushed together. If you like to break things so much, why don't you try the feeling of being crushed yourself? Don't you think? Mr. Fujiwara Yoshinaga. A voice exactly the same as the one heard when calling NCPD before came from behind Fujiwara Yoshinaga, whose face was distorted by pain, and followed by another hand that stretched out from the broken wall and hugged his neck. Fujiwara Yoshinaga couldn't even make a sound. He only felt his body being dragged backwards. And then he felt the back of his head hit the broken wall heavily, and he almost fainted while passing through the collapsed hole. With a subtle dizziness in his brain, Fujiwara Yoshinaga, who was dragged out of the broken hole in the wall, was thrown to the ground by the hand that was holding his neck. Cough, cough, cough. The feeling of suffocation made it difficult for Fujiwara Yoshinaga to resist. He bent over the ground and kept coughing, spitting everywhere. His embarrassed appearance looked like he was about to cough out his entire lungs. The feeling of suffocation is also very uncomfortable. Right? Accompanying the voice, a mechanical dog moved its limbs to Fujiwara Yoshinaga's side. It's hard for you to get such a good thing. The bionic animal mechanical dog of Giraffe Company. The internal defense is very complete. And it took me a lot of effort to invade. As he said this, the figure who was walking and gently touching the head of the bionic mechanical dog came to Fujiwara Yoshinaga. I used to laugh at Oliver for never seeing a dog. Now it seems that taking the bionic mechanical dog back can also let him see the world. The moment the figure that made the sound came in front of Fujiwara Yoshinaga, Fujiwara Yoshinaga's body curled up even more, as if he was afraid of the figure in front of him. But the person standing in front of Fujiwara Yoshinaga saw Fujiwara Yoshinaga's plan at a glance. You still have a gun hidden in your arms. Right? Very smart. You want to take advantage of my carelessness to deal with me. I don't mind. You can pull it out and aim it at me. The voice chuckled. I give you this chance. At the moment when the voice fell, Fujiwara Yoshinaga realized that his plan was exposed without any hesitation. With the determination of a last fight, he unconsciously reached into his arms with his left hand while coughing and took out a Kenshin pistol. The pistol was raised, but when it was halfway raised, it was stepped on the ground by a foot and the palm of the hand. The stomping force was not as strong as the arm, but after stepping on it, the foot also crushed it, and the force was just enough to make Fujiwara Yoshinaga's left hand become the same as the right hand. Ah! At the moment of the real desperate scream, a single molecular line shining in the darkness had been thrown out, and Fujiwara Ryanaga lost his voice halfway through howling. As precise as surgery, the single molecular line destroyed Fujiwara Ryanaga's vocal cord muscles and vocal cord ligaments without damaging any extra organs. Cough. Fujiwara Ryanaga rolled on the ground without making any sound. And as he rolled, he finally saw the person who made the sound in front of him. It was a black-haired young man who looked quite young. At this moment, he was looking at himself with a very cold look. Have you experienced the feeling of being suffocated, unable to make any sound, and only being silent in the water? Have you experienced a little bit of the darkness that those who were killed by you and buried underground have experienced? Fujiwara Ryanaga's pupils suddenly expanded. He recognized the face in the darkness. KK. How is this possible? I should have no grudges against him. Chapter 171, 100 Ninja Team. It didn't take Carl much time to deal with Fujiwara Yoshinaga's security team this time. It took him about half a minute to make the 8-member security team lie down. It took Carl 2 minutes to deal with the bionic robot dog. This is not to say that the bionic robot dog with a machine gun installed in its body, which can be opened and raised from the back to shoot, is very powerful. It's just that it's rare to see such a new thing. Carl thought about capturing it and throwing it to Oliver to play with. So he spent some effort. In the end, he overclocked the reaction, which made the nerves all over his body hurt. Only before the dog could react, he swung the single molecule line to connect the hacker and control it. But overall, it's not a big loss. After touching the dog head made of synthetic leather and artificial hair, which feels almost the same as a real dog, Carl stood up and looked back at Kenichi Shiro, who was connecting to Fujiwara Yoshinaga and searching for information. Has it not been done yet, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Jed is still waiting to kill this bastard. Carl pointed at Jed beside him. But Jed shook his head quickly. Carl, I'm not in a hurry, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. You can take your time. Jed was not as nervous as before. It was better to say that he was just walking around the pile of corpses with a gun. What was there to be nervous about? He was just a little confused because of Carl's efficiency. Jed said that he would go to investigate and clean up first. He was waiting for Carl to send him a signal. And then he rushed with Lexington. As a result, Carl sent a signal after a while, saying that he had finished cleaning. What does it mean to finish cleaning? With this idea in mind, Jed walked into the villa carefully with Lexington in both hands, but found that Carl had really finished cleaning in the literal sense. Only Fujiwara Yoshinaga, the man behind the scenes, was left alive. Isn't it that the cleaning is finished? He was even ready to shoot and fight desperately. The result is that the 8-man regular security force can completely wipe out the power of a gang team. And they all fell down in one encounter? Then what is the psychological expectation for? This is too awesome. Jed, who had only heard of Carl's reputation in the past, today really experienced the strength of KK, the famous mercenary in Night City. Kenichi Shiro listened to Carl and Jade's words, and the data flowed in his eyes. But he didn't say anything until a minute later, when he disconnected Fujiwara Yoshinaga, who was already half unconscious. For this matter, you will be paid 100,000 euros more at the end of this month. Carl's total monthly salary is only 300,000 euros. And this job directly increased 100,000 euros. This one-third increase made Carl's hand, which was touching the dog head, stop for a while. Just this job. 100,000 euros? Carl was a little puzzled. Is this job so valuable? Generally speaking, it feels quite easy. Only the detective part is a little difficult. The security of this villa can be completed by an ordinary mercenary team. Reward? We found some important things from his communication data, Kenichi Shiro said. Nodding to Jed, you can start to deal with your own personal affairs. This person is no longer valuable. As he said this, he took a step and gave Carl a look, indicating Carl to follow. Jed noticed the scene, and he stood there smartly, looking at Fujiwara Yoshinaga. Don't get involved in things that don't concern you. The target who killed his friend is right in front of you. Now the important thing is, of course, to find a way to deal with him. Kenichi Shiro understood his eyes, and followed him through the broken hole. And then watched Kenichi Shiro pressing here and there in the living room. Is the detective locked in a dark room here? The staff is locked in the basement. I'm not looking for her, Kenichi Shiro said, with a very subtle look in his eyes. It's more important. Evidence that someone betrayed Miss Haruko. Evidence? Carl listened and realized something. Has Fujiwara Yoshinaga participated in that incident? A small fry who was driven out of his original family. He doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Speaking with some awkward words, but obviously in Chinese. Kenichi Shiro pressed a button under the glass table. And then, under Carl's gaze, the glass table began to rise, and an oval iron pillar appeared from the ground. There was a groove on the iron pillar, and there was a password input platform on it. Do you know the password too? The day he failed in the family struggle. This kind of guy always clings to past failures. And people who only dwell on past failures will not be able to achieve future success. Kenichi Shiro said something very educational. But he didn't enter the password. He just glanced with his artificial eyes. And the input platform turned over, revealing a document from the bottom. Obviously, this little defense is not comparable to the prosthetic invasion used by elites. The document is paper. And Kenichi Shiro reached out and took it out, using paper documents to leave evidence to prevent yourself from being demolished. It is a foolish choice. The moment you dare to offend Miss Haruko, you will not have any chance of survival. Listening to Kenichi Shiro overly loyal words, with a stronger tone in the second half, Carl, who always felt that he was referring to something, folded his arms and rubbed his arms against each other. Probably, it should be about Fujiwara Yoshinaga and the people who wanted to attack Haruko behind Fujiwara Yoshinaga. Right? After reading the document for a while, Kenichi Shiro turned around, walked to Carl's side, and took the initiative to hand the document to Carl. Can I see it? A little surprised, Carl put down his folded hands and reached out to take the document. And Kenichi Shiro's next sentence made Carl's expression slightly serious. Mercenary KK. Mercenary KK? Speaking of this, it's not about the work of Danger Girl. Switching the state instantly. Carl nodded. Do you have a commission? For this commission, you can't let others notice that your team is involved in any way. I will give you a total of 320,000 euros. The funds are 200,000 euros. And the reward you take over is 120,000 euros. I ask you to hire a trustworthy mercenary to get rid of one person. Got it. Outsourcing to outsourcing. Giving yourself 120,000 euros as a reward, so that you can use your connections, and use the funds of 200,000 to hire people. Who is the target? Carl only asked this. 200,000 euros. This is not a small amount. One of the members of the 100-man ninja group. Hearing Kenichi Shiro words, Carl's expression became completely serious. The 100-man ninja group? Carl has heard of this. The legendary 100 most elite personnel in the Arasaka company, who were personally selected by Saburo Arasaka. Chapter 172. It's really exaggerated. Huh? Carl exhaled a breath of white air in the slightly cold night air, watching the car that picked up the dangerous girl detective and Kenichi Shiro go away. and turned his head to look at Jed beside him. Aren't you going to leave yet? You have to accompany the customers to deliver the goods. Jed pointed to the things around him that he had packed and put on the back of the mechanical dog and transported to the edge of the North Oak district. Customer. You don't care about the fact that only half of the meat is left. So I can't be lacking in service. I think you just dealt with that. After I was a scumbag. I can make up for it by using the fried pork chops made by his kitchen. Carl recalled the taste of the fried pork chops that he and Kenichi Shiro had tasted before. Your cooking skills are worth this apology. The pork chops are perfect in terms of fishy smell and crispness. It is the best pork chop I have eaten since I came to Night City. I'm glad you like it. Listening to Carl praise, Jade felt a little embarrassed. He made an ordinary dish in the bloody house. And he really didn't deserve such praise. You don't have to be embarrassed about this. After all, even my boss praised you. Carl said, it's amazing that he can use that calm face to say that the taste is good. His expression and words are like two different people. It's really amazing. Speaking of this, Jade felt that Carl, who made himself cook on the spot in the villa full of blood just because he was hungry, was even more amazing. Huh? Carl yawned and felt a little sleepy. In front of them, there was also an NCPD law enforcement officer driving slowly. Too slow. Mr. Johnson. I haven't told you about transferring the NCPD line directly to your own port. Carl. Johnson got off the police car. I gave you the operator channel. But I didn't let you use it directly. I thought you would use the monitoring method. So, Mr. Johnson, have you handled it? Of course. Really? You are in a spur of the moment. And I have to be busy for half an hour. Johnson looked at the lazy Carl helplessly. Don't do that if there is such a thing in the future. Other things are okay. I can accept them. But writing reports, and so on will cost me my life. It must be Mr. Johnson's fault that you didn't study hard before. Government reports are difficult to handle even if you study hard. Johnson raised his hand, pointed his thumb at the law enforcer behind him, and said to Carl and Jed, how about it? I take you back. Just take Jed. My friend is coming to pick me up. By the way, you can take the meat from the dog. Meat? Johnson looked at the thing on the back of the bionic mechanical dog, which was firmly fixed with a bracket. And his expression changed a little. You won't ask me to collect the body again, will you? The body of such a powerful person is not easy to collect. Don't worry. The body of the powerful person was taken away by the trauma team in a hovercraft not long after his death. There is pork in it, half of which was wasted by that guy and stored. Mr. Johnson, take this meat back and make a barbecue with your team members. Just as. I'm sorry for bothering you. Pork. Johnson looked at the big bag on the back of the mechanical dog and realized that the pork Carl was talking about might not be the so-called synthetic pork, but the real pork. Johnson swallowed his saliva. You are bribing the police officer. You know? Don't bribe. I thought about bringing you a braised pork I made myself. Mr. Johnson. But when I called you, you were busy with police work. So take it back for the team to taste. And Carl spread his hands. Is it strange that NCPD accepts bribes? You said I won't take it. I'm just reminding you. Johnson, who was particularly strong when holding the meat, easily picked up the remaining more than 100 pounds of pork and put it on the law enforcers. It was stuffed into the prisoner's trunk. If you continue to help like this, the people in my team will want to become your private army out of gratitude. Now the NCPD is essentially taking money from various forces and dividing the internal private army into various factions. That's right. But I originally thought that my team would not be like this. Johnson complained. Who would have thought that I could defend the company and the upper level? But not you. Now, when the people in my team hear that you are in trouble, they may come faster than me. Come on. Mr. Johnson. What kind of private army is this? Carl said, don't I help you people who can do things, but instead help those people who only know how to take bribes but don't work. You're wrong. Carl. You seem to be helping us out of kindness. But we can't forget this favor. Johnson asked Jed to get into the police car, in Night City. Being able to respond with equal kindness and help others without asking for anything in return is already a very remarkable and admirable thing. I just want you to know. The car door closed. The window opened. And the engine started. If you have any problems, don't forget that we can help you. It's the same for us. Carl. If you have any transportation problems, don't forget us. Everyone knows about this and wants to repay us. In the passenger seat, Jed also leaned out and waved goodbye to Carl. Then, the vehicle turned, circled, and drove away. It's really exaggerated. Carl shook his head and didn't pay much attention to what Johnson and Jed said. He touched the bionic mechanical dog that came to him and focused on it. When Oliver and Jack come, we have to bring them and T-Bug and let everyone help you give you a name. Then we will install some special equipment for you to connect. In this way, when you go out in the future, you will have a guard dog for the vehicle. It's impossible to set up security equipment on the car every time. That would be too troublesome. To prevent car thieves, we have to use a serious dog that can guard the house. Bionic mechanical dogs, at least in appearance, look like dogs. Carl took a few more glances at the mechanical dog and found that the color matching of the synthetic leather and bionic hair covered by this thing is generally black and white. It looks like a husky. No, this color matching is very strange. If you want Carl to describe it, its color matching may be more like a panda? Panda dog. What a strange appearance. It looks stupid on the outside. But in combat, its strength is comparable to that of a professional security guard. The machine gun extending from its back is expected to have firepower similar to the Type 31 heavy machine gun used in military technology. The bionic mechanical animal technology of these days is really amazing. Chapter 173 Roger. Bella? No matter what. It can only be called Bella. I think Sir Wong Wong sounds better. What a weird British name. Jack? Don't you think Bella sounds better? And how did a strong man like you come up with such a cute name? What do you care? I think this name is good. It has a brave boy feeling. Doesn't it? Listening to Oliver and Jack argument about the dog name in the communication. T-Bug, who was watching all this on the in-car monitor, couldn't help but speak. What do you think of Chio-Chio? Don't you think it looks like a ball when it is rolled up? Is black and white rolled up like a football? This name is too unusual. I think Bella is better. This name means noble and excellent. Don't you think it suits this dog well? I don't think so. After Jack and T, Carl, who was lying in the back, was a little speechless as Bug complained about Oliver. He didn't expect that his companions all had an inexplicable love for pets. A bionic mechanical dog. They argued about the name. But Carl didn't care about the name anyway. So he just let them argue. After all, according to Carl's personality, if he really wanted to name the dog, he would probably give it a simple name like number 1 or number 2. After automatically blocking their arguments, Carl, who received 320,000 transferred by Kenichi Shiro, was ready to use all the money as hiring money. According to Kenichi Shiro, 120,000 of them were Carl's personal introduction fee. But Carl was not a middleman. And some middlemen were willing to pay for certain things. Carl didn't pay for it, but just introduced work to acquaintances. So there was no need to take any money. It would be better to put the 120,000 as a reward into the 200,000 reward, and make up 320,000 to hire 2 teams of mercenaries to do the work. This money can also be used to buy a lot of equipment for them. What Carl wants is to ensure that things are done safely. The mercenaries that Carl is familiar with are only Brown and Man's teams. Brown's team has 6 people, while Man's team has 9 people. The number of personnel on both sides is different, and each has its own shortcomings and advantages in action. The advantage of Man's team is that there are hackers, technical experts, and dedicated drivers in the team, and the configuration is complete. However, in Carl's opinion, the only 2 who can be regarded as elite combatants are Man and Dolio. Even Dolio is a little worse. Just like Man was the only one who participated in the escort mission before, Man may be the only one who can face the target, the member of the 100-man team. As for Brown's team, even the young man, who was asked by Brown to leave the team and prepare to collect the body during the escort mission, has enough strength to participate in the escort mission. Among the 6 people in his team, Brown's strength is similar to Man's, and the other 5 are slightly weaker, but only slightly weaker than Brown and Man. Their combat capabilities are better than the others in Man's team. This is the advantage of Brown's team. But their team is too specialized in combat, resulting in the lack of drivers, technical experts, hackers, and other personnel. It is not safe to hire a mercenary team alone, and it is perfect to hire 2 teams to cooperate. The driver that Brown's team lacks, the technical expert who deploys prosthetics and weapons, and the hacker who hacks in at the critical moment of investigation are all available. And the combat power that Man's team lacks is also available. Carl feels that if this job is his debut mission as a half-middleman, it would be too perfect. However, It is not a good idea to set the flag before starting. Carl looked at the record of the conversations that he, Brown and Mann agreed to meet in the next life in the communication, and closed his eyes. In his ears, the debate about what the dog name is still going on. The next life will soon arrive, while Carl closes his eyes and rests. Aren't you going to have a drink? No. Carl. You go. I have to decide on the dog name today with Jack and T-Bug. Carl shook his head in confusion at Oliver's words. What could he say? He could only get off the car alone and walk into the strange and gloomy afterlife. Emmerich, the bodyguard of the afterlife, saw Carl coming and greeted him. Your friends are waiting in box number 5. Got it. Sorry for the trouble. After thanking Emmerich, Carl walked into the afterlife, but saw a person he met for the first time sitting at the bar of the afterlife, chatting with the bartender Claire. It was a woman with long hair. She looked well maintained, but she should be quite old. She was wearing a jacket, with her right hand on the side of the bar, her elbow supporting her forearm and raising it, and a glass of reddish wine between her 5 fingers. Carl recognized the wine at a glance. Jack and Oliver often ordered it in the afterlife. The name of the wine was Johnny Silverhand. The person drinking Johnny Silverhand seemed familiar. Carl felt that he recognized her. While he was thinking, the woman had seen him. KK, the famous mercenary in Night City recently, meets for the first time. The woman raised her glass and gestured to Carl. I am Rog. Rog. Hearing this name, Carl instantly realized who the woman in front of him was. Rog, the last legend of Night City, the king of middlemen, the owner of the Afterlife bar. I am KK. After Carl nodded and formally introduced himself to Rog, he didn't say anything more. Carl had seen this kind of living legend before. Adam Heavy Hammer was the first one. Now seeing it again, there is nothing to be surprised about. Compared to Carl, Rog was very interested in this mercenary, who had recently become famous in Night City. It was better to say that she sat at the bar and waited because she knew that Carl would meet other people here today. However, seeing Carl's attitude that he obviously didn't intend to say much, she didn't say much. Let's cooperate more in the future. After saying this, which meant that the middleman would assign jobs in the future, Rog turned around and continued to drink the glass of Johnny Silverhand slowly. Seeing her carefully savoring the wine, it was obvious that she liked this glass of wine very much. Of course. Why not do it if there is work? Carl glanced at the wine in Rog's hand and went to the box. It was really the right time to come today. Not only did he assign jobs to others, but he also had the opportunity to take jobs. I just don't know what kind of tasks the king of middlemen, the most powerful middleman in the entire Night City, will assign. It's quite exciting. Chapter 174 Old Captain. Hey, Carl. You're here. There weren't many people in the reserved box for the next life. Or rather, there were only the leaders of the 2 teams of mercenaries. When Mann saw Carl coming, he raised his glass and greeted Carl. Are you drinking? Carl smiled and nodded, saying hello to him and Brown, and sat down on the sofa in the box. I thought you would be nervous. Didn't you say that the mission doesn't have to start today? I haven't seen Brown since the last time. So of course we have to have a good drink, Mann said, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. You said so, Brown. As a mercenary, I agree with you. Long time no see. Carl. Yeah. Long time no see. Brown. For Brown, who had only met him a few times in his next life after that mission. Carl took the drink in the box and took a sip and said, have you discussed the job you are going to take with the team this time? Brown, who is 46 years old this year and has various scars on his face caused by his mercenary career, nodded slightly when he heard Carl's words. Everyone agrees to help you do things. After all, how? They said that they had crawled out of the line of life and death together, and they trust you more than those middlemen who randomly assign jobs. Besides, the reward you give is too generous, and there is no reason to refuse. Speaking of the reward, Brown also smiled. 160,000 euros per team. Are you rich? Not really. This money is also given to me by others. You can think of me as a half middleman for this job. Carl tapped his temple. Speaking of what to do in this job, you all have a general understanding of it. It's quite challenging to deal with a ninja from the Arasaka Lone Wolf 100 group. Mann nodded, but it can be done. In addition to personnel information, do you have any information about his whereabouts? Carl? Brown came here to work. That is, for the specific details of the task. He wanted to know more from Carl. After all, the more information, the more stable the work and less likely to have accidents. Although I really want to say yes. The person behind me can't give me this information openly. He asked for at least face. This is an unexpected attack. So no, Carl said, but I believe that with your team's ability to cooperate, with his appearance, name, identity and approximate address, it should not be difficult to dig out the whereabouts of that guy and solve it. At this point, Carl remembered something. Data flow. The 160,000 euros for each team have been transferred to you. Do you collect money before work? Man looked at the 160,000 euros that arrived and grinned. Really generous. Carl. I need a deposit to do things. And of course, I have to pay a deposit first for cooperation. The 160,000 for each team is the deposit. When you finish your work, come to the Wild Wolf Bar to get together and help look after the place. I will treat you to a meal, which is the subsequent reward, Carl said. And said, this job is not easy to do. After you receive the money, remember to buy equipment or let the team members change their prosthetics first. Carl treat is indeed a real reward. Brown received the money, but he understood clearly, Carl, this 320,000 should be all the money given to you by the superiors. Right? Don't you keep some? According to the rules. As a middleman, you can get more or less? Forget it. I am just a part-time middleman. I will talk about this kind of thing after I become a real middleman. Carl waved his hand indifferently. If you feel sorry, just handle this matter perfectly. In this way, I may be able to get more salary from my other job. By the way, you can also come to the Wild Wolf Bar to drink more often, so as to avoid some blind hooligans coming to this place to make trouble. Recently, the 6th Street Gang has been wandering around. Don't the 6th Street Gang rarely go out of Santo Domingo? Brown listened to Carl's words and asked curiously, and the Wild Wolf Bar? The Valentino Gang of Haywood doesn't look. Haywood has expanded recently. In the Legion District, the Tiger Claws and the 6th Street Gang had a fight. All the personnel were transferred to that area to be on guard. The 6th Street Gang was very angry. So, you know, I heard that some of the 6th Street Gang members, who don't know what's good for them, are planning to make trouble for the priest. It's really bold to make trouble for the priest. Brown still knows about the most famous middleman in Haywood, even if he usually hangs out in Watson District. Most mercenaries have their own fixed turfs to do things, just like middlemen. But the mercenaries who can get in are naturally different in level. In addition to their fixed areas, they will also take on jobs in other areas. In the process, they will naturally become familiar with middlemen in other areas. Just like man, who usually hangs out in the St. Domingo district, will take on middleman tasks named Cormac when he is not taking Faraday work. At a higher level, everyone is familiar with each other. Brown, who knows the ability of the priest, said, is the 6th Street Gang planning to start a large-scale gang conflict? In fact, it is more likely to be an internal struggle, relying on external struggles to consume the strength of the opponent to gain power. Carl said, but this matter has nothing to do with us mercenaries. When you work, just be careful about the work of the 6th Street Gang. Also, you can come to the Wild Wolf Bar to drink with us recently. There are so many people. I think even the stupidest guys can understand something. Isn't the famous KK a good place? I think as long as the 6th Street Gang finds out that you often stay in that bar, no one will dare to cause trouble. As Man said, his artificial eyes suddenly lit up. There is a communication. Wait a minute. It's a stranger. Let me see who it is, Man said, and connected the communication. Carl and Brown remained silent. But Carl felt inexplicably familiar with this scene. The mercenary received a strange phone call. Could it be that, after almost a minute of communication, Manny's eyes disappeared? He nodded to Brown and Carl. It was a new middleman who came to me. He said that he was going to start working as a middleman recently. He was also from the Santo Domingo area. He wanted to get familiar with me and give me a task. However, I just wanted to take your task, Carl. So I refused. Who is the new middleman in the Santo Domingo area? Isn't he another low-level middleman? Carl asked, and then got a familiar word. It's the old captain. The one who sells used cars and stolen cars. It seems that he is planning to be a middleman in addition to selling cars. Is it him? Carl still has an impression of the old captain. He bought his Skyhera from the old captain. He didn't expect that the car dealer would also become a middleman now. Most of the business in Santo Domingo is basically done by Faraday, the middleman who runs around everywhere. I don't know if the old captain can make a name for himself. Just when Carl was thinking this, he also received a call. And the call was not unfamiliar. It was the call he had made when he bought the car. Carl gestured to Brown and Mann and connected the call. Hello. Is it connected? I'm the old captain. I'm going to be a middleman recently. I wonder if the famous KK is interested in sympathizing with a newcomer like me and helping me do some small work with your noble hands and guns. The price is negotiable. I guarantee you will have a lot of money to spend. Did he call himself right after calling Mann? Carl felt a little complicated. For some reason, when the old captain, a new middleman, was looking for mercenaries everywhere, he inexplicably thought of the situation when Oliver and Jack were asking around when they couldn't get any work. It's not easy to get along with them. Thinking of this, Carl officially introduced himself. I'm KK. I heard it. Chapter 175 meeting in person. Are you still arguing? I've met the new middleman and I'm back. After coming out of the afterlife and getting into the car, Carl had a headache looking at his three companions, who were still arguing in the communication. Is it so difficult to decide on a dog name? In my opinion, we should either vote directly, or call it whatever you like. Anyway, this kind of bionic dog just needs a connection. And there is no need to call it by name to make it respond. This matter needs to be decided carefully. Carl, how can you vote casually? That being said, Oliver's attention was still stuck. I was attracted by what he said. Aren't you going to send work to Brown and Mann? How come you suddenly know a new middleman? The old captain knows that he has been working as a middleman recently. He wants to make a name for himself, and is looking for mercenaries everywhere. He called me, and said that he wants us to do some work for him in the future, and there will be a large sum of money as a reward. The old captain. How did he do this? As a native of St. Domingo. It was Oliver who introduced the old captain car selling website to Carl. It is inevitable to be surprised to hear that he is now working as a middleman. The middleman business is all about relationships and money. As a famous used car dealer, he is both. Maybe he just got excited and thought he could do it, Jack said, looking at Carl who was sitting in the back seat. Well, Carl, do you want to take the job? It's like you promised to send us jobs that interest me in the future, Carl said, and I know more than just the old captain as a new middleman. The boss of the next life, the middleman King Roger, is here today. She saw me coming and asked me if I planned to take the job. Roger? Hearing this name, whether it was Jack or Oliver, or T-Bug who was listening in the communication, they were all surprised. And then Jack, who reacted faster, asked, is it the living legend? More or less. Is she in the next life now? Oliver followed up with the question. It's inside. What? Do you plan to go and meet him? Forget it. After listening to Carl's words, Oliver was somewhat tempted. But he still shook his head. I'm just surprised that someone who grew up listening to legends is now socializing with us. This is what happens when you become famous as a mercenary. The bug communication said, I've heard of Rog's ability. It's said that as long as she wants, she can get you anything you want. Even the most confidential information within the company. That means her network is very wide. Carl shook his head. I've met more and more middlemen recently. I'm afraid I have too much work to do. That's a good thing, Carl. Oliver started the car and said, it's better than always encountering Faraday. Oliver still felt bad about Faraday swallowing up a large amount of hiring money. Although as a mercenary, he had decided to take whatever amount of money he wanted. But since the middleman took so much, he couldn't expect Oliver to help him work anymore. Faraday has become smart. I guess he knows that we have found out the truth about the commission from Mann. So he doesn't call us anymore and expects us to work for him. This is a way of making a profit from every order. Jack was also a little unhappy with Faraday. I don't understand it at all. In comparison, I now know why the priest and Keiko can become the most famous middlemen in a region, while Faraday, who has a lot of experience, can only run around in a few regions. No one really wants to work for such a person. Middlemen like this are the norm. Bug has cooperated more with the middleman and understands this better. It is better to say that most mercenaries work under guys like Faraday, who are even greedier than Faraday and have no ability. Have you heard of Cormac? That guy can even sell the mercenaries he has cooperated with for many years. I heard Mann chatting when he was chatting. Mann also helped him work. He said that he was the same kind of stuff as Faraday. If you think about it, even man's team is like this. This seems to be the norm. Carl said it with a bit of surprise. So, mercenaries, like us who are only greedy for money by Faraday are lucky? In other words, Carl T-Bug, who joined the team last, saw it more clearly. It should be said that it is not that you have not encountered them, but those guys who are incompetent and greedy know that they can't control us. If the powerful mercenaries are really angry, the middleman will have to think about his own life. It's not that you can lose your life if you provoke the KK team. After this, T-Bug added, so, people should do their jobs according to their abilities. I think Oliver and Jack have no control over naming. You have to listen to me. Let's call him Chio-Chio. Call Bella Lord Wang Wang. I'm convinced. Seeing that the topic that he had finally diverted with the help of the new middleman was instantly back on track with T-Bug's words. What could Carl say? He could only lie obediently in the back seat, lean his head on the back of the bionic dog lying in the back seat, and close his eyes to rest. Contact the boss. Carl, the team has been commissioned. Do you need to review the relevant personnel? Kenichi Shiro, no. There are not many teams that you are familiar with in the intelligence. I know all the personnel. The leaders are the mercenaries Man and Brown who have performed escort missions together, as expected of a detective agency staff. The investigation ability is indeed strong. Carl, so, this matter is decided by me. Right? Do you want to report? Kenichi Shiro, you can't leave any traces on the surface. But as a report, it is necessary. You come to the Blue by building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You said that you can't leave any traces, but you still have to follow the process. You have to report the purpose of the funds after issuing them. Right? You can leave a written explanation. The process is full for you. Carl, I will go. Which floor are you on? Kenichi Shiro, the 100th floor of the Blue by building. Tavernier Suite. When the time comes, you will be outside the security circle of the Blue by building. There will be special personnel to take you into the Blue by building. After entering, someone else will lead the way. You can get to the special elevator by following the instructions. I will ask the building to release the authority. Also, the person you want to report to is not me. And you should not ask where I am. No. Kenichi Shiro. Hearing this, Carl opened his eyes. He already understood something, but he still wanted to confirm it. Carl, what do you mean? Kenichi Shiro, Miss Haruko. I plan to meet you in person. Arasaka Haruko wants to meet Carl. Chapter 176 Blue by Building. Blue by Building. Carl had never really stood under it and seen it, but it was quite familiar with the building. In the previous escort mission, he was supposed to take Haruko here. Standing outside the Blue by Building, looking at the towering building, Carl felt a faint pain in his body. The last time he saw this building like this. A few seconds later, the bastard driving ACPA appeared in front of him and stopped him. He fought with him, and his whole body was almost broken. Staring at his raised hands for a few times, Carl suppressed the feeling of phantom pain. It's different now. Now, if it happens again, Carl has the confidence to dismantle the thing and keep it intact from head to toe. A man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Now it has been almost 10 days and half a month since the mission, and Carl is no longer a wuxia-amon. The time is 8:50. But the people waiting for Carl have arrived. It was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and sunglasses, with the word company dog clearly written on his face. He looked at Carl, confirmed his identity, and made a gesture of sideways hand extension, as if to indicate that Carl could follow him into the scope of the Blue by building, because Arasaka Haruko lived in it. The area around the Blue by building was separated from other areas. If you rashly invaded the area and did some not-so-proper behavior, it would attract the attack of the Blue by building security drone. So a special person was needed to lead Carl into it. Kenichi Shiro mentioned this matter yesterday, so Carl didn't say much, just nodded and let him lead the way in front. As he walked, Carl looked at the periphery of the Blue by building. He saw the machine guns and cannons of the secret sentry behind several bushes. Judging from the newness of those guns and cannons, they were deployed not long ago. The Blue Mansion is for receiving outside guests. The security for Haruko Arasaka will not last long. Once Haruko Arasaka residence and security are arranged in the North Oak District, she will go there. At that time, the Blue Mansion will be restored to a luxury hotel that all the rich people from all over the world can come to. According to Carl knowledge, The former Arasaka family members, who came to live in Night City, basically followed this process of living in the Blue Mansion first. After all, the security of the Blue Mansion is second only to the Arasaka Tower among the Night City properties controlled by Arasaka. However, it is the first time that security is arranged even outside the perimeter like now. Is it because of the assassination? A few more secret sentries were found. Carl thought so while silently memorizing these locations. Along the way, he had seen no less than 20 newly established guard posts. With this level of defense, Carl thought about it and felt that even if all his team members were present, plus Brown and Mann's team, it might take some effort to break through. About a minute. As an outer defense, it is a bit strong. If you want to rush into the blue-green building from the outer periphery like a rotten wood, and compress the time to less than half a minute, you may have to send out a team of heavy ACPA, and have special personnel hack in to clear these secret sentry machine guns, or let that person come. Carl mind flashed the figure that came to him in slow time before he fainted, and his hands clenched unconsciously. If it was that person, how many seconds would it take? 20 seconds? 10 seconds? Or only a moment to complete the breakthrough? That speed, that strength, that perfect combination of machinery and will, the absolute strength that is difficult to achieve alone, really impressed Carl. If only I had that guy's data. The difficulty of facing that guy would be called desperate, and it would be more worthwhile to try once. At that time, he took over the escort mission of Haruko and served as Haruko guard. Today, can I see him? And not only him. Kenichi Shiro was also there. It would be great if I could have their data for these two people, even if it was just virtual data and could not reach their own strength. Carl really wanted to try it. Test where the gap between him and them is. Or how far is the gap? Mr. Carl, I can only take you here. Please continue to move forward. The company staff leading Carl stopped at the door of the blue-green building and made that gesture again, indicating Carl to enter through the gate. Carl entered the blue by building without any hesitation. And before entering the lobby reception, there was an automatic scanner at the entrance. The scanner just scanned Carl and an alarm sounded. But it was immediately turned off the next moment. A woman wearing a black suit exactly like the person outside came over with an apology. Sorry, Mr. Carl. We forgot that you were carrying a weapon. The alarm has been turned off. Please follow me. There were more than a dozen people in the lobby wearing the same uniform, and they looked like they were from the Arasaka Special Operations Department. However, none of them showed any radical attitude or behavior towards Carl carrying weapons. They just raised their hands slightly out of vigilance instinctively, and then put them down again. Did Mr. Kenichi Shiro say that I can carry weapons? Of course. Mr. Kenichi Shiro has already said so. He still bowed humbly, which made Carl's eyebrows jump unconsciously. Although he was quite polite, he was not used to being treated like this all the time. After being looked at with fearful eyes by gang members for too many times, he could only say that he could not stand seeing such eyes with his eyes lowered and not even looking at each other. Led by the insider, Carl entered the elevator, and the insider stayed at the elevator entrance. Before the door closed, he placed his hands on his abdomen and bowed deeply to Carl. I wish you a good day. Good day. Is this a signature phrase? Watching the elevator door slowly close. Through the gap, Carl saw that the person at the door did not straighten up until the end, and his movements were still standard and respectful. It seems that this behavior is almost engraved in his bones. Carl didn't feel anything special about this, because in the past, he had also seen similar movements and behaviors in the service industry. But the training here in the blue by building was better. If you have to say that you can't stand up straight after bending for a long time, it's not the case. But, sure enough, I don't like people bending over to me. It's just that Carl doesn't like it. Standing in the elevator going up, Carl's face was calm. Chapter 177 Arasaka Haruko. Ding. The elevator has reached the 100th floor. Looking at the door slowly opening in front of him, Carl took a breath and exhaled again. After the door was completely opened, he stepped into the large flat where Tavernier's suite was located. It's exactly 9 o'clock. Not a minute late. Kenichi Shiro, wearing his usual black suit, stood at the elevator door and nodded at Carl. You didn't break your promise. It would be strange if you broke your promise if you came on time. I had already mastered this skill to the maximum level when I was in school. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl also nodded in response as a greeting. And then he noticed that Kenichi Shiro was different today. On the left collar of Kenichi Shiro's black suit, He had a pin that he had never worn before. Judging from the style, it was a silver pin with a chrysanthemum appearance. On that pin, there was the Arasaka logo. Carl had heard that in Arasaka, people with enough status would wear a silver pin with the Arasaka logo on the left side of their collars. And executives who had served in the Arasaka combat unit would wear a more noble chrysanthemum-shaped Arasaka logo pin. Looking at Kenichi Shiro pin, Carl understood Kenichi Shiro's identity today. He was no longer his boss in the detective agency, but a loyal Arasaka servant. There was no doubt that Arasaka Haruko herself was here. Miss is waiting for you. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro stood beside the elevator door without any movement, just motioning Carl to move forward. Carl didn't say anything. Walked forward a few steps. Walked past Kenichi Shiro. And then he saw the view of the entire large flat. The right side of the suite is the bathroom. On the left side of the suite, there is an outdoor staircase connected to the rooftop helipad. Through the transparent bulletproof glass, you can vaguely see the brilliance of Night City. Not far from the staircase, in the middle of the suite, there is a small coffee table facing the indoor large screen. On the cushion next to the coffee table, Arasaka Haruko, wearing the same cherry blossom colored kimono as the last time they met, is sitting there, fiddling with tea sets. Carl walked a few steps closer and saw what Haruko was doing. She was making matcha with a tea whisk. Regarding Carl's arrival, she tilted her head slightly towards his position, obviously knowing that she was there. But from her appearance, she was not in a hurry to talk to Carl. She didn't talk, and Carl certainly didn't prepare to speak. After looking around and finding that there was no particularly good place to sit, Carl simply walked to her side and sat down on another raised cushion in front of her right. After staring at Haruko for a few times, Haruko was the same as the last time I saw her. She was still thin, with long hair that fell to her waist, and was as smooth as silk. She still looked as beautiful and dignified as a princess of the Warring States period. She looked exactly the same as before. However, even if it was the second time they met, Carl still had to say something. He didn't care much about her appearance, but he really liked Haruko's eyes. Those eyes, which were not sure if they were artificial eyes, were as beautiful as the night sky, as if they could see the reflection of the stars. These were the stars that could not be seen in the night city with severe light pollution. Time passed very quietly, and there was only the swish of the thin tea whisk hitting the liquid in the entire large flat. After more than 10 seconds, Haruko stopped moving. She turned the handle of the tea whisk upside down and carefully placed it on the tea whisk seat on the coffee table. Then she held the foamy matcha in both hands and brought it to Carl. Please enjoy. Haruko stared at Carl with a smile, and her look was like a tea artist who had finished his work and invited guests to taste the tea. Carl stared at the green and foaming tea, but several thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. This kind of thing appeared in the Tang dynasty, flourished in the Song dynasty, and even developed into a part of the tea banquet. He was not unfamiliar with it. But the matcha powder made by steaming the tender tea leaves, baking and drying them, and then using a stone mill to beat them with real water was too luxurious in 2075. Looking at the way Carl looked at the matcha, Haruko thought he was hesitating about the brand, and explained, "This is the matcha from Ippudo Tea Shop in Kyoto. It has been 400 years since its establishment. I think this is the best tasting matcha." No, I'm not curious about the brand. Carl actually wanted to say that the matcha was too bitter. Could milk be added? I remember adding milk is also a way to drink it, but it seems to be often criticized by traditionalists. Remembering to hold the matcha in both hands as a courtesy, Carl took the small porcelain cup with both hands. He didn't even think about tasting it, and just gulped it down. Then, a bitter taste started from the tip of the tongue and spread all the way into the stomach. It was really bitter. She must have put too much tea powder. As the bitterness faded, a fresh tea fragrance began to spread from the mouth. After a careful aftertaste, it was still very bitter. Putting down the teacup after a sip, Carl looked at Haruko. I have finished my tea. So can I start reporting? No need. Haruko shook her head. I don't want to hear these trivial matters. 320,000 euros. Or the matter of assassinating your personnel. Can it be considered a trivial matter? However, since you don't want to listen, then my procedure is considered complete. Right? Carl wanted to get up. Can I leave now? No. Haruko stared at Carl with her eyes. I don't care about trivial matters. But there are some important things I want to ask you. Important things? listening to Haruko's words. Carl, who had just stood up quickly, sat down again. Is it about salary? How much bonus are you going to give? I did a good job last time. Staring at Carl's face for a few times, Haruko sighed. This is also a trivial matter. You have to talk to Mr. Kenichi Shiro about salary. Then, what is the important thing? You tell me. Carl noticed a scrutinizing look from the elevator door, and subconsciously sat up a little straighter. The boss was watching, and he had to perform well in front of the boss. I have a proposal here. Haruko put her hands flat on her knees. A proposal that may be acceptable to you. Proposal? Carl felt the scrutiny, which seemed to be getting sharper. What proposal? I want you to accept it. Haruko stared at Carl. Accept the proposal to become my personal bodyguard. Chapter 178 Sakura Petals. Ah? This was Carl's first reaction after hearing Haruko's proposal. Bodyguard? Wait a minute. The brain must first understand the meaning of this word. Guard means to protect the protection personnel, and bodyguard means to be close. Close, and follow around. Together. It means the protection personnel who follow around. Understood? I refuse. Without hesitation, Carl rejected it cleanly after analyzing the meaning of this word. This performance made Carl feel that the burning and sharp gaze coming from behind was even more intense. But Haruko Arasaka in front of him showed an expression that was not expected. As expected, you will refuse. Arasaka Haruko showed an expression that was either regretful or understanding. You are just like what Kenichi Shiro said. A hawk that is difficult to restrain and difficult to stay. Did Kenichi Shiro say that to me? Carl turned his head to look at Kenichi Shiro and found that he had turned his head away, as if he noticed that his sight had moved away in advance. But if you say it is a hawk, it is not a description that is particularly difficult to restrain. Carl felt that there was something wrong with this description. There were many hawk trainers in the past. The so-called hawk training. Right? I have seen related training. Haruko didn't know why Carl naturally led the topic to a different direction. Just when she was happy and was about to discuss hawk-related matters with Carl, Kenichi Shiro, who had been paying attention to this side, coughed from the door. Cough, cough. This cough was like a reminder, bringing Haruko back to her senses from the topic that had deviated. Excuse me. After restraining the inappropriate happy expression on her face, Haruko regained her gentle expression and made a second suggestion to Carl. So, Carl, are you willing to accept my funding? As a cooperative mercenary. Help me deal with some family affairs involving the company at a critical moment. It's really above board. Directly talking about the company's internal family affairs. No. For Haruko Arasaka, the company's internal affairs may really be family affairs. What a term for funding. Carl was somewhat interested in this suggestion, but he didn't know what form it would take. And Haruko Arasaka, who obviously had a plan for this, just reported a person's name. And Carl understood. Morgan Blackhand. I see. The legend among legends. The king of mercenaries, Morgan Blackhand, is well known in the industry. Although he is a famous lone wolf mercenary, he also receives funding from military technology. In some key tasks, he often becomes the winner of military technology. For example, during the Fourth Corporate War, the Arasaka Tower nuclear explosion was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Arasaka. Morgan Blackhand was involved in it. The Fourth Corporate War originated from the competition between Chino and OTC, two offshore oil development giants, for the acquisition of the third company IHA. The subsequent global war led by military technology and Arasaka Corporation ended with the nuclear explosion of Arasaka Tower in Night City, confirming the tragic victory of military technology. Arasaka Tower nuclear explosion, an event marked by the nuclear explosion of Arasaka Tower, the only remaining base of Arasaka in the United States, by a tactical team led by military technology. It is rumored that the legendary lone wolf Morgan Blackhand, Shiroyuki Tatsuno, the legendary middleman Roger, the legendary rock boy Johnny Silverhand, the legendary hacker Spider Murphy, and others participated in it with the support of military technology. Although the security personnel led by Adam Heavy Hammer from Arasaka tried to stop this incident, the nuclear explosion was successful and military technology won in the end. Recalling the active event that took place on August 20th, 2023, California time, Carl understood what Haruko meant. You want me to be a pawn at a critical moment? That's it. Without any disguise or cover-up. Haruko said so openly. Working for Arasaka? No. For me. Haruko corrected Carl's words. It's for me. For Haruko Arasaka. After a moment of silence, Carl said, What kind of funding can I get? As long as you want. I can get you all the latest Arasaka equipment you want. Who might be the target? Military technology. Kontao. Night style. Biotechnology. It could be any company. Of course. Including my family in Arasaka. Haruko chuckled. I don't have to target ordinary people on the street. Reason? After Carl asked this question, he heard the footsteps of Kenichi Shiro behind him. As if this question had triggered something and Carl couldn't ask any more. But before Kenichi Shiro came over, Haruko had answered without hesitation, because I don't like either eagles or chicks. Eagle. Chick? Feeling the footsteps that had stopped behind him, Carl asked, Then are you a dove? Dove is the name of Arasaka Michiko's faction within Arasaka. The mother of Arasaka. Most of the people in the faction are Arasaka Michiko's subordinates in the United States, inherited from her father Arasaka K. Their political demands within Arasaka are to deeply reform the company and integrate the United States with peaceful means. I am not. It was still the same words without any hesitation. I am not any bird. Haruko said. I am Haruko. Arasaka Haruko. Does the political demand belong only to oneself? Disobeying Saburo Arasaka. Not agreeing with Arasaka Nobuo. And even not wanting to set foot on the path of her mother Arasaka Michiko. This attitude? It is worthy of being a member of the Arasaka family. I now realize that you are indeed Arasaka. That's why I have such awareness. Haruko likes her name and surname very much. That's why I have the awareness to change the world by myself. It's because of this position that I can do this. And it's because of this thought that I can have such awareness. What do you want to do? Carl's attitude towards this girl with star-like eyes has been serious. I want to become the master of Arasaka first. There is no concealed ambition. Why? Why? Just because you don't even have enough protection personnel when facing assassination? Because you need to recruit me? A street mercenary? Why? Why? Carl knows why. Just because of this surname. It's because of this surname that I can be determined to do something. And it's because of this surname that I can make up my mind to do something. Carl thought of an incident of Arasaka Nobuyuki, who once left Arasaka and founded his own organization, wanting to overthrow his family's absolute rule in Japan. Are all the people of the Arasaka family so rebellious and ambitious? A chick imprisoned in a cage cannot fly. A pigeon can push the cage open and fly. And an eagle soars in the sky. Above the sky is the sunny day. The child born in the sunny day is called Haruko. Carl understood Haruko's ambition. But he had one last question. Why? Choose to believe me. For this question, there was nothing to hesitate about. And there was nothing to hesitate about. Haruko just said something that Carl was very familiar with and had said before. Countless cherry blossom petals fell and withered on the cherry tree. But this one petal happened to float into the arms of someone who saved her. He happened to be here. Chapter 179 Sense of Mission. Everything you heard today. Just keep it to yourself. In the elevator going downstairs, listening to Kenichi Shiro's words, Carl nodded. Of course I won't say much. After all, Carl smiled, at least, I have reached a funding agreement with you. I don't know why the lady values you. But I hope you won't disappoint me and do something irrational. Kenichi Shiro didn't make any moves. But his eyes had a vague sense of oppression, compared to letting the lady know that someone she trusted betrayed her. I think it's better to let someone she trusted unexpectedly lose her life. Is that so? Carl said calmly. But his eyes turned to Kenichi Shiro. And his wrist slightly raised, but now, I have to ask you. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Ask me? Who are you loyal to? The leader of the Dove faction? Or the lady you mentioned? Carl's words stunned Kenichi Shiro. This was something he had never thought about since he took over Kenichi Saburo's duties 14 years ago and guarded Haruko Arasaka, who was arranged to grow up in Japan as a half-father. Because in terms of concept, how could father and son, mother and daughter, not belong to the same faction? Of course I am. He didn't know what to say halfway through. He said he was loyal to Miss Haruko. But it was Haruko's mother Michiko Arasaka who ordered him to protect Haruko. But if he was loyal to Michiko Arasaka, why didn't he tell Michiko Arasaka about what Miss Haruko was hiding? And acquiesce to Miss Haruko's secret actions? I don't need someone who hasn't thought about the issue of loyalty to teach me this. Now, instead of interrogating me, A trusted person. Shouldn't you? A more trusted bodyguard. Be responsible for the security of the lady? Ding. The elevator reached the first floor. Carl glanced at Kenichi Shiro and took a step. Protect Haruko Arasaka. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I don't want to see my sponsor die because of an inexplicable little thing before I arrive. You are a more capable person than me now. So just do your security duties well. Kenichi Shiro listened to Carl's words and looked at Carl back. His face changed for a moment. And then he returned to calm. His eyes were deep but thoughtful. As a bodyguard, he doesn't need to think a lot. But now, he is thinking a lot. Have you seen something, Carl? Or do you really understand the lady ambition better than me? The elevator is closed. Kenichi Shiro didn't call Carl out after all to ask him what he was thinking. It's ridiculous for a servant who hasn't figured out who he is loyal to ask an outsider about his loyalty. Internal fighting. Internal fighting. Internal fighting every day. Internal fighting to the point that even the loyal people can't tell who they are loyal to. I have thoroughly understood the style of Arasaka. Carl on the other side muttered in his heart, but smiled. But it's rare to have an interesting idea. Reach the top of Arasaka and reshape Arasaka according to your own wishes? Really ambitious. How can I not be interested in this kind of internal fighting? It's interesting to think about the weak who has little support but is delusional and tries to reach the top of Arasaka. And the mercenaries she selected who are starting to reach the top of Ninth City. It's just asking for death. But why would I agree to it? Carl understood why. Maybe it's just like what Jack and Oliver asked. What is my dream? Reaching the top of Night City is just a step ahead. Just the beginning. What we really need to do is to change. Changing Night City is too niche and not enough. Ambition requires the world as a stage. Carl Hart was a little excited. Why did I always pursue continuous fun? Why did I always challenge various tasks? Why did I set myself a desperate difficulty? Why did I have a challenging heart for strong people like Adam Heavy Hammer and Kenichi Shiro? It turned out that from the beginning, when I held the gun, I thought that I should not be ordinary and numb. The heart can be numb, and people can always look down at the earth. But as long as I am still here, I, a person from the past, am still here, it cannot be said that the times have passed. It's time to let people of this era look at the sky. Look at the clear sky that is not covered by the glory. Carl is a person of the past. What is the value of this world to him? Worthless. But it is also incomparable. It's decided. Carl took a big step and walked out of the blue-green building. Let's make sweet and sour pork for lunch today. Kenichi Shiro took the elevator back to the suite on the 100th floor and saw Carl figure on the big screen in the suite. Opposite the figure who was striding forward was Haruko Arasaka, who was sitting outside the screen and brushing matcha carefully. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, whose face was clearly visible in the surveillance cameras around the blue-green building, and showed a bright smile. And couldn't help but walked over. Miss, have you really decided to believe him? Now we have to erase him to prevent information leakage. And we can also start the emergency preparedness program. I believe him. Without any hesitation. Haruko Arasaka turned her head and said softly to Kenichi Shiro, "It's like believing in Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who takes care of me like a father." Her words made Kenichi Shiro stunned again. This was the second time he was stunned today. Once it was Carl, and once it was Haruko. Both of them were beyond his expectations. Kenichi Shiro wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. After his face shook with force control, he sighed and sat in front of Haruko Arasaka on the left. He now understood his loyalty. That guy really saw something. Sitting there in a somewhat indescribable and decadent manner. Kenichi Shiro looked at Haruko Arasaka, and then at Carl, who was smiling on the screen. For some reason, Kenichi Shiro never had any good feelings for Carl, who was understood by his thoughts. On the contrary, there was an inexplicable sense of emptiness and loss. Kenichi Shiro looked at Haruko Arasaka's eyes, and then looked back at the screen, and couldn't help saying, "He is sunny and cheerful." Looking at him like this, he doesn't feel like he has taken on a mission at all. Haruko Arasaka listened, but chuckled and handed over another cup of matcha in her hand. "That's how you feel about your mission? It's incredible that someone can smile sunny in Night City." Kenichi Shiro silently took the matcha, and Arasaka Haruko also turned her head and stared at the screen. I should remind the lady that her native eyes may cause vision loss if she looks at the screen for a long time. Pick up the teacup. Take a sip. It's bitter. The lady craftsmanship is still not that good. Bastard. Kenichi Shiro, who is not good at cursing and well-educated, just cursed silently in his heart in the end. You'd better not let me know what you think of the lady. Chapter 180. Just consider it as a relaxed day. After lunch, Carl flipped through his Mutuo storage and found that he had already seen them all. The training chip is still with Oliver. It seems that he and Jack went to practice shooting today. The driver is gone, but it is time to buy Mutuo. Should I ask David if there is any new stock? No. Their team should be busy with the mission investigation. Although David is an intern, he also has to run errands and go to school. It seems a bit embarrassing to ask him to help deliver Mutuo. By the way, I really have to go out. I was thinking about expanding my gun storage and buying some new guns. There is a good gun store in the super skyscraper where Carl lives. Carl's final night was renovated there. However, it is just a gun store in an apartment building. It is still impossible to buy some awesome weapons. In addition, there is the problem of purchasing Mutuo. Carl had to go out again after making lunch at home. Why didn't I think of these on the way back? Taking Junya with him, Carl went downstairs and looked through the communication information, trying to see if there was any middleman contacting him. But there was no new message. The old captain and Roger, whom he met yesterday, didn't seem to be in a hurry. As Carl flipped through the information, he found the message and picture sent by Johnson when he was sleeping last night. In the picture, a group of people in NCPD police uniforms were grilling meat around a barbecue stove, and Mr. Johnson's selfie face occupied almost half of the screen. Do older people like to take pictures with their faces close? But wouldn't the pork smell fishy if it was grilled directly? Carl looked at the other half of the screen. In addition to the NCPD police officers, there was a large plate of meat placed there. According to Carl's cooking experience, the pork was thawed and slightly marinated, and then grilled. Considering the time when Mr. Johnson returned last night, and comparing it with the time when he sent the message, everyone is eating happily. Looking at the text said by Mr. Johnson with the picture, and then looking at the NCPD police officers on the screen, who were indeed smiling brightly and picking up meat with tongs, Carl felt sympathy for the people of Night City from the bottom of his heart. Just eat happily. Carl was about to send the message, but Mr. Johnson's message came first, and a communication request came with it. Johnson, Carl, there is an emergency. Are you awake? Connect immediately. Carl, I am awake and walking downstairs. What happened? Johnson, there is a street mercenary named Andy. His parents died when he was a few years old. He is a street mercenary that is very common on the street. He has a sister who grew up with him and is excellent in private school. Recently, she was kidnapped to Cloud Top by the scum of the Tiger Claw gang. After Andy knew the whereabouts of his sister, he broke into Cloud Top. Another kidnapped person. Carl remembered the mission he had received before, which was also about kidnapping students and involved the Tiger Claw gang and Hintang. He subconsciously frowned. Is the Tiger Claw gang so arrogant recently? Or is there something hidden? Carl, what is the current situation? Johnson, of course, I don't want to care about the scum of the Tiger Claw gang. I don't care if those people die. I don't care at all. It's just that Andy seems to have lost control. He has too many prosthetics on his body, and his mental state is not good. After taking his sister away from Hintang, he ran around in the entire Japanese street area, making people panic. So I was thinking, can I let you go over there? Carl, didn't the terrorist squad go out? Johnson, not all cyber psychopaths need to be dispatched. And Andy didn't kill anyone except the Tiger Claws. The Tiger Claws were smashed in the cloud, and they wanted to get back their territory. They didn't call the terrorist squad, thinking of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, and handling it themselves. But I think that a mercenary who didn't hurt innocent people and just saved his sister shouldn't die. So I thought of asking you to come and subdue him before he does more things, so that I can report the bounty later. Carl heard a different meaning. Mr. Johnson, this doesn't sound like what you would say. You should have driven to pick me up. I'm almost on the first floor. Just tell me the truth. Ding. I can't hide it from you. The elevator door opened, and Johnson, wearing NCPD uniform, was waiting at the door. He gestured to Carl, law enforcer parked on the street. I tell you more in the car. 10 seconds later, Carl, who sat in the passenger seat, habitually left the door open and said, so what's going on? Mr. Johnson? Why did you think of saving a cyber psychopath? You have good intentions, right? I have seen Andy and his sister a few times. I was the one who arrested Andy when he was a mercenary in a street gunfight. They are not bad people. But they just can't survive in Night City and have to start from the streets. After Andy became famous, he spent a lot of money to send his sister to a private academy. He is as desperate as you to take missions. He just wants his sister to live a decent life. I can't stand seeing this kind of thing happen. The engine started with a roar. Second, it's a commission from an old friend who used to be a journalist. Her name is Regina Jones now. She a middleman who has just become famous in Watson District. She said there might be a way to suppress cyberpsychosis. And she wants us to save Andy's life and send him to her. Suppress cyberpsychosis? Carl felt a little unconvinced. Is it possible? Once this thing gets sick, it will never come back. Right? Let me tell you a secret that has been spread on the streets for a long time. All the people in the violent terrorist squad are cyber-psychopaths. Guess where they got so many cyber-psychopaths from and how they suppressed them? You mean? The violent terrorist squad will select cyber-psychopaths to put in their team and have a special way to suppress them? Listening to Carl's words, Johnson only showed an expression that he said nothing. I can only say I don't know. You are addicted to hiding things, right? Although the violent terrorist squad is actually an independent organization. It is also a member of the NCPD in name. You, the NCPD sheriff, are just pretending. Isn't this a clear indication? Come on. Carl leaned back and lay on the backrest of the co-pilot of the law enforcer. You want to save your life, right? How much is the reward? I will apply for a bonus for you. And Regina said that if we send the person over, she can give you 10,000 euros. 10,000 euros? Carl hasn't taken such a small job for a while. However, just make do. Just consider it as Andy's face for killing through the clouds alone for his sister. Chapter 181 Confirming the Trace. NCPD. Johnson slammed the door, got out of the car with his Lexington, and pointed his gun with both hands at a Tiger Claw gang member who was walking in the alley with a gun drawn. Put down your gun, asshole. It's the NCPD guys who are meddling in other people's business. The Tiger Claw gang member who was originally searching for the trace of the mercenary who provoked them on the street with his companions saw Johnson's gun pointed at him and looked unhappy, but he lowered the gun obediently. Face to face with the NCPD. If things go wrong, they really dare to shoot. If he is responsible for fighting with the NCPD openly on the street, he will probably be skinned alive by the gang leader. Officer, I'm just taking a walk. What's the matter? I don't know if there's anything wrong, but you're walking around with a gun with the safety off, which is against Article 17 and Article 8 of the Night City Code. I'm going to arrest you now. Bullshit articles. There are so many people walking around with guns with the safety off on the street. Why don't you arrest them? Are you looking for trouble? The Tiger Claw member realized that Johnson, the NCPD, was here to cause trouble. He raised his gun slightly. I advise you to be smart. Officer, if this place gets chaotic, you won't get any good. Why don't we both take a step back? I'd pay you a fine. Just as if I'm treating you to a meal. You just pretend you never saw me and leave obediently. We're doing business now. Obviously, the Tiger Claw member thought Johnson was an NCPD officer who was looking for trouble and wanted to take bribes. I don't know if I'm smart or not, but you violated the rules of trying to bribe a police officer. My equipment has recorded it. Come with me. Are you sick? You don't even want a bribe. You think it's too little? How about I give you 200 euros? That's enough for you to have some fun. Drop your gun and raise your hands. 300? I won't repeat it again. You're an idiot who doesn't understand what people are saying. This Tiger Claw member has reached his limit of patience. He was looking for someone, but the NCPD was looking for trouble on the street. He was willing to give a bribe, but they still pestered him. Do you really think he has a good temper? He has subcutaneous armor on his body. Do you really think he's afraid of Lexington? It seems that he gave you some face because of his identity as a police officer, and he thinks he's a big shot. This Tiger Claw member was about to raise the jade ring pistol in his hand, and someone patted him on the shoulder. When did someone stand behind me? When the Tiger Claw gang member turned back instinctively in shock, he was greeted by a clenched fist. Plop. Mr. Johnson. Arrest another one. Carl deliberately held back his strength and did not blow up the Tiger Claw gang member's head with one punch, but just knocked him unconscious. This is the third one now, Carl said, grabbing the Tiger Claw gang member from the ground. connecting his brain-computer interface with a single molecule wire, and walked to the law enforcer at the entrance of the alley. Opened the trunk, and threw him in. Data flow. Andy seems to have run to this area. He received an order from above to search this area. The personnel are getting closer and closer. Johnson put away his gun and walked over. Looking at the trunk that was stuffed full, Andy's area is getting smaller and smaller. Let me act alone from now on. Mr. Johnson. Carl retracted the single molecule line. So far, we have only acted against this kind of Tiger Claw gang alone, and have not let the upper echelons of the Tiger Claw gang know that I am involved in this matter. But now it is almost time for the executor to act. It's the limit. If your police car keeps swaying, the Tiger Claws will find out. Then I leave it to you. If you need a pickup, just tell me. Johnson nodded, walked over, and slammed the trunk full of people. My people have also started patrolling nearby to prevent chaos. As long as you say a word, I can bring people there immediately. No need. Carl took out the night watch and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he smiled. I'm a professional. After saying this, Carl walked out of the street and contacted some idle team members. Carl, T-Bug, have you seen what I just sent you? Do me a favor and search for people in the area in detail. I will split the euros earned from this trip with you. T-Bug, this is a troublesome job that you took alone, which is only 10,000 euros. I don't even care about this little money. I have roughly locked the person in an underground parking lot. I sent you the address. Carl, quick. You are worthy of being T-Bug. T-Bug, stop flattering me. If you really want to thank me, send the ball to me later. I will modify it and use it as my connection center. In this way, when you go to the bad land in the future, as long as the ball is in the car, I can help you more. Carl, okay. I will send it to you later. Speaking of which, we haven't met offline since you joined the team. How about we find a time to have a meal in person and give you the dog? T-Bug, okay. Then you can set a time with those two guys who can't even come up with a good name. I still need to deal with the details of the ball program here. Hang up. Carl, take your time. After the communication ended, Carl looked at the underground parking lot address sent by T-Bug and found that it was unexpectedly close. Probably only about 400 to 500 meters away from him. At this distance, Carl can hear any gunshots clearly. But he didn't hear any gunshots, which means that the Tiger Claw gang has not found Andy in this reduced range. Yes, if we deal with it this way, we don't need to set up an extra person as an opponent. Holding the night watch, Carl arrived at the underground parking lot in a short time. The parking lot was attached to a club that was being renovated. Because the club above was being renovated, there were not many people and vehicles parked underground. After Carl connected to the camera at the entrance of the parking lot and took over the cameras of the entire underground parking lot according to the intrusion program transmitted by the camera, he saw a hidden person behind a Columbus that might have been driven by a worker. Columbus, whose full name is Villefort Columbus V340F Freight, is a cheap van that is very suitable for transportation. Under the cover of its size, Carl could not see the man clearly with the help of the dim lights of the underground parking lot, whether it was Andy or not. But he would know after going down. After Carl blocked the scanning confirmation program at the entrance and exit of the parking lot, he walked step by step from the vehicle entrance to the underground parking lot. When his figure appeared on the downhill slope that could be seen in the parking lot, Carl noticed that the body hiding behind Columbus in the camera moved. Chapter 182 Andy. Andy? In the dim underground parking lot, Carl's voice was very clear. He called Andy's name, hoping to get some response. Bang! It would have been better if Carl didn't speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, the name he called out seemed to have offended something. With a gunshot, a bullet went straight to Carl's head. The single molecular line cut the bullet, and Carl only took a glance to recognize the weapon used by the shooter from the gun body that was sticking out from the back of the car. It was a kinetic pistol produced by Constitution Military Industry. Freedom. A weapon that can be compared with intelligent weapons in the hands of an experienced gunman. I am not your enemy. Although he was shot, Carl was a reasonable person. Before taking action, he still tried to communicate to let Andy know that he was here to help. But Andy obviously did not accept Carl's kindness. In the muzzle fire, he showed a face that looked only in his 20s. And at the same time, he picked up another weapon. Mercenaries are more or less proficient in several types of weapons. The longer they spend on the streets, the more they are like this. Andy, who entered the mercenary industry at a very young age, carries with him a submachine gun in addition to the necessary pistol. The moment he saw the submachine gun clearly, even Carl had to start retracting the single molecular line and start moving. Because the submachine gun was an intelligent weapon, under the condition of ensuring that Andy's life was not harmed. Carl could only avoid being locked by it. This guy is not a weakling. No wonder he can kill through the cloud top alone and run away with his sister. The second gun Andy took out was the Contal G58 Classic, which is one of the best intelligent submachine guns on the market today. It is an excellent equipment favored by various elite personnel including the trauma team. If he is locked by this weapon, the bullets whizzing out of it will tear Carl into pieces in just a blink of an eye. The dialogue failed, and he could only try to subdue him. Carl dodged behind a car and temporarily avoided Andy's sight. But he knew that for an excellent mercenary like Andy, he would not be safe hiding like this for long. 1 second. Or 2 seconds. Think about it. Have to think of a good way. If nothing unexpected happened. Andy fled with his sister. And he never tried to leave the shadow behind the van from beginning to end. Which means that his sister is likely to be there. But he can't hear any female voice. If his sister has not fainted, it may be. Carl realized a more dangerous possibility. That is, Andy is an excellent mercenary who can kill through Yunding with a weapon. But what about his sister? Carl has heard that people who are kidnapped into Yunding to become sex dolls will be equipped with control chips. If the people of the Tiger Claw gang start something during this process, or shoot at Andy's sister, who is a better target? In the hail of bullets, they can't even communicate. Is it because they still maintain their rationality and don't believe me that they shoot? Or is it really a cyberpsychosis attack? Becoming a wailing dog guarding their precious things that have disappeared? I have to distinguish it as soon as possible. After 2 seconds, Carl, who took a breath, saw what Andy threw from behind the van in the surveillance screen. Carl knew what it was without looking. A good helper for mercenaries. A big killer in narrow terrain. What else can it be besides grenades? If I don't need to hold back, I can blow him up the moment he throws the grenade. But this time it won't work. If Andy's sister is in danger of death, if he detonates the grenade in midair, the fragments may lead to some undesirable results. This mission is not easy to do. After complaining, Carl saw the trajectory of the grenade throwing, which became slow and clear. After rolling out from behind the vehicle, he squatted with his left foot half crouched and stepped hard with his right foot, in a posture similar to the start of a 100-meter race. Carl rushed towards Andy. In a slow time, his back fell to the position behind his original vehicle, and the grenade that began to explode was forgotten by him. The grenade thrown over at the right time to ensure that it would explode the moment it reached the target. He was experienced, and fortunately, he did not think about waiting for it to land before making an evasive move. Feeling the heat wave coming from behind, Carl, who had finished the reaction acceleration, was only 10 meters away from where Andy was. As if knowing that Carl would dodge and rush over, 2 blue lights lit up in the dimness, and a pair of artificial eyes, with night vision activated, locked onto Carl with the raised smart submachine gun. Not Sion Weston, but had already predicted that I would definitely dodge and appear on this path? But we are all mercenaries. How could I not think of what you want to do? Data flow intrusion. Prosthetic overheating. People who choose to use smart weapons often use smart connection prosthetics. And if this prosthetic on the palm overheats, it will not even be able to hold the weapon. Squeak. The current flowed in Andy's palm, and a few sparks appeared. Then his palm twitched uncontrollably, and his fingers unconsciously loosened from the trigger that was about to be pulled. When the palm is spasming, even a finger cannot be controlled. Andy reacted quickly. The next moment, when the smart connection prosthetic connected to his right hand overheated, he raised his left hand and pointed the free pistol at Carl. Obviously, he was prepared for hacker intrusions and had already taken preventive measures. Only one palm had been transformed by smart connection. Too slow. When Andy raised his freedom, a bullet with a precise timing hit Andy's 4 fingers holding the side of freedom. The bullet shot by Carl Jonia broke 4 flesh and blood fingers, and Liberty was thrown high by the impact. To prevent the kinetic firearm from breaking and causing the parts to fly everywhere, hurting people you may care about, I can only do this. Carl pointed Jonia at Andy's other palm. Sorry. When the gun sounded, Carl was careful and still only cut off the fingers holding the gun, but did not destroy the gun. The reasons for smart weapons and kinetic weapons are different. Kinetic weapons are worried about the fragments flying everywhere, while smart weapons are simply for Carl, as a mercenary, to consider his colleagues. Because for mercenaries, fingers can be easily replaced by prostheses. But an expensive smart weapon is not so easy to get. After 2 shots, Carl was already close to Andy. Chapter 183 Collapse. Andy? Carl came to Andy and called his name again, but got no response. The young man who had his fingers broken but didn't scream, just stared at Carl with his artificial eyes, raised his hand and pointed it at him. His thumb kept moving, as if he was pulling the trigger of a virtual gun. Not a word. Not a word. He didn't even move his feet. Carl stared at Andy, and he had seen the situation behind the car clearly, and understood why Andy just stood there and pulled the trigger. Because there was someone beside him who he had to protect and couldn't move a step. A girl who had been dead for a long time and was still wearing colorful and revealing clothes. Carl noticed the gunshot wound on the girl's chest. According to his medical skills, which had improved a lot, the gunshot was shot from behind and accurately penetrated the heart, almost instantly, taking the girl's life. He glanced at the scarred skin of the girl, which was vaguely exposed under her exposed clothes, and sighed deeply. Listening to the sound coming from the deep throat of Andy, who was only moving mechanically, and whose brain should be completely stagnant, and whose only instinct was still driving his activities. Carl knew that Johnson and the others had guessed wrong, and Andy was not a cyber psychopath. He just suffered too much shock and had a mental breakdown. Carl did not try to approach the girl who was protected by Andy behind him. He reached out and pinched Andy's carotid sinus, causing the young man who relied on instinct to move and had lost his voice to faint, and then took out the Fuhrer Type 3 and stabbed Andy in the chest. The dead are dead, but the living still need to stop bleeding first. After letting Andy lie down properly, Carl took off his clothes. In Night City, in order to prevent the acid rain, Carl usually wears a jacket with bulletproof inserts when he goes out. And this jacket now has a more important task than wearing it on Carl. It's already embarrassing to be alive, and you can't leave your dignity behind when you die. After putting the useless jacket on the girl to cover the exposure and wounds that shouldn't exist, Carl heard the sound of vehicle engines and noise coming from the entrance of the parking lot. That bastard and the stinky bitch who ran away are in here. Hurry up. Everyone follow up. Dare to offend our Tiger Claw gang. Let him know what despair is today. Tie him up later. I'm going to play with the bitch who hooked up with him in front of him. Hang him up. Chop him alive with a knife. And then send this mutwo to the street. Let all those who try to provoke us see what the consequences of provoking our Tiger Claw gang will be. Accompanied by the sound of the roar of the vehicles. 6 vehicles full of Tiger Claw gang members rushed straight into the underground parking lot. The car door opened, and members of the Tiger Claw gang with various weapons got out of the vehicle. This underground parking lot is not big. Search them all. There is only one exit. He can't run away today. A voice that did not come from them sounded in the underground parking lot as a member of the Tiger Claw gang, who was holding a Shenzhen intelligent submachine gun and was obviously the leader, shouted, "He can't run away." Accompanying that calm voice was the parking lot gate that was controlled to fall behind the Tiger Claw gang. Because I have closed the door. Amid the sound of the falling steel garage door, that calm voice was accompanied by a figure walking out of the dim garage light and came in front of the 24 members of the Tiger Claw gang. The black-haired young man in the light was extremely conspicuous, just like the sunlight shining in this dim garage. "Who are you?" The members of the Tiger Claw gang drew their guns and pointed them at the black-haired young man. They did not shoot directly because they wanted to capture Andy, the man who dared to mess up the place. However, after raising their guns and pointing them, the 24 Tiger Claw gang members realized that this man was not Andy. Andy was not as young as him. And Andy did not have black hair. And Andy was not like him, known by everyone in the Tiger Claw gang. Trembling, compared with the guns in their hands and the instinctive trembling of their bodies. The beating heart felt fear first. When they saw the face of the man in the light, every member of the Tiger Claw gang changed their expressions. Some were terrified, some were unbelievable, and some were panicked. No member of the Tiger Claw gang here would not recognize this young man. And no member of the Tiger Claw gang would not know who he was. KK. It is rumored that the mercenary KK had nothing to do recently. So he rushed into the home of a North Oak dignitary and killed the dignitary and his professional security team. I heard that the powerful person whom all of them had to look up to died, like a dog in front of this guy. What's going on? Aren't they chasing a street mercenary who dared to offend their Tiger Claw gang? Why would a character of KK's level appear in front of them? Compared to the other Tiger Claws, who were almost unable to hold their guns and began to swallow their saliva. The leader of the Tiger Claws was at least the leader of the team. He mustered up some courage to face KK, who was calmly watching them, barely held the gun tightly, and said in an effort to calm down, "What do you mean? KK?" In order to prevent KK from misunderstanding, he added, "We are not looking for you. Andy is here. We only want them, and don't want to mess with you. But I'm waiting for you." Carl showed a smile that was not warm at all. "I give you a chance. Tell me why you Tiger Claws have been kidnapping people recently." Kidnapping? Hearing Carl say this, the leader of the Tiger Claws muttered to himself and repeated, "What are you talking about?" He showed a puzzled expression, as if he knew nothing. The next moment, "Shoot. He's alone. Get rid of KK." The leader of the Tiger Claw gang raised the Shenzhen intelligent submachine gun in his hand, and at the same time, roared at the surrounding Tiger Claw gang members. His performance was like this, and he had never concealed it from Carl from beginning to end. It seems that it is a big secret involving the Tiger Claw gang. Carl didn't think it would be so easy to ask. However, it doesn't matter. At most, he can read the personal terminal to check the communication information record. Anyway, from the moment this door closed, they can't run away. Help! Run! Break the door. Only a fool would go against KK. Call the violent terrorist mobile team quickly. We are facing a lunatic. Cyber psychopath. Chapter 184 NCPD Business. According to the alarm, there is a cyber psychopath named Andy here. Start scanning and taking over the camera. No, Captain. The camera is interfered with. Someone has taken over in advance. I still need time to invade. Since you can't take over, just use the simplest method. Accompanied by the alarm of the hovercraft, the closed door of the underground parking garage was blown open, and when the light from the outside shone in, a member of the terrorist mobile team in heavy armor completed the breakthrough. The terrorist mobile team received a report about the cyber psychopath issued by the Tiger Claw gang members. After quickly searching the relevant records, they found that a mercenary named Andy broke into the cloud top and killed his way out. After verifying the location of the reporter, they rushed here as soon as possible. The terrorist mobile team didn't care about the insignificant matter of a cyber psychopath killing a member of the Tiger Claw gang. It was just that the judges in their team evaluated Andy's combat power and believed that he had the potential to join the terrorist mobile team. It just so happened that the team where the terrorist mobile team captain was recently lost a member while performing a mission, and was short of an assaulter. So after confirming Andy's location, the terrorist mobile team captain, who was eager to replenish personnel, immediately took people out. According to the inquiry of the hacker in the team, the member of the Tiger Claw gang who reported that there was a cyber psychopath fighting with them, and it should be Andy. Such a qualified and talented guy. The captain of the terrorist mobile team couldn't bear to let him die in the melee. So after firing a few shots at the door with a shotgun and making a hole to complete the breakthrough, he rushed in first and began to roar warnings. Terrorist mobile team. All combatants are warned once. Lay down your weapons. This will not be said a second time. The normal terrorist mobile team will not warn when doing their work. But this time, considering that one side is the excellent personnel to be subdued and taken back for absorption, and the other side is the reporter, the experienced captain still gave the first warning. And he also believed that the Tiger Claw gang and the terrorist mobile team would be sensible after hearing the name of the terrorist mobile team. And then, they only need to subdue the cyber psychopath named Andy. But when the roar of the captain of the terrorist mobile team echoed in the underground parking lot, he did not hear the gunshots that should have sounded with the roar. There is no fighting here. Or is the fighting over? The captain wearing night vision goggles scanned the signs of life in the dim basement. And when he detected a person, a slow voice came from more than 20 meters in front of him. You are too late. The captain scanned, while seeing the person who was speaking clearly, had already scanned the entire underground parking lot. The ground of the underground parking lot was filled with corpses. A total of 24. Each with a pierced heart and a bullet in the back. Without exception. And the man who spoke was sitting in the middle of the pile of corpses. Sitting on the back of a corpse. With his elbows on his knees. His palms raised. Looking at himself through the 10 fingers crossed in front of him. Who are you? When the captain spoke, The information in the scan had already told him the answer. Mercenary KK? If you have any work you want to entrust, you can come to me. Carl looked at the terrorist squad that broke in, but now, there is nothing for you to do here. Captain, we are here. After Carl said this, he had not received a response. The closed door of the underground parking lot was opened, and 3 members of the terrorist squad walked in. The last one said, "The guy who was fighting for control with me suddenly gave up. I have controlled the whole place. I already know." While the captain responded to the team members, the eyes under the night vision goggles stared at Carl. "It seems that the street mercenaries have cleared the criminals before us. This is the 3rd time. Who is this person?" The 3 team members also recognized Carl. They all knew this street mercenary, who had solved the cyber psychopath twice before the entire terrorist squad. It is better to say that they are all familiar with him. Has he been cleared again? When the 2 team members thought they had returned empty-handed again, the hacker who was walking at the end got some information from the camera. "No, Captain. I detected another life signal. Someone is still alive." This sentence made the captain and 2 team members, who were about to put away their guns, hold their guns again. "It seems that you haven't cleaned up, Mercenary KK," the captain said, and asked the team hacker, "Are the personnel confirmed? Are there any survivors from the Tiger Claw gang?" "No. It's Andy. The threat factor Andy is still alive, and he is behind Carl's vehicle." After saying this, several members of the terrorist squad understood something. The captain pointed his gun directly at Carl. "Mercenary Carl, get out of the way. We are going to arrest the criminals behind you now." Carl turned a blind eye to the gun pointed at him. He had been pointed at many times, so it was hard for him to care about being pointed at. Compared to being pointed at, he cared more about the gun in the hands of the terrorist squad. Military technology Type 31 heavy machine gun. A good gun. Get out of the way. From getting out of the way to getting out of the way. The tone of the terrorist squad became a little heavier. Although there are always rumors that the members of the violent terrorist mobile team are all cyber psychopaths, it does not always mean that. If there is no basic rational measurement, then the companies that support the violent terrorist mobile team and invest money in them will not be assured. It is good to be able to bite people, but it is not good to be a mad dog that bites randomly. Therefore, in terms of captain, the violent terrorist mobile team still maintains the earliest personnel selection standard. That is, only the elite of the elites from the police station can serve. Therefore, this captain who still has thinking rationality is willing to warn twice for high threat and non-mission personnel. It is hard to say whether KK can be solved in a fight. Several members of his team will definitely die. He came here to supplement the personnel, and it is not worth it to die a few. However, it is only 2 warnings. People who stay in the violent terrorist mobile team for a long time will always be soaked. In terms of behavior, the violent terrorist mobile team will not warn 3 times. As the atmosphere gradually solidified and Carl was about to speak, the siren sounded from outside. From far to near, several law enforcement vehicles rushed directly into the underground parking lot, braked and drifted to stop next to the terrorist squad, and then more than a dozen NCPD police officers rushed out of it. "NCPD, everyone raise your hands and don't move. We have taken over this place." Although the leader Johnson was yelling at Carl, the Ajax in his hand, like the other NCPD police officers who drew their guns, was vaguely pointing at the 4 terrorist squad members. They belonged to the NCPD. But everyone knew that the 2 groups of people could never be managed together. The 4 members of the terrorist squad, including the captain, were stunned. They never thought that when they were on a mission, they would run as far as possible for fear of being accidentally injured. But someone dared to rush in and grab the mission in front of their terrorist squad, and dared to swing the gun at them. Could it be that these weak NCPD members were all mentally ill? Chapter 185. The terrorist squad retreats. Are you crazy? Although he is a member of the terrorist squad who is considered a cyber psychopath in the eyes of outsiders, the captain still asked this question. If these NCPD officers were not crazy, how could they point their guns at him while trembling with fear? The captain was thinking. After killing all these NCPD officers, would his evaluation from the mental examiner drop to the point where he needs to be treated again? Maybe. But since they are already blocking him, the captain of the terrorist squad slowly put his hand on the trigger. He was ready to take action. Now, he just needed to signal the members of his team. Beep. At this moment, a message from the top came through his communication. The mission was over. The threat had been eliminated. And the next step was to take over the containment of the prisoners by NCPD official Sheriff Johnson, feeling the buzzing sound of the alarm in his brain along with the information. The former NCPD elite police officer, who volunteered to join the terrorist squad to manage it, understood that this was a warning from the superiors. Strange thing. When the terrorist squad is in action, it has absolute autonomy. A team leader can decide all combat decisions, including retreat and attack. The superiors rarely interfere with the actions of the terrorist squad. And if they do, it means one thing. This matter is not negotiable. If the members of the terrorist squad don't want the chip set up in their minds specifically for them to start imprisoning their actions, then they better obey now. The big companies funded the terrorist squad with huge sums of money, not because they are kind enough to care about the security of Night City, but just to unite and want a tool to maintain the ultimate stability of the city. What they want is the highest force to suppress cyber psychopaths on the streets, not to cultivate equally dangerous and disobedient lunatics. If this tool is not stable enough, they don't mind throwing it away and replacing it with another one. After receiving the call, the captain of the terrorist squad looked at Carl deeply. The other party's information had just been updated, which made the captain of the terrorist squad understand why the operation was suspended. Danger Girl's official employee. Danger Girl happened to be a force that strongly supported the terrorist squad in terms of intelligence and financial assistance. Whether to risk the loss of personnel that were already scarce and go to war with a mercenary who had enough strength to kill them under the control of the upper data, or to retreat, there was no need to think too much. The terrorist squad was only called crazy, but never stupid. It seems that someone sent a false signal that we were needed. The captain of the terrorist squad slowly lowered his gun, and the solemn atmosphere disappeared with this sentence. Many NCPD police officers who were holding their guns tightly and had already broken out in cold sweat on their backs were a little unbelievable when they heard this. They couldn't believe that this was what the terrorist squad said. I almost thought we were going to have a real fight today. When many police officers let out a long sigh, Johnson also smiled. He put down the gun he had been holding up as a sign of sincerity, and smiled with apology. Sorry. Someone in our team didn't conduct a strict review, which led to the small matter being transferred to you. I will definitely investigate the internal situation in the future. Listening to Johnson's apology, the captain turned a deaf ear to him and didn't care about him at all. He was just a sheriff who was not as threatening as a street mercenary. There was really nothing to care about. The captain raised his hand, gave his team members the order to retreat, and said to Carl, "Mercenary KK, maybe we will have a chance to fight in the future. You made 2 mistakes." Carl stood up from the corpse. His left hand naturally hung at his side, and his right hand was raised and 2 fingers were stretched out and shook. 1 finger was bent down. First, even if there is such a time, I should say this instead of you, because I am not a cyber psychopath. If there is a conflict between us, it must be me who is causing trouble for you. Second, Carl bent his second finger and clenched it into a fist. It's not you and me. It's you and we. When the familiar voice sounded again in Carl communication, a Sky Herald drove up at a high speed. With the sound of the car door being pushed open, 2 figures walked out with weapons in their hands. KK, you didn't tell us to save people, but only told T-Bug, right? Oliver complained and glanced at the captain of the terrorist squad. Such a cool thing. Couldn't you have said it earlier? We have brought the person you want. Jack didn't look at the captain of the terrorist squad. He got out of the car and went to the trunk, opened it, and took out a person with the Tiger Claw Gang logo. The guy we targeted was involved in the kidnapping case, so we rushed over and snatched him away. You are worthy of it. Carl smiled and nodded to Johnson, who was walking over. I will leave this guy to you to deal with later. Mr. Johnson, you are in trouble. If Andy is interested in joining the NCPD, I would be happy to give him an interrogation position. Johnson walked over, looked at the girl covered with clothes on the ground, and then looked at the young man who fainted beside the girl and was still breathing, and sighed deeply. What is this? So, this is Night City. As Carl and Johnson spoke, the captain of the terrorist squad took a last look at Carl, as if he wanted to remember his appearance in his heart, and then turned and left. The NCPD officers who were originally surrounding the scene made way for the terrorist squad. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation as the heavily armored people passed through them. However, after the terrorist squad left and jumped onto the hovercraft and flew away, the NCPD officers started to move quickly again. Take the body. Wait. His gun is pretty good. And he used Kinshin. Check the body. Maybe there's something good. Take it all. Do you want to take the prosthesis too? Take the body back. The prosthesis on them is not bad. Recycle it. Make it secretly. And sell it cheaply to those people who use inferior prosthesis on the street. Don't we collect protection fees from a prosthesis doctor named Brother Finger on Yonyo Street? Sell it to him. He has a lot of low-end customers. The prosthesis used by those people is almost older than my grandmother. You are talking about Finn Gestat. Isn't that guy a pervert? The pervert is also the only prosthesis doctor on that street. And he is still a human being. That's right. Listening to the surrounding inn, the CPD officer did not shy away from his conversation. Carl looked at Mr. Johnson, who looked a little embarrassed, and thought for a moment before finally saying something polite. Business is booming recently. Mr. Johnson. Come on. Forget about the embarrassing things. Johnson wanted to cover his face with his hands. But when he thought of the people on the street who were using jump prosthesis, he sighed again. Sometimes it's both guilty and safe to do this kind of thing of digging corpses. It's okay. Carl glanced at the corpses on the ground quite naturally. It's much better than letting these gangsters and scavengers do disgusting things with prosthesis. That's right. After all, this is Night City. Chapter 186 Mutual Recording. When the police were about to finish packing, Carl walked to Johnson's side. When he was about to say hello to him and leave, a police officer in police uniform came over cautiously with something. Is there something? Johnson, who wanted to talk to Carl, glanced at the police officer. The expression he showed to this subordinate was not like that of other subordinates. He was a little serious. Did you find anything during the search? No, uncle. Just the female police officer, who looked about the same age as Oliver, was a little afraid of Johnson. From the way she addressed him, she seemed to be Johnson's junior. At work? I call you by your title? Yes. Sheriff Johnson. Yeah. After nodding to his junior, Johnson said, Is there anything? Actually, I recorded Mutuo before. Yeah. Johnson's voice made the female police officer lower her head unconsciously. She raised the recording device in her hands with both hands and presented it to Carl, who heard Mutuo's keen gaze. I was originally planning to record the duty records, but with the addition of Mr. Carl and the terrorist squad, I think this Mutuo may become popular. The usual Mutuo with street gang fights is in short supply. Not to mention the Mutuo with heavyweight characters such as Carl and the terrorist squad. In this police Mutuo, the recording is still from the perspective of a bystander. It is foreseeable that there are no prohibited factors, and the audience acceptance is wider. Maybe it will not be difficult to even top the list of Night City Mutuo this month. Mutuo will be popular. Carl heard the hidden meaning of this. Do you want to sell it? Well, the NCPD duty records of the Super Dream store are all the money I earned from doing business. The female police officer glanced at Johnson. It can be used to open up connections for the sheriff. What? Heard this. Johnson was stunned. Open up connections. What are you talking about? Uncle, you don't think that your promotion from police sergeant to police sergeant this time is really because of merit? Uncle, you are too honest. If you don't pay money, how can you get promoted? You have been a police sergeant for many years before. The female police officer shrank her head. You don't get married. You are dedicated to work. And you don't want to curry favor with the superiors. The superiors will only treat you as a useful tool. Hearing his niece's words, Johnson was a little unbelievable. What did you do behind the scenes to get promoted this time? He was promoted from police sergeant. Wasn't it because of handling the cyberpsychosis incident that he was promoted to sheriff? Isn't that enough credit? I didn't want to tell you this, but Mr. Carl is here this time. If you want to sell Xiaoming, you have to ask for his consent. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to tell you this. Why do you think I often ask for pocket money? Why is my father always in financial difficulties? Why do other people in the team often do some private things? Isn't it to collect enough money for you to bribe the superiors? The female police officer said, You obviously know how to accept bribes from companies to improve the conditions in the team. Why don't you know how to bribe the superiors? If you don't pay, how can you be promoted in the police station? Hearing this fact that shocked him, Johnson subconsciously looked around at the NCPD police officers around him. But the people in his team all lowered their heads, as if they didn't hear it. Then the deputy chief, the dead bastard who usually has a stern face, called me over and praised me with a disgusting look, saying that I finally grew up. What does that mean? Johnson understood. This means that the money has been paid enough and in place. I really thought he was crazy. When Johnson was a little distracted, the female police officer looked at Carl expectantly. Mr. Carl, is it okay? I don't mind. Carl thought for a moment and said, just don't put the cyber-psychopathic label on it. If you put it on, remember to mark it as the group of people in the terrorist mobile team. Thank you very much. The female police officer, who was obviously older than Carl, but was extremely respectful to Carl in her attitude, showed a happy expression. This super dream film will definitely be popular. If it is sold, it may be able to improve the equipment of the team or help Uncle to operate it again. There is someone I know who is getting bigger and bigger in NCPD. It sounds like planting someone in the police station. Jack, who originally came over to say hello to Carl, listened to the whole conversation and couldn't help saying, it feels so wonderful. I used to be caught by NCPD on the street. Jack, if you commit a crime in front of me, I will also catch you. Johnson, who had recovered a little, still reacted to Jack's words. You are a well-known troublemaker in the Haywood district within our police station. If it weren't for our current acquaintance, I would have warned you long ago. Don't worry. I'm very honest now. Jack winked at Carl. Don't you think so? Brother? You don't even believe what you said. I don't want to go to Mr. Johnson to pick someone up. It will be embarrassing. After Carl complained, he nodded to the female police officer. When Mutual is done, send me a copy. I have seen the NCPD duty records you recorded. I like the one in the fourth part, where you faced the Whirlpool gang to empty the magazine. It is high quality and beautiful. I almost forgot. Do you know my address? No. Can you add a contact? It's quite novel. I have been in contact with middlemen who know their numbers and addresses at every turn. I almost assume that everyone knows my number and address. After exchanging contact numbers with the female police officer, Carl also said goodbye to the NCPD including Johnson. There is nothing for us here. See you next time. Wait a minute. Carl, I have something else to do. As Johnson said, a remittance call came. You forgot that the job is done. It's time to collect the money. If Mr. Johnson hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about it. Carl took the job, so he still had to collect the payment. Carl looked at the money in his account. 10,000 euros. Correct. This job is done. As a mercenary, this job means that this job is over. Carl waved his hand. Remember to call me again if there is such a good job in the future. Watching Carl and Jack get on the Sky Hero driven by Oliver and fly away, Johnson looked at Andy, who was controlled and injected with anesthetics on the ground and fell into a coma. A good job? Sighed. Besides you, which mercenary would help others get justice for 10,000 euros and dare to face the terrorist mobile team? Chapter 187 Exoskeleton. Have you become a formal employee of the Dangerous Girl Agency recently? Early in the morning, Carl had just woken up when Blanca called and complained. You don't want to work for me, but you turn around and run to be a bodyguard for those detectives with cat ear prostheses? It's just a part-time job. They pay me a lot of money and allow me to work in the form of tasks. Of course I am willing. Carl rubbed his eyes, which were a little blurry after waking up. I started working a few days ago. You suddenly called me today. Is this the official notification of your intelligence? To be precise, I am still working overtime. And then someone told me that the name of the famous mercenary KK appeared on the list of the Dangerous Girl Agency. Still working overtime. Data flowed. Carl opened the window of the apartment, and a mixed color of light immediately shone in from outside. Look at the sky. It's morning already. 7:22 in the morning. Blanca's voice revealed a sense of resentment. I have been working for 30 hours in a row, and the last shot of active agent was just injected 10 minutes and 20 seconds ago. You are indeed a company employee. Carl sighed. Fortunately, I didn't listen to your nonsense and become a company dog. Your current status is like having no company factors. Maybe because she was really tense from working overtime for too long. After chatting with Carl for a few words, Blanca felt a little relaxed, as if breathing was much more comfortable. But if you had agreed to be my subordinate, you would probably still be working overtime now, and you wouldn't sleep so well. So, why would an overtime worker come to me, a mercenary with nothing to do, and complain to me when you heard the news in the morning? Isn't this your temper? Guess what the intelligence officer handed over when I received the news of your list? Submit what? Carl didn't mind guessing the mystery that Blanca deliberately raised. Blanca's current identity is a manager related to the personnel of ACPA, a military technology company. Although Carl didn't specifically listen to Blanca's detailed boasting of her position, her status would not be low as she was involved in ACPA. There are many types of things that such a person can get, but Blanca can reveal to him and mention. I think it's an outsider who has entered Night City. Right? Communications cannot be said explicitly because there is a possibility of being intercepted or eavesdropped. So Carl used words that only he and Blanca can understand to guess. Blanca didn't keep the secret this time, as you thought. Outsiders are here. The ACPA trainee in the same batch as that guy. Carl recalled the opponent, who was only one atom hammer away from killing him. This long-term mission that he received the earliest is finally going to make progress. Are all the members here? Carl got up and started to wash up. Vanguard. Understood. The tense situation in the city is past. Send someone to take a look first. Is the target still me? The information that you became a formal employee of Dangerous Girl was handed to me by the intelligence department. Another meaning of this sentence is that the people below don't know. It seems that the people in your company really want to get the relevant data test, and they are willing to make such a sacrifice for this. Blanca told Carl a long time ago that the people in the military technology company are very interested in the combat data of ACPA personnel who control the exoskeleton in the city, and want to let those former trainers come to trouble Carl under the pretext of allowing those personnel to take revenge and redeem themselves. Now it seems that even though I have become a formal employee in the official sense, the people in the military technology department have not changed their minds at all. Wouldn't your company feel that it was not worthwhile to send these people here? Maybe they think you are not their match? Blanca's words made Carl laugh. My boss gave me all my information, and my whereabouts and data were sold out by the company people. I am not my match. This joke is good. Blanca. So arrogant. Aren't you afraid of a car accident? Rather than being arrogant, it's better to say. Carl spit out the bitter tap water in his mouth. I believe in your ability to plot against your subordinates and betray people. That's not a nice thing to say, Blanca said faintly, but her tone relaxed at the end. But what you said is indeed the truth. Carl. Blanca, who had no shame or guilt at all, said, that's how it is in the company. You betray me. I betray you. And you climb up with greater benefits. If you stay in such a place for a long time, everyone will become like that. So, you wanted me to be a company dog before? No. Maybe it's more of a selfish motive. Blanca's next words were a little beyond Carl's expectations. I just think that you might be different. The special one. After you said that anyone who enters the company will become like that, you immediately said that I am the special one. What kind of speech skills are these? Do you want to arouse some kind of pride in me? After buying a bottle of real water to rinse his mouth, Carl gulped down the remaining water in one breath. And after washing up, he was completely sober. Maybe not long after I enter the company, I will become like your former subordinate and find an opportunity to sell you out? That's possible. But by that time, I may not be able to find another KK to help me. Blanca's words were light, but very clear. So, did you forget the restaurant and time we agreed on? Of course not. After all, the employer has already paid. Carl is more concerned about something else now. What about the information about the people who entered Night City? When will it be sent to me? I just have nothing to do, so I can go and get rid of him now. Do I need to leave him alive to send a message to his classmates? Or can we get rid of him directly? Do you always change the subject so quickly? Go to the delivery point in Little Chinatown. I have recorded the code for the time we agreed on. You can pick up the goods at that time. The information is all in it. As for the person, you can do whatever you want. But remember not to destroy the recording chip at the back of the neck. I still keep it to maintain face communication with the people in the research department. I understand. You can kill, but you can't attack and damage a fatal point. Right? Carl silently took note and asked a key question. Then is the exoskeleton allowed to be lost? This question did not make Blanca hesitate for a moment. Within my job. This sentence means yes. Chapter 188 Recent Intelligence. The delivery location in Little Chinatown. And the code is. After entering the relevant numbers, Carl got the information he needed. It was a chip. After buying breakfast outside, an omelet made of synthetic eggs and alcohol flour. Chewing this food that was crispy and had a strange plastic taste, Carl felt that the difference between unpalatable and delicious was quite clear. The synthetic eggs were unpalatable, but the omelet made of flour was delicious. I think this is an improvement. From not being able to eat anything unpalatable, to now being able to eat something unpalatable mixed with delicious. If this continues, maybe one day I will be able to eat the synthetic meat without changing my expression. While biting the omelet and riding the elevator, Carl flipped through the information and sent messages to Brown and Mann respectively. Carl, how is it going? Are there any signs of locking? Brown, the target is very vigilant and has been moving his position. But we still found some clues of activity and expect to solve it within 10 days. 10 days? That means before Christmas. Finish everything before Christmas and spend Christmas peacefully. It sounds like a strange flag planting. Man, we have found the trace. Brown is very professional, compared with our team that always relies on hackers to obtain intelligence. His team is better at obtaining street intelligence. The clues this time were also found by members of their team. Carl, I understand. Keep working hard. After finishing the conversation with Brown and Mann, Carl felt that what he was doing now might be a middleman in a sense. Now think about it. When I usually take on tasks, are those middlemen like me? Occasionally asking about the situation? After thinking carefully, Carl's impression seems that he has never been urged to work by middlemen. When I receive a job, except for the long-term job I have now, most of the jobs are completed on the same day, and there are very few delays. The only extra long-term job is when I went to the academy as a student for a period of time. During that time, in addition to the necessary school time every day, I always seem to encounter some things at night. Either cyberpsychosis or gang fights. And overall, the school time was less than a week. Am I such an efficient person? Muttering to himself, Carl returned to the rental house and inserted the chip into the computer. After doing a special virus check, Carl opened the chip to make sure there was no unnecessary things in it. And then, he saw a very eye-catching word at first glance. Lazarus. Lazarus Group. A military mercenary company. From Legion battles to lone wolf mercenaries, you can find the most satisfactory candidate you want from Lazarus Company. Recognize Lazarus, your best combat support partner. Lazarus? A famous military mercenary group. Although it has withdrawn from Night City due to the peace agreement signed by major companies, it seems to be less famous. With the corporate peace in recent years, its development has also declined. However, as the most famous large-scale military mercenary company in the past, this name is still quite loud. Carl remembered the training chip he got, which contained the data of Lazarus's official mercenaries. How did he see the word Lazarus in the chip sent by Blanca? Carl admitted that he was interested. Lazarus Mercenary. In Carl inner judgment, the strength of a Lazarus official mercenary is very strong. Enough to match the ninjas of Arasaka equipped with Sion Weston and Mantis sword. They are also top-notch characters in the streets of Night City. Ordinary mercenaries are not qualified to touch them. Such people appear in the personnel intelligence of Night City. Interesting. Carl found the content of the chip Blanca gave him very interesting. Blanca not only gave him information about the former ACPA trainee, but also, almost, the names and information of the important people who had recently entered Night City. If it was given to an ordinary middleman, it might take a lot of effort to get it. But Blanca gave it to him easily like chopsticks that came with takeout. Of course, Carl also knew why this was the case. Using more information to hide the information of key figures was like hiding a person in a crowd. Even assassins who walked openly on the street in white robes could understand this. As a shrewd company dog, Blanca would understand this. She would not leave much evidence that could be found out. After all, a chip carrying multiple people could be said to be lost accidentally. But if a chip carrying only the information of the ACPA trainee was lost, if it was discovered, there would be a sense of deliberateness in it. Carl was quite satisfied with the chopsticks that Blanca sent just to hide. Under normal circumstances, he would not have access to this kind of information that covers the entire Night City and requires special personnel from large companies to collect. Now that he can easily see it, how can he not be happy? Apart from other things, Carl can think of 3 or 4 possibilities just from the entry of this Lazarus personnel. Such as Lazarus wants to develop a small-scale business in the city and prepare to perform tasks in the city. With this pre-prepared guess, no matter which possibility occurs later, the changes it produces can be accepted and prevented by Carl, who knows it in advance. Just like today, weather will change, and no one knows what will happen. After going out, people who have no idea can only accept the upcoming weather, while Carl can take an umbrella in advance to see if it is sunny or rainy. Carl sent the training information, which he thinks is now irrelevant, to the team channel with T-Bug maintenance and defense. Carl, you guys watch it first. If you are not awake, get up and tell me after you finish reading it. Regarding the long-term task entrusted by Blanca, we can discuss what to do after seeing it. After sending it, looking at the chat channel that seemed to be online 24 hours a day and never sleep. T-Bug replied in seconds and then fell silent again. Carl knew that Jack and Oliver were probably still not awake. It is 8:20 now. If Blanca is still working, then the continuous working time has reached 31 hours. Hee hee. Fortunately, I am not a company dog. Feeling lucky in his heart, Carl continued to look through the personnel information in the chip. There are really too many interesting information. How many people have returned or come to Night City recently? Rock God Carrie Erodian, Arthur Jenkins, Meredith Stout, Kirk Sawyer, big and small, superstars, company people, street middlemen. This information is really as much as you want. Chapter 189, breaking into the Big Bird Bar. Haywoodley Scenic Area. Night. Are we really going in? Looking at the bar in front of him, which was red in color under the lights, Oliver Adams' apple moved up and down, his expression full of resistance. For a normal male, the bar in front of him was too dangerous. So much so that in comparison, he would rather face the difficult opponents in the training chip than enter the bar in front of him. Is that former trainer really in here? Not only Oliver, but Jack beside him also showed some resistance. If Misty knew that I went to such a place. Are you scared? T-Bug's voice came from the communication. Didn't you two often brag about being fearless in the past? That's what I said. Girl. But this place is no longer a question of whether I'm afraid or not. Carl. Don't you think so? Jack looked at Carl, who was watching the bar in front of him, and wanted to get some support from him. Ah? Carl, who hadn't really listened to his companion's conversation, turned his head. What are you talking about? The bar? The bar in front of us. Don't you think it's a bit weird for us to go in? Oliver pointed to the English sign. Don't tell me you didn't recognize this as the Big Bird Bar. Of course I recognized it. Carl knew that the Big Bird Bar was a famous gay-free love bar. Was it necessary to care so much? There are many people in the bar. Am I not thinking about how to find the target without attracting too much attention? Not Carl. Oliver admired Carl a little. What Jack and I care about is not the issue of executing the mission. Don't you think it's a bit weird for three men to just walk into a gay bar like this? Are you afraid of being considered gay? Carl took out the night watch and checked it indifferently, and then put it back into the holster. Then we can just clear the place first. When you say clear the place, Carl, do you mean to go in and shoot a few shots at the sky? Not really, Carl said. That will definitely attract everyone's attention. It's not necessary. What are you going to do? Use this. Carl took out a long cylindrical object and shook it. Throw this in. It can clear the place without attracting too much attention. Smoke bomb? Oliver looked at what Carl took out, looked at the Big Bird spinning bar, and was a little tempted. It seems that it's not impossible. But there are bodyguards watching the place inside. And there are also cameras. What should we do with those things? I can create an information blockade for a period of time. When Bug was seriously discussing ideas, she no longer had the idea of teasing Oliver and Jack. She gave a rough time. 3 minutes. The transformation of the ball has not been completed yet. I can only rely on a crude method to hack in. You only have 3 minutes. Can you block the camera and external communication for 3 minutes? This time is enough for Bug. Jack also checked his equipment and looked at Carl after confirming that there was no problem. What do you say? Carl, let's go through the process. Oliver throws smoke bombs in and stays at the door to cover. T-Bug takes over the bar. And then we rush in while the smoke is going on. Jack, you subdue the bodyguards, who may exist with anti-interference artificial eyes. And I will search for the target and eliminate him. There is no problem with this process. Oliver fiddled with his gun and said after confirming that there was no problem, it's Carl. You don't have artificial eyes. Can you accurately lock onto the target under the interference of smoke bombs? I'm not a fool, Carl said, taking something out of his arms. NCPD equipment, borrowed from Mr. Johnson, with a head-mounted thermal imager for information identification. Is this thing something I've seen before? Oliver looked at the thing in Carl's hand and raised his eyebrows. Is it the same model used by the terrorist squad? It's much different. not only in terms of function, but also in terms of price. At most, it's used by ordinary police officers. You can buy it if you go to a special store, but you may have to go through several procedures. After Carl adjusted it for a while, and confirmed that the thermal imager was normal, he said, after all, there are few of these things now, and it's quite troublesome to get one specially. Most people in Night City use artificial eyes. Compared with this thing, good artificial eyes have more comprehensive functions, and they don't even need to be worn and adjusted. Carl wore this thing without hesitation on the busy street, and his actions did not attract any attention from passers-by. In other words, including when they took out their guns to check and took out smoke bombs. People passing by occasionally glanced over and saw it, but they didn't care. For people in Night City, unless Carl and his friends stay in one place for a long time, this kind of common behavior is really hard to attract attention. It's just taking out a grenade and checking the gun, as if nothing has happened. Now who in Night City doesn't have a gun on their waist? There are almost as many people cleaning guns and cleaning guns on the street. There is no need to make a fuss. As long as they don't shoot, it's normal. As for what happens after shooting, it depends on how agile each person is. Target. After sneaking into Night City, I don't know where to hide the exoskeleton. Come to Big Bird to enjoy the bar. The former ACPA trainee of military technology. The mission reward? No for the time being. The mission time? 3 minutes. After summarizing the information, Carl, as the captain, issued instructions. Let's get started. Without saying anything more, Oliver walked to the door of the Big Bird bar and smiled at the bodyguards, who seemed to be hired from the animal gang. When the male bodyguards almost mistakenly thought that Oliver, the new guest, was interested in them, Oliver took out the gadgets he carried with him. This is. Oliver's eyes widened instantly, and it was Oliver's throw that was faster than the bodyguards. Grenade! In a hurry, he only saw the bodyguards roughly, and only had time to shout out the grenade to the guests inside. The next second, Jack had already activated the violent mode and hit the security guards at the door. When several security guards fainted, the guests in the Big Bird bar also reacted to the sound of the things thrown in their midst. In panic, those things that they desperately avoided and thought were grenades spewed out smoke. The smoke spread very quickly. Almost just 1 second after it started to produce smoke, the mist filled the entire Big Bird bar, amid the coughing caused by the choking smoke. Carl, fully equipped, started to break in with his gun in hand. The target was locked, and a brown-haired young man reacted quickly and fled to the back door immediately. Chapter 190 Unusable Tools. Before entering Night City, the former ACPA trainee, whose real name was Tatsuya and whose number was 05, heard a piece of advice. When encountering something on the street, don't think too much. If you are not the top-notch gunman who starts to move before thinking, it is best to turn around and run. Tatsuya's shooting skills are among the best among the trainees of the same class, and he is not much worse than 01 who died in Night City. But when he found an unexpected incident, he turned around and ran without hesitation. It's not that Tatsuya really listened to the advice, but he is also an incredible quick shooter in some aspects besides shooting. In other words, he finally got rid of the control of military technology, and just enjoyed it. And he is still in the inevitable after effect of physical weakness. Because of excessive indulgence, he made up for all the restraints in the past in one breath. Now the situation is that Tatsuya's hand holding the gun is as soft as his legs running. In this situation, even if he faced street thugs, Tatsuya would be defeated by them because his body was hollowed out. Not to mention that he attacked the entire Big Bird bar at once. No matter how you think about it, it is not a good thing. He had to quickly return to the storage location of the exoskeleton. He was too careless. Night City is really dangerous. No wonder 01 only overturned on a street mercenary. There are too many places that attract people's desires. He couldn't resist it. He ran all the way back. The feeling of his soft legs stepping on the ground was no different from stepping on cotton. However, Tatsuya still relied on the momentum he had trained in the past to find the right position. Knocked open a side door behind the Big Bird bar, and came to the back of the bar. Hearing the noise in the bar behind him, Tatsuya saw the motorcycle he drove parked behind the bar. He rushed over excitedly and stepped on it. He indulged too much just now. After his brain was cleared, he realized that there were many thieves in Night City. Fortunately, his car was fine. I was so lucky. I was able to get away with it, and return the car without any problem. Today was my lucky day. As soon as Tatsuya's thoughts came to mind, he found that he couldn't hold the handlebars of the motorcycle any longer. Moreover, a heat flow began to spread from his right hand. This feeling was, the prosthesis is overheating. Ah! Tatsuya fell off the motorcycle in pain, holding his right hand and rolling on the ground. Stop pretending. Regarding his rolling on the ground, Carl took off his night vision goggles and approached slowly with a calm tone. When you are injured, do you pretend to be embarrassed to let others relax their vigilance? An ACPA driver, who is almost certainly equipped with a pain editor, is rolling on the ground because of a minor injury. Don't you think this disguise is too naughty? Carl also understood Tatsuya's current psychology. The prosthesis was overheated, but he didn't hear the next gunshot, and he was not chased when he landed. That means the opponent didn't intend to kill him directly, so he could act and attract the attacker to approach him. I just want to follow your classmates' example and let you die knowingly. Classmates? Tatsuya, who was rolling on the ground the moment before, looked as if nothing had happened the next second. His face was grim, and he pulled out a military-grade Omaha Tech pistol from his arms with his left hand and pointed it at Carl. I seem to know your identity. I didn't think of hiding it. Carl moved his wrist and didn't care about the gun Tatsuya pointed at him. As an ACPA driver, because of the carrying limit of the prosthesis, the supporting prosthesis on his body is basically specially prepared for ACPA or exoskeleton. When losing ACPA and exoskeleton, his combat effectiveness is really limited. I just want to ask clearly where you hide the exoskeleton. If you can take the initiative to tell me, I can save some effort. Speaking of this, Carl actually had a strange sense of déjà vu facing the enemy. He didn't kill him immediately, but talked to him instead. He did the same with the ACPA driver at that time. He did this when he was sure of his strength. It would be bad if he failed. Bang. At the moment when Tatsuya didn't even have time to react, Carl shot him in the wrist. And while crippling his left hand, Carl rushed forward, and the monomolecular line was wrapped around him. The monomolecular line wrapped around Tatsuya's neck and locked his neck. When Tatsuya couldn't move, Carl dodged behind him and propped up his waist with his knees, and hit his shoulder joints with his left hand to dislocate it. Okay, let's continue the topic just now. The spine was pushed up, and the lower body was difficult to exert force. His hands were dislocated, and he couldn't control them. And his neck was still wrapped by monomolecular lines. In just a blink of an eye, Tatsuya lost all his ability to resist. Such a fast speed, such a sharp judgment, and such accurate skills. Tatsuya was shocked. He thought he could still resist with the gun in his hand, but he didn't expect that the other party had completely subdued him before he fired. Is this the mercenary who killed number one? If he were an ACPA or the exoskeleton, he might still have a chance to fight this kind of guy. But now, tell me, where is the exoskeleton? Carl's voice sounded again. And this time, Tatsuya no longer had the ability to resist. The subdued Tatsuya raised his hands and surrendered. I can tell you. But you can't kill me. I can't do it, Carl said calmly. The commission I received was to kill you. But I was too lazy to spend half a day extracting the exoskeleton information from your data chip. So I talked to you. If you speak faster, I can let you die peacefully. Is there no room for turning back? Tatsuya was very afraid of the single molecule line in his neck that was not activated but was slowly tightening and cutting through the flesh. But his mind was moving quickly. The information I entered into Night City cannot be exposed so quickly. As a mercenary, you can receive the information. It must be that someone in our group betrayed us. I don't care who it is. And I dare not ask. I am willing to change my appearance and leave something that is enough to prove my death to help you get the job done. As a reward, I will give you equipment driving skills including exoskeleton and ACPA, as well as everything I know. Intelligence, just to save my life. Carl listened, and tightened the monomolecular line in his hand. How can I know if what you told me is true? And the personnel trained by military technology are so easy to sell things for their own lives. I can't trust them. Training? Being locked up in a fixed place is a tool. If the whole family had not died, and if they were inexplicably born with a large debt, who would be willing to accept the requirements of military technology to join the army at the age of 3 and become an ACPA personnel? Everyone knows that ACPA will become like a cyber madman sooner or later after driving too much. Tatsuya said, it was only after I entered Night City that I understood what human life is. I didn't want to go back to the hard days at the military technology. If you don't believe me, then I am willing to install a special control chip. As long as you think about it, you can blow my head off. Listening to what Tatsuya said, Carl suddenly sighed. He took back the monomolecular line and walked aside. Plop. After being freed from Carl restraints, Tatsuya took a few deep breaths, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He looked at Carl, who was walking next to him, and was somewhat unbelievably happy. You are willing to believe me? I escaped with my life, and was able to survive with a new look. In response to Tatsuya's joy, Carl just replied, I am not willing to believe you. Carl sighed again, and looked at Tatsuya with some complexity in his eyes. I just don't need to kill a dying person anymore. What do you mean by that? Tatsuya was a little puzzled. And the next moment, bang! His head suddenly exploded, and blood mixed with white splashed everywhere. And Carl's position just avoided the range. That's what I mean. Carl shook his head. Even you can think of installing a special chip to increase trust. Do you think the person who asked you to be an ACPA driver would not think of it? If the tool is not useful, don't use it. Carl took a few steps closer, looking at the headless body falling forward. And his eyes were on the recording chip on the back of his neck that was not affected by the explosion of the control chip in his brain. The data this time should not satisfy those people, regardless of whether those people could hear him or not. Carl spoke. Next time, send more people. Chapter 191 Exoskeleton Price. Number 05. Equipped with a basic weapon installation platform and a load-bearing system. And then, in a warehouse in the Haywood district, Carl listened to T-Bug's muttering in the communication, looked at the mechanical exoskeleton in front of him, which was about 2 meters high, and touched it. Thanks to T-Bug, you can find the storage location of the exoskeleton with just a little whereabouts information. I thought we had no chance to use this exoskeleton. Humans are born social animals. As long as they are alive, they will definitely leave traces. Is it still the famous saying of Aristotle? Carl responded in the communication and looked at Oliver, who was about to lie on the exoskeleton. Why? Oliver, do you want to try it once? I'm not stupid, Oliver said, while looking at the mechanical structure on the exoskeleton. This kind of exoskeleton equipped with military technology does not have a special prosthesis. It can't be opened at all. It has a special locking program that no one has cracked. I suspect that once I get on, I will be crushed into a piece of meat by its built-in anti-theft program. And you can't open it. Right? Jack patted the exoskeleton. Listened to the sound it gave back under his palm, and showed a very satisfied look. This is really a good treasure. The market price outside is about 100,000 euros or more. This kind of military technology may be more expensive, starting at about 200,000? Carl estimated the value of the exoskeleton, but was corrected by T-Bug in the communication. To be exact, it's 180,000. This type of military technology has been sold to NCPD, and the transaction price is 5 units of 900,000 euros. T-Bug finished speaking, and added the price of another thing. In comparison, the price of a light ACPA is about this number. A light ACPA costs 900,000 euros? Oliver recalled what he had heard in the past, when I was a child. My grandfather, who participated in the Second Central American War, said that not long after the Second Central American War, power armor began to be developed. In the new round of corporate conflicts that began later, my grandfather had served as a grassroots officer because of his past service experience. At that time, he came into contact with the ACPA team and learned about the prices of those power armors. Oliver recalled, I still remember that number. I remember that the price of the Commando power armor was about 180,000 euros. And the Model B. The price of the power armor is 89,050 euros. At that time, I thought that if I only had this much money, I might be able to save up and buy it in full. According to official information, the power armor was first developed by the Meta Group, and then the patent was sold to military technology. Considering your family's situation, your grandfather might really be one of the first people to come into contact with power armor. T-Bug said, but now compared to when your grandfather served, inflation has increased a lot. It's better to say that you are dreaming to buy an ACPA for about 100,000 euros now. After some calculations, Bug said in the communication, at that time, because the power armor was a newly developed weapon, the price was relatively expensive, considering the inflation from that time to now. If the power armor was only developed now, the price might have doubled tenfold, which is the approximate price of power armor now. In other words, if the power armor was developed now, then a Commando would be about 1.08 million euros, and a Model B would be 890,500 euros. Oliver felt jealous. It seems that my previous calculations were not too inaccurate, compared to spending this price. For the company, sometimes it is better to spend some cheap lives. The Sion Weston prosthesis can only be taken for about 100,000. It is probably not difficult for 10 trained soldiers equipped with Sion Weston to take down a light ACPA. That's not the case. When discussing the war, Jack also joined the topic. He said a few words. ACPA can ensure continuous firepower and deterrence to the enemy on the battlefield. This kind of thing can never be replaced by elite soldiers. Think about it. Would you rather see a steel behemoth equipped with a machine gun slowly walking towards you? Or would you rather see a few soldiers with weapons, who are not threatening yet attack you? Normal people will choose the latter. At least the guns in their hands will not give you a feeling of being unable to resist. Hearing you say this, I suddenly realized the despair that the German army felt when they saw the tanks in front of them during the Battle of the Somme in World War I. Carl, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but say, I remember that it was only the first time to use tanks at that time, and the technical equipment was not yet perfect. But the breakthrough results it achieved in a few hours were what the British and French coalition forces could not achieve even if they spent a month at that time and suffered huge casualties. Carl, are you talking about the First World War? This is really an old term. T-Bug, as a rare educated person in the team who read books, said while Jack and Oliver were confused about what Carl was talking about. Now, when people talk about world wars, they tend to assume that it is a corporate war. Carl, your description is really old-fashioned. This thing, few people mention it now? It sounds like the battles that almost everyone knew in his time are now unknown. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Carl shook his head at Jack and Oliver, who were looking at him blankly. If you are interested, we can talk about this later. But let's talk about this thing now. Carl patted the exoskeleton. What should I do with an exoskeleton worth 180,000? A military technology product. With an identification lock? Oliver asked. The employer doesn't want it? I asked. And they said I can keep it as a trophy. But you know, if there are more later, I can't take too much. I have to save face. It's okay to lose a few. But if there are too many, it won't look good on the books. Dog. Bullshit accounts. The guy who has been embezzling military funds since my grandfather's generation actually said this. Oliver, who knows the nature of military technology, sneered at the so-called accounts. It's a coward to report 10 times the funding for a gun. And it's 20 times or more. And you still talk about the accounts. I guess we will report all of them as lost. But most of them were embezzled by our subordinates. So we can take a few away. Jack shook his head. And he was a little embarrassed about the ACPA in front of him. So the same thing. Since the employer is willing to give it. What should we do with it? I don't know. Take it first and talk about it later. This is Carl Answer. Chapter 192 Team. Carl, are you interested in a chat? Just after transporting the exoskeleton to the warehouse he had booked in Watson District, Carl received a call from Rog. Rog? Carl asked in confusion. Is there any work? Small or big? No. I'm not ready to do the work I'm qualified to do for you. Rog said, I mean, you've made a fortune. Rich? Carl understood something instantly, and looked back at the warehouse he had booked for 500 euros a month. You are indeed a top middleman. I just put it away, and you called me. In Night City, there are few things that can be hidden from me, without any embarrassment. Rog admitted directly, this stuff should be difficult for you to deal with. Give me a price, and I am willing to take it over. Are you sure we are not interested in using it ourselves? You want to use a military technology product that rumbles and moves, and almost half of Night City will know it? Rog's voice was filled with a smile. Don't pretend. KK. I have seen countless young mercenaries like you. If you want to raise the price, no problem. I will give you 160,000 euros. An official purchase of the product costs 180,000 euros. And Rog is willing to give 160,000 euros. To be honest, this price is already very respectful. Second-hand goods are always difficult to deal with. Even if it is a brand new second-hand product, the second-hand dealers usually cut the price in half when they meet. The price Rog gave is almost comparable to the new price. It must be said that Rog showed great sincerity. enough to make Oliver and Jack, who were watching Carl text transmission in the channel, brighten their eyes. Wait a minute. I asked my companions for their opinions. Carl said so. But in his heart, he already wanted to negotiate this deal. The price was indeed face-saving. And it was hard to refuse. 40,000 euros per person. This deal is okay. This was T-Bug's opinion. And Jack and Oliver did not answer, but nodded. This price has exceeded expectations. Even if they wanted to deal with it second-hand, their inner price would be around 80,000 or 90,000. And the more they thought about was 100,000. For example, 160,000. To be honest, they had never thought about it. It seems that we can't keep it for ourselves. After saying this politely, Carl got his companion's consent and replied to Rog, "Send someone to get it later. Do you need the warehouse password? Your warehouse and other warehouses around are all under my control." No wonder. He has a lot of connections. Ding. 160,000 euros arrived. And Rog gave it quite decisively. Carl had to admire this kind of efficiency. It should be said that he was the most powerful middleman in Night City. And he gave 160,000 euros as soon as he said it. After dividing the money with his companions, he hung up the short communication with Rog. Finally, he came back to his senses and took a look at the exoskeleton in the warehouse that no longer belonged to them. Carl shook his head. It's a hot but delicious potato. Sell it. For mercenaries like them. Exoskeletons are really not suitable in the city. And this is already the best solution. When we have people in the Badlands, we can try to put the new stuff there. Oliver also has some nostalgia for the exoskeleton. After all, this kind of thing looks really cool in the city. There is no way to use this thing. Once you use it, everyone will know it. Forget it. Anyway, the problem has been solved. Jack looked at the sky. It's almost midnight. What do you say? Go back and rest? Hearing the topic of going back, Carl remembered something and called his teammates. T-Bug. What's the matter? Let's get together. Didn't we agree that the team should meet in reality? By the way, I let you take the dog back to repair it. How about going to Oliver Place? You know the address? Right? Today? T-Bug hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay. I come over now. Can you guys be there in half an hour? It'd take about 50 minutes. Oliver was still looking forward to his companion's coming. But he had his own considerations for time. We buy more food on the way, so we don't have to spend more money on takeout. Can you drink? Not much. But a little is fine. Okay. I buy as much as you can. If you get drunk, go upstairs to Carl's room and sleep. The three of us men will sleep in my room, so you don't have to go back home if you get drunk." After hearing what Oliver said, T-Bug's voice became a little strange. "Why do you say gentlemen? Oliver? This doesn't seem like your personality. We're friends after all. I'm not a fool. I still pay attention to what I should pay attention to." "That's right." Carl nodded beside him. "Don't worry, T-Bug. I still have a cleaning robot to clean my room. It's 100 euros a month. You can sleep well then. If you can't sleep, you can watch Mutuo. I put it on the second row of the shelf. Counting sheep to sleep. That Mutuo is quite hypnotic. You can use it to fall asleep peacefully then." "Okay. You all said so. Then see you at Oliver door in 50 minutes. Remember to give me the ball first then. Isn't it Bella? Obviously it's Sir Wang Wang." I gave up. Looking at the people who quarreled again in the voice channel because of the dog name. Carl felt that the gentlemanly demeanor Oliver showed just now was eaten by the dog. It's been a few days since they quarreled. And there's still no decision? Anyway, you only need to connect the mechanical dog. The name is not important. If it doesn't work, just Ball, Bella, and Sir Wang Wang. All the names are available. Guaranteed to satisfy the three people. It must be Fujiwara Ryanaga's fault. Why didn't he buy 3 bionic mechanical dogs? If he had 3, wouldn't there be no quarrels? That guy is so relaxed that he doesn't even think about the unity of other teams. Listening to the buzzing in the communication, Carl, who was sitting in the back row, sighed again and again. The issue of team unity is really too important. So important that everyone can risk their lives to cover others. But they can quarrel for a long time over the name of a dog. This team of 4 people can quarrel like this. I don't know how people like man manage their own teams. I still have a lot to learn. Thinking about the members, Carl looked at the dim number of V in the communication. which means that he is out of signal or not online. After thinking for a while, he sent him a message. How is the family life now? If you are not satisfied, I welcome you to come to Night City to play. As a friend, I am willing to welcome you. Chapter 193 Another Ninja. Then I take Chocho with me. The morning after the team gathering, T-Bug held the bionic robot dog that didn't need her to hold it at all. Said hello to Carl and left. Well, take care. Carl looked back at Jack and Oliver, who were half asleep in the room, and recalled the important matters decided last night. The dog name was definitely Chocho. As for how T-Bug did it, she got Jack and Oliver drunk and recorded it. She was convinced. She is indeed a professional hacker. And she is really smart. Although as far as Carl is concerned, he actually prefers the Emperor-style naming style, calling it number 1, number 2, etc. But Chocho is also fine. He is connected to the data anyway, and he doesn't need to call by name. Carl flipped through the communication and found that Man had sent a message. Carl told Man Brown that if it was an urgent message, then he would add the 2 letters KK. At that time, his message filter would automatically mark it as important to remind Carl. Since Carl did not receive the reminder, it means that the message was not very important and not so urgent. After flipping through it, Man did not send much content. To sum it up in one sentence, they determined the location of the ninja and were ready to act tonight. Then, regarding the ninja, they found another person who seemed to be an Arasaka ninja, but was not in the same group as the target ninja. On the contrary, it seemed to be chasing the target. The other Arasaka ninja was not in the same group as the previous ninja, and was still chasing the previous target? Carl frowned. Although the identities of Carl and his participants in this matter could not be exposed, they were generally on the side of Arasaka Haruko. And the target was a ninja who had participated in the assassination of Arasaka Haruko. From the perspective of the forces behind them, the 2 sides were in opposition. In the opposing situation, a ninja who did not belong to their side or the opposite side came to chase them. A third party intervened. This news seemed strange to Man and his team, and it was not important. But it was very important to the people behind Carl. Carl also knew that it was not Man's fault. Man and Brown had both served in the army, and they had participated in the War of the New United States in the past. But they themselves had not served as senior officers, not even middle-level managers. When another person joined, they would only care about his identity as an Arasaka ninja, but would not think about the reason why both parties were Arasaka ninjas, but opposed each other. This information is very important. Carl did not explain to Man and Brown that this involved internal fighting in Arasaka, and it was not easy to involve them. He just sent them a message and told them the importance of the information. Help me monitor the people who are in contact with the ninja hunters. Don't make excessive contact. The safety of your own team is the most important. Your mission is only to deal with the target. The other people are not within your responsibility. After sending the message, Carl knew that even if he said so, Man and Brown would still find out the people who were chasing him. So he had to remind them again, if you must do it, pay attention to safety. Don't worry, Carl. We understand. Knowing that Carl was worried, Man quickly replied after receiving the message, but in the mercenary business? We have been doing it for so many years. Believe us, we will do it well. I trust you very much. But pay attention to safety. Okay. If we really encounter something we can't solve, we will ask for help. Both Man and Brown sent messages. We all remember that you shouted when you needed us during the escort mission. It is great to take on dangerous tasks. But when encountering danger, as a mercenary, it is even more great to put down your face and ask for help. In times of danger, calling out to your companions is also a kind of indescribable trust for your companions. Even people like KK have asked them for help because they couldn't solve the problem. How could they be so embarrassed for that little face? Well, I'm waiting for your message. Being comforted and relieved in return. I have to say that this feeling is not bad. Then what's next? Carl looked at the number marked as Kenichi Shiro in the communication. Dial the call. Not long after, Kenichi Shiro's calm voice came from the other end, Carl. He no longer called Carl the mercenary KK, but formally called him by his name. I have a new discovery here about the job I mentioned before. Is this communication line safe? Can I tell you directly? I understand what happened before. Wait 5 minutes. I switch the channel and call you. After saying that, Kenichi Shiro hung up the phone quickly without saying a word to Carl. With a completely businesslike attitude. This is what a boss who doesn't care about feelings is like. It's impossible to make do with him and have a good talk. Carl started to go downstairs to buy breakfast and lunch for Oliver and Jack. While waiting at the stall, Kenichi Shiro called again. But the first voice Carl heard was not from Kenichi Shiro. Good morning, Carl. The weather is good today. Do you see the clouds in the sky? This voice is from Haruko Arasaka. Didn't Kenichi Shiro call? Why is it Haruko? Carl answered subconsciously. It's indeed okay. But I can only see the sky between the tall buildings. To be honest, it's not very clear. Is that so? That's a pity. Haruko seemed to be about to say something. And then Carl heard Kenichi Shiro's helpless voice. Miss, I borrowed your security channel because I have something. Not for you to chat. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Haruko's voice was full of smiles. And she said goodbye to Carl. Then I will give the communicator to Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl, you can chat slowly. See you next time. See you next time. In fact, to be precise, you can't see the face in this communication. So it can't be said to be a meeting. Right? When Carl thought so, Kenichi Shiro seemed to have taken the communicator. His voice was calmer now. With an indescribable sense of depression. Just tell me if you have something to say. Carl, I hope what you say this time is important enough. And Kenichi Shiro's tone became heavier. You are not allowed to call this number privately in the future. Understand? For a special number like this, outsiders have to go through the procedures to call in. Carl felt helpless about Kenichi Shiro's inexplicable defense. But the matter was important. So he still told Kenichi Shiro the matter honestly. Chapter 194 Bird in a Cage. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Is it safe to park my car downstairs? This place is very safe. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, who came according to his request. And his eyes swept over the two mercenary companions who followed him behind him. But you shouldn't bring outsiders. Didn't you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Say that some things cannot be explained clearly through communication and need to be said in person? You said it very urgently. So I can only ask my friends to help me deliver it. Carl looked back at Oliver and Jack. Then turned back and said, but you also know their identities. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. They are all people who know and are involved in this matter. According to your rule that only people involved can participate in your work. They are also qualified to participate in this matter. So, can't they say it? If they can keep their mouths shut. Kenichi Shiro didn't think too much about the issue of personnel. Although he was not happy with Carl from the bottom of his heart. He still had basic trust in Carl and his friends. And he could recognize their abilities. One more person who can do things is one more. Kenichi Shiro got to the point. I asked you to come here this time because of the pursuit ninja. I guessed it. Carl nodded. When I talked about this in the communication, I could hear your breathing stagnated for a moment. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Some unnecessary observations. Kenichi Shiro did not show any attitude towards Carl's words. He just handed over a chip face to face. The details of the ninja are all in it. Detailed information? Isn't that ninja from the Arasaka Lone Wolf 100 team? The detailed information of the ninjas of the Arasaka Lone Wolf 100 team will only be in the hands of the real controller of Arasaka. So even if they intend to get rid of the ninja who once participated in the plan to assassinate Arasaka Haruko, Arasaka Haruko only gave basic information. Carl originally thought that the ninjas who could secretly chase the Lone Wolf 100 team must also be ninjas with equal skills and status as the former. Now it seems that this is not the case. Just an ordinary Arasaka ninja? If you underestimate her, you might lose your life. When Carl took the chip, he noticed the word that Kenichi Shiro said that clearly referred to women. After collecting and memorizing languages, Carl is now proficient in all 9 major languages. Kenichi Shiro and Carl communicate in Japanese. In Japanese, the third-person female pronoun she is equivalent to the Chinese word she, which is quite different from the third-person male pronoun. You can tell the difference at a glance. Female ninja? When Carl read this word, he subconsciously looked back at Oliver, who didn't know what the two of them were talking about because he didn't have a Japanese translation chip installed. The reason for watching Oliver is quite simple. Because Oliver often watches ninja movies. Carl once misunderstood that he watched indecent movies. But he didn't expect that he really met a female ninja this time. Female ninja. After confirming Carl's words, Kenichi Shiro continued to say, in a reminder manner, Although she was not selected for the Lone Wolf 100 team, it was not because she was not talented enough, but because her bloodline limited her. In terms of strength, even if I faced her, I would feel a little fear in my heart. The second half of this sentence was 100% modesty. Carl listened to Kenichi Shiro talking about the ability of the female ninja, and his heart was very clear. Kenichi Shiro's words were just to remind him that the other party's strength was good enough. And it did not really mean that the female ninja could make Kenichi Shiro feel afraid. For a person of Kenichi Shiro's level, if he wanted to make him feel afraid, he might not be able to find many opponents in the world. I will be careful. As he said this, Carl took the chip from Kenichi Shiro's hand and habitually wanted to put it in his pocket. But he was stopped by Kenichi Shiro halfway through the action. He frowned at Carl's action. What are you doing? Take it back and read it on the computer. Hearing Carl's matter-of-fact words, Kenichi Shiro frowned even deeper. The computer may be hacked, and it will be risky to take it back. So just read the content here. Right here? Carl took out the chip and stared at it for a few seconds. For some reason, Carl was quite resistant to inserting the chip directly. But it was not so disgusting. He still had basic trust in Kenichi Shiro's cooperation. Plus Jack and Oliver were next to him. And there was T-Bug watching in the communication. So there would be no problem even if he used it directly. After inserting the chip, Carl read the content in it while the data flowed. Codename: Chio. Chion. Carl is familiar with this name. I remember that during the Japanese Warring States period, there was a famous ninja. The shrine maiden was called Mochizuki Chion. This codename of the ninja. It goes around and around. It's still the same. Age: 25. Adopted by Arasaka at the age of 3. Started to receive ninja-related training at the age of 5. And it has been 20 years so far. He is proficient in the 5 ways of food, fragrance, medicine, air, and body ninja, and is the best one among the ninjas trained at the same time. Because of his excellent performance, he accepted the guidance of Kenichi Shiro at the age of 12 and became his disciple. Stop here. Your apprentice? Carl stared at Kenichi Shiro in surprise. So, this chasing ninja is one of our own to some extent? Even if they are masters and apprentices, they will have their own ideas and loyalties. Kenichi Shiro said so, but he did not deny that he was one of his own. She is loyal to Miss Haruko's mother, Michiko Arasaka. Is it her? At least now. They are indeed his own people. Carl understood something. The ninja being hunted was a person who participated in the plan to assassinate Haruko. And the ninja who hunted him was a person loyal to Haruko's mother Michiko. Was this a mother who was angry and wanted to help her child revenge? Or did she want to silence her? No. It should be only the former. Carl quickly overturned the latter's speculation. First, Arasaka Michiko only had one daughter, Arasaka Haruko. As for the heir, the only person she could choose was Haruko. Second, in the current situation, Haruko did not show any ambition to be exposed in front of him. As for her mother, she also wanted to step down peacefully. There was no need for a life-and-death conflict between the two. You can't bring in the father-son conflict between Arasaka Saburo and Arasaka Nobuo. Who you know? Because there are few people like Arasaka Nobuo, who is the only male heir of Arasaka Saburo, but still goes against Arasaka Saburo everywhere. After reading the rest of the life story, Carl sought Kenichi Shiro's opinion. So what should we do about this? Stop her. Kenichi Shiro said, even if there may be a hint from that adult behind the scenes, we can't let her achieve her goal. Why? Can't a mother help her daughter to get revenge? This is a classical musical that needs to be covered up on the surface. But everyone knows it in secret. Kenichi Shiro's eyes were cold. Revenge can only be done by us or the people we entrust. Because Miss Haruko is no longer a caged bird trapped in Kyoto. Do we need to let the top executives of Arasaka understand that Arasaka Haruko is also an independent individual? Chapter 195 Chio. Address confirmed. Identity confirmed. Target confirmed. In the dim industrial area in the northern Watson district of Night City, a figure wearing a black tactical suit and a visor was moving rapidly through it. His figure moved forward along with a flickering light in the industrial factory. The data in his mind had helped him lock on to the target 500 meters away. The betrayer must die. With the almost silent muttering under the visor, the figure moving through the industrial area sped up. And the distance between him and the locked target was rapidly shortened. The person who was hiding in front of him, wearing clothes similar to the pursuer, was unaware of it. 450 meters. 400 meters. 350 meters. 300 meters. The pursuer's footsteps suddenly stopped. Two mantis knives popped out from the sides of his arms. At the moment of popping out, lightning flashed, and the bright blue-white current reflected the two people who stood on his way forward at some unknown time. Under the light of the electric current, the pursuer could clearly recognize the faces of the two people in front of him. And the sight under the helmet only stayed on the black-haired young man standing on the right for a moment, and then moved to the left, to the middle-aged man standing upright in a black suit. ZZ. The electric current exploded, and in the flashing light, a processed voice came from under the helmet, and it was unclear whether it was a man or a woman. Kenichi Shiro. Kyoheim. Kenichi Shiro, who appeared here, looked at his disciple calmly. I want to know your duties. This is not within your authority. The processed voice disappeared, and Kyoheim spoke in her original voice with an unusually cold tone. Even if you are my master, this matter has violated the company's rules. I have the right to kill you now. Touch. Who is the person who broke the rules? Chio. I think you know better than me. Kenichi Shiro's face showed a rare anger. He took out a chip and showed it to Chio. I thought you were carrying out the mission because you received the relevant mission. But I didn't expect you to be more daring than I thought. You changed your transfer without authorization and came to Night City. After arriving, you concealed it and didn't report it. Later, you borrowed the name of Mrs. Michiko and mobilized people to upgrade your equipment. Everything you did is enough to be called betrayal. Kenichi Shiro. Ichiro's tone was harsh. Now, I order you to put down all resistance and come back with me to atone for this shameful act. I am not guilty. The mantis blades on Chiyo's arms were already pointed at Kenichiro. You are the one who is guilty. Kenichiro. Me? Listening to Chiyo's words, the anger on Kenichiro's face disappeared, and all he had was indifference. If I am really guilty, it is that I taught everything to you, the betrayer. If you still remember what you taught me and have a sense of shame, you won't say such words. Kyan's voice was as cold as Kenichi Shiro. At the critical moment, you couldn't even protect Miss Haruko. Let Miss Haruko get hurt, and didn't chase after the culprit after knowing it. You are no longer the master I know. Hearing Kyan's words, the originally cold Kenichi Shiro was stunned for a moment. His eyes fixed, staring at Kyan's face. His flashing artificial eyes seemed to want to see through the helmet and see the face underneath. 2 seconds later, Kenichi Shiro's tone was shaken. Do you think I didn't fulfill my duty to protect Miss Haruko? The sinner is always more aware of his guilt. Chiyo raised the mantis knife in her right hand and pointed it at Kenichi Shiro. You are old, master, and you can't even protect the things you have been upholding in the past. Since you have failed in your duty, I should inherit the responsibility. Even if you betrayed the responsibility, I will never forget it, as I accepted your teachings and shouldered the responsibility in the past. Kenichi Shiro listened to Chiyo's words and understood what she wanted to do. Chiyo thought that Kenichi Shiro failed in his job of protecting Arasaka Haruko, and that he was old and unworthy of such a heavy responsibility. She wanted to prove her ability by killing the participants herself and take over Kenichi Shiro's duties. Was this her purpose? At first, Kenichi Shiro thought that Chiyo was instructed by Arasaka Michiko, so she started to hunt down the participants because she was Michiko's bodyguard. Later, after finding out the information, that she acted on her own. Kenichi Shiro thought that Chiyo had betrayed him. Out of the relationship between master and disciple, he wanted to persuade her and understand the reason before taking action. Now, after understanding Chiyo's true purpose, Kenichi Shiro has realized that this is an inexplicable misunderstanding. Miss Haruko was injured because of the test by that person, and the participation of the Hawk faction. Even Mrs. Michiko acquiesced. This kind of problem involving power struggles between factions. He could not tell his disciples clearly, because if he did, it might cause the disciples who were not in a good position to face the disaster of killing. Compared with the things in the family, the betrayal of the ninja is so insignificant. Kenichi Shiro, who could not explain and could not explain, understood the only way to resolve the conflict now. And coincidentally, Chiyo looked at the target that was constantly moving away from the inside of the helmet, and she no longer had the idea of continuing to talk with her betrayer, the master who had failed in his duty. There is a question. After I graduated from your door at the age of 20, I have always wanted to know. Chiyo's voice turned back to the processed voice that could not distinguish between men and women, and at the same time, her figure became blurred. I am really curious. Curious. The lightning disappeared, and darkness came again. At the same time, Chiyo's figure disappeared in the darkness. That is, her voice seemed very close and very far to Kenichi Shiro. It was as if she was not moving at all in the same place. And it was as if she was right in front of him. Kenichi Shiro's body tensed. He knew his disciple well. And he had to go all out to subdue her. What is that? Kenichi Shiro scanned the surroundings with his artificial eyes, thinking of using words to make his disciple continue to speak so that he could lock her. And his disciple did not disappoint him. The figure reappeared. And with it, there was lightning and a loud voice. That is, Master, are you really better than me? Two mantis knives stabbed Kenichi Shiro from behind, aiming at the heart and lungs. Both were fatal points. Chapter 196 Shadow. The moment Chiom appeared, Carl, who was watching the whole process, immediately made a smart move. He hid to the side during the slow time. He did not intend to participate in the contest between master and apprentice. Or rather, since he knew Chiom's purpose, Carl knew that this was an internal matter. And it was an internal matter that he had better not get involved in. This obviously half-crazy ninja could speak his heart out to his master. And for others like him, he would be even more cruel. Carl was willing to compete with the strong, and was also happy to fight with Chiom. But if it was not a life-and-death fight, he would still save his life. He could not do it. Chiom gave Carl the feeling that she was indeed strong, although she did not have the strength that Kenichi Shiro boasted that made him afraid. In Carl's opinion, her keenness in finding opportunities, as well as her mobility and speed at the moment of contact, were already second only to Kenichi Shiro, an atom heavy hammer among the people Carl had seen. 10 Mr. Johnsons are not enough for her to kill. Retreating far away, Carl tried his best to reduce his threat. And in the moment he retreated, Kenichi Shiro and Chion had already fought twice. How about it? Kenichi Shiro is also Kaien's master. Few people know the fighting style of his disciple, who has been watching him since childhood better than Kenichi Shiro. When Chion activated the optical camouflage prosthesis to hide in the dark, and used Sion Weston to accelerate to the moment when the mantis knife lit up behind him, Kenichi Shiro had already turned around. It was also Sion Weston. But the weapon Kenichi Shiro used was not the mantis knife. Compared with the weapon that requires a drastic change of his arm, the weapon used by Kenichi Shiro, who is still a little old-fashioned, but not so old-fashioned, is the wakizashi that he threw out from his sleeve and held in his hand. It was a special wakizashi with a length of 60 centimeters, without the hilt, and only the handle and blade. In the past, it was used as a backup weapon for samurai, or a self-slaying blade. In Kenichi Shiro's hand, it seemed to have life. When it collided with the mantis blade at high speed, every time, it just deflected or blocked the force point of the blade. Carl, who witnessed this scene from a distance, was amazed. He had heard that some powerful swordsmanship masters could grasp the center of the opponent's sword, and in a duel, they could accurately chop out a sword, removing the opponent's weapon and taking his life at the same time. He had seen such a mutuo, but most of them were not worthy of the name and could not learn anything. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. Carl hated himself for not bringing the mutuo recording software. Seeing such a strong battle, even if he was close and affected, it might be a gain. I knew you could use this weapon. After several unsuccessful slashes, Chio immediately pulled back and activated optical camouflage. The master who always stands straight has a weapon hidden in his arm. I knew this when I was 12 years old. Chio's figure began to blur, and she merged into the darkness again. Then you still have a lot to learn. It was Kenichi Shiro's right hand that used the wakizashi. He blocked the attack of the electrified mantis knife in Chio's hand with only one right hand and the prosthetic grounding plating in the epidermal system. And his left hand was empty from beginning to end, in a movement that was so fast that Carl couldn't see it clearly from a distance. Kenichi Shiro's left hand already had a shuriken. Just like using chopsticks, the shuriken was sandwiched between Kenichi Shiro's index finger and ring finger, and was thrown out with the force of his hand swinging forward in an almost light movement. Puff. Because of the optical camouflage, Chio had no subcutaneous armor installed under her epidermis, and the bulletproof vest in the tactical suit was completely unable to block the power of the shuriken. Before Chio was about to completely escape into the darkness, she had already been hit by a shuriken on her shoulder. Have you held back? Now? No. Just when Carl, who was watching the game, thought that Kenichi Shiro was holding back now, He realized the next moment that he was not holding back. It was Chio who dodged it herself. That sound was not the sound of piercing flesh and blood. Wow! With the sound of clothes falling to the ground, Chio escaped into the darkness, leaving only a tactical suit that had been removed. And a kunai was stuck on the tactical suit. Escape from the shell. A standard ninja move. Chio even used it to achieve better concealment. Wearing a black tactical uniform, the prosthetic optical camouflage could not fully exert its maximum function in the dark. But because of the fight, Chio had no time to change. So she took the opportunity of the thrown kunai to cover her vision with her clothes, wearing only a tight-fitting tights, and completed hiding her whereabouts again. Where is the person? Carl and Kenichi Shiro were both searching for Chio's trace. And when the footsteps were heard again, exactly 2 seconds had passed. 4 seconds had passed since the battle began. Chio appeared again in 2 seconds to attack. And her attack was very urgent. But her next attack was very steady, while using the wakizashi in his hand to knock away the kunai thrown from the darkness. Kenichi Shiro felt something, tilted his body, and made an emergency evasive action. The next moment, the sound of gunfire and explosions obscured the sight of Carl, who was watching from a distance. Was this throwing kunai? Drawing a gun to shoot and bombing with grenades at the same time? Under the tactical uniform, it seemed that there were a lot of things hanging around the waist. Because of the fire produced by the grenade explosion, the area where Chio and Kenichi Shiro fought was much brighter. Carl could see that in the fire, Kenichi Shiro was safe and sound, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. In the shadow behind him cast by the flames in front of him, a figure had already rushed out, and the sound of electricity that was not so loud in the burning flames accompanied by a sharp blade went straight to Kenichi Shiro's neck. That action was to cut it in two, directly cutting off the skin, flesh and bones, using the shadow under the fire to cover her figure, keeping the optical camouflage the same as the shadow, and then borrowing the burning sound and the more or less tinnitus after the explosion to cover the sound of the electric mantis knife in her hand. Chio has already played to the extreme in terms of environmental utilization. But in terms of skills, there are still some flaws. The sweeping kick turned around and happened to meet Chio's body, sweeping her away directly, causing her body to fall into the surrounding flames uncontrollably. Kenichi Shiro's expression remained unchanged. Just like when he taught Chio in the past, you must remember that under the firelight, the only thing you can hide is your shadow. Chapter 197: The Gap Between Master and Apprentice. The flames ignited by the grenade explosion and spread in the dry grass in the industrial area did not spread outward. In the dimming light, Kenichi Shiro, who just kicked Chion away without any pursuit, said, "Are you calm now?" There was no answer. When the fire disappeared, there was no figure where Chion landed. She hid her figure again, continuously using the optical camouflage prosthesis. Even if you are one of the few people who have good tolerance for prosthesis, such intensive use is enough for you to have some unnecessary flaws. Holding a shuriken flowing out of his sleeve with his left hand again, Kenichi Shiro looked to the right front of him. The seemingly empty place. Breathing, footsteps, and inner impatience. Every flaw you show is enough to expose your whereabouts. Kenichi Shiro slowly raised his wakizashi with his left hand. It seems that you still have a lot to learn. I previously judged that you were qualified enough to become a master, but it seems that it was just my misjudgment. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro's head suddenly turned to the left, raised the wakizashi in his hand, and just blocked a mantis knife that was chopped down. In the stalemate moment, when the lightning exploded, and the faces of Chiom and Kenichi Shiro were reflected, Kenichi Shiro's words did not stop at all, being slightly provoked. You exposed your true position. Have you forgotten everything I taught you in the past? Chiom did not respond at all. 2 holes appeared on the left and right cheeks of her face-lifting helmet. As she lowered her head, 2 saban shot out from them and went towards Kenichi Shiro's artificial eye. This is a special saban with an interference function. As long as it is inserted into Kenichi Shiro's artificial eye, the paralysis virus attached to it can invade his brain through the artificial eye. After a special modification, the virus can destroy Kenichi Shiro's brain in a few seconds. Ding dong. But this was expected long ago. Even Kenichi Shiro, who had personally participated in the design and experience of the Arasaka ninja's mask removal, how could he not know this little trick? The kunai prepared in his left hand flew up with the movement of his index and middle fingers, accurately intercepting a saban in midair, and relying on the collision of this saban. The other saban that had just flown out was also driven and flew around, Huh? Carl pinched a flying Saban. And he was almost injured by mistake. I was too fascinated by the moves, and wanted to be more careful. I unknowingly approached within a distance of less than 8 meters. Which was a bit too easy. But this contest did look easy. Carl stepped back a few steps, and kept a distance of 10 meters. From the perspective of an outsider, the fight between Kenichi Shiro and Chiyo is actually quite different in terms of strength. Perhaps it is because Kenichi Shiro knows his apprentice too well. Chiyo's actions, which Carl thinks are threatening to him, become like a teaching in Kenichi Shiro response. The difference between one side trying desperately to kill the other side, and the other side not only holding back, but also teaching, while fighting may be obvious. Carl, as a bystander, knows this very well. Not to mention the two people fighting. Chiyo, who realized that she was at a disadvantage in the fight against Kenichi Shiro, retreated again. But this time, she was not hiding in the dark, but planning to evacuate. Ninjas never have a reason to fight to the death with the other side, unless it is to protect people. Otherwise, the style of ninjas is always to temporarily withdraw if they fail and wait for the next assassination. This behavior has been engraved in her bones since she accepted the ninja training. Chiyo executed it very quickly. At the same time, a spherical object rolled down from her waist automatically. Every Arasaka ninja who has undergone orthodox ninja training will carry a special smoke bomb. This smoke bomb will automatically crack when it touches the ground. The smoke mixed with anti-scanning particles can ensure the safe evacuation of the Arasaka ninja. If you can't take down Kenichi Shiro in a sudden encounter, then retreat and find a better time to attack him. Chiyo thought in her heart while retreating. No matter what, you must not let the derelict stay with Miss Haruko. Bang. Just as she thought so, she was shot in the abdomen. The retreat position is to retreat towards the 5 o'clock direction with the original position as the center. You still haven't changed or overcome this habit. Slowly putting away the gun, he pulled out from his waist. Kenichi Shiro watched Chiyo rolling on the ground due to retreating and the impact of the bullet. The expression on his face changed from calm to a bit of disappointment. With your ability, how can I be assured and hand over Miss Haruko to you? Kenichi Shiro used wakizashi and kunai. And at the same time, he also used guns. At critical moments, guns are indeed much better tools than ninja tools. Chiyo did not install a pain editor. The burden that her body could bear was given to the latent or lethal prosthesis, leaving no room for a pain editor that was burdensome and had little effect. So after being shot, she couldn't help but let out a barely perceptible cry from the depths of her throat because of the pain. Pain is pain, but actions cannot be disturbed at all. Chiyo rolled on the ground to avoid possible follow-up gunshots and fired several kunai from her body. Even if she took the opportunity to dodge, she was still attacking. However, this was still within Kenichi Shiro expectations. Rather, how could Kenichi Shiro, who had her prosthetic installation data and understood her personality and trajectory of action, not know everything about her? Even in the ninja inheritance, disciples are equivalent to biological children. Kenichi Shiro dodged several kunai by leaning sideways casually. When Chiyo tried to stand up with only half of her body strength and tried to start the Swan Weston again to evacuate, a phone was thrown to Chiyo from a distance. Haruko phone call. This was a voice from a distance, and the words in it froze Chiyo, who originally thought the phone was some kind of portable bomb and was trying to dodge. When Kenichi Shiro suddenly turned back to look behind him, Carl, who had seen enough of the fight, folded his hands and said, I thought Haruko might want to know about this, so I sent her a message, and she said she would come to deal with it. Carl gave Kenichi Shiro a reassuring look and said, Don't worry. I didn't call as you requested, but I didn't say you could send a message. Chapter 198. Who is this guy? In the solemn atmosphere, while Chiyo was staring at her phone, Kenichi Shiro was staring at Carl, and Haruko's voice broke the silence. Chiyo, can you hear me? The gentle voice almost instantly awakened Chiyo's consciousness, which was almost unconscious. Her brain didn't even think about whether this might be a recording trap or something like that, and she picked up the phone from the ground with both hands in a fluttering gesture. Miss Haruko, I'm here, so you can hear me. That's good. I was wondering if there was a problem with the communication. On the other end of the line, Haruko's smiling voice came. We haven't talked for a long time. Chiyo, it's great to hear your voice. Miss. Hearing Haruko's voice, Chiyo's face covering helmet was trembling. This kind of excitement that was physically uncontrollable was forcibly suppressed by her halfway through her voice. She said in a calm voice again, "We have indeed not seen each other for a long time. To be precise, it has been 9 months, 4 days, and 3 hours. Amazing. You are still the same as before. Time can be remembered very clearly." Haruko praise made Chiyo's injured waist straighten a little, "because you often like to ask me about the time. I won't forget it. Then how long has it been since you last met Kenichi Shiro?" Hearing this, Chiyo obviously hesitated for a moment, and then glanced at Kenichi Shiro. "Before. It was also 9 months. And 4 days, and 3 hours. Since we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't be too violent when reminiscing about the past. Chiyo, can you forgive Kenichi Shiro? Miss, this person who failed to do his duty. But you got hurt." Chiyo was still very dissatisfied with Kenichi Shiro. For her, it was not just as simple as seeing her colleague fail to do his duty. As a master she revered in the past, Chiyo almost regarded every word Kenichi Shiro said as a creed. But such a master couldn't even do the words of protection he said. How could Chiyo, whose faith was almost collapsed, easily forgive him? If she really couldn't run away just now, or if she had received Miss Haruko call a little later, she would have been ready to use some special means to die together with this negligent person. Now thinking carefully, Chiyo felt that her behavior was still too reckless. If she died together with this negligent person, it would leave Miss Haruko without anyone to protect her. She still had to find a time to kill him safely. Letting such a person stay by Miss Haruko's side would harm Miss Haruko sooner or later. While Chiyo was mumbling various ideas against Kenichi Shiro in her heart, Arasaka Haruko on the other side was thinking about something. After a while, her voice sounded again. "Since Chiyo is dissatisfied with Mr. Kenichi Shiro, do you want to come to me, Miss?" As soon as Haruko said this, Kenichi Shiro no longer had time to stare at Carl. He turned around and tried to stop Arasaka Haruko's suggestion. How can someone like her who is not capable enough? "Can I?" Excitedly, she held up the phone with both hands. Chiyo, who originally thought that she would have to kill the dereliction of duty first before she had a chance, was very excited. Guarding Miss Haruko's side was what she really wanted to do and pursue. "Of course, I would rather say that I welcome you to come to me. Chiyo, I am lacking strength now." Haruko's voice sounded. "In that case, I have to inform my mother. I will hang up here first. Chiyo, if you can, come with Kenichi Shiro tonight to do some coding and job transfer." "Yes, Miss." For what Arasaka Haruko has decided. No matter how unwilling Kenichi Shiro is, he cannot make any unauthorized rebuttal. So when he watched his disciple who was getting worse and worse really stay with Miss Haruko, he couldn't help but look back and glare at Carl, who was involved in Miss Haruko. If he hadn't sent a message to Miss Haruko without authorization, how could Miss Haruko know about this kind of thing? He could have sent his incompetent disciple to recognize his own ability and go back to be punished obediently. Carl didn't care about Kenichi Shiro glare at him at all, because in his opinion, Kenichi Shiro eyes seemed to always be like this, and he got used to it after seeing it many times. What he cares about now is his cell phone. Just now, in order to prevent possible accidental injuries, and to prevent Chiyo from doing something extreme, like "I'm going to explode with you." Carl only threw the cell phone near Chiyo. Now, seeing that the cell phone was held in Chiyo's hand, and she had no intention of returning it, Carl felt sorry for his euros. There are mobile phones in Night City. During these days of living in Night City, Carl, who was still wondering whether there were mobile phones in Night City when he first arrived, realized this after seeing Jack take out a mobile phone and start making a call. Then, 2 days ago, he just bought a mobile phone that had been double tested by Old Way and T-Bug and had all viruses and additional malware removed, spending a full 2,000 euros. What is the concept of 2,000 euros? In layman's terms, it means that you can buy Mr. Johnson's extremely precious Ajax rifle. Carl is very generous in some aspects, but he really doesn't want to spend more money on some unnecessary things. With the Access Warehouse, he didn't need a mobile phone. He just bought a mobile phone of the same model as Jack for fun. The body of the phone was not even warm yet. When Carl was thinking about how to get his phone back, Haruko's voice came from the phone that the three thought had been hung up. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell Chiyo. Remember to return the phone to Carl. And Carl, thank you for telling me this. It's really great that Chiyo and Kenichi Shiro didn't fight. In fact, the two of them were almost done fighting. I was satisfied watching it. So I sent you a message. Carl wanted to say this. But with the hang-up sound, two eyes looked at him at the same time. This time, it was not only Kenichi Shiro eyes, but also Chiyo's. At this time, Chiyo slowly came to her senses. I don't think I've ever seen this black-haired young man around Miss Haruko before. Who is this person who calls Miss Haruko by her name and seems to have a close relationship with her? She even thanked him in person. In Eastern customs, calling someone by their name instead of their surname is considered an intimate act. Chapter 199. Easy to say. I think you should treat the gunshot wound in your abdomen first. Carl, who was being watched by Chiyo, approached her and took out a Fulcon 3 and threw it over. You don't want to be bloody, so go see Haruko. Right? Hearing what Carl said, Chiyo caught the Fulcon 3 in midair and then injected it directly around her wound. Don't you want to take out the bullet? It is the sensible thing to do to stop bleeding and restore mobility when medical help is available. After the Fulcon 3 was injected, Chiyo's face obviously looked better. She stared at Carl and handed over the phone. Ms. Haruko told me to return this to you. Well, thank you. After taking the phone, Carl found that the hand that was originally holding the phone turned around to hold his wrist and pulled him forward. Carl's first reaction was to stabilize his body and not move. The power of his arm turned around and pulled up Chiyo, who was trying to pull him forward. Do you want me to lend you a hand? Looking at Chiyo, who stood up from the ground by pulling up her arm, Carl understood what she was doing. Confirm the arm, by the way. Chiyo stared at Carl's arm, which looked like a prosthetic arm. I've read the information. A mercenary helped Miss Haruko in a critical moment. After receiving treatment, the mercenary had a pair of prosthetic hands. Her eyes swept across the side of Carl's wrist, and the melee weapon that the mercenary often used was a single-molecule wire. Chiyo was looking for traces on Carl's hand, but this latest type of artificial skin perfectly covered the traces of the single-molecule wire, so Chiyo couldn't judge it based on appearance alone. However, Carl honestly admitted his identity. That person is me. Is that so? Chiyo looked at Carl's face, which had not undergone any surgery or prosthetics, and nodded with satisfaction. What she was satisfied with was Carl's behavior, from the face. It is a little hard to tell. I didn't expect you to be the loyal mercenary. Well done. Ah? Listening to Chiyo's words, Carl was stunned for a moment. Loyal mercenary? What nonsense are you talking about? Let alone the words loyalty and mercenary. There is a natural sense of conflict. Who am I loyal to? Euro? It was entrusted to money. It is correct to say that I am loyal to money. But listening to these words, it is obviously not about money. Looking at Chiyo's expression, Carl vaguely realized who she was talking about. Could it be Haruko? Loyal to Haruko? Ah? Even if he roughly understood it, Carl couldn't keep up with Chiyo's train of thought. This guy. Wouldn't he regard his behavior when executing the commission as some kind of proof of loyalty? The fact is, Chiyo did think so. Her attitude towards Carl was obviously different. Not only was there a sense of gentleness in her voice under the helmet, but even in her behavior, she did not show much of the vigilance she had towards Kenichi Shiro. I didn't recognize you when someone as loyal as you helped Miss Haruko look after the derelict and came to find me together. You said it was right? Feeling Mr. Kenichi Shiro's somewhat sharp gaze for some reason, Carl now caught up with Chiyo's thinking. To put it simply, the revered master, who did not protect Miss Haruko and caused Miss Haruko to be injured, is a bad person, a derelict, and must be killed. This disaster cannot be left with Miss Haruko. The strange mercenary helped protect Miss Haruko and received the treatment that Miss Haruko specifically requested. He is a good person, a loyal person, can be approached, and a companion. This thinking seems as if, maybe, it's not so extreme, and it even feels okay. It's just a little bit contradictory. Black or white, without any sense of the middle. The Japanese education she received is too rigid. In fact, in Carl's opinion, perhaps this may be a deliberate behavior for the teaching of Arasaka ninja. Because tools only need to know whether a person can be killed or whether he is a friend. Extra thinking is essentially unnecessary, and may even involve extra behavior. Just like the ninja of the 100 group, who was privately hunted by Chiyo. He was involved in the internal power struggle, and was one of the people who could be eliminated by default. It is better to say that thinking like Chiyo is the norm. And people like Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who have rational thinking, are abnormal. Chio's closeness was a kind of goodwill towards himself on Haruko Arasaka's side. In other words, if he was Haruko's enemy, even if he showed a little hostility or possibility of dereliction of duty. Thinking about the previous behavior of taking Kenichi Shiro's life, Carl could only say that maybe the company was really good at alienating people. It only took an order or a judgment to rush up and bite close people. The people in power always like such a good dog. But at least, this ninja is now on his side. Carl did not violate the agreement with Haruko. He was just thinking that since there are ninjas loyal to Haruko, there must be ninjas loyal to other factions. Carl was originally thinking whether he could find some information that would be beneficial to Haruko from the ninja being hunted. But now it seems that there is no need to hold back. Carl, the target does not need to be left alive. Nor does it need to leave a body to get the chip. In the judgment, he has lost his value. Man, does it mean that we can do it freely? Carl, after contacting the relevant personnel, I made a judgment. Brown, I understand. After ending the communication, Carl listened to the gunfire that sounded at the same time in the distance. His face calm. This sound should be the explosion of a small missile fired by the projectile launch system in man's hand. Then the gunfire sounded. It was the Saratoga submachine gun that Brown and his team were equipped with. The distance was about 300 meters. It's time to go back. Carl smiled at Chio. Haruko, are we waiting for you? After saying this, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Is that right? Kenichi Shiro stared at Carl, nodded first, and then shook his head. When Carl was a little puzzled, he spoke. In the future, you are not allowed to take the initiative to send messages to the lady. As he said this, he glanced at Chio, who was looking at him coldly beside Carl, and added, unnecessary contact with Chio is also not allowed. Mr. Kenichi Shiro is too strict. I pay for your salary of 100,000 euros per month. Carl smiled. No problem. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Chapter 200 The Old Captain Commission. The personnel have been dealt with. This order is well done and closed. After receiving the video from Mann and Brown, Carl sent them a message. This mission is over. When will you come to the Wild Wolf Bar to get together? I will treat you to a meal. It may take a few days. Mann replied, after dealing with the Arasaka personnel. We have to stay out of the limelight for a while. When we are free, we will definitely come over and let you treat us. Then let me know in advance when you are coming. I will book the place in advance. After the information exchange, Carl watched the car driven by Kenichi Shiro go away. In his heart, he was a little worried that Chio, who was also in the car, would fight with Kenichi Shiro again on the way. It shouldn't be. The current situation is like this. Carl shook his head and didn't care anymore. Kenichi Shiro and Chio were handled by Arasaka Haruko. This matter had nothing to do with him. The call came. Carl, is your business over? Do you still need us as a backup? The call was connected, and Jack's voice came from the other end. Everything is fine. Carl replied, Mann and Brown solved it very well. And the deal has been settled. It seems that we who are waiting for support have made a wasted trip. Oliver's voice also sounded in the communication. He said it was a wasted trip. But from his tone, he was obviously relaxed. So what's next? Where are you now? Do you want us to pick you up? I'm at the door of the next life. Next life? Oliver muttered. Why did Kenichi Shiro leave you here? I asked myself. I came here to meet a middleman. Middleman? Oliver said. Are you here for business? It's just an appointment to meet. Is there anything to talk about in person? You? Do you want us to come and show up as well? Who is the middleman? Old Captain. Muammar Reyes. He? Hasn't he just started working as a middleman? You said he was looking for mercenaries everywhere. I thought he was only involved in some small street things. How come he came here so soon and made an appointment with you? Does he have any work on hand that requires us to pay a lot of money? I don't know. But we will know when we meet. So are you coming or not? Or do you want me to discuss the specific matters of the commission as before? 2 minutes. I'd be there soon. Listening to the roar of the engine coming from the communication, Carl just hoped that Oliver, who was driving the Apocalypse Hera, could be steady and not hit anything. While standing and waiting, Carl did not forget to send a message to the old captain. 2 minutes. I'd be there soon. No problem. I have prepared a lot of money and wine for you. This meeting will definitely satisfy you. I hope so. Carl's impression of this natural middleman who sent a message to him and asked him to put aside other work if he had any. and do his work first, was actually not very reliable. Normally, when a middleman is looking for a mercenary team that he has just met and has not established basic trust with, will he start with a large sum of money? This sounds like a scam that he will become famous and rich if he succeeds in this deal. But Carl is really free now, so he doesn't mind seeing if this famous second-hand car dealer in the Santo Domingo area, a new middleman, performs the same as Faraday in the task. Carl can just turn around and leave. There is no need to talk too much with idiots, and chatting a few more sentences is a waste of time. Bud, do you need to watch this job? I'm still modifying the ball. Just tell me when you're done. If it's about technical modification, I know someone here who's very good at it. Carl thought about V in the Badlands, my friend who was born a wanderer. He's very good at this. Wanderer. It's about the time when I was offline on the previous trip to the Badlands. You know him, right? Give me his contact information. I just have a problem with the line that I can't figure out. I can ask him. If he can do it, I can pay for remote guidance. That is, communication can be made. Is it connected? He has been wandering around Night City recently and is far away from his family. There should be no problem with the communication line. I sent him the number, and I also sent him a message to let him know. As for the remote guidance fee, I will pay for it depending on the situation. After all, this is for the team. No, I still have this money. Anyway, to be honest, I will use the ball more in the future. Then I will call and hang up first. Well, tell me if there is anything else. After hanging up the phone, Carl looked at the OK finger picture in the message and ended the matchmaking. He looked up and Jack and Oliver just walked over. Let's go and have a look, Jack said, approaching Carl. If it doesn't work, just treat it as a drink. Okay. After greeting his two companions, Carl and the other two entered the bar of the afterlife. Their appearance attracted the attention of many mercenaries and company personnel who were drinking and talking business on the bar seats. A small voice sounded around Carl and the other two who were moving forward. The black-haired young man, the blonde young man with a mustache, and the sturdy man with a Valentino gang decoration. These three people. Wouldn't they be KK, Oliver, and Jack? The trio with a terrible reputation on the streets recently. It is said that as long as the tasks are handed over to them, none of them will be left unfinished. And the customer praise rate is 100%. Remember the news that a group of nearly 100 night wanderers in the Badland were wiped out a few days ago? I heard that they did it. Aren't there 200 people? I heard that Oliver shot 10 people with one shot and used them as human targets. Nonsense. There are obviously 300 people. I don't know the others. But don't I know Jack? He used to be a well-known figure in the Valentino gang. When he rushed to the front, he often beat the people of the Vortex gang. They were just night wanderers with broken guns and broken cars. 200 people were not enough for them. 100 per person was normal. Ignoring the whispers around, Carl, Oliver and Jack came to the box where the old captain was according to the agreed place. As soon as the box was opened, a man with long black hair and a purple-blue coat stood up to greet him. Welcome. Welcome. Please sit down, old captain. Calling the street name, Carl glanced around the box and found that he was the only one in it. He was really brave. He didn't even bring a bodyguard. Thinking of this, Carl and the other two sat down. Chapter 201. Johnny? Let's talk about it. Carl sat on the sofa in the box and looked at the old captain, who was also sitting there. Is it a commission, or do you want to establish a basic cooperative relationship? You can talk about it. Of course it's a commission. I can't invite you here just to keep in touch. Right? The old captain blinked. That would be embarrassing for you. Don't you need a trial or test? Hearing the old captain words, Oliver laughed. I don't know which middleman he was thinking of. I thought every middleman in St. Domingo liked to get to know the set in advance. That's not necessary. Saying this, the old captain raised the wine glass with wine and gestured to the three people. After being rejected by the three people, he continued, since I have come to you, I trust you. I don't need any trial. That's only done by people without vision and ability. It feels like a certain middleman was ridiculed. Then let's talk about the job. It must be said that the old captain's trustful attitude was really straightforward, which made Jack, who rarely spoke when discussing the task, say, what kind of job is it? Don't tell us that you need to take a few thousand euros to break into a big company to rob people. We all know that kind of job. Only fools can do it. Don't worry. We are all knowledgeable. And we still can't do such a thing. The old captain took out something like a projector and placed it on the glass table in the middle of the box. Let's talk about money first. Then the job. I won't say any roundabout nonsense. 80,000 euros. I need you to kill a gang member. What can you do? 80,000 euros. To be honest, this money, as a middleman for the first cooperation, is already incredible and generous. Even the old middleman has to consider it before taking out this money to ask Carl and others. The first cooperation between Faraday and Carl. The commission was 6,000 euros, which was the lowest, followed by Wakako's 30,000 euros, and the priest's 60,000 euros. When it comes to paying a large sum of money, the old captain really didn't lie. He directly gave the highest amount in the first commission of the middleman. It was almost 3 times higher than the commission of 30,000 euros that Carl gave to V. But everyone knows that if someone is willing to pay such an amount of money on the first meeting, then this job must be difficult to do. Get rid of the gang members. Hearing this, Oliver remembered where the old captain was active. People from the 6th Street gang? I won't go to provoke the 6th Street gang now. But someone stood up a job and killed the mercenaries I hired with great difficulty. This business has just started and someone is coming to attack it. I have to save face. Right? The old captain said. And reported the name of the gang. It's the Animal Gang. Animal Gang? Hearing this gang that he rarely came into contact with after coming to Night City, Carl's mind flashed with information about the Animal Gang. Animal Gang, a radical street gang that runs rampant in the western part of Pacific Ocean. They never use traditional prosthetics, but instead use huge amounts of testosterone and animal supplements such as growth hormone to strengthen their bodies. The gang has 2,500 to 3,000 members. NCPD Gang Threat Level Assessment. Hi, this gang likes to use various supplements and rough prosthetics to strengthen themselves. Carl's impression of them is that they take on the task of watching the scene in many bars in Night City. In general, this gang can actually be regarded as a street security group. If it's someone from the Animal Gang, then this job can be done. Carl nodded, representing the team to take on this task. Then, tell me more about it. No problem. Hearing Carl's affirmative answer, the old captain smiled uncontrollably, as if he had seen that the job had been completed. After he pressed a built-in button on the projector, a small mechanical lens rose in the middle of the projector, projecting a figure from it. Johnny Silverhand. 32 years old this year. Wait a minute. What did you say? Hearing this name, Oliver couldn't help but interrupt the old captain's words. He slapped his ears with his palms. And then, as if he had heard it wrong, Johnny Silverhand? Johnny Silverhand. The old captain corrected his words and said, I know you will mistake him for the rock star from half a century ago. No. His name was Rick before. Later, when he was young, he listened to Johnny Silverhand's songs and liked Johnny Silverhand's style. So he changed his name and dressed up like Johnny Silverhand. In the circle of people imitating Johnny in Night City, he is also a #1 figure. Just an imitator? Otherwise, it's impossible that Johnny Silverhand, who has been dead for almost half a century, can crawl out of hell and keep nagging us? The old captain said, anyway. That was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he joined the Animal Gang, trained hard every day, and gave himself hormones. Now, except for the silver hand that was installed to imitate the original hand that was cut off, he doesn't look like Johnny Silverhand at all. As he said, the old captain pointed to the projected image. From the outside, it was indeed a big and strong man wearing sunglasses. In short, I have another client who is also a fan of Johnny Silverhand. He wanted to sell a car. We made an appointment with this guy to be the middleman for the transaction. This guy stood us up, called me over, and ripped off the mercenary who was guarding the car. He drove the car away without paying a penny. Do you think I can tolerate this? Of course not. The old captain spread his hands and said, if other people find out about this, where will my face be? Right? So I have to save face no matter what. Whether it is for my second-hand car dealer business or for this newly started middleman business. He has to die. Of course, if you can drive the car back, it would be even better. In this way, if you want to buy a car in the future, I can give you a 20% discount. I almost understand. Carl nodded. This is a simple matter. Just go and rip someone off and drive the car back. The reward is 80,000 euros. So, do you have any information about where he is? Taipingshao? The territory of the animal gang is Taipingshao. No. It's in the city center. The old captain said, he has a fixed habit every night. That is, to take a group of his men to the chip bookstore to buy books there. A strong man like this? Reading books? You can't discriminate based on appearance. The old captain said, took out a chip, gestured to the three people, and inserted it into the slot of the projector. After that, the projected objects changed and became paragraphs of text floating in the light. This is what I learned recently. The book he likes to read. Carl looked at the book, and its title was The Little Secret Between Johnny Silverhand and Carrie. Chapter 202 Car Modification. My eyes are dirty. This is what Oliver kept saying while sitting in the driver's seat. As the only one among the three who couldn't resist his curiosity and read the philosophical text completely, Oliver is now a little dazed. He never thought that the lethality of words could surpass mutuo and be directly imprinted in his heart, causing damage to his soul. Who told you to keep reading even though you know it's something you shouldn't read? I saw you were quite engrossed in it just now. Do you like that? Go away. Jack, you like to read that. My sexual orientation is normal female. After angrily replying, Oliver put his left hand on the steering wheel and rubbed his eyes with his right hand while waiting for the traffic light. I just felt polluted. I couldn't help but be curious about the subsequent development of this thing. So I finished it. In other words, the writing is actually very good? Leaning on the back seat, Carl looked at the luxury cars passing by on the streets of the municipal center outside the window and talked about a topic about cars. Speaking of which, we have been driving the Skyhera for a while. Right? Don't we really want to get a four-seater? Bulletproof car? It's just a little over a month. What do you mean it's been a while? Carl, you're just rich and you're fickle. What's wrong with the Skyhera? How can you change such a good car after driving it for such a short time? Do I fickle? For this car that he has never touched the steering wheel of. Carl tapped his cheek with his finger and thought for a while. I haven't had a new one. How can I say it's old? I was just wondering if you, Oliver, would like to drive a faster car. After all, Carl's eyes were still on the window, watching the cars passing them from all around, in terms of speed. The Skyhera can't compare to those cars. If one day we have to chase someone, I wonder if we might not be able to catch up. Can't catch up with people. Listening to Carl's words, Oliver thought about it, and found that it was indeed the case. The performance of the Skyhera is not particularly good. When Oliver was doing small tasks before, he wanted to hit it directly to intercept other people's vehicles several times. But he let go of the accelerator and slowed down before the final collision. Because if he hit it directly, the Skyhera's body would not be able to withstand it. Then Carl, what car do you think is both fast and crash resistant? I don't know. Carl doesn't know much about cars. What can he know? But he did have a solution, but I know that cars can be modified. I have ridden in the Enforcer driven by Mr. Johnson before, which is a police car modified from the Skyhera. After the modification, the speed is fast and stable, and it directly collides with the impact without leaving any marks on the front of the vehicle. I was thinking, can we also modify it in this way? Are you thinking that our Skyhera will also be modified into the style of the Enforcer? Jack rubbed his chin with his palm. I think it's okay. On the street, who doesn't know that the NCPD police drive fast and fiercely, and stop people at any time, which is much more fierce than them getting out of the car and drawing guns. Then we should contact Mr. Johnson and ask him how the Enforcer was modified? Listening to Oliver's words, Carl shook his head. Although the NCPD police have modified the Enforcer, that is also after Skydome Company modified most of the parts. It was upgraded and brought over. We can directly make it based on it, unless Johnson and his team are willing to take out the police car and dismantle it one part at a time for us to study. I don't think it will happen. So Carl, you mean we also entrust the car company to make some customized models for us? The price won't be low, right? Oliver thought about the little money he had just saved from the mission, and felt a little sad. But he didn't hesitate. Then let's ask the people of Skydome Company. The middleman will have some connections, right? Didn't we just take over the old captain job? He is a professional second-hand car dealer. We will find him after we finish the mission. He must know. In fact, there is a simpler way that doesn't cost much money. Carl felt that Oliver had forgotten something. When it comes to modifying cars, people in the Badland must know more. Have you forgotten V? V is still here. He is helping T now. Bug made the bionic dog. Once it's done, we take Sky Knight away from the Badlands and let him take a look around Night City. I feel that the Rangers must know more than us. V? Oliver recalled that V recognized his prosthetic eye type in 2 glances and could accurately tell the model and modification type. Thinking about his identity as a Ranger, he felt that this might be possible. According to what we saw at that time, V and his team dared to rush to the ghost camp with more than 50 people for 30,000 euros. So the price they offered should be fair and cheap. After T-Bug is done with the matter, we will contact V and take time to go to the Bad Land again. Anyway, we are not going to do the mission this time, so it should be okay to drive Hera on the edge. After deciding on the Hera modification, Sky Hera stopped. Target spotted. Oliver stared at the large group of people standing in the chip bookstore outside the left window, and his eyes swept over the sturdy bodies of the group of people. They all look like they are from the animal gang. Look at their physiques. Jack, you will never catch up with them in your lifetime even if you use normal training methods. How can those who take drugs be the same as me who only drink protein powder? Jack didn't care much about this, so what should we say now? Just rush in and kill them all? Shooting at night. The gunshots are too obvious. This is still in the city center. Maybe the NCPD will come in less than a minute. Carl shook his head. I remember Mr. Johnson was in the city center these days. We have to give Mr. Johnson and his men some face. Let's just break in. Then I continue driving and park the car first. Oliver stepped on the accelerator. They are the animal gang members who came to the city center at night. Sooner or later, they will have to go back. When the time comes, we will follow them and find a place to do it. Remember to keep the leader alive. Carl said, I still have to find the car that the old captain wants from him. Where is the car he stole? Prepare for the worst. Jack sorted out his guns. I didn't see the car that the old captain wanted among the vehicles parked in front of the store. The worst case scenario is that he parked the car in the animal gang territory. After we solve the problem, we have to go to Taiping's house again. So, this job is worth 80,000 euros. Carl didn't care. Taiping's house? I just haven't been there. Chapter 203, Pursuit. Offer. Johnny. How's your shopping going? Johnny Shoin, who was checking out at the counter, received a call from the gang leader. Although the animal gang is a gang, there are divisions within the gang, and even one boss for each area. The reason why they are all called the animal gang is just a general term. The boss of Johnny Shoin is a sturdy woman named Savage King, who is regarded as the boss respected by all the animal gangs in the western part of Taiping Prefecture. I buy it right away. Answering his boss' question, Johnny Shoin was a little surprised. Is there something urgent that requires me to rush back? Boss? I have information here. Someone from the Next Life saw the old captain enter the Next Life box. It seems that he is waiting for the mercenaries to work. Didn't you just smash his place recently? That may be targeting you. Be careful. Old captain. Next Life is trying to hire the mercenaries of Next Life? Johnny Shoin understood. He is a member of the animal gang. He likes to take all kinds of hormones and supplements. But he is not the kind of person who trains to grow muscles in his head. He still understands threats. Johnny Shoin looked around at his subordinates in the store. There were only 11 people in total. These people plus himself made 12 people. It was difficult to deal with the mercenaries, who were qualified to take jobs in the Next Life. I go back right away. After paying the bill with the store owner, they ended the call with the boss. Got on a few Thunderbolt Mackinac MTL-1S that could barely fit them, and started driving from the city center towards Taiping's house. As members of the animal gang, because of their large size, the popular models on the market rarely can carry them. Only cars produced by a car company that specializes in making pickup trucks, such as Thunderbolt Mackinac, can accommodate them. However, because it is a pickup truck, the speed of Thunderbolt Mackinac is really not fast. Sitting in the passenger seat, Johnny Hand was about to insert the purchase chip into the access port while his younger brother was driving, so that he could take a good look at his favorite pure love story of Johnny Hand and Carrie. Suddenly, the younger brother in the last Thunder Mackinac shouted in the communication channel, "Oh no! Brother Hand? There seems to be a Sky Hera following behind us. Judging from their movements, they seem to be heading for us. So fast?" Angrily putting down the latest pure love story that he had not had time to read, and carefully hiding it, Johnny Hand showed the qualities that a leader of the animal gang should have. Are you sure they are coming for us? How are the personnel? I don't know. It's too dark, My car. The people in the place don't have prosthetic eyes, so they can't see clearly, but they have been following us and turning. And the distance is getting closer and closer. Leave the city center first. If there is a fight in this place, the NCPD bastards will probably come over like mice smelling cheese. You just drive, and I will find a way. Johnny showing thought in his mind. If they want to go directly back to Taiping's house, which belongs to their animal gang territory, then starting from the municipal center and directly crossing the valley area of Haywood is the closest, considering that their animal gang has not had too many major conflicts with the Valentino gang. It doesn't matter if they are just passing by, but the car behind them is obviously impossible to follow them all the way back to Taiping's house slowly. In this case, the speed of the vehicle is not as fast as theirs, and it is inevitable to be intercepted halfway. In this case, why not try to change the idea? Not enough personnel may not be able to solve the enemy, and are not the enemy's opponent? For those who are mixed in the gang, there is no such saying from the moment they enter the gang. How can we know if we don't try? They are just mercenaries from the next life. They have seen them before. They all have the same head and body. Who is afraid of whom? Since we are not going back to Taiping State, the best place to fight is turn. Let's go to Little Chinatown. Watson District. That place is more chaotic, and NCPD is not very willing to manage it. Some gangs, such as the Whirlpool Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang, are just a group of lunatics who have not completely occupied the place. Let's go there to find a place to fight. If they still follow us, we will kill them. Yes, boss. In the Sky Hero behind, Oliver was happy to see the several Waimakinos in front turn and identify their direction. The animal gang has turned. It seems that they have discovered us and are going to Watson District to find a place to get rid of us. What a coincidence. Jack also smiled. We want to find a place to get rid of them. And they also want to find a place to get rid of us. And they even found a place on purpose. Little Chinatown in Watson District. Why don't we go anywhere else, but come to the place we are most familiar with? Carl was also a little happy. The place their team was most familiar with would be Little Chinatown. That place was not only where Carl and Oliver lived, but also where the Afterlife and Old Way Clinic and Misty's Psychic House were located. They were familiar with every street there, and even knew whether the food at the stalls was delicious or not. Look for a chance to stop them. Oliver, don't let them stop in front of Misty House. Hearing Carl's words, Oliver understood. Don't worry. I know this place better than them. As he said, he began to slow down. They have to stop wherever I want them to stop. Boss showing. They slowed down. It seems that they also want to find a place to fight us. Let's do as they wish. Isn't there a super skyscraper apartment in front? Let's go there and find a chance to get into the building and kill them. Six-way Mackinac sped and stopped downstairs of the super skyscraper. Under the curious gaze of other passers-by around, members of the animal gang holding various weapons entered the building and began to go upstairs. Are you planning to use corridors and levels to separate people so that we can't find out which floor they are on? After Carl and the other two got off the car, Carl, who was connected to the camera in his room, smiled. What a coincidence. Oliver, I saw their traces on the 4th floor, right in front of my house. Then it seems that we have to be a little careful when we take action. Oliver parked the car and took out his weapon. Don't let me see the corpses and dirty my eyes when I go out. Find the way. Find the way to the underworld. Carl took out the knife. Their people should be monitoring us. When they see us get off the car, they probably have made some moves. Don't let them run away. Just as Carl said, the animal gang that stayed at the door on the 1st floor and watched Carl and the other two get off the car now has a distorted face. Originally, as the only one with an artificial eye in the animal gang, his duty was to transmit the appearance of the pursuer to the channel, and then shoot to make the first wave of interception and disrupt the pursuer's actions. But now look at it. Those three guys. Run! His voice resounded in the channel. It's Team KK. Chapter 204 Watching. It's really like using a hammer to knock eggs to open the eyes of chicks. Muttering strange words. And who knows where he heard the Chinese idiom. Oliver, who felt that he had learned Chinese very well, knocked the head of the fallen animal gang with a gun in his hand. This is the first time I've seen a guy who came to my door on his own initiative. I've really seen the world. Don't mess with your messy idioms. Carl complained and gestured to the street residents who were watching nearby. It's nothing. Let's go. It's just a small conflict. I've called NCPD. They will be here soon. Small conflict? The residents of the super skyscraper who were watching nearby were very skeptical about this. They looked at the bodies of the animal gang members lying all over the street, and then looked at the doors of their houses that were blocked tightly next to the bodies. What else can they say? I just hope that the NCPD people will come quickly, because the road will be blocked even when they go home. Carl, I don't think they can go home either. How about we move these animal gang members aside so that others can pass? Jack was kind enough to knock on those people, wanting to make room for them. After all, they were all neighbors. That's right. Carl looked at the animal gang members, who were fleeing on the ground, and were eventually blocked by them on the 4th floor and killed, and complained, "It's troublesome to save a life, but it's easier to save a body. You can't just think of throwing objects from high places. If you throw objects from the 4th floor to the 1st floor, they will all fall apart." Oliver rolled up his sleeves, and just when he was about to join Jack in action, the siren sounded from downstairs, which stopped Oliver, who was just about to take action. Why is Mr. Johnson so fast today? Have you forgotten? Mr. Johnson has been in the city center recently. We just changed the location because we thought fighting in the city center would cause trouble for him. Watson District and the city center are next door. Listening to Carl's words, Oliver realized, then did we finally cause trouble for Mr. Johnson? Not really. We held back. This is not like our previous missions. There is a difference between cleaning up corpses in public and taking away living people. The former will eventually be handled by the company outsourced by NCPD. Mr. Johnson and his men have to maintain law and order. They get nothing and are exhausted. For the latter, living people can get more from it. Carl counted on his fingers, gang bribes, bail fees, this kind of extra income. More than the corpse. While Carl said this, of course, he did not forget the heavyweight role. There was still the strongest guy lying on the ground. We can't let Mr. Johnson and his men take Johnny away. Although I have completed the extraction of his information, there is still a task for the old captain. The old captain asked us to kill him. But I thought that if I tied him up and sent him to the old captain for him to deal with, the old captain might be more satisfied. Carl, who was speaking, found that the message he sent to the old captain had received a reply, and 12,000 euros also arrived. Old captain, oh, it has to be professional. I was asked to handle it myself. A small amount of money is not a respect. Look, they will pay more. Listening to Carl's words, Oliver, who received his share of money, now understood why their team had a 100% completion rate of the task and a 100% praise rate. With a guy like Carl who can consider the employer, how can it not be 100%? NCPD is very fast. Or Mr. Johnson and his team are very fast. They arrived at the 4th floor in a short time. Hey, Mr. Johnson. Good evening. Under the brilliance of Night City, there is no difference between night and day. But Carl still greeted them according to the time. There are quite a few people here today. Carl. There is no need to speak, as the police officers have already started the procedure with ease. Mr. Johnson, who has nothing to do, walked to Carl's side and greeted them. Good evening. Jack. Oliver. Good evening, Mr. Johnson. After a simple greeting, Johnson glanced at the animal gang lying on the ground. So what happened today? Why are you here at your door? Are you here to seek revenge? Are you so brave? No. I drove here to deliver the mission target myself. Driving here myself? Johnson was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the animal gang lying on the ground with a bit of disbelief. Don't tell me that they wanted to find a place to fight you, but they came to your doorstep while looking for it. Although I also think it's outrageous. But that's how it is. TSK. Johnson looked at the burly animal gang on the ground, his eyes fixed on their heads. It must be the animal gang. How diligent you are in this place. Now even the scavengers who just opened in the morning have a clear view of it, and they are rushing over to deliver it. So it's rare for us to be amused while on a mission. Their intelligence is really not well informed, Carl said. And then he remembered something and pointed at Johnny's hand on the ground. By the way, Mr. Johnson, you can't take this person away. They commissioned him. A car will come to pick him up later. I send you the identification code of the car. Please help me move him to the back seat of the car. It's a small matter. It's easy. Johnson nodded indifferently, and then glanced at Johnny's hand. He felt that he looked more and more familiar. Who is this guy? Why does he look familiar? Johnny Silverhand. Ah, who are you talking about? Johnny Silverhand? Johnny Silverhand. Just an imitator, An admirer of Johnny Silverhand. Oh, I heard it wrong. In order to communicate with you casually, I specially installed a Chinese voice pack. This name sounds really similar. It's okay, Mr. Johnson. I can understand you in English, Japanese, Spanish, etc. At least Carl has learned the language from Mutuo. And now he is proficient in most of the languages of Night City. While Carl and Johnson were chatting casually, the tenants of the building who were watching nearby were numb. People like them, who can't even pay the rent for a month, have no money to buy Mutuo or use the related equipment in the room. So they are not very clear about the identities of Carl and others. But they are not stupid. Where on earth is this guy from? A neighbor who can easily beat up so many animal gang members and casually chat with an NCPD sheriff? Is it necessary for a person of this level to live in such a poor place with a rent of 1,000 euros a month? Chapter 205 Typing State. Midnight. On the 5th floor of a super skyscraper. At Oliver home. The vehicle traces that can be confirmed now are at the animal gang leader, the Savage King. In the western part of Typing State. Carl uploaded the contents of the information chip to the team channel, allowing all team members to read it. And then said, in other words, we really have to go to Typing State. Typing State. Both Santo Domingo and Haywood are adjacent to Typing State. But both Oliver and Jack have limited knowledge of Typing State. Jack thought for a moment and said, that piece of land is the territory of the Voodoo Gang and the Animal Gang. They are both quite exclusive. It's a bit difficult for us outsiders to get involved. Except for Dogtown, which has been divided out and is almost not part of Night City. That place is the most unregulated place in the city, Oliver said. I remember that even the NCPD people don't go there. Does that mean you don't have any acquaintances there? We do have enemies. Oliver sighed and said, we just made enemies. Outsiders are looking for trouble with locals. Carl thought, although with the current strength of their team, it doesn't matter if they are reckless. But often the death of mercenaries is due to recklessness and carelessness. This team has just started to become famous. And they are doing stupid things that even big people dare not do. Forget it. So, we have to find someone outside this time. Carl's words made Jack understand what he wanted to do. Do you want to find a middleman in the bad land to ask for information like the last time you went there? I guess so. Carl asked T-Bug, who was listening silently in the communication. T-Bug, are there any famous middlemen in Typing's How? A year ago, I knew one. Now, there is only one famous middleman there. T-Bug did not keep the secret and directly said the middleman's name in the underworld. People call him Mr. Hands. Mr. Hands? Oliver was a little curious about the name. It doesn't sound like his real name. But he still calls me Mr. Hands. I thought there weren't many middlemen who didn't call me by my real name like the priest. As a middleman, you have to be careful. Otherwise, when you are old and want to retire, you can't be caught by the tail left by the mercenaries, who didn't do their job well. And you will have a Hamlet-style revenge. Huh? Hamlet what? Oliver felt his brain freeze when he heard T-Bug's words that were beyond his understanding. Hamlet, a tragic play written by the British playwright William Shakespeare, is also called The Revenge of the Prince. It is about a prince whose uncle kills his father, marries his mother, and seizes the throne. The prince tries every means to take revenge, but is finally stabbed by a poisoned sword in a duel and kills his enemy before dying of the poison. Carl made a simple explanation, and what he received was the blank looks from both Jack and Oliver. Obviously, Jack and Oliver who were listening didn't quite understand. No, forget about Oliver. Jack, you read books. Haven't you read this? I prefer books written by American writers. Maybe? Forget it. Carl sighed. I've strayed off topic. If you're interested, I try to find out if I can tell you about it. Let's get back to the point. Don't worry about Mr. Hand's life in the future. He's the most capable middleman in Typing's How. Right? T-Bug? Can you find his phone number? It may take a while. Each middleman keeps his past secret to a different degree. And Mr. Hands happens to be a very strict one. Is one day enough? I stay up all night today, looking for the ball while modifying it. It should be almost done tomorrow morning. I send the ball and the information to you by drone. One night is enough. And you're modifying it while searching. You're really efficient. Who do you think I am? T-Bug's confident voice sounded in the communication, in the entire Night City. There is nothing I can't find except that I don't want to check. Confidence is a good thing. T-Bug, be careful. Don't get caught. Don't worry. I've been in this business for many years, and I know whether some things should be touched or not, and whether they can be touched. Then I start to be busy here. You guys take a nap. I call you tomorrow morning. After saying this, T-Bug's communication ended. Why do I feel that this girl seems to be saying something unlucky that may come true later? Jack, who was listening to T-Bug's words throughout the whole process, scratched his head. You usually say this a lot, Jack, Carl said, looking at the time. It was 10:30 p.m. Still early. Want something to eat? I want takeout. Let's order the one we always eat at. Let them bring more wine. We won't drink wine. Let them bring more drinks. Oliver said. Order me more burgers. I love fried chicken burgers the most. Okay. 4 worm burgers. Hey, Carl. I know it's made of worms or locusts, but you don't want to be so disgusted. If there was no chicken now, I would have made you a proper burger anyway. Carl shook his head. I heard that the typing state is beyond the reach of Night City law, and some people will raise poultry privately. Let's see if we can get some when we go there. After ordering takeout, Carl received a new communication. Carl, I've finished the work with T-Bug. I've told him the relevant modification methods. I heard that you still need to modify the vehicle. Can you tell me more about it? V? Have you finished the work with T-Bug so soon? Carl thought that T-Bug and V would work overtime tonight to complete the modification of the bionic dog. We do have a car that we need to show you. The Sky Hero. Can it be modified? We want to increase its speed and enhance its collision ability. We need to see if it can be modified in person. I can't understand the message sent in the communication. When can you drive the car to show me? I'm near Night City now. Are you still nearby? After taking your job, there was nothing to do in the tribe. So I asked my 2 friends to go back with the money first. And I stayed outside to see if I could make money. Now you guys have come to me. Let's make an appointment to meet. Time? Carl thought about it. It seems that we don't need to repeat the route to go to Taiping's after going to San Domingo and the edge of the Badland. So, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, you send me your location in the Badland, and we will drive over. Chapter 206 Technology V. The Sunset Hotel is in front. Oliver called Carl, who was about to fall asleep in the back seat. We are almost there. Wake up now. V has agreed to meet us there. Okay. Carl rubbed his face with his hands while dragging out the words, trying to wake himself up. Today was a rare good day. Warm and cozy. The sun from the Badland shone through the glass. The temperature was just right, making Carl, who was half lying in the back seat, feel lazy. Ignoring Carl's actions, Jack, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at the motel getting closer and closer, and asked Oliver, how is the vehicle going? There shouldn't be any problems. Right? What can go wrong with this short distance? We drove honestly on the road, not directly into the wilderness of the Badlands. Don't worry. At most there will be some dust in some places. Although the Sky Hero has not been modified and is not suitable for driving in the wilderness, it is still a sturdy and durable car. There is no problem driving it for a short time. After a few words, the Sky Hero also arrived at the hotel built beside the highway. Seeing the arrival of the Sky Hero, V, who was standing by the guardrail on the 2nd floor of the hotel, waved to them, and then supported the guardrail with one hand and flipped down directly. V, good morning. Getting out of the back seat, Carl, who was still a little confused, raised his hand and greeted V. Good morning. Carl, Jack, Oliver. You are here earlier than the scheduled time. 6:50. Just 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time, Oliver said. Walked over and asked the question he was most concerned about. V. Can we modify it now? We have brought the car. Don't be so anxious, Oliver, V said, pointing to a small garage next to the motel. I asked the hotel owner to borrow a place. You drive the car in. I will take a look at the general situation first, and then modify it according to your needs. Can't it be modified directly? You can't want it to fly, but I will modify it into a submarine that can dive into the water. Take a look first, and then buy related parts. This is more economical. It's a waste to buy a lot of unused parts before modifying it. For Oliver, a friend who knows cars but doesn't know how to modify them, V spoke with a sense of thriftiness unique to wanderers, and then took the lead to walk towards the garage that was already opened under his control. Come on. Stop in. As Jack and Carl watched, Oliver drove the Skyhera into the garage. And V discussed with Oliver, who got out of the car for a few words before starting to check. Can you understand it, Jack? Carl looked at V, who kept saying a few words, and asked Oliver to help him, and turned to ask Jack about his opinion on the car modification. I may know a little about motorcycles, but not too much, let alone cars. Jack, who recently started living in his own garage, shook his head. The best I know is how to modify the line connector, and so on. I understand. That is, it's none of our business. Carl looked at the second floor of the motel. This hotel called Sunset is the only place to stay in this area. I see there is a bar on the second floor. How about we go there and sit for a while V and Oliver are busy? Let's go drink. There are still tasks today. Let's forget about drinking. Let's get some cold drinks. The weather is unusually warm today, and they will definitely sweat after working for a long time. Let's get them some Coke. It's December, and this kind of sunny weather is quite rare. Half an hour later, Carl and Jack walked down from the second floor bar while drinking iced Coke and holding a glass of iced Coke in their hands. And when they came down, they found that Oliver and V were no longer working. Have you checked it? Carl and Jack handed the two men, whose faces were stained with oil and dust, to their iced cola. They didn't expect them to be so efficient. V is really amazing. Oliver took the iced cola, not caring about the dust on his face, and drank half a cup in one gulp. Among the car technicians I have seen, there is no one who can compare with him. I used to repair all kinds of things in the tribe. V smiled and drank half a cup of iced cola in one gulp, and then said, the relevant parts list for the equipment that needs to be modified has been sent to you. Buy it, and let the drone deliver it to the Sunset Hotel. I have been staying here recently, and the car should need to be modified for 2 days. Okay. I will reply to your message when I buy it later, Oliver said halfway, and suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. What did you forget? Carl, who had finished drinking the cola, took a few steps, threw the plastic cup into the motel's trash can, and looked at him in confusion. We forgot to bring an extra car. What should we do now? Hearing Oliver's words, Jack and Carl were stunned. None of them had really thought about this. Carl thought for a moment, walked to the trunk of the Skyhera vehicle, took out a black and white ball from it, and then put it on the ground, raised his index finger and knocked. Hello. Hello. Is T-Bug here? Yes. Using the ball as a data transfer. It's quite clear. The black and white ball unfolded and turned into a fluffy-looking dog. And then T-Bug's voice came out from it. It's good to hear it. Looking at the dog moving its limbs on the ground, like some kind of extension of T-Bug, Carl said, T-Bug, can you drive? Can you drive over to pick us up? I drive to pick you up? Listening to Carl's words, T-Bug flipped through the conversation records recorded in the communication, and took a while to understand. Didn't any of you three think of driving 2 cars? That's not what I thought of. Carl, who never drives, pushed the blame to Jack without any pressure. It must be Jack's problem. He has a car but didn't drive. Hey, Carl, I can hear you. And to be precise, Tianqiong Hera is your car, right? Have you touched the steering wheel once? Jack complained and asked in the communication, Girl, can you drive? Unfortunately, I can't. T-Bug said so, and thought for a while, but I can call a taxi for you. The signal in your place is not very good. I will call it in the city, but the price may be a bit expensive. Okay, let's call it. When Carl said this, he suddenly realized something. No. We have to go to Taipingshao next. Does the taxi go to Taipingshao? That may cost a little extra. T-Bug hadn't finished speaking when V spoke up next to him. If you want to take a car, I can give you a ride, V said, facing the eyes of the others. Although my car is a 2-seater, there is still room for people to sit on the roof. As long as you don't mind. 2-seater car? Carl was a little hesitant about the 2 cars mentioned by V. But Oliver directly asked the key point. V, we are going to Taiping State to cause trouble for others. You are fine. But you may have to face gang members? Just consider it because you take care of my business. V smiled nonchalantly, and we are all friends. Don't worry so much. Listening to V's words, the people without cars hesitated for a while, but nodded in the end. As for the ability of this friend, the people who have seen him still trust him. Chapter 207 Mr. Hands. The wind and sand are so strong. Stop howling, Carl. Who told you not to be squeezed in the middle? Stay on the roof and hold on to the car. Don't fall off. Oliver, who was squeezed in the middle of the car by V and Jack, was annoyed by Carl screaming on the roof. In this weather, I was sweating while repairing the car, and I was squeezed in the middle by two people. I felt even more stuffy. At this time, I had to listen to Carl screaming on the roof. Who could stand it? But it's really big. Using his arms to block the dust from the front. Carl, who felt that he must have eaten a lot of dust in his mouth, stopped howling and leaned over to lie on the roof obediently. I hate all two-seater cars. The base of V car is the Thunder Power Galena GA40 XT, which is a two-seater car often driven by wanderers. However, when V got it, there was only a chassis left. After V modification and patchwork, this car made up of various messy parts and scraps was given a new name by him, called Viper. Thunder Power Galena GA40 XT Viper. Although this car always makes a clanging sound when driving, it is not slow in speed. Carl called a few times and ate a mouthful of sand and dust. He hated the complaints of the two-seater car, which made Jack sigh. You have said this countless times. Carl, he said helplessly, we are almost there. When we go to Typing's house to trouble the animal gang, we are still worried about not having a car. At worst, we can drive one back. I know. But the problem now is that we don't know the territory of the animal gang yet. Didn't T-Bug give you Mr. Hand's phone number? Didn't you call him? I got up too early in the morning. You guys woke me up before I woke up. I even had breakfast in the car. The signal was not very good in the bad land. How could I call? Forget it. Wait until we get closer to Typing's house. Then you can call. Anyway, it shouldn't take much time to communicate with the middleman. Listening to Jack's words, Carl, who was about to say something, found that the communication signal of his mobile phone had improved. Okay. The signal is good. I call now? Carl pressed the phone a few times, and then the number was dialed. Although it is possible to use the phone without pressing it, it always feels like the past when making a call this way. Carl still likes to do it out of habit. Beep beep. The call was connected. Before Carl spoke, a voice came from the other end. Is that KK? I'm Hans. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Typing's house. Listening to the voice from the other end of the phone, which seemed to have been processed and sounded indistinguishable, Carl raised his eyebrows. Mr. Hans, I think this is the one who called. How did you know my phone number? The same question can be returned to you, KK. However, we are all in the same industry, so it doesn't hurt to explain it clearly. Your newly purchased mobile phone number has also been spread in the circle. I have already made a note here and am waiting for you to come to Typing's house. However, I didn't expect that you would call me first. Mr. Hand's voice was filled with a sense of expectation. The famous KK is coming to Typing's house. Are you going to do any commission? I have a lot of difficult and troublesome things that are just rewarding enough, waiting for someone to handle them. Although I don't mind doing tasks. But this job is in progress. Let's wait. Mr. Hand, I won't cover it up in fancy words. I want the location of the temporary boss of the animal gang, the Savage King. In the western part of the place? You name a price. How did the animal gang offend you? It seems that their luck is not good. Mr. Hands heard something else, but he didn't mean to go into it. If you don't want to offend another middleman, it's better not to explore what the mercenaries are doing. Mr. Hands is not afraid of trouble, but he doesn't want to cause trouble. Since it's not about working, but a formal information exchange, then it's easy to say. Mr. Hands hesitated for a while and said, Can you wait a few minutes? I need to look through it. You can get the relevant information in just a few minutes. You are worthy of being the most famous middleman in Taiping State. You are too flattering. Compared with the famous KK, I am a small middleman in Taiping State. I am not that famous. After a wave of friendly business praise, Mr. Hands quickly sent the file. The relevant information is all in the attachment, but the validity of the whereabouts I can ensure is 7 hours ago. If there is any mistake, then I can only hope that your mission can be adjusted to some extent. I received the file. Carl took a quick look at the document, and after confirming that it was correct, he said, I don't know how much the intelligence fee is. I transfer it now. No need. Mr. Hands said something similar to the Badlands middleman, Dakota Smith. I would rather the KK team help me deal with a few difficult matters when they have time. Another person who doesn't want money, but wants favors. Carl has to say whether these middlemen are smart or they know that he will fall for it. But it must be said that this kind of behavior can really make Carl lean towards them in his inner balance of accepting tasks. Okay. If there is a suitable commission, feel free to contact me. After the call ended, Carl said to Jack and Oliver in the car, "What did we say at the beginning? When we become famous, the middlemen will come to us. Not us looking for middlemen. Do you remember?" "I remember. I haven't forgotten," Jack said. "Now that we are famous, we have to be busy. It may not be the case that we could have a drink and play for a few days after taking small jobs." "Don't talk nonsense, Jack." Oliver, who was almost squeezed into an Oreo cookie, said, "When we took small jobs in the past, we didn't have a few days off with Carl frequency of taking tasks. Well, I feel that after the middleman's work is done, other middlemen know the news. Give us time to rest and adjust to the next job. Compared with the past, it is much easier." "Much easier? Calculate it. Do we have more free time than before? Now we are famous. Those middlemen are smart not to find us for unqualified tasks." Listening to Oliver's words, and seeing that his face was almost distorted by the squeeze, Jack tried to move to the side. It seemed so. Commission. V, who was driving the car nearby, was very concerned about the commission itself. "Do you make a lot of money on the commission you do? Don't think of finding us now, if it is less than 50,000 euros. Oliver, half boasting and half true words, made V, who was driving the car, instinctively clench his hands. 50,000 euros? Yes. We don't care about anything less than that now. You're just bragging." Carl on the roof said, "I think as long as the mission is interesting, I can do it for 1 or 2,000 euros. 1 or 2,000 euros is just enough." V took a deep breath. For some reason, he was a little moved by Carl's proposal to invite him to become a mercenary. Mercenaries? Is this how you make money? If you make a lot of money, can the tribe also do it? Chapter 208 Empire Mall finally arrived. Climbing down from the roof of the car, Carl brushed off the dust on his body and moved his stiff hands and feet. "Typingshau. Here I come. Finally I can take a breath." Oliver held the car door and panted, staring at the Typingshau street in front of him. It looks really different from Night City. Typingshau was planned as a resort in the past, so it certainly looks different. If you look at the streets, it's hard to see the super skyscrapers that you can see in the city. Except for some buildings, most of the buildings in Typingshau are at the same height and are designed to be spaced apart. Those hotels and accommodations that look like villas are designed specifically for tourists from all over the world. Jack looked at an abandoned building with the 3-story hotel, which was also crumbling. Said, "It's just abandoned now. The sun is shining." Carl looked up at the sky. He could easily see the big sun in the sky when I was in the city. Every time I looked up, I could only see high-rise buildings, advertising slogans of various companies, or colorful lights. It's a bit like being in Night City in Typingshau, where you can see the sun whenever you look up. Vacation. Your environment is designed to be the same as the city. As dark as a sewer. Who would come? Oliver looked around the surrounding environment and looked to the right in surprise. "I can actually see the blue sea. I thought I could only see the black and yellow sea full of oil and serious pollution in the dock area at best. You can only see it like that from a distance. If you look closer, it's not much different." Jack also looked at the sea that rarely showed a hint of blue. "I heard that when the Typing State was designed, there was a plan to design a special isolation and water purification process in the open sea to ensure that the seawater flowing into the Typing State beach was suitable for diving and swimming. However, with the shelving of the Typing State development plan, the design that was said to cost a lot of money was also abandoned halfway. What we see now should be the sewage discharged by factories in other areas, which has not yet flowed here." Listening to Jack's words, Carl thought about the relevant laws in Night City that prohibit the discharge of industrial sewage, although I know that it has become common sense for those companies to ignore the law. I remember that there are quite a few companies in the city that are tit for tat. Aren't we going to discuss the rival company with this sewage discharge? What are you discussing? You are all doing this, blowing up the other side, and waiting for the other side to blow up you. Oliver sighed and looked at the sea again, looking at the sea, thinking about the past scenery it may have existed, and then thinking about the place of Santo Domingo. Sometimes, I really don't know what to say. If you really care about the lives of the lower level people, you are not a company, Carl said. watching V come over after checking the car, and asked casually, "How is it? V, is there any problem with the car? It's jingling on the road." Which is scary. It's okay. It's an old problem. All assembled cars are like this. It sounds scary, but it's actually like that, V said nonchalantly and asked another question. Speaking of which, are you here now and ready to work? Almost. Carl turned his head and looked at a building complex. He took the intelligence and acted as a temporary Taipingshao resident to introduce it to the outsider. V, the most dazzling pearl in the central part of Taipingshao, was originally planned to be designed as a commercial city. A large empire shopping mall that accommodates all open transactions. That place is where we are going. The most dazzling pearl. The shopping mall. Listening to Carl's words, V looked at the abandoned building complex. But he couldn't see the sense of a pearl from the ruins. All I see are collapsed and abandoned buildings. V continued, just like the town abandoned by humans in the Bad Land. It gradually lost its sound in the wind and sand. You speak so literary. Are you reading a book, V? The knowledge inheritance of us wanderers started with books, V said, and took out a uniform produced by Constitution Military Industry. Well, the location is determined. When do we start? Start? Oliver, who was next to him, looked over and noticed the gun in V's hand. Is V going to take them on a journey and fight the animal gang with them? So what V said before, that they are all friends and don't need to care so much, not only means that he is not afraid of gang members and can take them to the destination, but also means that he is ready to go together? Jack watched V's performance from the side, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say a word. For V, Jack didn't know why. He felt that he was very compatible with him, and inexplicably believed in his ability. It felt as if V joining was not a big deal. Oliver stared at V, looked at him, but didn't say anything. Carl, however, threw a few things to V naturally. Then get ready first. This is the Furicon 3. I remember it's the best model on the market. Right? V took it and looked at the thing in his hand with a little surprise. This thing is not cheap. Carl threw 2 tubes at once. Be prepared. Take it. Carl pointed to another thing thrown at the same time. There are also necessary grenades and smoke bombs. Put them all together. Your waist is too empty. That's right. Putting the things where they should be naturally. V asked Carl, so, when will we act? Now. Carl made a summary in the team communication when V came in. Goal. Get back the car entrusted by the middleman. Possible enemies. The animal gang group in the Great Empire Mall that has recently expanded from the west to the central part for unknown reasons. Number 30 elite animal gang members. Key target. The leader of this group. The Savage King. The temporary boss of this area. The intelligence summary was completed and the goal was clear. Focus on the vehicles entrusted by the middleman. If you encounter obstacles, clear and evade them. If necessary, safety is the most important. Just engage in direct fire. Firepower support will be given to Oliver as always. External hacking will be carried out by T-Bug. I, KK, Jack, and V will break in. How the operatives will act was also clear. All that is needed next is begin the action. At the same time as the KK team began to act, the Savage King happened to curse in the Great Empire Mall. This burly female leader of the animal gang cursed her client. You are a maggot that has been burrowing in a cesspool. You want us to occupy the Great Empire Mall to defend against the counterattack of the Voodoo Gang before you start paying us. If I believe in the high reward for long-term commissions of network monitoring next time, I am a fool. Chapter 209 Threats Lifted. I've infiltrated. In the emergency passage next to a stairwell in the Great Empire Mall, Carl contacted his teammates on the communication. We have encountered 2 members of the animal gang, both of whom I avoided. We still haven't seen where the target vehicle might be parked. A few seconds later, Jack's voice sounded. It's the same for me and V. T-Bug? Oliver. Can you see from the outside? No. This animal gang is really capable. They only repaired some of the necessary equipment that was abandoned in the Great Empire Mall. Those equipment are basically connected to a special control room, and it is difficult for me to hack into them one by one. T-Bug said in the communication, if I want to obtain all the internal surveillance, I may have to control the ball for close access. What are the risks? Carl asked. Not a lot, but I may need your help. Now I can guess that the 2 control rooms are very close to you. KK. Then let the ball come to my side. Carl continued to ask Oliver, Oliver, can you see the trace of the Savage King? Johnny showing gave the stolen car to the Savage King. The cars around the Savage King may be our target cars. No. This group of animal gangs is indeed as complicated as T-Bug said. I don't know if they just like to scatter and walk around, or if there are special people to arrange them. Their movement trajectory makes it difficult for me to judge where their central figures and key deployment points are, Oliver said, paused in the communication and continued, but I saw that they kept changing the patrol area in the past few minutes. I suspect that someone is really controlling their patrol route. T-Bug, can you eavesdrop on their communication channel? Yes, but it takes time. I just tried to invade. T-Bug's voice was filled with a rare sense of incredible surprise. How did this group of brainless animal gang arrange such a tight data defense? Are their professional hackers so awesome? The animal gang has awesome hackers. Hearing this, it feels like a muscular man. But in fact he is a scholar with a lot of knowledge. And he is causing Confucius, thinking about all sorts of things in his mind. Carl, who was moving slowly, noticed a camera scanning in a corridor. After judging the range it could capture, Carl was ready to invade and control it first. But before he took action, he noticed something wrong with the scan. Carl, pay attention. There is an ICE protection scan around you. If you don't want to be discovered, it's best to evade it. Listening to T-Bug's reminder, Carl stopped moving forward, stepped back a little, and returned to his original position. Then Carl found that in the blind spot, where the camera could be seen, there was another scanning device emitting red light. Damn it. This tight level. Am I lurking in the lair of the animal gang? Isn't this the place they just expanded and occupied not long ago? After cursing in the communication, Carl made a suggestion. Why don't we just shoot directly? I think shooting is easier. 30 people, even if they are elite, should not be difficult to deal with. Don't always think about fighting and killing Carl. The Savage King is the leader of the animal gang in this area. Who knows what her level is? If she is very strong, then we will suffer. Moreover, this is the territory of the animal gang. I don't know what kind of arrangements they will make. Being too reckless is not the way for smart mercenaries. Have you forgotten that you said this? T-Bug reminded Carl. At this time, Carl saw a black and white ball rolling next to him stealthily. Let me solve it. When you hack into a protected device, you will leave a little trace. Let the ball come. Leave it to you. Just after Carl finished this sentence in the communication, he saw the black and white ball turn back into the bionic dog ball. And then in under the control of Bug, it jumped with a very sensitive movement. Just at the moment when the two scanning devices intersected and there was a blind spot in the corner, it jumped over with the advantage of its small size. Good jump. In Carl heartfelt praise, Chiochio's claws started running directly on the wall. I installed a suction cup device to ensure that Chiochio can run on the glass surface. T-Bug said this and activated the intrusion device installed by Chiochio. Two square gaps popped out on Chiochio's shoulders, and the access line extended from them, under the grasp of Chiochio's outstretched dog paws. It was inserted into the monitoring equipment. Carl, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned when he saw the dog paw grabbing the access line. Can it hold it? It's okay to pop it directly, but it's safer this way. The mechanical claws, let alone holding the access line, can even do it by sitting on a chair and eating pizza with chopsticks. Eat pizza with chopsticks. Watching the camera in front of him change from red to green and then to blue, Carl knew that the invasion was over. Now that this is resolved, where are the two control rooms that T-Bug mentioned that are very close to each other? Take me there. Follow me. There may be people inside. It's up to you to deal with them when the time comes. Under T-Bug's control, the ball moved very quickly. Carl followed it and soon arrived at a shopping mall. At the door of a room arranged in the stairwell. It's right next to the stairwell. When it was designed, weren't you afraid that curious guests passing by would go in? It's just a temporary point. But because of the abandoned project, it can't be changed now. After all, the line switching needs to be refurbished. T-Bug said, Carl, I will crack the door in front of you in 4 seconds. When the time comes, you will go in and deal with the people in the uniforms as soon as possible. Be careful of the possible tripwire mines. Understood. As he spoke, for seconds it passed, listening to the extremely small clicks coming from the door. The time in Carl's senses slowed down. He pushed the door open and saw the induction trap set up next to the door. Good news. No mines. Bad news. The induction device can be heard in half of the mall. He squatted down and stretched out his hand, crushing the shell with his right hand, and a single molecule line was popped out from his wrist. Carl couldn't accelerate himself while invading others with data, but he could still use single molecule line to connect and invade while accelerating himself. With single molecule connection, the burden is not so heavy. While solving the induction device in less than a moment, Carl scanned the situation in the small room. There was only one member of the animal gang in the room. In this room of only 10 square meters, the screen in front of him was full of pictures taken by the surveillance camera, and he was sitting in an office chair. He was slowly turning his head because he heard the sound of the door lock opening. Judging from his face when he turned back, this strong animal gang member was not very old, and looked about the same age as Carl. Carl retracted the single molecule line and stepped forward. When the young animal gang member turned halfway, Carl had already held his head with both hands. In his mind, because of the confirmed face, the information about this animal gang emerged. Bounty €1,000. Criminal record, beating NCPD police officer to death with fists. Got it. His hands moved slightly. Click. Along with the crisp sound of bones moving, Carl's calm voice came out on the communication. Threat lifted. Chapter 210 Voodoo Gang? Access completed. T-Bug controlled the ball to take over the control room. Lucky. I saw the trace of the Savage King. She seemed to be communicating with someone in the lobby on the first floor on the west side of the mall. 10 meters to her left. I saw our target vehicle. What is the fixed reporting time for the control room to the Savage King this time? Half an hour. He just reported that everything was fine 5 minutes ago. So we still have 25 minutes. Can you make some noise to make the Savage King leave the target vehicle? It's best if you don't alarm him. If a fight breaks out, he's right next to it and might damage the car as well. Listening to Carl's request, T-Bug observed the relevant monitoring and line conditions through the ball and replied, 1 minute. I need 1 minute to create a voltage overload in an area, and then I should be able to attract the Savage King. I will also cut off the power around her. But it is daytime after all, and this building is full of light, so you still have to be careful when you act in the dark. Understood. After Jack answered in the communication, he asked Oliver outside, Oliver, after I marked the personnel for you in the building, can you solve it? It's not difficult. As long as Jack can mark more accurately, my cat can easily penetrate the wall of this abandoned mall. After Oliver finished speaking, he reminded, be careful. I will. After this sentence, the channel fell silent again, leaving the ball in the control room. Carl acted according to the route set by T-Bug, and when he gradually touched the west side of the mall, he heard a burst of current from the switch, and then the entire aisle of the mall fell into darkness. The Great Empire Mall, which was occupied by the animal gang not long ago and only had the power supply reconnected at key locations, was successfully turned back to its original ruins under the destruction of T-Bug. Power outage? What's going on? Emergency. Notify the big sister. The power suddenly went out. In the Great Empire Mall, which was noisy in an instant because of the shouting of the animal gang members, Carl walked slowly in the dark aisle and passed by the panicked animal gang members. And there was silence. Thankfully, the internal aisles were built very solidly. Even if they were abandoned, the sunlight outside could not shine in. And thankfully, the animal gang rarely installed traditional prosthetics such as prosthetic eyes. Otherwise it would be really difficult to walk through so easily. Listening to the footsteps of the animal gang heading towards the place where the electric current burst sounded, Carl, who was walking on the west side of the Great Empire Mall, was getting closer and closer to the target vehicle. However, just when Carl thought everything was going well, and he could easily meet up with Jack and V and drive away successfully, T-Bug's somewhat anxious voice sounded in his communication. No. There is an external data invasion. Carl, be careful. Someone has scanned you. Scanned us? Carl paused and said, didn't we turn off the relevant equipment? You are in the control room on the west side. Can they continue to control the scanning equipment? It's not the animal gang. I was just fighting the hacker behind the animal gang. That guy is very capable. I was entangled and didn't pay much attention to the outside. Someone is outside. Outside? It's the Voodoo Gang. Voodoo Gang? Carl's mind flashed with information about the Voodoo Gang. Voodoo Gang, a mysterious gang composed of Haitian immigrants entrenched in Pacific Island. Most of its members are hackers. It is rumored that it has illegally invaded the databases and accounts of many companies. NCPD Gang Danger Level Assessment, low. The number of members is relatively small, with a total of about 50 to 250 members. How could a small gang that has established itself in Night City with hacker skills launch such a hostile scan of the Animal Gang territory? Carl knew that his arrival was just accidental, and the Voodoo Gang members could not have expected that they were also there, which means that the Voodoo Gang members were targeting the Animal Gang, and a gang with less than a fraction of the number of the Animal Gang took the initiative to cause trouble for the Animal Gang. Even if we use the most optimistic maximum possible number of members, there is a tenfold gap between the 250-member Voodoo Gang and the at least 2,500-member Animal Gang. Although there are only 30 Animal Gang members in the Great Empire Mall, or 29 to be exact, they can be dealt with by the Voodoo Gang altogether. But aren't they afraid of the Animal Gang revenge later? Carl's brain was rapidly thinking about the possible impact of the Voodoo Gang arrival, and V's somewhat anxious voice sounded in the communication. Oh no! Jack was discovered by the Savage King. The sudden hacker took over the interfered equipment and exposed him. Carl, we have to engage in battle. Oliver, support Jack and V. I'd be there soon. T-Bug, I don't know why the Voodoo Gang would bother the Animal Gang, but I leave the fight against them to you. I try my best, while fighting against the mysterious hackers behind the Animal Gang. Even the usually confident T-Bug could only say she would try her best to deal with the Voodoo Gang whose members were mostly hackers. However, after saying this, she reaffirmed her confidence. I can definitely do it. Without saying much, Carl quickened his pace after leaving this matter to T-Bug with great confidence. When he was exposed to the monitoring equipment now controlled by the Voodoo Gang, the equipment emitted an alarm buzzing sound. Although T-Bug was quick enough to shut down the alarm again the moment the buzzing sounded, it was still too much for her to fight against hackers on both sides. The buzzing sound was restarted not long after it was shut down. Beep, beep, buzz. Don't worry about the alarm. T-Bug, don't be distracted. Just fight them, and don't let them scan us directly. If they want to see and hear these alarms and surveillance, let them see and hear them carefully. Carl took out the knife and walked forward amid the buzzing sound, while the Animal Gang, who heard the alarm, quickly gathered towards where he was. Shoot! Bang! The first one. Enemy! Bang! The second one. Here! Bang! The third one is wrong. It was blocked. Watching the bullet fired by Knight in his hand being blocked by an Animal Gang member who raised his right hand, only penetrating his gorilla arm and subcutaneous armor, and stuck in the bone. Carl's face became a little more serious. This reaction. Is Krenzikov activated? Subcutaneous armor. Gorilla arm. Krenzikov. The guys in the Animal Gang really want to become stronger, and they never care about using this kind of violent prosthesis. Carl sighed as he watched the Animal Gang member, who, with the enhanced reflexes of Krenzikov, was running towards him, clenching his fists and preparing to hit him. What a hassle. Carl took a step forward, and he caught up with time. Then, he tilted his head slightly to the left, dodging the fist that was swinging at him while turning sideways. In the slow time, a linear light appeared from his wrist, and then flashed by. In the interlacing of the moment, Carl did not look back, and continued to step forward. 1 step. 2 steps. Step out. Time. Flow again. Ding ding. Carl ignored the 2 falling sounds behind him, and continued to count silently in his heart. The third one. Chapter 211 Savage King. Be careful, V. When Carl rushed to them, Jack and V had already fought with Savage King, and the situation was extremely critical after just fighting. Savage King was stronger than expected, and it could even be said that he was several times stronger than Jack expected. Jack was from the Valentino gang, and he had seen gang leaders before. But for gangs like Valentino, the leader was more concerned about uniting gang members and the ability to dispatch. In terms of combat power, it was really not outstanding. So when he first heard that Savage King was the boss of the Animal Gang in this area, Jack's inner assessment was that he only set her to the difficulty in the training chip. But he didn't expect that this guy's ability had reached the challenging difficulty. That is, Jack had his heart ripped out not long after he went there. The Animal Gang is a gang that values strength, and only those who can fight can rise to the top. As a woman whose physique is naturally weaker than that of men, she stands at the top of the Animal Gang. The Savage King is really strong. Her 2-meter-tall body is full of strength and power. On the scanned titanium skeleton, there are blocky muscles as hard as steel. From the blood under the muscles, you can vaguely see the traces of nano-subcutaneous armor. And on the waist that carries Krenzikov, there is a violent type that has been activated in the gorilla's arm, which is strong enough to tear apart reinforced concrete. There is a sledgehammer that seems to weigh 1,000 pounds. The sledgehammer in the Savage King's hand is flying wildly, like a hammer flying in the air. The strong wind that swept through it almost blew away V, who was wandering around her. Boom! The hammer hit the pillar of the mall hard. The pillar, which could not be held tightly by one person, was cracked by the sledgehammer. As the sledgehammer moved away, it collapsed directly and broke into pieces of broken stones. Damn! If it is hit head-on, it will die. V rolled and crawled under Jack Reminder, dodging like a donkey rolling in the mud, firing a few shots from time to time. But the amount of gunpowder in the kinetic weapon in V's hand was obviously not enough. It hit the muscles of the sledgehammer, which could only be regarded as tickling her. If I had known earlier, I should have gotten a better weapon. Don't blame V. You are complaining about the appearance of the pistol now, just like Carl did back then. Seeing the Savage King with red eyes rushing towards V like a steel bear, Jack quickly activated the violent mode, quickened his pace, and bumped into the Savage King from the side, knocking her staggering. Fortunately, the other members of the animal gang saw their boss going crazy and ran away. Otherwise we would have suffered. We are already suffering now. Jack! V shouted, while marking the Savage King, who was temporarily stopped in place because of staggering with his artificial eye. Oliver. Red mark. It's the neck. I heard it. Boom. Along with the sound of gunfire that penetrated the building came the Savage King's shoulder, which was missing a piece. Damn. When this guy is in berserker mode, his foreboding of danger is as sharp as a beast. I didn't hit the red mark. It was off. I've seen it. You hit Oliver. But it was the shoulder. I remember you said that the muscle in the shoulder was knocked out, which affected the force, Jack said in the communication. And just as he was about to take a breath, a pair of red eyes looked at him. And then a powerful hammer swung over. Delta muscle. But this should be useless for this guy. This guy's body is no longer something that can be measured and judged by ordinary medicine. God bless you. Jack quickly retreated to avoid the hammer, feeling that his pigtails were about to fly up because of the wind from the hammer. Aren't the guys in the animal gang supposed to only like to take medicine? Why do I feel that this leader has more prosthetics than us? They just hate traditional prosthetics. You know, traditional ones. Like basic prosthetic eyes. Things that can enhance strength. Like gorilla arms. Violent type or something. Have you ever seen an animal gang that doesn't want to install it? After Oliver finished changing the bullet, he adjusted the cat remark. I can't see clearly through the little hole I made. The hole was half buried by the collapsed rocks just after it was made. It's too difficult to penetrate 4 walls. We want to, but we can't do it. Oliver! V threw a grenade, which was hit by the Savage King's quick eyes and hands, and swung his hammer, and exploded in the air, not hurting her at all. With this physique, the reaction is so fast. Jack, do you have any grenades? Hold them back. I don't believe that every grenade will explode immediately when it collides with her hammer. They've all been thrown out. The grenades we configured won't hurt you by mistake when thrown out. They're not very powerful. Even if you throw them at the last minute, they probably won't cause any damage to her. Don't count on them. Try to get behind her. V. Get behind her. She moved so fast because the Krenzikov on her back was glowing over there. Did you see it? She's lucky today. I guess she just been doing prosthetic maintenance and exposed Krenzikov. I hold her back. Everything depends on you. V. Depend on me? Jack? What do you mean? Before V finished speaking, he saw Jack rushing towards the Savage King again. But this time from the front. Look here, bastard. Jack Wells is here. After activating the violent mode, the Savage King, who was in a state of hypersensitivity, looked at Jack rushing towards her and smashed him with a hammer without hesitation. Looking at the powerful blow. If it hit, even if Jack had subcutaneous armor, he would be smashed into a pulp from top to bottom in one breath. Move. V. Jack bent over and avoided the sledgehammer at an extremely thrilling angle. And his voice roared in the communication, depend on you. I'm here. Watching Jack rush forward, V had already started to move. And when Jack dodged the hammer, rushed into the arms of the Savage King, stuck in position, stretched out his hand, and temporarily imprisoned her with the power brought by the violent type. V had already arrived behind the Savage King. He shot at the spine of the Krinzikov, and after causing damage, he quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed the broken prosthesis, and pulled it hard, accompanied by the explosion of the prosthesis failure and damage. V pulled out a piece of Krinzikov. "Come on. I'm not afraid of you." Amid the explosion of damage, V roared wildly, his face ferocious. Chapter 212 Network Monitoring. ZZ. Because of the damage to the spinal prosthesis, the Savage King's muscles trembled and his body could not be controlled and stood still. When she desperately supported her body, adjusted her posture, and tried to regain control of her body again, Jack and V had already moved away from her. Red mark. Jack looked at the Savage King whose body was twitching unnaturally, and asked in the communication, "Can you see it, Oliver?" Very clear. Oliver prosthetic. I had locked the target through 4 walls. This time, I won't miss again. His finger was already on the trigger. The aiming position was still the neck, where he fell. He got up from there. Jack really understood him. Spare his life. Just when Oliver was about to pull the trigger, a middle-aged man's voice mixed with electronic music sounded in their communication channel. And with this voice came the indifferent voice of T-Bug. "She's struggling to death. We've already located the Animal Gang hacker. KK. I leave it to you. I'm already beside him." Carl's voice sounded in the voice chat, and at the same time stopped Oliver, who was about to shoot. "Wait a minute. Oliver. Although I know you're almost done with the Savage King, please spare her life. I'm talking business with this Animal Gang hacker. Mr. Network Monitor." Network Monitor? Listening to Carl's words, everyone else in the communication channel was a little surprised. In this day and age, Network Monitor is a force that everyone knows about. This organization was founded in 2013 and has unclear relationships with various companies. Their action goal is to maintain cybersecurity issues in Europe and the United States. On the internet today, they are called cyber police by hackers who are in danger. How can such an organization that prefers the data world be involved with the Animal Gang and become their hacker? The first to react was T-Bug, who cursed directly in the voice. "It's this group of cyber hyenas again. I know that the Animal Gang can't stop me for so long. Miss T-Bug, our organization respects your ability and not going too deep." The other side. "I remember we sent you a recruitment letter in the past. Why do you say that right away?" Under Carl's gaze, the Network Monitor with his hands raised and wearing an ICE protective mask on his head spoke through Carl, his tone full of innocence, and to be precise, "It was you who came to trouble me and the Animal Gang I hired today. I just arrived not long ago because of the Animal Gang urging, and was hacked by unknown people. I can't just not resist at all." Listening to the words of the Network Monitor, T-Bug's voice stagnated. To be precise, they did launch the attack this time, and they really couldn't help but let others resist. Just when the atmosphere was slightly relaxed, Jack's voice sounded, "Damn. The Savage King is moving again. This monster has recovered so quickly. What can I say to Carl?" Carl did not speak, but just silently watched the Network Monitor in front of him, who happened to meet him when he came here. The Network Monitor, who saw Carl from a distance and reported his identity as soon as he came up, understood what Carl meant. "I have already informed the Savage King in the communication that you are not the enemy now. So easy to talk to? As for bodyguards, they are professionals. If you pay them, they will talk nicely." Listening to the words of the Network Monitor in the voice, V and Jack looked at the Savage King after he stood up, and just glared at them. He really had no intention of launching an attack. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. "Well, now that all the conflicting issues have been resolved, can we talk properly next, Mr. KK?" The Network Monitor looked at Carl with a kind smile on his face. "No matter how much the people behind you pay, I am willing to resolve it peacefully and give a fair price." Give a fair price. Carl looked at the appearance of the Network Monitor and instantly understood what he meant. He didn't think that he was sent by someone to target him, and now he was going to use more money to let him go. Right? Although Carl could get more money with this title. Anyway, he could just drive away the car that the old captain wanted, and it wouldn't delay anything. But Carl saw some potential in this Network Monitor. Some potential that might establish long-term cooperation before. It doesn't matter who the mercenary works for. There is no need to ruin your reputation as a mercenary in front of a potential partner who pays so readily for a little money. Changing the employer requirements for some money is not a good impression. I'm not here for you. Carl explained briefly to the network inspector, who didn't quite understand. The network inspector, who understood why he was approached by the KK team, this time was a bit amused. You mean? You're just here to find a car? Johnny Shoin, a subordinate of the Savage King, is not very clean. We accepted the commission to drive the car back to the employer. It's that simple. So, I was implicated by my own bodyguard. After realizing that there was no essential conflict, the network inspector relaxed for a while. After getting the permission from Carl Eyes, he put down his raised hands. Then, the sense of stability returned to his face. After signaling to Carl, he put his hand on the open side protection mask and contacted the people of the Animal Gang. Go and stop the people of the Voodoo Gang. The KK team is not the enemy. This is just an accident. Under the gaze of Jack and V, the Savage King gave them a look, and then yelled and began to command in the voice channel of the Animal Gang. Are we okay? V looked at the Savage King, who was still able to move even though the Krenchikov had been removed, and was full of respect for her monster-like body that no longer looked like a human. It should be okay. From Carl's tone, it seems that the conversation went well. Recalling the thrilling moment of the short exchange of fire just now, Jack looked at the Savage King with a bit of fear in his eyes. He, V, and Oliver, the three of them, risked their lives to almost kill this guy. It was not easy for the other party to make a name for himself in the Animal Gang and become the boss of this place. On the other side, Carl asked the network monitor a question. I killed a total of 4 Animal Gang members this time. They should have known about the disappearance of the biological signal. Don't they object to the truce? Listening to Carl's words, the network monitor looked at Carl in surprise, as if he didn't expect the famous KK to ask such a question. And then he said in a matter-of-fact tone, I said, they are professional bodyguards. Professional bodyguards? Meaning? As long as it is the employer request. Even if the fight was bloody, and the subordinates and companions died in the hands of the enemy. As long as the employer makes a request. The next moment you have to stop and do what the employer asks. I seem to understand why the Animal Gang can get a reputation as a street security gang in Night City. Carl's words of emotion did not attract much attention from the network monitor. After he used the communication to order the Animal Gang, he looked up at Carl. Are you interested in taking a small commission temporarily? Chapter 213 Easy Commission. Temporary Commission. Listening to the words of the network monitor, Carl understood what he was going to do. You want to entrust us to deal with the attacking Voodoo Gang? After the hacker and your team lifted the data restrictions, I have taken back the control of the camera equipment. The Voodoo Gang this time is 50 people. And their target is me. 50 people. A gang like the Voodoo Gang has almost done its best to send out 50 people. Are you network monitors and the Voodoo Gang very at odds? A group of lunatics trying to touch the other side. Can they talk well when they meet people like us who are in charge? Carl stared at the network monitor, always feeling that there might be other reasons besides this. But he was not going to delve into it, because as a mercenary, in addition to the content of the task and the reward, the employer does not want to say too much. So there is no need to ask. Then let's talk about the commission. We negotiate and get started as soon as possible. This time, we have to pay in full. And we can't pay a deposit first. Carl put away the night watch indifferently. The other people in the team were listening, waiting for the network monitor in front of him to quote a price. It doesn't matter if they kill the Voodoo Gang or something. It's better to say that there is a small grudge between them. If it weren't for the sudden scanning invasion of the Voodoo Gang, Carl and his team would have successfully led the Savage King away and easily drove away the car that the old captain wanted. How much should you pay for repelling the Voodoo Gang according to your market conditions? Although this network monitor has various past information on commissioned bodyguards and mercenaries, he is not sure how much the KK team wants. You are the client. And you ask me? That said, but after thinking about it for a while, Carl still gave a fair price, considering that it's close. Plus there are people from the Animal Gang helping. And there's a little personal vendetta. I won't ask for too much in the way of reward. It's a fair price. Give me 25,000 euros. This kind of work to deal with 50 gang members, according to Carl's calculation, is 1,000 euros per person. That's 50,000 euros. But with the help of more than 20 Animal Gang members, 15,000 euros can be deducted. And then the matter can be solved outside, which can be deducted another 5,000 euros. Plus a little personal vendetta. which can be deducted another 5,000 euros. So the 50,000 euros can be exactly cut in half. Only 25,000 euros. Network monitoring originally thought that asking the KK team to do the work would cost at least 100,000 euros. But he didn't expect Carl's offer to be so low, which was too affordable and fair. So he agreed very readily. Then leave me a message and I forward it now. Can any random network inspector come up with 25,000 euros so easily? You network inspectors are really rich. Not as much as me. But I just happen to be in this position. After exchanging messages, Carl, who received 25,000 euros, did not think of saying a few more polite words to the client. More than 20 elite animal gangs are going to fight against 50 voodoo gang members, who are not very good at frontal combat. The combat power in this regard is already very balanced. If they act slowly, they will not be able to grab it. If the employer feels that it is not worth it, it will be bad. Go ahead. Oliver. V. You will get a share of the new commission reward. And the front will be handed over to you and Jack. T-Bug. The network matters. It depends on you. Don't worry. Several people replied. And Oliver said after the words, it won't take too long. Compared to the animal gang that hid in the Great Empire Mall before, the voodoo gang that launched the attack outside was too bright. In the sun, a group of black people were running on the street. So they should not be too conspicuous. If he had not considered that saying some hellish words might offend T-Bug, who was also black, Oliver would have wanted to make a joke of the farmer's descendants. You can't say this to your friends. With his mind turning, Oliver pulled the trigger, killing two birds with one stone. Crack. Bang. Bang. Listening to the noisy and dense gunshots coming from outside, the network monitor knew that there was already a firefight outside. So he looked at Carl, who was standing in front of him without any action. Aren't you going? It's too tiring to walk over there. I'm lazy, Carl said, and sat down directly in the stunned eyes of the network monitor. We usually need to be careful when there is no one to help us. But today there is a group of human shields charging in front. So there is really no need to leave someone to watch, Carl said, looking through the window of the room where the network monitoring is located. Looking outside, a little surprised. Just now I was so busy catching you that I didn't notice it. Look carefully. You are in the screening room of the cinema in the mall. Are there any good movies? How about watching them before they deal with them? No. The person who shouted for war and killing and almost killed me just because he accepted a commission. The next moment he invited me to watch a movie so naturally. The network monitor diagnosed Carl's mental state. However, the results of the electronic medical chip he carried made him doubt whether the diagnosis was wrong. Because the electronic medical chip judged that everything was normal. Is this behavior normal? The network monitor checked the reason why the electronic chip judged it normal. In the recorded history of Eastern cooperation, after the two sides reached a cooperation, there was a habit of eating and gathering together. There were many cases, such as the two leaders of the anti-Qin army named Liu Bang and Xiang Yu in ancient times. After the demise of the Qin Empire, they started a banquet in Hongmen to celebrate the destruction of Qin. If we follow this thinking, after I reached a cooperation with Carl invited me to watch a movie. Not only there is no problem, but it is even more reasonable. It should be a problem of regional thinking. Finally, the network monitor chose to believe the evaluation results and thought that there should be no problem. He comforted himself, moved a chair and sat down next to Carl. What movies do you like? Any recommendations? How about westerns? The old-fashioned ones. Oh, I can't tell. You are quite old-fashioned. I thought that in a top hacker organization like the network monitor, everyone would yearn for a more advanced data age. If you really yearn for that era, you won't do network monitoring. Excessive is always not good. Just like the Voodoo Gang. When the two chatted and played old westerns, Oliver complained in the communication, Carl, you are lazy again. I also want to watch westerns. Go buy Mutual yourself. What is lazy? Accompanying clients is also a job. If you don't accompany them well, how can you get more commissions in the future? Carl answered in the communication without any burden. In his era, being able to accompany clients to pull orders was also a skill. Chapter 214 Our Own People. Welcome to visit us next time. No. I should say welcome to entrust us next time. After cleaning up the attacking Voodoo Gang, Oliver drove the car and Carl's team headed for home. Before leaving, Carl waved goodbye to his employer. Let's talk next time. KK. The network monitor looked at the bodies lying on the ground, and finally smiled back at Carl and others who were far away. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. The attacking voodoo gang was all lying down. Not even a messenger went back. And this was in the absence of Carl. What Carl team did was, fortunately there was a video recording on hand, which had to be sent to the organization later to tell others that there was nothing special, and it was better not to provoke them. This kind of mercenary team that is fair in price and easy to talk to will have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. The network monitor sighed, thinking about the movie he watched with Carl before. Unfortunately, the people in KK's team acted too quickly. He and KK watched the beginning, and then the movie ended. He was thinking about discussing the plot of the Western movie with KK. There should be another chance in the future. This crazy team. The Savage King slowly walked to his employer and spat on the body of the voodoo gang next to him. Dealing with people is like crushing a bug. Now I understand why they are so famous in the city. This time, your subordinates are not clean and have implicated me. The network monitor glanced at the Savage King, but did not mean to pursue it. He just said, in your opinion, if they must kill me, how many people do you need to protect me? How many people? The Savage King watched the vehicle go away and nodded his head with his thick fingers. I am spraying pesticides. But it doesn't mean that my brain is broken. I was still quite clear-headed when I didn't use the violent type. That team almost killed me without even KK making a move. Don't even mention how many people were sent to protect you. You should ask, when you are identified as a target, how many people dare to accept the commission to protect you? Then do you dare to accept it? I dare. The Savage King hit the palm of his right hand with his left fist. I haven't even fought KK yet. How can you say that you don't dare? Having said so, the Savage King said again, but I'm not sure if others dare. Others? The network monitor looked back at the animal gang who were cleaning up the bodies of the voodoo gang, and understood something from their busy eyes while looking at the vehicles leaving in the distance. A gang that worships the strong must have some warriors. Right? There are people like me who always want to try. But not many. The Savage King said the last sentence, ending the conversation, at least among the people I met this time. There should be no one else who has the courage except me. Uh-huh. The boss of the animal gang. A bullshit boss. It is obviously just the temporary boss of this place. And he has not yet taken the position. The network monitor watched the vehicles in the distance disappear around the corner and turned back to the Great Empire Mall. Let's go to work. The hacker of the voodoo gang welcomed him so much as soon as he came. So he had to return the favor. In the two vehicles that disappeared from the network monitor's sight, Carl was sitting in V Viper, chatting with V about the evening party. This job was done, and the money was divided. But the party after the mission was indispensable. V entered Night City for the first time, so he had to treat him well. Originally, wanderers from outside had to pass through the checkpoint outside Night City to enter the city. But as everyone knows, Taiping State is a no-man's land. If outsiders do not want to enter from the Badland Highway next to Santo Domingo, but choose to go around from Taiping State to Santo Domingo in Night City, they can also avoid the checkpoint. The only problem is that outsiders need to bear the danger of Taiping State by themselves. And they also need to be prepared for the gang members in Santo Domingo who like to attack outsiders. However, the gang members in Santo Domingo who like to attack outsiders are even less of a threat to Carl and his men. Who do they want to target? Who do they want to take the opportunity to rob and extort? Oliver or Carl? Even the most elite subordinates of Buchanan, who are staring at the Valentino gang in the west of Santo Domingo, do not have the courage to do so. Not to mention the 6th Street gang in the south of Santo Domingo bordering Taiping State. Oliver. Are they saluting us? Carl, who was originally chatting with V about food, accidentally noticed the 6th Street gang on the street. When they saw them, the group of people did not run away, but saluted them on the spot. The gesture looked like a salute to Carl. It's really a salute. It's weird. We drove past them smoothly. Why are they saluting? Jack listened to Carl's words on the communication and also noticed the surrounding situation. He looked carefully and saw that the person they were saluting was actually Oliver's side. It's really strange. In terms of deterrence, isn't Carl much more terrifying than Oliver, who was kicked out after joining for a week? Even if he was panicking and desperate, he should salute Carl. Oliver looked like he was used to it. Obviously, he knew why. He didn't mean to keep it a secret. He simply explained to the other people, "Do you remember that time when the 6th Street gang was beaten up by the Valentino gang and the Tiger Claw gang? When Jack's ex-girlfriend asked Jack for help, all the people who died in the 6th Street gang were Wakanan men. With fewer people, they simply gave up the land in Taiping State, which had nothing to lose except Dogtown, and focused on the West. Now the people here are all my father's. Your father? Carl remembered. Isn't your father just a small leader of the 6th Street gang? Indeed. He is a small leader. This time, he took the southern part by picking up what others didn't want. This place. Can't it be a small leader? Don't worry about their salutes. Pay attention to their direction. They are saluting to the car behind us. There is probably my father in it, Oliver said, looking at the rearview mirror. Snorted. I told my sister that I would pass through here. This old man just greeted me a few days ago, and he wanted to come to see me again. It's so grand, and he even saluted me. It's really impressive. Why didn't you join the New America at that time? In that case, Johnny Silverhand would have to salute you more than 60 years ago. Listening to Oliver's words that seemed to be complaining, but in fact he was quite happy. Carl looked back at the vehicles following silently behind, but saw other meanings. Is this because he wants to support his son in front of him after he has a piece of territory? When Carl and his friends went to the Bad Land for the first time, they were blocked by Wakanan people on the street. Although the fact was that Wakanan people were afraid that Oliver would bring Carl Jack to trouble them. They gathered a group of people to ask clearly, but they were indeed blocked. And the place where they were blocked at that time seemed to be here. Now this place belongs to Oliver's father. This uncle is telling Oliver that now that his father has someone, you can go through Santo Domingo without worry in the future. I don't know who dares to drive you away. Or is he just thinking that his son, who was kicked out of the 6th Street gang, can also feel the feeling of being saluted? The elder's thoughts are unclear. But Carl saw something else from it. That is Oliver's father. Although he has recently become the person in charge of this place, he was definitely not a small leader in the 6th Street gang before. A small leader who doesn't get along with Wakanan can't occupy the territory after Wakanan personnel withdraw. Although this place is not profitable, Wakanan will definitely leave it to someone in the gang who is close to him. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible to leave it to Oliver's father, who has a personal grudge against Oliver. To take it down, it can only be done by some means. So think about it this way. In the 6th Street gang, do they have a territory controlled by their own people? Chapter 215 Potato Stew with Meat and Oranges. You are very proud today. In Oliver's apartment, Carl teased Oliver. You drove all the way and saluted all the way. If you didn't know, you would think we were the new president of the United States traveling. Why don't you say it was Saburo Arasaka? Then we can only see bowing again and again. You are bowing 3 times to express condolences. Oliver smiled and threw a washed and peeled potato to Carl, who was standing next to the pot. Peel it. Catch it. Be careful. This is a whole potato, not potato starch. Carl took the potato. Potatoes are not expensive, like Chun-Air wheat. They are the main source of starch for people in Night City. However, potato dishes in Night City are made of potato starch produced by companies. Whole potatoes are still rare in Night City and must be bought at a special price. Oliver threw it casually, and it fell on the ground and got dirty and had to be washed again. So what are you going to make? Jack was also peeling potatoes next to him. I see there is ginger. Stir-fried potatoes with shredded ginger. I have seen this kind of dish when I was reading your cookbook. What you are looking at is definitely a prank dish. Carl popped out the single molecule line. Thought about using it to kill someone today. And put it back. He took a kitchen knife from the kitchen utensils next to the stove in front of him and started cutting potatoes. Today V is here. I think the wanderers in the wilderness must often run around in the dust, and they may sweat a lot all day long. So I want to make a thick flavored dishes. You don't have to treat me so specially. I can eat anything. V sat on the sofa in the room, feeling a little embarrassed to be treated so warmly. He saw Carl and his friends bring out real meat and real vegetables. Although it's not impossible to eat real meat in the tribe, such as grilled lizard skewers, and sometimes they are responsible for transporting real meat. But that's rare. He also knows that real meat in the city is more precious than the precious meat in the Badlands. He feels a little bad to be treated so expensively by Carl and his friends. V said, I often eat vegetarian canned tuna and canned pineapple pizza in the Badlands. I don't have high requirements for food. As for V's behavior of trying hard to show that he can eat anything, it is obvious that the strange pizza in his words attracts the attention of the 3 cooks. In your Badlands, can you only use canned pizza to make this kind of strange pizza? Jack, a Night City person who likes spicy Italian sausage pizza, finds it difficult to understand the strange pizza mentioned by V. When I'm out there doing work, I sometimes have to drive for days and nights. And I can only eat canned food, V said, and in turn recommended to Jack, I can make it for you to try when I have time. It's delicious, Jack. Then we'd better not get caught by the NCPD. After all, this is against the law, Carl said, and finished cutting the pieces. Then he looked at the pork next to him that had been covered with a lid and had completed a series of treatments and was stewing in seasonings. He calculated the time, and it had been 15 minutes. At this time, the pork had begun to soften. The final product must be soft and rotten. Turn off the fire. Open the lid. Pour the cut potatoes into the pot with seasonings. And then turn on the fire again to continue stewing. It will be ready in about 5 minutes. Potato stew with meat. Although I feel that beef is more suitable. It will do. After arriving in Night City, Carl rarely cooks many dishes. One is that other than the main meat dishes, other dishes can be taken out. And the other is that he is lazy. Today full pot of potato stew, with meat, is the result of his extremely hard work. Oh! The aroma is coming out. Jack came over and smelled the aroma coming out of the pores. I feel like I can eat a lot today. Don't worry. It's enough. If you can finish it today, Jack, you'd be awesome. If it weren't for Misty, Mrs. Wells, and Old V saying they had already eaten, I would have made more, Carl said, wiping his hands with a towel next to the stove, and walked to V and collapsed on the sofa. I'm so tired. It's up to you to cook it next. T-Bug will be here soon. And the takeaway is on the way. You can have a good meal later. You've been hungry all day. Why are you tired? Today, we fought the Animal Gang, the Savage King, and the Voodoo Gang head-on. And you didn't even drive the car. In response to all of her complaints, Carl just gave him a middle finger. I'm not cooking now. Right? Are you talking human language? We chopped the ribs and peeled the potatoes. And you just threw the seasoning into the pot and cut the potatoes. Why are you so tired? People who don't cook always question the tiredness of people who cook. I'm already tired just thinking about the cooking plan. And you just need to follow my instructions. Carl Words only got 2 middle fingers from Oliver and Jack. Lying down, Carl was about to talk to V about whether he preferred rice or noodles, or bread or pizza, when he received a private call. Among the people Carl knew, there were not many who could conceal the communication channel, know his number, and call him for private communication. In total, there was only one person. I didn't take the initiative to contact him, so the salary of 100,000 must not be less. Mumbling silently in his heart, Carl connected to the conversation from a certain young lady. Good evening, Carl. As soon as the call was connected, Carl heard the pleasant voice from the other end. Judging from the ease of the words, the middle-aged bodyguard next to him, who was in a melancholy period, should not be there. Good evening, Haruko. Carl looked at the sky outside the window. Haruko always took the initiative to call him in the morning or evening since they met on the top floor of the blue-green building. It was nothing strange to receive a call. Anyway, it was just a normal chat. Carl was free and had time to chat with her, talk about the weather, tea art, books, and occasionally history. Chatting with someone with a lot of knowledge was a kind of relaxation for Carl. But today, Haruko came to Carl for something. After the two of them exchanged a few words of greeting, Haruko said, "Are you free tomorrow? I want to invite you to come to the North Oak District. My house has been settled. I want you to come and see the security situation. You have experience in breaking through security." She was talking about the trip with Fujiwara Yoshinaga, although Carl remembered that Mr. Kenichi Shiro was there. After all, Mr. Kenichi Shiro did not do anything. After all, he did break through alone. It was natural for Haruko to ask him to come and see. Carl listened to Haruko's words and thought about tomorrow's arrangements. It seems that there is really nothing to do. So tomorrow, when Carl was about to say something, Haruko's next sentence came. Also, I would like to ask you to taste the ripe oranges that I planted in Japan and have sent to you now. Oranges? Carl was very careful with his words. Haruko's words were in Chinese. In Chinese, a plant often represents a small plant, and the orange tree described by a plant. Could it be that it was an orange tree that was specially trimmed and cultivated, with a small tree, but very sweet fruit? Carl has never eaten real fruit since he came to this era. No need to hesitate. I will go tomorrow. Chapter 216 The Price of the Manor. Westbrook, North Oak District. Just drop it off here. I see if I can bring you some oranges when I come back. After saying goodbye to his companions who had dropped him off, Carl set foot on the land of North Oak District alone. It would take some time to repair the car. Jack and Oliver were going to the Badlands today to help V, so they didn't delay after dropping Carl off. Soon the car disappeared from Carl's sight. They said in advance that if they worked late today, they would stay in the motel for one night. They couldn't pick Carl up. After Carl's visit today, he might have to find a way to go home by himself. But it didn't matter to Carl at all. At most, he could call a taxi. The address? I remember it is. When Carl was about to go to the villa where Haruko had just moved according to the address she sent him, a Renfield Sword of the Stone slowly approached him from a distance. Renfield Sword of the Stone, a luxury car made by Renfield Company that places more emphasis on explosive speed than the noble sword of the Lady of the Lake. Carl had some impression of this car because both Oliver and Jack loved cars. He remembered that it was produced and launched in 2070, 5 years earlier than the Sword of the Lady of the Lake, which was just produced in 2075. It was also the car that Oliver coveted the most before the release of the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. This luxury car made of the latest and most expensive alloy material of military technology. Even if it was hit by a rocket launcher, it might not be a big deal. Although it is not as precious as the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Not many people can afford it in Night City. Just when Carl was curious about who was in the car, the door of Renfield's Sword of the Stone slid open like a sliding cover, revealing a somewhat strange but familiar figure. It was strange because Carl was sure that it was the first time he saw the face of this young woman with neat short hair and an oriental face. It was familiar because Carl felt a sense of threat from her. This kind of threat was not actively showing hostility, but was just caused by strength. Carl was quite familiar with it. The sense of threat. Among the people he had seen, there were not many people who could give Carl this feeling. And there was only one female. Carl instantly realized who this unfamiliar woman was. Chio? Carl asked tentatively, and Chio nodded in response. Get in the car. Carl. Miss Haruko asked me to take you there. Is that so? Carl would not refuse the opportunity to ride in a luxury car. Not to mention that he did not need to walk by himself, which was simply the most comfortable for a lazy person like him. He quickly sat in the co-pilot seat of the Sword in the Stone. The Sword in the Stone and the Sword of the Lady of the Lake in the Renfield series are both two-seater cars. But Carl, who hates two-seater cars, only felt that after sitting in it. It's so soft and comfortable. This crystal ball technology is too awesome. There are obviously no windows, but from the car, you can see almost the entire view clearly. While Carl was slightly happy about the luxury car, he was recalling whether there was a four-seater car in the Renfield series. If there was a four-seater car, he could change to a four-seater car when he had money in the future. But immediately, Carl threw away this idea that had just arisen. It was too much for him to think about the luxury car when Jack and Oliver were working hard to transform the Skyhero. This kind of thing is okay to sit in. But if you think about it carefully, you have to take the Skyhero to do tasks and run around. Luxury cars driving through the street are too eye-catching. And it is quite comfortable for a group of people to shake and chat in the car. Because the North Oak District is a wealthy area, the quality of road construction is quite good. And vehicles will not encounter any messy roadblocks when driving. So when Carl was thinking about the topic of cars, Chio had already driven the stone sword to the place. When Chio passed the verification and talked to the security personnel wearing Arasaka uniforms at the door, Carl looked around from the car to see the size of the villa. It is called a villa, but in Carl's opinion, it is more like a manor, because its area is definitely beyond the scope of a villa. A quick look around would reveal that this place almost occupied the entire hilltop of the area. Compared to the size, Fujiwara Yoshinaga's villa was at most a toilet against the wall in the manor. And it was the kind used exclusively for pets. Of course, this description was an exaggeration. According to Carl's visual estimation, Fujiwara Yoshinaga's villa should be the size of a room in an 8-story building. Carl remembered that the land in the North Oak District was more expensive the higher it went, which meant that the value of this manor might be enough to buy 20 or 30 villas where Fujiwara Yoshinaga lived. After talking to the guard, he restarted the sword in the stone and slowly drove into the middle lane of the lawn on both sides of the manor gate. Chio was watching the security around him while observing Carl. When she found that he was looking around and seemed to be calculating something, she saw his valuation idea at a glance and said the price of this manor. This manor is worth 150 million euros and covers an area of 10 hectares, equivalent to 100,000 square meters. 10 hectares. Carl listened to Chio's introduction and made a quick calculation in his heart. The size of an ordinary football field is 7,140 square meters, and 10 hectares is almost 14 times that size, which means that this manor is as large as 14 football fields. Carl remembered that the super skyscraper he lived in should cover an area of half a football field, or even less, and it has 51 floors, calculated based on 10 households living on one floor. Even if there are only 2 people in each household, excluding the rooftop, the number of people living on the 50 floors that soar into the sky has reached 1,000. 1,000 people squeezed into a place half the size of a football field. And being able to live in an apartment was considered to be able to survive in Night City. And this manor was about 28 times that size, which means that in theory, it could accommodate 28,000 well-known Night City residents. Just to serve Haruko. In terms of value, the monthly rent of the super skyscraper is 1,000 euros. And the monthly rent of 500 households is 500,000 euros. When Carl was calculating the difference between 500,000 euros and 150 million euros, he heard Chiyoko next to him continue to say, with a slight complaint, "Is it all the fault of the negligent person that makes the young lady live in such a humble place?" When the young lady was in Japan, she lived in the Arasaka mansion. Compared with the mansion, this place in Night City is too small. Carl asked tentatively, "Is the Arasaka mansion big?" Fortunately, according to the calculation method used in Night City, it covers an area of 20 acres. And the surrounding 3 kilometers, where outsiders are not allowed to approach, is also the territory of Arasaka. Calculated, 20 acres is about 121 mu, which is 80,666 square meters. About 8 hectares. The house alone is almost as big as the current 10-hectare manor. Then the surrounding 3 kilometers are all Arasaka land. If we calculate it as a square, the length and width are 3 kilometers, which is 3,000 meters. Then the area is 900 hectares, which is 90 times the size of this manor. Think about the place where the Arasaka mansion is located. It must be an incredibly expensive location. Carl felt a heavy sense of oppression. It would be fine if he didn't compare it. After a careful comparison, Carl found that his room in Fujiwara Yoshinaga's villa can only be regarded as a toilet. And Fujiwara Yoshinaga's room in this manor can only be regarded as a toilet. And this manor can only be regarded as a toilet in comparison with the Arasaka mansion. Think about it carefully. They all live in the toilet. Carl figured it out. Everyone actually lives in the same place. That is, the toilet. Carl called this the toilet theory. Chapter 217 Responsibilities. When Carl, who was thinking about the toilet theory he had figured out, came to his senses, he had already arrived at the door of the house in the manor by car. There were no Arasaka security personnel guarding the house, because if the people and defensive machine guns at the gate and the lawn of the manor could not intercept the servants, they would not be able to intercept them at this place. So there was only one person at the door of the house. That was Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who had a drooping face and a face full of dissatisfaction. "Hey, Mr. Kenichi Shiro." Compared with Kenichi Shiro, who was full of resistance, Carl was quite enthusiastic. He waved his hand and greeted his boss Kenichi Shiro as soon as he got off the car. This is an excellent boss with a huge salary increase, so he must greet him properly. "You are here. Although it was said that you were here." Carl didn't know why he felt that you were here, but he didn't care much about this little awkward feeling. "I came as agreed. You said you wanted me to see the relevant security arrangements. Right? Shall I start now?" Carl still understood the rule that you have to work before you eat. However, just when he was about to try the relevant security arrangements according to what Haruko said yesterday, Kenichi Shiro just shook his head and said, "Just tell Miss Haruko about this." Mr. Kenichi Shiro, aren't you a professional? Why don't I tell you?" Carl was a little surprised. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Isn't it strange that he didn't tell Kenichi Shiro, the bodyguard, but told Haruko, who was being protected? Could it be that Haruko knew this? If she knew this, there would be so many accidents during the last escort? Although Carl was puzzled, Kenichi Shiro obviously didn't mean to explain it to him. He just opened the door and motioned Carl to go in. "Miss Haruko is in the second tea room on the left side of the second floor. Just go up the stairs in the hall and turn left." After saying this, Kenichi Shiro stood aside in his original posture. Strange. Watching Kenichi Shiro give up his position. Carl felt very strange. Usually, Kenichi Shiro is the guard of Haruko. Why is he just standing at the gate and not going in? The one who fails in his duty has lost his position. When Carl was curious, Chiyo was the first to go in and explain the doubt on Carl's face. Now I am responsible for protecting Miss Haruko. Listening to Chiyo's proud words, Carl was a little stunned. What? Mr. Kenichi Shiro's job was really taken away by this apprentice. Am I not dreaming? Did he really succeed in getting promoted? No. Why? Carl witnessed the battle between Kenichi Shiro and Chiyo with his own eyes. And the difference in strength between the two sides was quite obvious. So why did he get promoted? Carl had to admit that the main reason for the battle at that time was that Kenichi Shiro had too much information about Chiyo and knew Chiyo too well, which led to the almost one-sided battle. Like guiding the battle. But even if these factors were removed, it would be a lie to say that Chiyo was stronger than Kenichi Shiro and could protect Haruko better. But now a guy with lower ability has taken over and really kicked out the master, which can't help but surprise Carl. Haruko couldn't help but understand the abilities of the two. As the one being guarded, she should be the one who can feel the difference in strength between the two sides better. But she still let Chiyo serve as her guard now. Why? Could it be that when Carl followed Chiyo upstairs, he sent a message to Kenichi Shiro? Are you going to start doing things? This is not something you should ask now. For Kenichi Shiro cold reply. Carl had already understood his meaning from the lines. This was tacit consent. Kenichi Shiro stopped being Haruko guard because he wanted to help Haruko do something. So that's it. Carl understood. In addition to his bodyguard identity, Kenichi Shiro also has other identities, such as Dangerous Girl Bodyguard Manager, such as Arasaka Senior Staff with Arasaka logo pin. And these identities need to deal with things that require Kenichi Shiro not to stay with Haruko all the time. To serve as Haruko bodyguard, Kenichi Shiro cannot deal with related matters in the first time, which leads to some delays in what he does, which is undoubtedly a waste. Compared with a simple bodyguard, Haruko now needs more help to expand her power. And Kenichi Shiro other identities besides the bodyguard identity can bring her these helps. Make the best use of things. Give up a higher degree of safety in exchange for more possibilities. This is Haruko Arasaka choice. Looking at Chiyo, who seemed to be in a good mood and was leading the way, Carl sighed silently in his heart. Chiyo was obviously happy that she had successfully squeezed the dereliction of duty out. And she also successfully mocked him in person. But if you look at it comprehensively, her happy behavior now was a bit silly. Kenichi Shiro could not serve as a guard because he had greater help value in other things. And in this way, the meaning was that Chiyo had no help value in other things and could only serve as a guard. Or in other words, her greatest value was to serve as a guard. Chiyo was useless except for fighting. Well, think about it on the bright side. At least Chiyo could fight. Not as good as Kenichi Shiro. But she was also the best of the best in Night City. As long as it was not an abnormal situation, she could still protect Haruko. A few days ago, I told Mr. Kenichi Shiro to protect Haruko and not forget his duties. As a result, Mr. Kenichi Shiro realized it and went to work in other identities to help Haruko better. Now there is Chiyo who only knows how to protect her duties. Carl feels that it is unnecessary to tell Chiyo what he told Mr. Kenichi Shiro to protect Haruko. Because in the eyes of Chiyo, this guy obviously only has this duty. And she will not fail in this regard. Loyal. Complaining in his heart, Carl came to the tea room where Haruko was under the guidance of Chiyo. After Chiyo knocked on the door gently and got Haruko response, the door was pushed open. This house is not a Japanese mansion. There is no horizontal wooden paper door like shoji. The so-called door is still a normal sliding door. As the door opened, the situation inside the door was revealed to Carl. Just like the past meetings, Haruko seemed to be unchanged. She was still in the same posture, waiting for Carl. Does she have more than a dozen sets of the same clothes? This was the thought that popped up in Carl's mind when he met Haruko again. Chapter 218 Meaning. Why do you wear this every day? It has always been Carl's good habit to ask questions when he has doubts. So when he was wondering why Haruko always wore the same set of clothes, Carl approached her and asked, "Do you have more than a dozen sets of the same clothes in your closet? And change them every day?" Before Haruko answered his question, Chiyo's eyes swept over. She was surprised at her colleague's recklessness. Even she understood this kind of thing. Under normal circumstances, would a man ask a woman this kind of question? This is very rude. And the words are too casual and intimate. Is this a way for Carl and Miss Haruko to get along? While Chio stood at the door and watched this scene and thought carefully, Haruko gestured to the seat opposite the coffee table without being shy. After Carl sat down, she spoke, because I like cherry blossoms. I like cherry blossoms. Carl remembered the flower language of cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms are a symbol of love and hope, representing elegance, simplicity and pure love. However, he felt that the flower language, which was already very niche in the past, should not be the reason why Haruko liked cherry blossoms. In the context of Japan, cherry blossoms often represent other meanings. Glorious when alive, sad when withered. Is it a kind of Japanese aesthetic of mono no aware? Mono no aware means true feelings are revealed and emotions are aroused by the scene. It simply means that the soul contacts the outside world and develops different feelings for it and feels it. For example, looking at the new buds on the old tree, you are happy for its vitality. And seeing the broken petals of flowers crushed under the wheels, you feel sad for it. This kind of emotion, which is called hypocritical by some people, but sometimes it is really felt in the situation and environment, is called mono no aware in Japan. What Carl said was a little vague, but Haruko understood. He was asking, are you interested in cherry blossoms because you think of your own situation? No. Haruko shook her head slightly at Carl's guess. And she chuckled at Carl. Just because I like cherry blossoms. She repeated the words again, but the meaning was already revealed. Do you just like cherry blossoms? I thought you would be more or less lamenting because of your birth environment. I'm not a great writer. Haruko smiled and shook her head, gently holding her hands under the cherry color, and then separated them. A touch of golden color appeared on her fair right palm. It's the orange you promised. Are you doing magic? Or are you hiding the orange in the sleeve of your kimono? This reminds me of the story of hiding oranges during the Three Kingdoms period. Carl looked at the medium-sized orange in Haruko's palm, and was a little curious about what Haruko had just shown. Can kimonos be used to hide things, like the wide-sleeved long gowns of ancient times? Carl had always thought that only the obi of a kimono could be stuffed with things. Haruko did not intend to explain the magic trick or the trick. She just blinked and responded to the story of hiding oranges during the Three Kingdoms period that Carl told her. You are talking about the story of Luigi carrying oranges, right? I have also read that story. As part of her literary cultivation, Haruko still knew this classic story of filial piety. But Luigi carried oranges. He only took 3. And here I. She gently turned her left hand and stretched it out in front of Carl. As many as you want. In the palm of her left hand was also a golden orange. I don't believe that you can have as many as you want. It's not like Carl hasn't seen an orange tree before. You clearly said that a well-cultivated orange tree can produce more than 200 oranges. A small orange tree can only produce 60 or 70 at most. This is not enough to have as many as you want. Heh. Haruko laughed. She didn't say anything, but just stretched her right hand forward again. Carl understood what she meant and took the orange from her palm. As soon as he got it, Carl felt that something was wrong with the orange. How could it be so heavy when it looked so small? Out of curiosity, Carl peeled the orange peel, but found that the orange peel was only a thin layer, and the fullness of the flesh inside was beyond his expectation. Have you ever seen an orange with orange-red flesh? Crystal clear at first glance. And seedless? Carl has seen it. But there is only one possibility for such a good-looking orange in this era. Are these oranges grown in a special cultivation room? Every environment is adjusted by a dedicated person. As expected, with the current air pollution situation around the world, the rain that falls may not be clean. So how can such oranges be grown? Expertly split the orange in half. Carl took half for himself and handed the other half back. We share half when we meet. But this is what I gave you. So, do you want it? Peel it. So that's what the young lady is like. Not caring about leaving a little orange peel at the bottom after peeling it to prevent his fingers from directly touching the orange itself. Carl handed it back. And Haruko also put the orange in her left hand on the coffee table and happily took the orange with both hands. Haruko's tender white fingers gently picked up the orange segments that separated naturally after touching it, put them into her mouth, and slowly tasted the taste. After a few seconds, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously revealed an arc, delicious, sweet and refreshing, juicy and without residue. It's really good. Unlike Haruko, Carl ate half of it in one bite. It was too torture for him, who was used to eating oranges, to eat oranges one by one, after swallowing it into his stomach. Carl, who felt that he didn't have much delicate taste except for the first bite, stared at the orange peel. He had seen such a good orange before, and the peel could be eaten together. Pinch it and put it in his mouth. The orange peel smells very fragrant, and the smell is very familiar. What kind of orange is this? Almi orange. Almi orange? No wonder. This is a hybrid orange bred in Japan, and its source is Shiagwa orange. It turns out that it is the taste of hometown. Carl picked up another orange on the coffee table, and was about to peel half of it, when he suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Yesterday I thought I would come to your place to eat oranges. It would be wrong not to bring some gifts. So I made more. Carl reached into his pocket, and took out a small insulated box under the gaze of Chio, and the curious eyes of Haruko at the door. Potato stew. I made it myself. Just this morning. Please don't dislike it. Carl remembered the Japanese anime he had watched before. In it, neighbors like to make potato stew and bring it as a gift when visiting people. So he followed suit and made a portion to bring over. Chapter 219 Scheduled Annual Meeting. Potato stew. While Haruko was reading the name of the dish, Chio had already walked over from the door. She knelt down beside Haruko, and then stretched out her hands to take the box from Carl's hands. Opening it, the potato stew that had just been made in the morning was still hot in the box that Carl bought specially, which had a very good insulation effect. Chio looked at Carl and then at Haruko. Please allow me to taste it first. Miss Haruko. Poison test? Carl didn't mind, and Haruko didn't mean to refuse. There are many opportunities for Carl to poison, such as secretly injecting neurotoxins into oranges when peeling them. He didn't need to poison food openly. Haruko trusted Carl. But this inspection process was necessary for Chio, because this is Chio's duty, and for Chio's personality. She must not fail in her duty. The last person who failed in her judgment was no longer called the master, and she called him a failure every day. Chio took out a spoon and chopsticks as she was prepared. She activated her prosthetic eyes, and first did a detailed scan. After confirming that there were no foreign objects, she took a spoonful of potato stew. The soft and glutinous potatoes and stewed pork tasted very fragrant. But Chio's face did not change as she ate. Just like she was eating nutrients in a training camp. Her mouth moved slightly, and the installed analytical prosthesis started up. And everything in this mouthful of potato stew was analyzed clearly. A few seconds later, Chio looked at Carl and said the first sentence after swallowing the potato stew. The taste is too strong. For the lady, it may lack taste. The pork used is not good. It is not produced in the cultivation room. The type of potato is not good. The spices used are not up to standard. As food, it is completely unacceptable. After being severely criticized for the food, Carl couldn't say anything, because these are all facts. The things he could buy were already enjoyed by the top people in Night City. But compared to Arasaka Haruko daily food, it was just SOSO. However, Chio only talked about the taste and ingredients of the food. As for the food itself, she did not say that any bad things were found. However, she still reminded according to her duty, this food will not suit your taste. If you are embarrassed to refuse the kindness, I am willing to eat it all. Yes. Listening to Chio's comments on the food, Haruko looked at the potatoes and meat, then looked at Carl, and finally said to Chio, don't worry. I try it for the first bite. One bite. It should be edible. Right? Don't force yourself to eat it if you are not used to it. I understand this aspect. Carl didn't care. After all, he was used to eating good things, and he knew the feeling of eating something hard to eat. Although he had been able to adapt to eating some synthetic meatballs recently, he still couldn't stand the soft synthetic steak with earthworm fragments and the crunching locust mouth parts. Not to mention Haruko, who ate better than he did in his previous life. This is a token of my love. I should be able to do it, Haruko said, taking another new spoon handed over by Chio and taking a small bite. Her brows, which were originally frowned due to nervousness, slowly relaxed after taking a bite. Do you feel acceptable? Then it seems that my cooking skills are not that bad. Carl listened to Haruko's evaluation and nodded slightly. He was almost hit by Chio and lost his confidence. Carl watched Haruko slowly eat the stewed potatoes and meat. And when he was about to say that it would be too greasy if he didn't have some staple food to eat together. Haruko put down the spoon. It's time. She said something that Carl didn't understand. But Chio understood. She stood up and controlled something with her artificial eye. On the side of Haruko and Carl in the tea room. The place that originally looked like a wall showed color. In Carl's eyes. The wall that Carl was a little curious about why there was nothing around it turned into a screen. TV? It turned out to be a TV screen? This decoration is good. The screen lit up under Carl's gaze. And then the sound came out before the picture. Fasten your seatbelts. Carl looked at the middle-aged man, with a sunny smile on his face, who said this to him on the screen. And could only put a question mark in his heart. Who is this? Hino Hideyoshi. A late-night stand-up comedy host. Chio explained. This is the midnight recording that Miss Haruko watches every day. His crosstalk level is very high. And the language he expresses is also humorous enough. And he is very popular. Watching Haruko staring at the screen, while handing him an orange that she didn't know where she got from. Obviously intending for him to peel it. Carl didn't quite understand. Miss, do you like to watch stand-up comedy? If you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with this. But isn't this a bit like watching Haruko, who is well-mannered, watching Hino Hideyoshi, whose face keeps changing on the screen, telling one comedy after another, and occasionally making a funny face? Carl can only say, people's hobbies are indeed various, and they don't look alike. I don't like crosstalk. Haruko turned her head and took the orange that Carl had peeled and shared with each other, saying, it's just because he looks like an elder I know, and I respect him very much in terms of attitude. Because that person's face and whereabouts are kept secret at a high level. And he is usually very serious. So I watch the host who looks like him in this crosstalk, posing in various ways. And I feel very interesting. Is that so? Is someone who looks very similar to someone he knows makes a funny face that that person would not make? If you think about it carefully, Carl has to say that he would be interested. For example, it sounds like Kenichi Shiro is on a show, performing a two-dimensional imitation show, covering his face with one hand and saying something like King's Power. If Carl sees the related mutuo, he will buy it every time and pay attention to subscribing. Carl, who was free and followed Haruko to eat oranges and watch crosstalk, found that the host's level was very high after watching it for a while. It was very interesting to watch. After he ate 10 oranges unknowingly, Haruko, who shared half with him, remembered something. By the way, Carl, in a few days, I may need you to be my temporary guard. Temporary guard. Oh, it's the emergency special situation that Kenichi Shiro mentioned. What time and what place? This is another way to make money. When Carl thought about this, Haruko said something extraordinary in a very ordinary way. 4 days later, at the annual board meeting at Arasaka Tower in Night City. Annual board meeting? The most powerful corporate dogs in Night City, that is, in the entire United States, will gather? 4 days later. Carl calculated the time. The day after tomorrow. He and Blanca will have dinner on Christmas Eve. And the third day will be Christmas Day at the Wild Wolf Bar with Jack and the others. 4 days later. That is, the first day after Christmas. Putting the annual meeting at that time. Arasaka in Night City can be considered to be integrated into Western culture. Chapter 220 Spanish Restaurant. December 24th. 2075, 1950. Carl looked at the time on his phone, and looked up at Night City under the night sky. Tall buildings stood tall, and the light projected from top to bottom onto him, making his eyes full of light. It was still a day when he couldn't see the sky clearly. Christmas Eve. Muttering the name of the Western situation tonight, Carl looked at the Spanish restaurant not far away. Blanca sent a message saying that she had booked the entire restaurant. A single commission of 40,000 euros. Thinking in his heart, Carl actually knew the meaning of men and women meeting on Christmas Eve. Romantic. Not too much. What exactly Blanca was going to do, it would be clear after the meeting. Now instead of thinking about some messy things, it is better to look forward to the food in the Spanish restaurant. Since Blanca has reserved the entire restaurant, does that mean that we can eat whatever we want? Oliver and Jack are still busy repairing cars in the Badlands. It has been 3 days. It is very tiring to be in that place with the wind and sand. Can I order more tonight? Pack some to take away. And run to the Badlands to deliver them? The food in this Spanish restaurant is all real and delicious. Thinking about it, Carl came to the Spanish restaurant that he had agreed to meet and he would occasionally come to. There were already people waiting at the door. They were several military technicians wearing dark gray jumpsuits. Carl's eyes swept over their black helmets, torsos, belts, and boots one by one, and saw the protection under the clothes. Bulletproof vests. And they are much more awesome than the bulletproof vests available on the market. Professional personnel, but not of high status. Military technology and Arasaka are exactly opposite in terms of clothing. Arasaka lower-level personnel can wear all kinds of clothes, but the upper-level personnel can only wear the black and red suits that are almost indifferent according to Arasaka Saburo's preferences. Military technology has very high requirements for the clothing of the lower-level personnel, but it is free for the upper-level personnel to wear their personal clothing preferences. So the status of the personnel of the two companies can often be seen based on their clothing, although it is not 100% accurate to infer status from clothing. Carl noticed the gazes of the people in front of him. It was a gaze with a little flattery and unconscious fear. The body was shaking slightly. The people under Blanca command are not elite. In this regard, Carl has to praise Arasaka people. In terms of personnel quality, Arasaka is still professional. When Carl went to see Haruko the day before yesterday, none of the Arasaka personnel guarding the manor trembled. But this may also be because Haruko guards are not of the same level as Blanca guards? After the assessment in his mind, Carl has made a judgment. 4 people, if they were to be dealt with, they would probably need to use single-molecule wires, and 1 second. Pretty strong. Is Blanca already inside? Carl asked. And the 4 people looked at each other. Finally, under the gaze of their companions, the youngest-looking person had to stand up. Yes. Minister Blanca is inside. Please, Mr. KK. Do a necessary check. Minister? Has Blanca been promoted to Minister in Military Technology? Although I don't know if the promotion procedures of military technology and Arasaka are the same. But according to the position, she used to be at the level of section chief, like Tanaka of Arasaka? But think about it. Although she was backstabbed by her subordinates at the beginning, resulting in no one under her command to trust. And she looked very miserable, and had to look for herself, who was still unknown at the time. But she did sell out the entire transportation line of military technology in Night City. If you don't have a certain status, you really can't do such a thing. Even selling out is about value and status. But now she looks average, counting the people who should be there in the back. Even if there are 4 people, there are only 8 military technology personnel to provide security for Blanca trip this time. 8 people of this level. Maybe they can be captured if they are handed over to the man team. If it is put into some kind of fantasy story, then Blanca used to be a section chief who broke through to the minister. And now she is a newly promoted minister. And her level is not much better than that of the section chief. Unfortunately, this is not a fantasy realm. If the status is not high, there will be no outstanding subordinates. After the military technology personnel scanned Carl with an artificial eye and verified that Carl was indeed Carl, he was allowed to enter the Spanish restaurant. When Carl entered this small Spanish restaurant, Blanca was already inside. Her dress today was different from before. Carl had seen Blanca many times, such as wearing company dog clothes and ordinary clothes, but never like now, wearing a dress like. Is this an Andalusian dress? Carl looked at Blanca half-length red long-tail skirt, and his target swept over the hem with multiple layers of ruffles, and recognized what it was. Or is it called a flamenco long skirt? This long skirt, which symbolizes flamenco dance in Spanish culture, will spread out when dancing, and fly with the dancer's rotation, looking like a flame blooming. Do you recognize this skirt? Blanca was a little surprised at Carl's knowledge. It's a traditional Spanish costume. I learned about it when I watched flamenco dance before. Carl sat down opposite Blanca, but the hem of the skirt is long enough to reach the ankles. And it's too heavy. It's not easy to run away if something happens. Listening to Carl's words, Blanca was silent for a while. She deliberately wore the costumes of her hometown to see him. But he just said it was not easy to run away. Women come out in beautiful clothes. You need to praise them. Blanca suppressed the complex emotions in her heart, and said so to Carl. I won't fail to compliment you. Carl smiled at Blanca. It's like a flower blooming in front of a raging fire. So beautiful. Looking at Carl's sincere smile and compliments, Blanca's expression froze. And then she picked up the menu, and handed it over as if nothing had happened. You should order now. Are you shy? Don't ask about women's emotions rashly. This is the second point to pay attention to. Blanca sighed, however. I have already understood your personality, and have adapted to it. So? Anyway, let's eat first. Blanca stared at Carl's face. According to your personality, you will talk after you are full. Yes, it is true. Chapter 221 The Past in Numbers. Spanish seafood risotto. Cold soup. Stew. Garlic shrimp. Sweet cake. Blanca looked at the food in front of Carl that almost completely occupied half of the table in front of him, and found that Carl was indeed here to eat. Soup. Dessert. Staple food. Everything was there, and they were all served at once. Was he going to eat it all at once? Blanca looked at the lonely small portion of avocado and artichoke salad in front of her, and felt that everything she had put so much effort into arranging was wasted. While eating risotto and drinking soup, Carl looked at the salad in front of Blanca and asked curiously, "Is this salad delicious?" "Very healthy." "Oh. In other words, it's not very delicious." "Right. The high-level company employees are indeed different. Compared to filling their stomachs and good taste, they pay more attention to health." Seeing Carl eating happily, not starving but with a very ugly posture, Blanca moved her lips and finally spoke. "Do you want to hear something about me? You are under a lot of pressure and want to talk to me." Carl took a bite of real shrimp, feeling its taste in his mouth, and looked at Blanca with a serious expression. "I want to listen." He has no advantages, and he knows that his various behaviors are extremely rude in front of women. But if someone needs to talk, and wants to tell his story in this suffocating night city to relieve his depressed mood, he will listen and want to listen. If there is no one to listen when you are depressed, it is too suffocating. Looking at Carl's serious look, Blanca's eyes flashed, and finally he said, "Thank you, thank you." Blanca understood why she could not be angry when Carl was so rude many times, and seemed to disrespect her hard work in dressing up. Because he is very sincere. Rare. No. It should be said that in Blanca's heart, sincerity has been extinct in Night City. Looking at Carl, Blanca can feel his sincerity, and know that he thinks so and does so. He wants to eat because he really wants to eat, not to hide anything. He said that the clothes might be a burden. That's what he thought. Because the clothes are indeed a burden. But he also understands the meaning of wearing this clothes. So he praised the beauty quite seriously. Do what you should do when you should do it. Do what you want to do when you want to do it. Free. Unrestrained. Relaxed. Just like the sky. Rising and falling according to your own wishes. No matter what you do, it is the sun shining on you. Maybe there is no need to confide. Just looking at him, the soul can be relaxed. This is a sense of relaxation that is hard to have in this suffocating night city. There is no need to worry about being killed suddenly, or angering the other party with a word. And there is no need to worry about being hit by a bullet from nowhere. You just need to sit down and chat easily, freely, and freely. Just chat. I was born in Alcazar. Have you heard of this town? Of course. It is the hometown of Don Quixote and Cervantes. The common hometown of the characters and the author. It is a beautiful and comfortable town. When Blanca talked about her hometown, the smile on her face was genuine. It is also a place I will go to reminisce until now. It is so beautiful and so moving. Until I was 8 years old. Because of the departure of my grandparents, I left it under the leadership of my parents and moved to Malaga, Andalusia. She recalled, Malaga is also a good place, with a mild climate and beautiful scenery. But I didn't feel much warmth there, because during that time, my parents came into contact with military technology. From then on, my home was no longer my home, but a place where my parents and colleagues discussed things. At that time, I could only stay in the attic on the 4th floor. Not a step. I could go downstairs. All my entertainment every day was reading and looking out the small window in the attic at the streets illuminated by the bright sunshine, and my peers running around happily. I watched them being free, laughing, and crying. In my heart, I envied and admired them. But I could do nothing about it. Helpless. Is there no way out? No way. Because in the company's struggle, relatives may become hostages of power. My parents don't want their colleagues to know where I am. All they told others was that their daughter was placed in a safe place. No one knew that I was right above their heads. Later, in order to prevent accidents, my parents even closed the windows. Since then, I can only stay in the attic where I can't even turn on the lights. Through the only gap left by my parents, in the only sunlight, in a place less than 10 square meters, I read books telling fairy tales and various stories. Blanca blinked. Maybe it's because I'm smarter. After 4 years of studying, I learned how to control electronic devices. With the help of my parents who discovered my talent, I got my first official computer. Since then, I gradually forgot about the sky and sunshine outside, and learned to look at the outside world through small devices in the dark attic. Is this also the reason why you were able to see the surveillance footage and find me when you were worried about your subordinates? Indeed. But more reasons may still be under the authority. The subordinates can still trust this little thing on the street. I gave 4 people exactly the same request. And they also gave 4 identical videos. If they had discussed this matter, then I didn't have to struggle at the beginning. As she said, in Carl waiting eyes, Blanca picked up a piece of avocado with a fork and put it in her mouth to chew. After she ate the avocado, she looked at Carl, but kept silent. Carl could see the meaning in her eyes. Although I am the one who is talking, I feel a little embarrassed to talk unilaterally. You should also talk to me. It's my turn now. Carl has nothing to talk about, but he often recalls the past and talks about his glorious deeds during meals with Jack and others. And he doesn't mind talking to Blanca. But not now. Carl smiled slightly. Can you bow your head? Bow your head? Not knowing why, Blanca did what Carl said. She bowed her head, and then a bright light flashed from the place where her head was originally. When Blanca came to her senses, Carl had stood up, and the single molecule wire in his hand had popped out. And in his palm, he was holding 2 things that he had grabbed from midair. Mechanical insect. You are being targeted, Blanca. Carl spread out his palm, and in his palm, there was a broken machine that was split into 2. Judging from the red fragments, it was a 7-spot ladybug. There won't be such a large and active ladybug in Night City. Blanca was a little stunned when she saw the ladybug in Carl's hand. Mechanical ladybug? Is this a monitoring device? How is it possible? Before I came in, I had already sent someone to scan this place, and my subordinates were monitoring it the whole time. Here it comes. Carl noticed the light. It was different from the light. It was a light that could accurately scan and lock in a densely lit environment. And Carl was very familiar with that light. Be careful of cats. When the glass of the Spanish restaurant shattered due to the impact of sound waves and bullets, Carl had slowed down time. The commission of 40,000 yuan has now come to the moment when he really needs to work. Walking among the glass fragments, Carl pushed Blanca's head down again, looked up, and saw a sniper on the 3rd floor of a building 400 meters away from the restaurant. Eye to eye. Opponent. What's your number? Chapter 222. Isn't it just not crazy? The opponents are the former ACPA trainers. This is what Carl understood instantly when he looked at the sniper. Because the other person's eyes are so similar. It is exactly the same as the one who almost killed him. That sense of aiming. That indifference. That sense of determination. After putting on the exoskeleton, will the personality be assimilated like this? For ACPA pilots like you, is there such a difference between putting on the self and taking off the self? Carl drew his gun. Time, in the feeling, returned to its original speed and continued to pass. Be careful, Blanca. There is a sniper. Sniper? Blanca reacted quickly. She bent down with the force of Carl's head pressing, huddled into a ball to reduce the possible exposure area, and asked nervously, who is it? Nominally, I am your subordinate. But now it seems that I am going to kill you and me together. You are not welcome either. As he said this, Carl took the initiative to stay away from Blanca and hid aside. 400 meters? This distance is not easy to lock. The target is for both himself and Blanca. But I don't know which one of them is more important in his heart. It's worth a try. It won't take long for Nikomata to recalibrate and aim after a shot. Especially when the trainer has an exoskeleton. The muzzle will not be raised too much. He should have adjusted the stability again. But it's not time to shoot yet. Carl is very familiar with Nikomata because of Oliver. Nikomata's gun has enough ability to penetrate steel and rock. But it needs a certain amount of electromagnetic power. That is, it takes a certain amount of time. And this time is about a little more than 1 second according to Carl's memory of Oliver use. 1 second. Let me see who your target will be. Don't resist, Blanca. When Carl's words reached Blanca's ears, she didn't understand what he meant. And the roar came again. Time. From the first shot to now. For seconds have passed. The military technology personnel at the front and back doors of the Spanish restaurant have all reacted. When they were on guard and opened the door to enter the Spanish restaurant, another bullet had already arrived in the restaurant faster than them. Nerves are tingling. Calculation power is at its limit. But Carl saw it clearly. Confirmed. Huh? It was as if she only heard the wind blowing. When Blanca came to her senses, she was already in Carl's arms in a princess hug. And in front of her, there were two more shivering people wearing chef and waiter uniforms. Blanca recognized them at a glance as the store owners, who reacted quickly and ran away at the first time. When she realized that this was the back kitchen, Carl's calm voice sounded, "Their target is you." After saying this, Blanca felt her body was weightless, and the two hands that supported her body were withdrawing. She reacted very quickly and adjusted her posture in the air, half squatting and landing on the ground. Blanca barely avoided being thrown to the ground by Carl. But she obviously didn't intend to pursue Carl's behavior. She turned her head and frowned and said, "I realized that I was a test subject, so I planned to rebel." Blanca's words were not finished yet. She saw Carl's current appearance. Her artificial, I immediately noticed Carl's right arm. At the elbow, the clothes were mixed with blood, directly exposing a concave flesh gap there. "Are you injured?" Blanca stopped talking immediately and stared at Carl's arm, with a little more worry on her face. "Because of me?" "No. I was careless." Carl didn't mean to put the blame on his employer. He said honestly, "I miscalculated the time." He seemed to know that I knew the charging time of Nikomata. He stayed for a while before pulling the trigger and releasing it, which made me make some mistakes in judgment. This injury. Blanca's eyes were flowing with data. "I have urgently contacted my people to rush over. And I have also called NCPD and communication from the treatment center. My subordinates should have reacted. There are 8 people guarding. It should be able to hold out for a while. You are injured. You have to hide with me for a while. I don't plan to wait." Carl moved his arm indifferently. "This wound is just the artificial skin scratched by the bullet. Half of my arm is no longer flesh. Have you forgotten? But since there are my people outside as bait, so I have to go out." Carl shook his head at Blanca's worried expression. "I don't like to see people die unnecessarily. Although it may be ridiculous in this era, I still like to respect others and respect life more or less. But my subordinates are here to protect me. This is their duty. Then I also have this duty. After all, I accepted the commission. Right? Don't say more. Time has passed. And that guy should have realized where we are hiding in this restaurant." Carl smiled at Blanca. "Besides, I have to take revenge. Right?" The knight was pulled out and held in his hand. Finally, Carl nodded to the terrified chef and waiter and smiled gently. "Your food is delicious. Thank you for the hospitality." The next moment after the voice fell, Carl disappeared from the spot. Once again, he left in the slow time as he came. Respect others. Respect life. Blanca looked at the place where Carl was originally, a little dazed. "Are you crazy? In Night City, respect others and respect life? This is a place where people are constantly trying to devour and betray you. And if you don't move forward, you will die without a burial place. This is a place where there are crazy people with guns drawn everywhere, who can go crazy and launch indiscriminate attacks just because of a good or bad mood. In such a place, respect others and life. Are you crazy?" Blanca thought of a lot of things in absurdity. She thought of the scene when she and Carl were on a mission, and Carl smiled and paid her after completing the mission. She thought of the scene in the video she saw, where Carl smiled and risked his life with ACPA. "You should have gone crazy, Carl. It's obviously not important to make reasonable sacrifices. Other people you don't know can do it. Why take risks?" She should think so. But Blanca inexplicably thought of a sentence at the end. A sentence from a book in her hometown. A sentence from Don Quixote. When life itself is so absurd, who knows what can be considered crazy? Maybe being too realistic is a kind of madness. Giving up dreams is a kind of madness. Being too sober is probably madness. And the craziest thing is to accept reality without thinking about what it should be like. Isn't it not crazy to accept the reality of Night City today? Chapter 223-3. T-Bug. I need support. Didn't you go on a date with that woman from military technology today? Why did you suddenly send an emergency call? I told you about the group of pilots. This time, they reacted after 2 people died. I don't know how they hid it from Blanca, who should be their direct superior, and sneaked into Night City to attack us. Oh, then I know what you want me to do. T-Bug's voice was light, and he didn't feel worried at all. I already know where you are. I'm temporarily checking the surrounding situation. Do you have an accurate location? Can you see me? Yes. You are hiding behind a flower bed. Right? 4. 200. 3 floors. Understood. For a clock direction. 200 meters. 3 floors. T-Bug quickly connected to the nearby cameras and found the relevant personnel. Found it. There is a man wearing an exoskeleton on the first floor of the building, holding an Ajax rifle. There is another man hiding at the corner of the stairs on the second floor, not wearing an exoskeleton, but holding a melee weapon. Let me see. T-Bug's voice sounded again in the next second. He is holding 2 axes, and the handles of the axes are open. They should be modified firearm melee axes, which can hit things from that place. TSK. Be careful. I have seen this model. It is a military technology product. It can launch microelectromagnetic pulse bombs, which are specially used to destroy human prostheses. Don't be disturbed when the time comes. It is estimated that they want to launch electromagnetic pulse bombs as soon as someone goes upstairs, destroy the human prosthesis, and then use axes to deal with the opponent. Only 3 people? I saw only 3. None of them thought about shielding the hidden cameras in the building. It seems that they have no experience in urban combat. Are they too well fed? I don't know. But at least if there are only 3, there is no problem. T-Bug, can you hack through the hidden camera? They are inexperienced, but their equipment is good. Both exoskeletons are military-grade IC, anti-intrusion program. It will take me some time to crack them. And the one holding the axe has no prosthesis on his body, so it is difficult for me to hack in. How long will it take? For military grade? 2 minutes. Then I'd better do it directly. It takes 2 minutes to crack the military-grade ice that comes with the exoskeleton. Among the entire Night City mercenaries, only T-Bug can do this. However, for Carl, 2 minutes is still too slow. Carl, you are locked. I know. When the voice fell, the bullet attacked again. Having to endure the nerve pain again, Carl once again sped forward in the slow time. Not far away. Without Oliver, it is still a bit difficult to deal with the sniper with an exoskeleton a few hundred meters away by himself. Fortunately, we will go to Arasaka Tower the day after tomorrow. At that time, according to the support agreement like Morgan Blackhand, I will have to take some Arasaka weapons no matter what. Carl has approached to 50 meters, which is also the killing range of pistols in the past. The killing range of Carl all night is naturally more than that. But at this distance, Carl can be more accurate. According to the report of the FBI in the past, 90% of the effective hitting distance of pistols in combat is 15 meters. But now in 2075, the modified kinetic weapons in Carl's hands can easily reach 50 meters. In other words, it is so-called point and shoot. The bullet was fired. 2 shots. Carl aimed at the muzzle of Ajax's gun that had just been poked out of the window on the first floor. When Carl approached 50 meters, the person on the first floor suddenly poked out the muzzle of the gun and tried to attack Carl as a surprise attack. And Carl, who was well prepared, would naturally be kind enough to reward him with 2 bullets. Before he started to roar, Ajax was hit by the bullets of the night. Just like in the past, after the bullet penetrated the entire barrel and caused the gun to explode, the second bullet followed. Bang! In the sound of hitting metal that did not reach far, the person reacted quickly and disappeared from the window. Really tough. As in the past, bullets could not get rid of the guy wearing an exoskeleton. The weapons and equipment produced by military technology were still of high quality. Carl was not surprised. If the exoskeleton could be destroyed by a few shots, it would not be a rare equipment in Night City that was tacitly accepted by all companies and allowed to replace ACPA. There must be some equipment to suppress street thugs. Right? While dealing with the attack on the first floor, Carl noticed that the sniper on the third floor had disappeared. Obviously, the opponent had given up the plan to deal with him remotely. At this distance, it was time to use other weapons. It seems that I have attracted enough attention. Ignoring the message from Blanca, she has moved to a safe place now. T-Bug's voice sounded in Carl's ear. Do you want me to notify Jack and the others? Forget it. Wait for them to come and everything will be settled. What about the NCPD? I have already called them. As for the exoskeleton, the company's affairs are not easy to let Mr. Johnson and others handle. Please notify Rog for me. What do you mean? Prepare the money. There may be 2 damaged exoskeletons. We are willing to take less. I didn't do anything. I just helped you check whether everyone got the money. Enough. Without you, I might be tricked by the people on the second and first floors. Our team is about who works harder gets more money. I still understand this rule. Don't worry. I will take more. And then Bug, you should take more too. As for Jack and the others who didn't participate in this matter, let them take some money for the drinks because they worked hard in the Badlands to modify the car, and let me have an easy time. After all, we are going to book Mrs. Wells's Wild Wolf Bar tomorrow. And we can't go without drinks. I didn't do any work anyway. No problem. T-Bug's tone was full of smiles, but according to their alcohol tolerance. Hee. If they heard you say this, they would probably be anxious. Carl has arrived at the building. I ended the communication. T-Bug, I rely on you to remind them. Don't worry. After receiving the reply from his companion, Carl took off the grenade on his waist and threw it into the window where Ajax had just leaned out. At the same time as the movement in the house, Carl had kicked the door in. In front of him appeared the attacker, who made an evasive move in the face of the rolling grenade. The grenade did not explode, because it would not explode in the first place. It's exactly the same training. Carl took the opportunity to approach the attacker, waving the single-molecule wire in his hand. Chapter 224 Unaware. Bang! Listening to the crash and shattering sounds coming from downstairs. Number 10 on the second floor clenched the double axes in his hands and made an urgent call in the team channel. Number 3. What happened? Number 3. Report the situation. What he was greeted with was silence. Was he killed? So fast. Has it been 2 seconds since I heard the sound until it ended? I'm already coming down. Number 10. Number 4 on the third floor called in. His voice calm and indifferent. I will be exposed directly in front of him. And it's up to you next. Are you going to use yourself as bait? He is a strong man. And as a strong man, he must sacrifice to defeat him. Number 4 picked up the Saratoga submachine gun of military technology, bent down, and hid beside the stairs from the third floor to the second floor. The exoskeleton he was wearing was well hidden behind the wall. As long as the target stepped onto the stairs on the second floor, he would take the initiative to expose himself and use the sound of gunfire to cover number 10 on the second floor, who would fire electromagnetic interference bombs for close combat. The target's prosthetics were probably equipped with CN Weston. After he launched the sniper attack, he had used it no less than 6 times. Even if the target was a famous mercenary in Night City, this level of CN Weston should have reached the limit. The opportunity to use the opponent to cover the bastard boss allowed him to use it so many times. It was really smoother than number 4 expected. The rest was a real fight. Bullshit military technology. Bullshit, boss. Thinking of the 2 dead companions, number 4 thought of those companions who died on the way to Night City after discovering the truth and sacrificing for them. You actually treated us as waste. As test and data collection objects. Don't underestimate us. We are elites. 10 elites selected from millions of people. We are sharp blades. Different. And destined to be above others. If you use us for a poor purpose and reuse us as waste, we will make you regret it sooner or later. The others are dead. As bait, I will probably die at the hands of the mercenary. But as long as number 10 is alive, it will be fine. Even if only one person is alive. Number 10 carries enough internal information. Arasaka, Kon Tao, and all the companies involved in military industry will be interested in that information. At that time, as long as number 10 can enter those companies with that information, military technology will have to pay the price for betraying them. The revenge of the elites will be terrible. While roaring in his heart, number 4 held the Saratoga in his hand very steadily. You can't let your emotions float on the surface. Nor can you let your emotions interfere with the battle. He is the best in the whole team in this kind of thing. Even the best one who has died in the hands of the target can't compare with him. However, no matter how stable your heart is, it is inevitable that it will fluctuate as time goes by. It has been nearly 10 seconds since the signal of number 3 on the first floor went silent. 10 seconds is enough for even an ordinary resident of Night City to slowly climb up a floor. How come I didn't even hear any footsteps? Except for the collision sound at the beginning. There was nothing else. No fighting sound. No roar. No gunshot. Nothing. Except breathing. There was only silence. So quiet that it seemed that breathing became heavy. Under the exoskeleton mask. Number 4 breathed filtered air through the exoskeleton mask. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. This is not the mask filtering the air, but the sound inside the mask that can only be heard clearly by number 4. The breathing sound came from beside him. His hair stood on end. But before he could make any move, two wrists as strong as steel had already clamped his neck with a naked choke. The exoskeleton has an armored structure at the neck to defend against external attacks. But under the arm, that locked number 4, and easily broke the neck armor with force. That little defense was completely useless. Difficulty in breathing the fragments of the exoskeleton parts that broke and cracked with the squeeze pierced into the neck, turning this difficult breathing into a barely detectable hissing sound, with blood bubbles overflowing in his mouth. Number 4 was about to lose consciousness due to blood loss and lack of oxygen. But at the last moment in the silence of the darkness, Number 4 still had a doubt. How did this guy get behind him? This doubt, as the information collected by the peripheral vision of the artificial eye that was unconsciously raised, made him understand. The balcony on the 3rd floor not far behind him, where he had previously sniped, was open. After killing number 3 on the 1st floor, he left the house and used these arms to climb to the 3rd floor. This was something that even ordinary people with prosthetics could do easily. But he had never thought of it. Before death, one would always think a lot. At the last moment before stagnation, Number 4 sent a reminder to Number 10 on the 2nd floor, the last person in their team. Run. Run. Crack. With the neck exoskeleton and neck completely broken, Number 4 died. On the 2nd floor, Number 10, who received the signal from Number 4, had not yet reacted to the meaning of Number 4's message. When he heard footsteps, the footsteps that made his pupil shrink unconsciously came from upstairs, not from the exoskeleton. The chest suffocated for a moment, and a feeling of being unable to breathe made Number 10's body a little difficult to control. The signal from Number 4 also fell silent. One person. Oneself. There was only one person left. The 10 most elite people selected from millions of people, even if they were always comparing their rankings and abilities with each other, were ultimately partners. The only 9 people he had in this world. And now, he was the only one left. The loneliness that had always accompanied him since leaving military technology now truly came to Number 10. In the whole world, he no longer had anyone who could be called a companion. Asshole. Come if you want to. Number 10 clenched his 2 axes and rushed to the stairwell. Do you really think that we, who can only select 10 elites from a million people, will be afraid of you? Is this fear? Or is it madness that doesn't know what to do? Carl, who was standing on the 3rd floor, didn't know these, but he didn't want to know. Carl looked at the enemy, who rushed over with an axe, and wanted to press the trigger on the axe handle to launch an electromagnetic interference bomb. He just raised Zhongya and pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the head. There was no reason for the head without exoskeleton protection not to explode under Zhongyi's gun. In the environment mixed with red and white, Carl looked at the chip that lit up in the air as the brain exploded, and his eyes dropped slightly. Is this also a guy who has a control chip installed in his head without knowing it? Chapter 225 ending. How about it? I did a good job this time. I am a professional. Blanca was stunned for a moment when she heard what Carl said while surrounded by her subordinates, and then sighed deeply. She moved her lips, wanting to say a lot, but finally thought about it, and said helplessly, "It is indeed professional. I won't let you down." Carl smiled. There were 3 attackers this time. I saw them all, but I don't know how many more there are. With other people watching nearby, Carl naturally couldn't say openly that he and Blanca cleaned up the transaction with those people. So he just used the words that he didn't know how many more there were to hint Blanca to tell him. After all, Carl had solved 5 former ACE-PA trainees, and he wanted to ask about the progress of the mission. You finished it. Blanca looked at the things she had asked her subordinates to investigate, with a complicated expression. The people who attacked me this time were traitors in the company. 5 people died when they fled the company. The one you solved was the last one who was dissatisfied with me. In other words, it's settled? The long-term commission was settled? It's over. This order is settled. Then, the agreed reward? Let's talk about it later. Let's chat privately later. Under the gaze of other military technology personnel, Carl and Blanca had a conversation that only the 2 of them could understand. Carl looked at the half-collapsed Spanish restaurant and questioned Blanca with his eyes, thinking he was asking whether to continue the date. Blanca shook her head. I have to go back and deal with related matters this time. They actually dragged me into this. I can't let them off no matter what. After all, she is now the person who manages a department. Those bastards really dared to do such a thing. Although Blanca felt sorry that the date was interrupted like this, she was also very satisfied with the short time she spent chatting with Carl. It felt that it was enough. At least, she understood what kind of person Carl was, and understood that she could trust him and try to get close to him. Is it over? Looking at Carl, who showed an inexplicable regretful expression after hearing that the date was over, Blanca was in a good mood. It seems that she is not the only one who feels regretful. But before Blanca, as an older sister, could sympathize with the younger brother of the other party in the date and say some comforting words, Carl's next muttered sentence made her words stuck in her throat. I was thinking of taking this opportunity to pack some food for Jack and the others. But now it seems that I have to pay for it myself. Blanca looked sideways at the Spanish restaurant that was somewhat damaged, but the kitchen was still intact. She wondered if Carl's previous behavior of putting her in the kitchen meant that the kitchen and herself were equally protected. Your blood pressure is rising and has exceeded the normal value. Please pay attention. Listening to the prompts of the detection chip, Blanca clenched her fists and rushed to Carl and said a word. I have booked that restaurant tonight. You can eat as much as you want and ask him to cook. I will pay for it. Really? When Carl was surprised and thought about bringing food to Jack and the others, Blanca had already turned around and left. Take care. Let me know if you have anything next time. See you next time. Listening to the happy farewell words from Carl behind her, Blanca paused for a moment and then quickened her pace. Beside her, a woman who served as her secretary quickened her pace and asked, Minister, how should we deal with this matter? I want them dead. The secretary was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect to hear such a gnashing of teeth from Blanca, who usually had a cold face. So she was a little unbelievable and asked again as if she had heard it wrong. Sorry, Minister. I didn't hear it clearly. The steps paused, and a pair of eyes stared at the secretary, making the secretary's body stiff. Then Blanca almost stabbed the words into the secretary's heart. I said, I want them to die. But Minister, will that be? I am in power, and many people don't seem to be convinced. This time, I have to let them know who is in power, Blanca said. Because of the side of her head, she saw Carl in her peripheral vision. He was walking towards the Spanish restaurant happily. They have to know who is in power. I heard this sentence clearly. Minister, you don't have to say it. The secretary wanted to say something, but seeing Blanca's expression, she was smart enough to shut up and just nod. Turning back and continuing to walk, Blanca's expression gradually calmed down, and after sitting in the car that came to greet her, she became even more indifferent as before. Research department. Research department. You can only pick out 10 elites from 1,000,000 people and use them to assassinate me. Right? Then wait patiently. 10 elites from 1,000,000 people are nothing. Night City with a population of 7 million can easily produce 70. Not to mention the entire New America. Don't find any traces of you. If you do, I will let you know how the mercenary team at the top of the 7 million people kills people. On the other side, after Blanca left by car, Carl sat in the restaurant and asked the chef and waiter, who were still in shock, Do you have insurance here? The two people who were still a little scared looked at Carl, who was sitting there with a smile, and listened to his chat-like words. Their hands and feet trembled unconsciously, and they stopped thinking about the answer. Then, the husband, who was married to the chef and worked as a waiter in the store, smiled and replied, I bought it. Home insurance. After all, even if the city center is safe, there will always be accidents. That's good. I was afraid that you would not have money to open a store after this time. So I was thinking if you needed a partner. After all, the food in your restaurant tastes really good. If there is a next time, we welcome you. The chef also smiled at Carl, and then stood up. But now, let's get back to the original matter. Boss, what do you want to eat? We should continue to entertain you. Can I order from the menu? Of course. The chef put on his apron again. After all the consumption in our restaurant tonight has been booked. Right? Won't it be too tiring? Don't worry. The waiter gave Carl a thumbs up. My wife is the most amazing chef in the entire Night City. Come in and work too. Don't just talk. There is only one customer. You have to help in the kitchen. Yes. 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 Watching the couple start to get busy, Carl sent good news to Jack and the others on the communication. The midnight snack is ready, and our long-term commission has also been completed, so we can prepare to select the prosthetics of military technology. Chapter 226 Christmas. If Carl wants to say something different about Night City on Christmas Day, there are some differences. For example, there are more advertisements on the elevator screens that are constantly promoting their Christmas products. And there are moose wearing Christmas clothes, walking around the streets, asking if you want to ride one and experience the feeling of soaring into the sky like Santa Claus. Looking at a moose, Carl can only say that this kind of pom-pom design on the chest that intentionally highlights certain parts must be guided by professionals behind the scenes. Today business may be good. Carl, you actually look at them too? Walking beside Carl, Oliver, who had just returned from the Badlands, followed Carl's line of sight and found that he was looking at the moose. He glanced at the man and looked at Carl in surprise. I thought you were not interested in this. I am a normal male. Carl complained about Oliver's words. Why do you think I would not look at the opposite sex who passed by with good clothes and good looks? Carl still looked at them, although he would not look at them for too long. I have seen you show special attention to some women before. For example, I thought you were going on a date with Blanca yesterday, but you told me halfway that you had finished the commission. At that time, I felt like, this is Carl. You know, this is not a conflict. Carl was too lazy to pay attention to Oliver. He looked at V, who was invited to the city for dinner, and asked V, how is it? How do you feel about the city today? I can only say that city people always like to do something fancy. V's eyes swept across the red fishnet stockings of a woman in Christmas clothes passing by, and nodded slightly, but don't say it. It's a feast for the eyes. In the Badland, such clothes will soon be filled with sand, and only in the city can you see them. Come on, you guys. Jack, who was walking in front, turned his head. There is plenty of time to talk about this kind of thing. We have to get going now, and do things first. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Although Mrs. Wells doesn't like to do those special Christmas celebrations, such as turkeys, Christmas trees, etc., and doesn't want to make the whole bar full of such decorations, there is one thing she is still very happy to provide for these children. That is, the Christmas cake she ordered in advance. An expensive big cake made with real eggs and butter. The shop where this cake was ordered was in Watson District, but it was a special workshop that required a special password. Now Carl and his friends were going to take the cake back. The agreed transaction time was very close. If Carl, Oliver and V delayed any further, the people there might get suspicious and cancel the transaction temporarily and change the location. After all, that thing was worth a lot of money. Thousands of euros at a time. This kind of special custom workshop was much more serious in its attitude than some illegal prosthetics, weapons and drug transactions. There were many people who ordered cakes from them on Christmas Eve throughout Night City. If someone discovered their tracks and followed the clues to the place where the cakes were stored to destroy or steal them, the loss of the custom workshop would start from hundreds of thousands of euros. The number of fires caused by Christmas cakes has never been in the double digits. Be careful. Jack shook his head. He was not afraid of any crossfire, but was afraid of the accident of cake damage. Misty still wants to eat a sweet cake. Misty will naturally come to the party at the Wolf Bar tonight. Since that meeting, the tense relationship between Mrs. Wells and Misty has eased a lot. Occasionally, Mrs. Wells will send a message to ask Misty to come to dinner together. Just the two of them. Because Jack is always busy. Now their relationship, in Jack's words, is that Misty is more like Mrs. Wells's child than his son. Does Misty want to eat? Hearing Jack's words, Oliver, who was originally a little relaxed, became more serious. Don't let her down. Oliver doesn't have many friends, but he keeps every friend in his heart. If Misty wants to eat cake, then he must deliver the cake steadily. Ding. Carl received the message and took a look. T-Bug has arrived at the Wild Wolf Bar and seems to be drinking. Laoway said that he has many operations to do, but he will arrive on time. Carl looked at other messages. Jed, Oliver friend, who he met during the detective mission, replied to apologize. He happened to be taking inventory today and didn't have time to come, but he had already sent corn to the Wild Wolf Bar as a party gift. Mr. Johnson. Oh, Christmas, when Carl and his men are relaxing, happens to be the busiest time for Mr. Johnson and his NCPD. Even cake robberies can reach double digits in one night. Not to mention other things. Mr. Johnson said he would be busy all night tonight and couldn't come. Then, he sent a batch of wine seized in the morning and inspected to the Wild Wolf Bar, so that they can have a good drink tonight. Black police. So greedy. Remember to leave some things for them. And send them over when you are done. And rent a delivery drone to send them over. Carl was just finishing reading the messages from Mr. Johnson and his team when Oliver asked, "Have Mr. Johnson and his team sent any messages? They should be very busy tonight." He realized halfway through and scratched his head. "My friends here are all busy too. Do you know any other friends?" "I know quite a few," Jack said, but shook his head. "But you know, they are basically all from the gang. They usually drink at the Wild Wolf bar. My mom knows them all. They have no intention of joining the party tonight and rejected my invitation, saying that they wanted our mercenary team to have a good rest. The person they know is Jack, who is not familiar with us." Carl had met Jack's friends a few times, but he only said hello. It would be more or less awkward for unfamiliar people to meet unfamiliar people. Maybe that's what the Valentino gang guys thought. "And they're going to help me keep an eye on things tonight." "What do you mean? Help Jack keep an eye on things?" Carl asked in confusion. But Jack just shrugged, just like Oliver's 6th Street gang. "The Valentino gang is not all united. Some people in it don't get along with me when they were in the gang. Gangs are all business. It's okay to drink with them at ordinary times. But when it comes to interests, they be more anxious than the other. It seems that all crows are evil." Carl shook his head and found that their destination was already in sight. Chapter 227 Worried. "We are back. Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" "Of course not. It was safe." Carl was greeting Mrs. Wells, and Mrs. Wells noticed V behind him, and came up to him enthusiastically, saying to V, "You must be V. I heard about you from Carl and the others." "Hello." V looked at Mrs. Wells with a smile on her face, and after a brief pause, he also smiled and extended his hand. "I am V. I am Victor." Old Way came over at some point, patted V on the shoulder, and nodded at him. "Just follow Jack and call me Old Way. You are the prosthetic doctor that Carl and the others talked about." "Yes, that's me. If you want to repair a prosthetic in the future, just come to me. My skills are no worse than those of the people in your tribe." When Old Way and Mrs. Wells welcomed V, Jack had already come to Misty, who was looking at V from a distance. The two were talking over there, while Carl and Oliver were frying French fries. All the kitchen utensils today were moved to the place where the pool table used to be in the Wild Wolf bar. You can cook whatever you want on the spot. Fry it crispy. Are you good enough? Why don't you come here? You're just sitting there talking all day without doing anything. Oliver rolled his eyes at Carl and asked while frying French fries, "Are you going to Arasaka Tower tomorrow?" "Yeah. I told you before that you have to go there as a guard." "Bodyguard." "Right. Arasaka Tower. You have to be careful there." "I know. I understand. After all, it's the core of Arasaka in the whole Americas. And I don't know how dense the people will be at that time. And it's not surprising that someone will take the opportunity to attack. I'm not saying that you should be careful to protect your employer as a bodyguard." Oliver stared at the French fries in the pot, and didn't look at Carl. "I mean, if you are in danger, remember to run." "Run? I'm going to be a bodyguard. Professional ethics. When there is danger, abandon it. Your life safety is the most important." "Carl." Oliver picked up the colander and stirred the fries in the frying pan. "This is a meeting of the top leaders of Arasaka in America. In my opinion, even if there is an attack, it will probably be a dog-eat-dog fight. When encountering such a thing, it is better not to get involved. Just run quickly." He turned his head and glanced at Carl. "You lost both hands in that mission. I don't want to see you come back seriously injured and lose both legs this time. Or just die there." "Die there? If you were going to participate in dangerous missions in the past, I would never stop you. Because there is T. Bug is here. Jack is here. And I am here. We can help you. But you will be alone tomorrow. You know? We can't support you from outside to enter Arasaka Tower. It's like you entering a snake cave. If you really have something wrong, even if we want to break into Arasaka Tower to save you, it may be too late." After listening to Oliver's words, Carl was silent. And Oliver continued, "This time, we couldn't even hear you shouting for help." After a few seconds, Carl spoke. "I understand, Oliver. I don't have much to say. I am helping Jack and the others to say this. Carl, you are very capable. You are also the most capable one in our team. Remember, we are not dead. So don't die either. If something is wrong and your life is in danger, run." Oliver started to pick up the fries. "Run? As long as you can run to a place where we can send us a signal, we can directly break into the Arasaka Tower to rescue you. You must always remember that you are no longer alone. Yes. Nodding with a smile, Carl looked at the fries that Oliver picked up. And didn't care about the heat. He took one directly. The fries that had just come out of the oil and were terribly hot were held in Carl's hand. But there was no change in Carl's finger's skin at all. This arm, which was not damaged much, was repaired by the old repairman when he went back at midnight yesterday. Now it looks no different from before. After blowing a few times to try to cool the fries, Carl didn't wait to sprinkle pepper and salt, or dip them in ketchup, and ate them directly under the crispy shell of the fries. There was just the right aroma of potato starch, which made Carl's eyes seem to light up. I didn't expect you to be so good at frying fries, Oliver. Of course. I just didn't show you. Oliver accepted the compliment without any care. And while he was talking, T-Bug also arrived. T-Bug knew Mrs. Wells and Old V, but he had only met V online. After the two greeted each other, T-Bug walked to Oliver and Carl and took a curious look at the things Oliver was fishing out. Are these French fries? Yes. Carl's favorite food in the Wild Wolf Bar. Although it's not as good as Mrs. Wells's, I still have some confidence. I just got Carl praise. How about T-Bug? Eat some first? T-Bug, who went out today, was no longer wearing black clothes, but wearing a casual dress. Hearing Oliver boasting, she became curious. She looked at the French fries that were cooled aside and found a small one. Be careful of burning, T-Bug, Carl reminded. But T-Bug's eyes showed a series of data. This one has the lowest temperature. I have already checked it. Its temperature is already something I can touch directly. Use your artificial eye to see it. Watching T-Bug pick up the French fries and put them in his mouth, chewing them carefully, Carl was a little curious about how T-Bug would evaluate such French fries. However, before he could ask, T-Bug, who had finished eating the French fries, gave a comment. It would be better if it was a few seconds longer before it came out of the pan. Although the French fries alone are delicious, they are not flavorful enough. Some seasoning should be added. So professional. Knowing that T-Bug came to the conclusion based on the texture of the food in his mouth, Carl sighed, and then met T-Bug's gaze. Then, while eating the French fries, T-Bug said seemingly unintentionally, "You are going to Arasaka Tower tomorrow." She said the same thing as Oliver. The following conversation was no different from Oliver. Carl still answered seriously. He would not say that Oliver had asked and said it. He just felt that he had to reassure his companions who had doubts. Of course, such thoughts passed quickly. Because? Are you going to Arasaka Tower tomorrow? Not only Jack and his friends, but even Misty and Mrs. Wells, who knew about it from Jack, started asking questions out of concern. Carl always felt embarrassed to be worried about. It was a bit embarrassing and happy. Chapter 228 Arasaka Tower. Arasaka Tower. Carl didn't understand the feeling of oppression until he stood at its foot and looked up at it. The building that reached the sky overlooked the entire night city. At the top, the Arasaka logo stood above everything. Carl looked at the Arasaka logo, turned around, and looked at the building opposite the Arasaka Tower. That was also a towering building. And all the logos on the building that was diametrically opposed to the Arasaka Tower were military technology. The two giants in Night City. Carl was stopped by security guards wearing Arasaka uniforms when he was still 200 meters away from the Arasaka Tower. On this day, when the participants of the Arasaka conference basically arrived by airborne vehicles, there were always some senior officials who were worried about the safety of the airborne vehicles and came by ordinary vehicles. It was the responsibility of these security guards today to screen the authenticity of the ground personnel and ensure the safety of those senior officials. They would not let outsiders get close to the Arasaka Tower today. If a madman with a bomb comes out again like in 2023, and the situation reappears yesterday, then Arasaka Power in America will be in great trouble. Please stop. The Arasaka staff are familiar with Carl's face, which has long been known among security personnel. When the person in charge of the inspection came up with a slightly nervous grip on his weapon with the safety off, the other personnel had already aimed their guns at Carl. KK, a well-known mercenary in Night City, although he did not come with his team, is enough to threaten the company's security alone. They have to determine the other party's intentions first. Carl listened to the words of the Arasaka staff and stopped honestly. He came here to do an escort mission today, not to break into the Arasaka Tower. So he should follow the procedures. Seeing Carl stop and nod at him, the Arasaka security guard in charge of the inspection was obviously relieved. Fortunately, Carl didn't seem to be here to cause trouble. Otherwise, if others didn't know, he would probably die here. The Arasaka security personnel first performed a basic scan on Carl, and after confirming that he didn't carry anything large under his clothes, they signaled Carl to wait and began to report to the superiors. Mercenary KK appears outside the cordon at the door. Guard 4752 has contacted him. Please give instructions. ZZ. Amid the tiny electric sound after the communication was connected, the security guard's boss gave instructions. Mercenary KK. Please ask him to wait. Today, the superiors have conveyed that mercenaries will come. Let me see if KK is on the list. Has his identity been confirmed? The security guard listened to the words of his superior in the communication. His specially adjusted artificial eyes scanned Carl again, and then replied in the communication. The appearance and characteristics have been confirmed, but the possibility of disguise cannot be ruled out. The necessary access check must be done. Access check? Confirmed. His name is on the list of trusted outsiders this time. Let him in. I will do another check on him at the second line of defense. Yes. After receiving the permission from his superior to let him go, the security guard in charge of communication immediately made way for Carl and signaled that he could pass. It's great that I don't have to deal with this kind of conversation with Mercenary KK myself. After Carl looked at the security guard who let him go, he continued to look at the crowd passing by. The security guard, who didn't look at him, said nothing and walked through the path he made way for. After walking 100 meters, 3 people wearing Arasaka black and red suits came over. Please confirm your identity again. Their tone was quite polite. But in terms of action, the 3 of them had formed a triangle to surround Carl in the middle, so that even if Carl wanted to attack suddenly and attack someone at one angle, the people at the other 2 angles could also attack at the same time. Do you need to do anything to confirm? Carl looked at the men in suits in front of him, but he didn't mind their alert actions. Second scan? No. We have special equipment. The suited personnel facing Carl took out a device that looked a bit like the fingerprint lock in Carl memory and placed it in front of Carl. You just need to press your fingerprint to confirm. Can't fingerprints be disguised? That's right. The suited personnel stared at Carl. This is specially prepared for you, because your arm prosthesis is specially adjusted. Only the arm is modified, and no matching model is required. It is also unique within the company. We just need to confirm that the finger information matches the collected intelligence. I see. When Lao Wei checked Carl's arm and confirmed that there was no backdoor left in it, Carl was surprised, because even if it was a prosthesis like an arm, it would be difficult to leave some control backdoors, and it would be easy to clear them. But for things like usage record feedback, it would be unreasonable for the company not to leave one to collect data. Was it because his arm was specially made? So, did the investment in me start from that time? Carl's mind changed, but his fingers pressed on the device held by the suit man. Confirming identity. Please wait. In the electronic sound of the device, Carl watched his fingers on the surface of the device like water waves, creating ripples. Carl didn't press it for long. From the time Carl touched it to the time the suit man signaled Carl to move away, only 2 seconds passed, and the model of the prosthesis had been confirmed. Prosthesis name KK. Model confirmed. The suit man bowed and stepped back. Welcome. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, whom you are going to protect, is waiting on the first floor. Protecting Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Carl listened to the suit man's words, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Protecting who? Me. Protecting Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Is it true? But the next moment, Carl also figured it out. Haruko already has a guard. Chio. A high-level meeting is obviously not suitable for too many guards. So my identity, when Haruko guard position is occupied, can only be Mr. Kenichi Shiro guard. After all, no matter how strong Mr. Kenichi Shiro is, he is indeed a high-level member of Arasaka, and it is reasonable to bring a guard. It's just a feeling. Carl took a step. There is always a strange sense of absurdity. If there is really someone who wants to assassinate Mr. Kenichi Shiro, after breaking through himself, he thinks he can easily take down Mr. Kenichi Shiro, but finds that Mr. Kenichi Shiro has activated the scene of Sion Weston. It should be very interesting. Chapter 229 Personnel in Place. Hey, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Today is an important day. Carl. Hello. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Your guard. Carl is here. You don't have to be so formal. Kenichi Shiro glanced at Carl with a cheerful face. And couldn't figure out what this kid was thinking. He was smiling all the way from the moment he saw him to the moment he came over. You will be my guard this time. And my seat will be very close to Miss Haruko's seat. Do you understand what I will say next? I understand. Carl nodded. If I encounter danger, I will leave you behind at the first time. I'm glad you understand. Kenichi Shiro artificial eye flashed. And then motioned Carl to look in a direction. Do you see the guy chatting over there? Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Who are you talking about? Carl followed Kenichi Shiro's line of sight, and saw several young people wearing Arasaka uniforms chatting together. But he didn't know who Mr. Kenichi Shiro was talking about. The one with short black hair, and a pair of gold-brown glasses. Carl listened to Kenichi Shiro's description and locked on the target. It was a person who was chatting with the young people around him, occasionally pointing his finger to indicate something, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Who is that? Fujioka Kaoru. Fujioka Kaoru? Carl muttered the name for a while, and after confirming that he was not familiar with the name, he was about to ask. But Kenichi Shiro had already explained. Dove. Carl understood after hearing this. I thought the young people in Arasaka preferred the straightforward hawks. Sometimes, the inheritance of the fathers is more important. They all know where they should sit correctly. After saying something a bit confusing, Kenichi Shiro said the reason why Carl paid attention to him. He has a peeping heart. Peeping heart? Carl looked at Fujioka Kaoru and estimated his age. About 26 or 27 years old. Who is he against? Haruko? Unlikely. If a second-generation Arasaka family had any intention of spying on Haruko, Kenichi Shiro might not even need to do anything, as his father would have readily dealt with him in a hawkish manner. Only her mother, and the person behind the scenes of the Arasaka family, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, were qualified to make judgments on Haruko's problem. A second-generation Dove didn't even have the qualifications to spy on her. It couldn't be Haruko. It would be Shio. Ah? Carl was stunned. Huh? Carl couldn't believe it. So he asked again, who is he talking to? Shio. Kenichi Shiro's tone was a little gloomy. You know, Shio violated the rules and changed her itinerary without authorization to come to Night City. She also borrowed her identity, and got equipment assistance in Arasaka Tower in Night City. At that time, Fujioka Kaoru saw Shio, and fell in love with her at first sight. Carl listened to Kenichi Shiro's words, and recalled Chio's appearance. From her appearance, Chio was indeed beautiful, and could be considered a beauty. But this love at first sight sounded weird. Carl seemed to understand something, and raised his eyebrows. Have you found out the purpose behind it? No need to check. You can see it at a glance. You are still too young. Kenichi Shiro watched Fujioka Fumio, and the group of young people walk up to the elevator, and said, although there are some problems with Chio's bloodline, her identity is my disciple and Miss Haruko's current guard. What do you think Fujioka Fumio wants to pursue Chio for? As a Dove, he wants to join the chicken faction? People with insufficient status will always have some special ideas that they shouldn't have. Wishful thinking. Right? Carl understood. But before he could say anything, Kenichi Shiro had already taken a step. Mr. Kenichi Shiro? There is not much time left before the meeting starts. We have to prepare in advance. Prepare for what? Take your gun. This sentence made Carl understand. It seems that today's meeting is not that simple. Arasaka Tower is 2,034 feet high, about 620 meters, with a total of 140 floors. The top floor is the 140th floor, where the CEO of Night City is located. The current controller of this floor is nominally Arasaka Michiko. But Arasaka Michiko travels all over North America and rarely stays here, so it is not often used. Today Night City high-level meeting is located on the 133rd floor, 7 floors below the top floor, standing in the elevator with only himself and Kenichi Shiro. Carl watched the elevator numbers jump and asked Kenichi Shiro a question that he was a little curious about. I remember that for Arasaka personnel, the higher you go up the Arasaka Tower, the higher your status is. Just like climbing a tower. Why are these directors, who are second only to the Arasaka family members, not holding a meeting on the 139th floor, which is second only to the executives, but on the 133rd floor today? Your question has already touched upon something that only the top management can know, Kenichi Shiro said. But for some reason, he explained to Carl, this is already the highest level where the directors can hold meetings. The 134th and 135th floors are where Lord Saburo occasionally lives when he comes to Night City. It is a place that has been specially converted into a Japanese-style house. Unless Lord Saburo lives there and takes the initiative to summon the directors. Unless they are members of the Arasaka family. Anyone who dares to enter without permission will only have one end. What the end is, of course, needs no further explanation. And why it can only be limited to the 133rd floor is also easy to understand. Lord Saburo Arasaka only lives on the 134th and 135th floors. Who of you has a bigger face and is not a member of the Arasaka family, and dares to hold a meeting above Lord Saburo Arasaka? The elevator went up very quickly. After Carl and Kenichi Shiro finished chatting about the floors, they had already arrived at the 132nd floor. The 132nd floor is where the security guards are. If you go up, the elevator will be locked. You have to walk from the 132nd floor to the meeting room on the 133rd floor. In the past, meetings were held in the atrium on the lower floor. But today meeting is different. Before the elevator door opened, Kenichi Shiro suddenly said this. But Carl, who had understood when he heard him take the gun downstairs, just nodded and replied, I understand. Different. What else can a meeting with added security guards be? The door opened. What appeared outside the door was a steel. Or rather, a man made of steel and prosthetics. You're a little late. The man spoke, his scarlet eyes staring at Kenichi Shiro, and then swept over Carl beside Shiro. But the time is just right. I hope so. Kenichi Shiro stepped out of the elevator, and Carl followed closely. When passing by someone, Carl turned his head and greeted him with a smile, sensing his gaze. Good morning, Mr. Adam Hammer. Chapter 230 Arasaka High-Level Meeting. Adam Hammer, who is now the security director of the Arasaka branch in Night City. Carl was not surprised by his appearance. This news has long been spread throughout Night City, and only those who are not well informed do not know about it. In the past, Adam Hammer signed a treaty similar to a security contract with Arasaka, and now he has just officially joined, which is nothing to be surprised about. But in what will happen next today? Which side will Adam Hammer represent? If it is an enemy, I, Shio, and Kenichi Shiro, it is not impossible to fight Adam Hammer face to face with the legend. Carl hand brushed the knight at his waist. The safety was already on, and he could fire at any time. He moved his wrist, and the single molecule line was operating normally, and there was no delay in ejection. No problem. Carl followed Kenichi Shiro and walked step by step towards the meeting room on the 133rd floor through the indoor stairs. The whole person seemed quiet and silent. Going up to the 133rd floor, what appeared in front of Carl was an empty floor with security guards standing on the edge. Carl could directly see the scenery of Night City outside through the transparent glass on all four sides of this floor. In the light coming through from outside, 9 Arasaka executives wearing suits of various colors and wearing Arasaka logo brooches on their chests were waiting to sit around a white conference table. Carl's eyes swept over the guards closest to the conference table and found that except for the bodyguards of the 9 senior executives, the 4 people standing closest to the conference table were all Arasaka hackers. They were buried in the digital tablets in their hands and were carrying out some anti-hacking activities. Pay attention to the 2 in white suits. They are the 2 most important people among the 9 participants. Kenichi Shiro sent a message to Carl while walking forward. They are the vice presidents of the Night City branch. When Mrs. Michiko is away, they have the right to manage the affairs of Night City Arasaka. At the same time, this also includes mobilizing Arasaka power. Mobilizing the power of Arasaka. Carl understood, and followed Kenichi Shiro to slowly step forward, while starting a conversation in the communication. Carl, what about the other 7 people? Kenichi Shiro, the other 7 are directors in charge of various departments. The 7 directors are not important. They only have the qualifications to sit at this branch table. They are far from the real dominance, and they are not qualified to arbitrarily mobilize the authority of Arasaka in many aspects. Carl, got it. Understood. Carl's eyes swept over the 7 directors, and saw an old man who looked very similar to Fujioka Fumio, who had met downstairs. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be Fujioka Fumio's father. Dove. Keeping the positioning of this person in mind, Carl and Kenichi Shiro have walked to the side of the conference table, while Carl and the bodyguards following behind the 9 branch executives were looking at each other. Kenichi Shiro had already sat on the left side, second only to the vice president in white suits. "You're really late, Kenichi-kun." The vice president sitting next to Kenichi Shiro didn't look at the insignificant bodyguards following Kenichi Shiro, but naturally cast his eyes on Kenichi Shiro. "You are the last one among us. Some matters need to be handled in person." Kenichi Shiro smiled, a little doubtful of the authenticity of the smile that Carl saw from the corner of his eye, and nodded at the vice president, Matsudaira. "We haven't seen each other for a while." "That's true. After all, you have to protect Miss Haruko well." Matsudaira stared at Kenichi Shiro, smiled at last, turned his head, and regarded the conversation as over. The vice president in a white suit sitting on the other side listened to the conversation between Kenichi Shiro and Matsudaira, and took the initiative to talk to Kenichi Shiro, who had not been there for a long time. "Kenichi, I don't know if the personnel transferred before are qualified. If there are any unqualified places, please let me know." Kenichi Shiro looked at the other president, smiling. "They are all very outstanding, including your grandson." "That's good." Hearing this, the president, who was a little nervous when asking, his expression on his face was obviously relieved a lot. Then, his peripheral vision swept over a person, and he spoke as if he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Kenichi, you haven't attended the meeting for a while, and you may not know the members. Let me introduce you to the new director, who has made outstanding contributions in the recent Osaka operation." The elderly vice president squeezed his wrinkled, smiling face, and reached out to introduce Kenichi Shiro to a woman sitting at the end on the right, wearing a neat black Arasaka uniform and a single ponytail. "Susan Abernathy, now the Special Operations Director in Night City." During the vice president's introduction, the woman named Susan Abernathy, who obviously had a European and American face, stood up and bowed respectfully to Kenichi Shiro. "Nice to meet you, Kenichi-san." Kenichi Shiro's reaction to Abernathy's respect was very indifferent. But Abernathy did not lose her respect because of Kenichi Shiro's indifference. She sat down again after she had saluted completely. In Arasaka Company, it is important for a subordinate to salute his superior. Abernathy has long been accustomed to this kind of indifferent feedback. It is better to say that it is very rare for her to enjoy Kenichi Shiro look at her, and even hum. After sitting down, Abernathy glanced at the vice president on the right side of the conference table, and then quickly retracted her gaze, only looking at the conference display panel in front of her. She acted very quiet, but there was a little more joy in her eyes. As the person with the least experience among the 10 positions, she was actually introduced by her immediate superior, and the person introduced was another high-ranking executive in a branch. This kind of thing would undoubtedly reveal a kind of information within Arasaka. That is, there is someone behind her, which means far more than her being able to sit at this conference table. After Abernathy sat down, the conference table fell into silence again. The 7 directors with insufficient status did not dare to speak, and the other 3 had already finished their conversation. In this gradually solemn and somewhat suffocating atmosphere, the crisp sound of wooden clogs came from downstairs. In the not-so-dense, light and steady footsteps, a figure in kimono, escorted by a woman in ninja clothes behind him, slowly came to the meeting floor. Except for Kenichi Shiro, the 9 Arasaka executives all widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the kimono figure coming. Matsudaira, who was sitting next to Kenichi Shiro, even supported the conference table with his hands and almost stood up. How could it be her? Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't it Mrs. Michiko who came back to preside over the meeting today? Chapter 231. Well, I'm here. Ms. Haruko, why are you here? Everyone in the meeting was surprised by this sudden arrival. But after being surprised, Matsudaira quickly reacted and completed the half-started action of standing up. In front of this lady, he was not qualified to continue sitting and speaking. Why is it Miss Haruko? Although the other people reacted a little slower than Matsudaira, they also stood up and watched Miss Haruko approaching. As Haruko walked slowly forward in wooden clogs, their waists became more and more bent. Haruko had no intention of talking to them, and she didn't look at other people. Not even Kenichi Shiro, who was approaching and standing up. She just walked slowly from behind him until she reached the host's seat at the conference table. In the eyes of the senior executives, who lowered their heads and watched Haruko walking route with their peripheral vision, Haruko naturally sat in the seat that should have been her mother's seat. Let's start the meeting. I'm here. Just such plain words were enough to shut up others who wanted to say something. No need to say more. Arasaka Michiko didn't come. But Arasaka Haruko was here. And the situation was the same. As one of the few members of the Arasaka family in the world, Arasaka Haruko had the right to stay here and to let all the waiting people obey. After bowing, everyone slowly straightened up and sat down slowly under Haruko's gaze. Matsudaira sat down a little slowly. And it seemed much slower than the excitement when he stood up. Sit down, Matsudaira-san. Kenichi Shiro's soft voice came from the side. And when Matsudaira looked over, he saw Kenichi Shiro, who was completely different from the previous smile. That face was still smiling. But it didn't look like smiling. Like a smile. Not a smile. For some reason, Matsudaira suddenly had such an idiom in his mind. And then he felt an inexplicable chill behind him. Hee. Matsudaira forced a smile in response. And sat on the chair as if nothing had happened. And his physiological monitoring had been constantly warning him. Reminder, your heart rate has exceeded the normal value. Please slow down and calm down. Warning, your heart rate has exceeded the previous maximum value. Please empty your mind and think. The third conditioning method is recommended. Start taking deep breaths now. And then? I know. Inwardly, he was angry that the physiological monitoring was still messing with him at this time. When Somping turned off the monitoring and sat on the chair, he had forced himself to accept the current facts. What is the truth? The truth is that Mrs. Michiko didn't come for some reason. But Haruko came. Why Haruko? Why her? Could it be that she has already found out? It's impossible. I did it very cleanly. And I just pretended to put things on the table. Those who stole the information and carried out the relevant attack plan were just hawks. If I was wrong in this matter, then the only mistake was that I didn't see my subordinates clearly and let them do something wrong. And that subordinate had been dealt with long ago. So it was impossible for the matter to be exposed. Matsuhira's heart was pounding. And the suffocation caused by tension made him feel extremely uncomfortable in his stomach. As if he would vomit as soon as he opened his mouth. Keep calm. Stay calm. Matsuhira kept repeating to himself in his heart. Even though he was so panicked that his hands and feet were cold. His face remained unchanged. And even his breathing became much smoother. Excuse me, Ms. Haruko. Have you understood the agenda for today's meeting? While Matsudaira was adjusting himself, the vice president on the other side, who was a little surprised to see Haruko coming but didn't think it was a big deal, spoke up. He glanced at Matsudaira, who was usually the first to speak but was particularly quiet today, and suggested to Haruko, do I need to report the proposal first? The director was obviously not qualified to talk to Ms. Haruko about this matter. Matsudaira didn't speak today, so he had to come. Proposal report? I already know all this. No need to report. Yes. The old vice president nodded and said, then next. I will start the first agenda. The first is the recent discovery of a military technology weapons production line in Alberta, Canada. Please wait for this matter. The old vice president was interrupted by Haruko halfway through his words. Haruko sat in her seat, her hands flat on her knees, and said apologetically, before this, I have something to tell you. A temporary agenda? Mrs. Michiko did this kind of thing a lot. So the old vice president immediately stopped the agenda that appeared on the screen and stopped talking. After that, at Haruko's signal, Kenichi Shiro slowly stood up. For some reason, when he saw Kenichi Shiro standing up, Matsudaira's heartbeat quickened again. An extremely bad feeling surged into his heart. Before he could figure out what this feeling was, Kenichi Shiro had already spoken. Let me make an announcement. Kenichi Shiro looked around the conference table and said, among all of you, there is a traitor who sold our Arasaka information to military technology without authorization. Traitor? Kenichi Shiro's words after he stood up caused an uproar among the crowd. They looked at each other in disbelief. There is a traitor among us. Sitting in this position, there is actually a traitor who is in collusion with military technology. Matsudaira's heart beat even faster. But on the surface, he still showed the same look of astonishment and disbelief as the people around him. Quietly, while looking around, he contacted some people. Things may be exposed, so we need to be prepared. A traitor who is in contact with military technology. The old vice president looked around at the people around him, but did not see any panic on their faces. He subconsciously looked at Kenichi Shiro with an inquiring look. Kenichi, the traitor you are talking about is? We are ready. Kenichi Shiro did not mean to explain for the vice president, but turned to Haruko and said, "Just waiting for your order, Miss Haruko." "An order for what?" When Matsudaira quietly touched under the conference table, Haruko nodded, then smiled and looked to the side, calling a person's name. That name was unfamiliar to most of the people in the meeting. It was not Kenichi Shiro, nor was it Chio, but it was saying, "Carl." "Yes, I'm here." When everyone looked at the place where the voice came from, Haruko's next sentence had already come out. "Do it." As he spoke, Matsudaira had already taken out the pistol hidden in his leg, his face grim. Before Matsudaira finished speaking, or even called himself, an arm had already opened its 5 fingers and grabbed his head. "Okay." Accompanying Haruko's response to her words was a crisp sound. Crack. The high-ranking vice president, second only to 2 people in the entire Arasaka America region. The sound of his skull breaking seemed to be no different from that of an ordinary person. Chapter 232 Find the Rat. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of skull breaking. It was the bodyguard who reacted to Matsudaira. After realizing that his employer was in serious condition, he immediately activated the Sion Weston. It was not for anything else, but simply to speed up his reaction so that he could make a move. In the slow time, under the gaze of Carl, Chio and Kenichi Shiro, the bodyguard quickly dropped the gun he was about to raised his hands, and showed innocence to the others who had already looked over. "How much euros a month is it? It takes so much effort." "Well, although it starts at 500,000 euros, it is not worth it for him to gamble his whole family for a dead employer. There are Arasaka people all around. His employer is also Arasaka people, and his family is all under the control of Arasaka. Now the higher-ups of Arasaka want his employer to die. So what can he do? He can only watch. Could it be that he had to draw his gun and avenge his employer in front of so many Arasaka personnel? And kill Miss Haruko of the Arasaka family who gave the order? How many 9 clans does he have? How can he play like this? Sorry, Mr. Matsudaira. I don't want this month's salary. Please don't mind my unilateral resignation." The professional bodyguard kicked away the pistol that fell on the ground, hugged the back of his head with both hands, and squatted on the ground. His movements were quite skillful, and it was obvious that he was a professional. The bodyguard's little movement was obviously just a small episode that slightly attracted the attention of Haruko's 3 guards in the slow time. After confirming that the bodyguard was very sensible, the 3 glanced at other places. The other 8 bodyguards standing behind the vice president and the director were also very smart. They didn't say anything, but just silently raised their hands and spread them out, making a standard military salute of France in World War II. Protecting the employer depends on the target. If it is a rival director who launches an attack, they do have the courage to cover the employer evacuation or fight. Even if it is the vice president, they can try. However, don't count on them when facing members of the Arasaka family. Their employers dare not resist. Fuck. After the bodyguards made their moves, the crisp sound of skull cracking resounded in the ears of every surviving Arasaka executive, and their expressions at this time were extremely wonderful. It was too fast and too decisive. They didn't react yet. And Matsudaira, the high-ranking vice president, died in almost a blink of an eye. They still have to slow down a little bit, and they haven't accepted it yet. Gurgle. It was not known whether it was one person or several people, but the swallowing sound of the Arasaka executives was unusually loud in the tense environment at that time. 2 seconds later, the elderly vice president, perhaps because of his greater experience, was the first to react. He forced himself not to stand up out of panic, but just sat and stared at Matsudaira, and asked Kenichi Shiro in a trembling voice, "Could it be that Matsudaira-sen is the traitor?" He did not dare to ask Haruko, who had solved Matsudaira's problem with just a few words. So he only dared to ask Kenichi Shiro, who was theoretically in a lower position than him. "Yes, that's right. So you don't need to worry too much." Kenichi Shiro glanced at the hackers around him, who had reacted, and the guards, who had reacted in the distance. After giving them the order not to act, he looked at the old vice president with a calm expression on his face. "You are loyal, just like your loyal grandson. So you don't need to worry." He. The old vice president was mentioned as a grandson again. But this time, he didn't feel relaxed at all. He just forced a smile and smiled at Kenichi Shiro. What could he say? He didn't know what to say, and he didn't dare to say anything else. For the people of the Arasaka family, even if they are vice presidents, or even presidents in charge of Arasaka affairs in certain regions of a country. They are just dogs. A loyal dog. The owner will naturally not be stingy with rewards and praises. If the dog bared its teeth and began to threaten the owner, or even wanted to kill and harm the owner, then there would be no need for this dog to exist. This old vice president used to work for Saburo Arasaka. He finally got a position as vice president in the second most important Arasaka tower after the mainland with his seniority. He also arranged for various family members to join the Arasaka group with his position. Now is the time to enjoy himself. He no longer has the claws and fangs to show to his master. When he encounters the majesty of his master, he can only bow his head to the ground obediently. Like an old dog, with his tongue hanging down, unable to bark. Looking at the old vice president who smiled at Kenichi Shiro and said nothing. Carl heard Kenichi Shiro's private voice message. Don't underestimate this old dog. He looks flustered. But he knows the reason why Matsudara was solved. What do you mean? They are both vice presidents. He is older and has more experience. Do you think he will obey Matsudara, who is more assertive all day long? Do you think he, as the vice president of Arasaka Tower, will not know what his peers are doing? This time, Matsudara's evidence is very complete. Guess who is behind it? Just an old dog who deliberately pretends to be ignorant and loyal. I see. I've learned your lesson. Carl loosened his hand and let Matsudara's body fall on the conference table, splashing a flower of blood. Then he quietly withdrew and retreated behind Kenichi Shiro, as if nothing had happened. But now, he is no longer as obscure as he was before. Whether or not they knew Carl before, after he killed the vice president of Arasaka, his reputation was destined to spread among the senior executives of Arasaka. Perhaps it won't be long before every senior executive of Arasaka knows that there is such a bodyguard who is quick, fast and capable, and can be compared with Chiyo and Kenichi Shiro. This kind of thinking is not surprising. The bodyguard following Kenichi Shiro was obviously hired by Miss Haruko. So why did Miss Haruko want him to kill Matsudara? Because Chiyo needs to protect Miss Haruko. And because of Kenichi Shiro's identity, it is not suitable to kill a superior in such an occasion. Then the hired person can only kill Matsudara. And Miss Haruko believes that if Chiyo and Kenichi Shiro do not take action, the hired person can instantly get rid of Matsudara. Does it mean that in Miss Haruko's eyes, this person is enough to compare with Kenichi Shiro and Chiyo? And even if the two do not take action, they are enough to replace. According to this kind of thinking, even if the hired person is not as strong as Chiyo and Kenichi Shiro, he may be stronger than too many people. Many directors who know that their level is not enough to participate in the high-level struggle and are very concerned about their future life issues have been watching Carl silently thinking about things. This capable hired bodyguard is obviously only temporary for Miss Haruko, who has a female guard. So can I hire him to do something later? No matter how you look at it, his ability is much better than the bodyguard with his hands raised behind him. When the directors thought so, two hackers next to the conference table suddenly burst into sparks from the access points behind their heads. At the same time, a warning sounded. Unknown personnel are invading the 44th, 45th, 46th, 77th, 78th, and 79th floors. Please conduct an internal investigation. At the same time, the glass screens around the conference hall fell into black curtains, blocking the lights outside, and red lights were unfolded on the floors. Someone is trying to invade the 132nd floor. Please prepare the security personnel. Even an old dog has a few teeth. As a vice president, he still has some loyal people. I just don't know how many people know that betrayal is unforgivable. So they fight to the death. Kenichi Shiro muttered, looking at Carl behind him. It's time for you to act. No problem. In the red light, Carl grinned, and with Haruko's slight nod, he turned and walked downstairs to the meeting floor. Do you need to leave a few people alive to ask? If the rat behind is caught, then the little rat in front of you is not important. Understood. That is to say, kill them all. When Carl went downstairs, he happened to meet a pair of eyes that did not have much humanity. Those eyes only looked at Carl for a moment. But Carl already understood his idea. Someone was more eager to try than himself. Chapter 233 Killing. How does it feel to stand in an elevator with Adam Heavy Hammer? Carl doesn't know about others. But for him, this kind of honorable treatment, which is rare in Night City and even in the whole world, brings him the only feeling. Very crowded, Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer's mechanical body is really too large. Two people are very crowded in a rapidly descending elevator. Looking down at the floor, Carl communicated with Kenichi Shiro in the communication. Carl, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Why don't you remotely shut down those people's prostheses? They should all be employees of Arasaka. Don't you have the authority? Kenichi Shiro. Matsudaira is not unprepared. His only surprise is that he didn't expect Miss Haruko to come today and take action here. His subordinates have already used his identity as vice president to take away the authority. Mrs. Michiko is not here. He is one of the highest managers of Night City. These people cannot be blocked after the authority disappears. Carl, that's it. Carl stopped asking questions and looked up at Adam Heavy Hammer, who was much taller than him. Then he had the second feeling of squeezing into the elevator with Adam Heavy Hammer. That is, this guy's mouth is really stinky. You are a stinky boy who hasn't even grown all his hair. I don't have time to help you clean up your wet pants later. Adam Heavy Hammer glanced at Carl's arm. And your hand. Don't let it be broken again today. You are really not very pleasant to talk to. Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer. Carl kept smiling. For someone who had saved his life, Carl could still tolerate the simple foul mouth. But this did not mean that he would not say foul mouth back. I thought Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer, who was a mechanical man and couldn't even pee in his pants, said this to envy me for having other parts of my body intact? Of course, I have to be careful with my hands. Otherwise I will be miserable like you, with my whole body broken. And only my head is left, and I am very stubborn. Asshole. The pair of scarlet artificial eyes showed a glaring posture. But Carl did not feel much murderous intent from it. Just like a simple physical topic. It did not make him angry or break his defense. After the two exchanged a few words, the stairs going down were silent for a few seconds. And then Adam Heavy Hammer spoke again, asking a question that Carl had never thought he would ask. You and Haruko, are you close? Ah? Carl had to admit that he was stunned when he heard this sentence from Adam Heavy Hammer, which was not very cold, but rather a normal question. This mechanical cold-blooded monster would ask this? And Haruko, calling her by her name directly. Does he mean he has any relationship with Haruko? Carl couldn't understand. But before he could answer, the sound of the stairs arriving had already sounded. Work first. I ask you later. Kid who's doing an easy job. I hope your skills and gun can be as loud as your mouth. After this sentence, the door hadn't opened yet, and gunshots had already sounded from outside. Someone noticed the arrival of the elevator and launched an attack before the elevator door opened. It seemed that the group of traitors had already controlled this floor and planned to interrupt possible enemy support. The elevator door, which was originally only used by employees, naturally could not block bullets. However, the fact that the door was not open did not mean that Carl and Adam Hammer could not get out. In just a moment, Carl felt that the threat in front of him was increased many times. Adam Hammer in front of him had bloodshot eyes, and his figure became blurred. At this moment, the Violent Type and Sion Weston started at the same time. The huge arms of the machine grabbed the elevator door and tore it open with overwhelming force. In the twisting of the elevator structure, a huge shadow rushed out of the elevator. Da-da-da-da. Ding 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 ding. The dense bullets and the powerlessness of hitting the metal formed a sharp contrast. In the sparks of the bullets, the hammer stepped forward. Boom! With just a charge. The 4 Arasaka uniformed personnel who launched the attack 5 meters outside the elevator door turned into meat paste. And their bodies were broken into pieces of white bones with blood and scattered everywhere. Before the other Arasaka personnel could react to the horror, Adam Heavy Hammer's arm swung smoothly, and his infinite wrist strength swept across the other Arasaka personnel on the right with his movement. The results of these Arasaka personnel were better than those of the Arasaka personnel who were directly hit. In terms of the appearance of death, at least they could keep the integrity of their heads flying out. And during this slow time of perception, the other figure who rushed out of the elevator room behind Adam Heavy Hammer was also not slow. His left wrist lit up with the light of single molecular lines, and as he rushed forward, it turned into an arc-shaped light blade on his side. When it passed the personnel on the left side of Adam Heavy Hammer, who had not had time to clean up, the single molecular lines on it crossed the waists of those personnel, in the blood that was slowly sprayed out after being cut off. The single molecular lines were still as bright as new. Time continued to flow normally in the feeling. And the Arasaka personnel who blocked the door and launched the attack were all dead. Too slow, kid. After all, it's still no match for the iron block full of explosives. Wrong, kid. Adam Heavy Hammer suddenly raised his right hand, and a ninja who was halfway through attacking with a mantis knife in the shadows was intercepted by the power of his right hand, and was scooped up into the sky in an uncontrolled posture. This is explosives. Adam Heavy Hammer said so, raised his right hand, and aimed at the ninja who had smashed a spider web-like crack on the ceiling and was falling down due to the reaction force. Boom! In the flames that burst out from Adam Heavy Hammer's arm. The ninja, who was already half dead due to the heavy blow, was completely turned into blood foam. I'd rather see you torn to pieces. You fight like this, and the air smells of blood. You should at least consider people who don't have lung filters, Carl complained. But he was not slow to move. He met another ninja who rushed out from his side to kill him. He met the ninja with his right hand, and when the ninja tried to swing the mantis knife from midair, the dagger below the ninja had already pierced deeply into the ninja's throat as Carl rushed forward, raising the dead body with one hand. Carl swung it to the side, letting his dagger of the ninja's throat escape, and then said, "This is called fighting." Very good. Adam Heavy Hammer stared at Carl. Fighting, like war, has always been indispensable to me. If you have the ability to compete with me in killing, keep trying, kid. That's what I mean. Carl shook off the blood on the ninja. After all, this is a chance to compare with legends. Chapter 234 Floor Cleaning. Floor 79. Floor 78. Floor 77 have been suppressed and cleaned up. Listening to the hacker's report, the Arasaka executive sitting on the 133rd floor looked at the surveillance projection displayed on the conference table, and were a little unbelievable about the speed of cleaning up. This speed is too fast. The most surprised among the executives was Susan Abernethy. As the director of special operations of Arasaka, she knew the quality of the people who were cleaned up on those 3 floors. Those were floors specially provided for Arasaka ninjas and agents to train. In other words, they were the floors where the most elite people among Arasaka personnel stayed. After most of the people on those 3 floors betrayed and took control of the floors, how long did it take for the 2 people who went down to clean up? 5 minutes? Or 4 minutes? Even if the time of taking the elevator is included, it will definitely not exceed 3 minutes. Just 2 people, Adam Heavy Hammer and Carl, cleared out no less than 30 betrayers in 3 floors, except for the 79th floor, which was cleared by 2 people in less than 20 seconds. The 78th and 77th floors were cleared by 1 person. Monsters. I don't know if I muttered such words, although I am considered to be a high-ranking person in Arasaka. It was the first time that Abernethy witnessed the real terrifying power from her own kind. She swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Humans will unconsciously produce feelings such as fear, dread, and terror in their hearts because of powerful power. And now Abernethy's heart is occupied by such feelings. It's just like 2 killing machines. Killing people is like doing some kind of efficient cleaning. Abernethy slightly put herself in the perspective of the betrayer. If she was the one protected by the betrayer, facing them, Abernethy had a vague phantom pain while thinking, as if her body was torn into pieces or cut in half. Matsudara, maybe you should be glad that your death was the most friendly and decent one. When the Arasaka executives watched the killing through the surveillance cameras recaptured by hackers, Kenichi Shiro frowned as he looked at the projection on the conference table. There were many flaws. Kenichi Shiro was judging Carl. This was the first time he saw Carl battle in person through projection, so he could see some problems. Adam's hammer's killing method was a perfect fit of consciousness coordinating the machine like a gear. It was a different way of fighting from Kenichi Shiro. Kenichi Shiro had no way to judge the pros and cons, but Kenichi Shiro could understand Carl's fighting method. Both of them are good at short-range combat. When facing difficult enemies, they basically use speed-based melee attacks to deal with troublesome enemies. So Kenichi Shiro can make judgments in the movements. In his evaluation, each of Carl's combat movements is very standard, even exemplary. But the only problem is that the connection between the movements is still a little unfamiliar. Kenichi Shiro doesn't know how Carl trained. Each of his skills is great, but there is a little sluggishness in the connection that only people who are proficient in this can see. If Kenichi Shiro wants to make an analogy, it is running. Carl's starting movements and running movements have no problems. Both are excellent, and Kenichi Shiro can't compare in some places. But the moment he starts running and the smooth connection with running are a little slow for some reason. It's like an old tape recorder. After playing side A, you have to take it out and turn to side B. However, this problem is not particularly serious, as long as you fight more. It will become smoother sooner or later, like clearing a clogged water pipe. What Kenichi Shiro couldn't understand was why Carl had such a problem. This problem is similar to that of a newcomer who has just learned fighting skills for less than 3 months. Why did Carl make it? If the person he faced was Chio, it would be fine. But if the person he faced was himself, he could take advantage of the moment when he was not smooth. Thinking of Chio, Kenichi Shiro temporarily put aside his observation of Carl and looked at his Chio, who was standing behind Miss Haruko with her face covered. It would be fine if he didn't look at it. But when he looked at it, his eyebrows jumped unconsciously. She was actually staring at the projection on the conference table. Did he teach her this before? Kenichi Shiro felt an inexplicable dizziness. If it weren't for the biological monitoring that confirmed that his blood pressure did not rise, Kenichi Shiro would have thought that he was angry and had high blood pressure. When protecting Miss Haruko, he did not pay attention to the surrounding environment at all times, but was actually watching the boring cleaning matters. He actually thought that this kind of disciple had already graduated and recommended her to Mrs. Michiko with confidence. This is really true. After conducting actual combat tests, Kenichi Shiro no longer thinks that his disciple has the possibility of threatening him, but he believes that the current Chiome can completely ruin the reputation of his teaching apprentice. How could I teach such a thing? I used to train her as my personal disciple. Now it seems that any other student who was taught casually is not better than her, as if she had some kind of induction. Chio noticed the unfriendly gaze and quickly glanced over. After finding that it was the derelict who was staring at her, she instinctively tensed her body. The pair of eyes that were not covered by the mask were full of vigilance, and her hands quietly touched her waist. I almost forgot that this derelict was right next to me. People like him can't protect Miss Haruko well. I can't be like him. Maybe he is going to do something now. I have to protect Miss Haruko. Chio stepped forward a little and protected Haruko from the side. There may be traitors present. I have to be ready to start throwing interference smoke bombs and evacuate Miss Haruko at any time. The peripheral vision noticed Chiyoko coming forward, but Haruko didn't care. She silently watched Carl in the projection, then looked at Adam's heavy hammer in the projection, and then took out her mobile phone from her kimono sleeves, which was originally placed on her knees under the conference table, and sent a message to Carl. You are going to lose, Carl. Then I can only hope that the people on other floors don't clean up so quickly, so that I can get involved. In the elevator going downstairs, Carl panted slightly. After all, this kind of open competition with legends to kill company dogs, and there is a chance to be rewarded. It's rare to come once. Not a company dog. After Haruko sent a cute emoji, they have all been fired. Next time, you should use picture emojis. Chapter 235. Looking down and looking up. 64. Under the fearful gaze of the Arasaka security personnel, Carl put down the night sniper in his hand and counted the number of people. This was the 64th person he had dealt with. The floor has been cleared. Amid the reminders ringing everywhere, Carl walked through the crowd that made way and got on the elevator again. In general, it was not very difficult to clear the people in the Arasaka Tower. For the people of Arasaka, the vice president was outside, and the entangled forces were the things that needed to be cleared slowly later. But those had nothing to do with Carl. The elevator went up and stopped after a while, and then the elevator door opened. In front of Carl, Adam's heavy hammer, whose mechanical body was almost dyed red, appeared. In the eyes where the killing intent gradually subsided, Carl saw a questioning look. Without waiting for Adam Heavy Hammer to speak, Carl took the initiative to report his number, 64. You're still far from it, kid. Adam Heavy Hammer walked into the elevator. Because of his entry, the elevator obviously showed a tendency to sink slightly due to his weight, and then stabilized. Standing in the crowded elevator, Adam Heavy Hammer slowly said, 102. Is the gap so big? Carl looked at Adam Heavy Hammer. Although he was not surprised by the result, such a gap was still a little difficult for him to accept. Even if Adam Heavy Hammer was covered with killing weapons, even if Adam Heavy Hammer was the head of security and could get the news earlier than him and knew which floor had more people, this gap must have its own problems. Carl originally expected that the gap would be between 20 and 25. This gap was nearly 40, almost reaching 2/3 of his own number. It was 2. There must be something missing. Carl thought about his other purpose for coming to Arasaka today and remained silent. Wait, I have to pick some weapons carefully, and I have to think about the selection of the prosthesis, and have it sent over here for Lao Wei to check. I am still far from Adam Hammer and Morgan Blackhand. Fortunately, I have recorded the competition between Kenichi Shiro and Chio. I have to watch it repeatedly when I go back. I can't do less tasks. I have to take on some big jobs later. In the somewhat silent elevator, Adam Hammer did not get proud of his victory. He looked at Carl, who was thinking, and asked a question that was temporarily interrupted because of the arrival of the elevator. You and Haruko. Do you have a good relationship? Haruko heard this question again, and Carl came back from thinking, raised his head, looked into the eyes of Adam Hammer, and nodded slightly without hesitation. It's okay. I think we are friends. Carl only shares food with friends or people who need comfort. Friend? Adam Heavy Hammer looked at Carl's natural expression without any falsehood, and was silent for a rare moment. Then turned his head. If you have more thoughts, then you'd better be careful. More thoughts? Carl didn't know why Adam Heavy Hammer told him this. But Adam Heavy Hammer didn't mean to explain. He just said to himself, enjoying feelings, getting close to the heart, and being close to things that look like sheep but are actually flying birds is ridiculous. Just like thinking that you can reach the sky with your hands. Are you talking about something poetic? Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer. I didn't expect you to have such qualities? Listening to Carl's words. After saying this, Adam Heavy Hammer turned his head back suddenly, with a dangerous look in his eyes. Maybe I should not have agreed to that request, but stood there and watched you die. Is that so? Carl smiled at Adam Heavy Hammer and said sincerely, but I am very grateful that you saved my life. So if there is a chance that I can beat you, I will break your mechanical body and spare your life. The eyes stared at Adam Heavy Hammer, without shifting at all. I remember all the kindness and favors, and I will never forget them for a moment. Adam Heavy Hammer was being stared at by Carl, and he should not have shifted his gaze on his own initiative. And he had never shifted his gaze while staring. But today, he shifted his gaze. It was a bit dazzling. Just like staring at the sun, that should not be dazzling anymore. Humanity. Adam Heavy Hammer did not have such a thing. But he could feel that this young man had something that he did not have. That thing was dazzling. So dazzling that Adam Heavy Hammer felt the glare for the first time. He could not understand. And he could not understand. So, boy, you make me sick. I hope you won't stand in front of me. Adam Heavy Hammer turned around. Otherwise, I will kill you next time I see you. There was no falsehood in these words, and the murderous intent was not concealed at all. Adam Heavy Hammer disdained to conceal or lie. But in the face of the naked killing intent, Carl still chuckled, and his words did not change at all. But I will spare you once, Mr. Adam Heavy Hammer. One life for one life. I will spare your life. His words were very confident. Confidence was almost arrogant and incredible. He had just lost, and lost to Adam Heavy Hammer with a miserable defeat. But when he said such words, it was so natural that Adam Heavy Hammer didn't know why he didn't laugh at him with disdain or contempt. Maybe he can do it. Maybe he can really do it. This kind of words that would make Adam Heavy Hammer feel rare and pleasant when said by anyone. But it was different when said by Carl. There was no threat or killing intent. Only what was natural. Ding. The elevator arrived at the 132nd floor. Adam Heavy Hammer stepped out of the elevator and stood at the door. The elevator door closed and began to go up. Adam Heavy Hammer turned his head. He looked at the elevator room that was closing. But suddenly he jumped up, under the horrified gaze of the surrounding Arasaka staff. He used his mechanical arms to tear open the iron door of the elevator room, stood on the edge of the elevator room, and looked up. The elevator was rising with Carl. It was rising very high. It was so high that even if Adam Heavy Hammer looked up, he felt that he couldn't see the top. Hateful. Disgusting. Disgusting and irritating brat. Adam Heavy Hammer turned around. Next time, I kill you. Ding. Carl arrived at the floor. 140th floor. The top of Arasaka Tower. The top of Night City. On this floor where the CEO was. Carl saw Haruko, who had finished the meeting, and was waiting there. She had just finished the projection communication. In the last dissipated projection, Carl saw a woman with long blue hair and unique clothes. Chapter 236 Weapon Selection. Just finished the communication? Carl approached the desk under the gaze of Chiyoko. I feel that the person you are communicating with looks familiar. It's my mother. Haruko explained to Carl naturally. I have to report to her about the meeting. Report? Is it a company-like term for superiors and subordinates to use to address your mother? Carl was keenly aware of Haruko's words, but did not say much. Just asked, How did the meeting go? It was interrupted by the investigation of traitors and postponed. But? Haruko smiled at Carl. There is nothing to worry about. In other words, Carl will not need to come to the next meeting. Thinking about this job, it is still quite easy. Carl recalled the work he had done in Arasaka Tower. It was not as dangerous as his friends had worried about. It was like walking into a devil's cave. He actually played a role in taking action at a critical moment, and also participated in the cleanup that Adam Heavy Hammer could completely solve. Overall, everything was under Haruko control. Is this the end? Indeed. Haruko nodded slightly. Mr. Kenichi Shiro is waiting for you on the 44th floor downstairs. He has prepared what you want for you. Carl. The 44th floor. So I have to take the elevator down again? Carl looked back at the elevator. It's so tiring to go up and down. Faced with Carl's complaint, Haruko raised her hand slightly. This is my apology for making you come to me to report. As Haruko said this, she threw something over, and Carl caught it in his hand with his quick eyes and hands. The thing he got was nothing special. Carl could see clearly in midair that it was a silver knife without a guard. The knife was about 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. It looked a little thin and felt quite light in his hand. Judging from the reflected light on the blade, it was very sharp. A knife that seemed to be very good? Compared to the knife itself, Carl was more concerned about the technique that Haruko had used to throw it over. The technique was quite skillful, even natural. Carl's eyes swept over Haruko's unretracted fingers, and he didn't see calluses on the fingertips and joints, which was a bit unreasonable. The proficiency of the technique is definitely not something that can be achieved without practice. But the lack of calluses is because girls love beauty. So do you pay attention to any special care? Putting aside the thoughts about calluses and not asking Haruko about the technique, Carl held the handle of the knife and hid it upside down under his palm, a knife made of unknown material. Not bad. I accept it. More than that, Haruko saw that Carl thought it was just a sharp knife, and explained, there is a small recessed groove on the handle of this knife. Carl, if you encounter mechanical problems that are difficult to solve, you can touch the groove with your little finger while half holding the knife. I have added your access rights. You can activate it by touching it with your little finger. Activate it. What is this? It contains a micro-electromagnetic pulse device, a new product developed by us in Arasaka to deal with a little action of the European Space Agency. Haruko naturally said something incredible. The activation time is 2 seconds. Carl, you have 2 seconds to throw it at others. And its effective range has been tested to be 4 meters around. There is a small EMP in the knife, and Carl instantly pays attention to the knife in his hand. He has seen small EMPs, and even before coming to 2075, he knew about EMP grenades in a game with a fairy tale name, and bought EMP grenades in 2075. He is not unfamiliar with this concept. For example, when Man and his team captured Jimmy Kurosaki had a small EMP. But that kind of EMP is not small. The technological content of this knife is not just a reduction in size. In layman's terms, elephants live on the grassland, and you can stuff them into a big ship. But if you try to stuff them into a refrigerator, you have to use your brain. Carl is sure that there will be no more knives made in Arasaka, because compared to knives, which are delicate, small, and need to be thrown by oneself, EMP grenades are obviously more in line with Arasaka sales interests. It seems that you are very satisfied. So see you next time, Carl. After noticing Carl's careful action of putting it away, Haruko nodded with satisfaction. And there was nothing to say to Carl in person. She just picked up the phone and shook it gently at Carl under the gaze of Chio, and then buried her head in her work as the CEO of Night City. Her mother was away, so she had to take over some of the affairs of Night City. See you next time, Haruko. Kenichi Shiro said so. But in fact, knowing that his phone would soon receive a message, Carl put away his knife, stepped into the elevator, nodded and said goodbye to Chio, and took the elevator to start going down. 44th floor. Kenichi Shiro has prepared weapons. All the necessary and unnecessary ones are here. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, who was coming, and showed the weapons he had placed next to him in the floor arsenal and shooting range in the Arasaka Tower, from the authentic ones produced by our Arasaka to the Ashura of the tsunami. I have used the inventory according to my specifications, and you can choose whatever you want, Kenichi Shiro said, but still reminded him abnormally, remember the combat direction you need to master. and make reasonable judgments. Can I take them all? Carl listened and looked at the weapons that were placed full of them. The first thought that came to his mind was that he might be able to support Mr. Johnson and his team while arming the team. I know your little thoughts. But do you think other companies will agree if weapons from Arasaka are circulated in the hands of NCPD on the streets? Kenichi Shiro saw Carl's thoughts and reminded, if you don't want to kill your friends, you'd better consider that there are not many things in this city that can be hidden from others. He was also there when Johnson was on the investigation mission, so he naturally knew the relationship between Carl and the NCPD police officers. Is that so? Putting away his extra thoughts, Carl knew that the only weapons he could choose were those of his team, because in public, this was a reward. So, as for weapons, Carl had made a decision after scanning the weapons. Can I test fire them all? This is the shooting range. Chapter 237 Weapons Receiving. On the first day after Christmas, even though it had been raining since noon, there were still many customers in the Wild Wolf bar. Or rather, because the store was closed for a day yesterday. Today business was better than usual. Amid the hustle and bustle, Carl stood at the door of the Wild Wolf bar and shook his head, shaking off some of the water drops that kept dripping from his hair into his collar, which stung his skin. He then patted the raindrops on his clothes before stepping into the bar. Carl's entry attracted the attention of some people in the bar, but most people turned their heads away after seeing the familiar figure of Carl. And let it be. It's just KK. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. There's no need to make a fuss. In the crowd, several people immediately stood up from their seats when they saw Carl. And Mrs. Wells, who was standing behind the bar, saw Carl's wet appearance, and also quickened her pace, pulled a dry towel next to her, and hurried over. Why didn't you ask Oliver and the others to pick you up? You're in such a mess. Mrs. Wells approached Carl, raised her hand, and wiped Carl's hair and neck with a towel, and said with a little reproach, will it feel good to get wet? Letting Mrs. Wells wipe himself dry, Carl smiled embarrassedly. When I came, someone sent me here. I asked him to stop near the Wild Wolf bar, and I walked less than 50 meters. I didn't expect it to rain so heavily. It will rain this afternoon. I told you yesterday. Mrs. Wells was a little helpless. Then she wiped the water off Carl's clothes, stepped back, looked at Carl's current appearance, and nodded. You look much fresher this way. After Mrs. Wells wiped the wet Carl, Oliver and the others stood up from their seats far away and called out, Carl, you're just in time. We were just calculating the time you arrive here from Arasaka Tower. The fries are already fried and crispy. Come and eat them quickly. Oh! When Carl heard about the fries, he nodded to Mrs. Wells and hurried over. I've been busy until now and haven't eaten yet. After Carl sat down at their usual seat, he glanced around and found that V was not there. Only Jack, Oliver, and T-Bug were sitting there. Where's V? He's back in the tribe. The tribe seems to be holding a meeting to discuss something. He said goodbye to us in a hurry not long after you went to Arasaka Tower this morning. The tribe is a bit far from Night City, so he has to hurry back. Is that so? After all, V is still a member of the Wanderer tribe. If there is something wrong with the tribe, he must go back. Carl understands this kind of thing, but it's a bit regretful. I was thinking of asking him to bring something back, but at his speed, he should be speeding across the Badlands now. I don't know if the signal can reach him and ask him to come and get it next time when he is free. Something. What? Oliver was drinking whiskey when he heard Carl talking about something. He put down his glass. If it is something important, I will drive away now. Maybe I can catch up. It's not a big thing. You can give it to V next time. Carl said, didn't I go to Arasaka Tower to do something this time? I also said that I would bring back some special products. I got some weapons and prostheses and sent them to Lao Wei. I thought of asking Lao Wei to help me see if there are any backdoor programs left in the prostheses. I was planning to get some firearms and prostheses that are suitable for V for him to take back. Weapons. Prostheses. Some? Hearing these words, T-Bug cast his gaze over. Did you go to Arasaka Tower to buy goods? Not that exaggerated. Not a lot. Just enough for our team. We only took some common prosthetics that are not very special. We thought that after the prosthetics have adapted to the period, we can pick a few to install. Arasaka prosthetics and weapons? Jack asked. And Carl shook his head. There are some from various companies. At least they are the same level used by Arasaka elites. There are no special models. They can be bought outside, but they cost a lot of money. Who knows if the special models are some kind of test prototypes? Which is not safe. Carl picked all the good stuff that has been proven by his peers in the mercenary industry, from various companies, used by Arasaka elites. Oliver listened and remembered the Shingen smart submachine gun that Carl gave him later during his escort mission. Could they all be Shingen level stuff? Smart submachine guns are precious, and it is naturally great to get them for free. That's the minimum. Carl raised his hand and shook it. I even made an ice storm. Ice storm? Hearing this familiar word, Oliver, as a sniper, had his eyes light up. Could it be that bolt-action sniper rifle produced by the Soviet Union, which is rumored to have produced 300 of them? Yes, it is the Ice Storm that many people believe is the most powerful sniper rifle on the market. This gun is a heavy kinetic weapon. If you want to use it, you have to find a place to set it up properly. Carl didn't think that Oliver didn't need a kinetic sniper rifle now that he had a technical sniper rifle, the Nikomata. After all, there is no such thing as too much of it. Moreover, compared to the Nikomata, which needs to store energy to exert its full power, the Ice Storm is heavier, but it fires faster, and obviously can provide better support at certain times. I also picked a few weapons that you two might like for Jack and T-Bug. Do I have one too? It's not surprising that Jack is one. After all, he is fighting on the front line. But T-Bug is surprised why he also has one. You never know what will happen. Don't worry. I picked a Kantao A22B super smart pistol that can be connected to an automatic locking chip. It doesn't need to be equipped with a smart connection prosthesis. It's very suitable for you, T-Bug. If you encounter an accident, you can just insert the chip and shoot directly. Santao's goods? Yes, it's Kantao, the #1 smart weapon on the market. In addition to the pistol for you, I also picked a Kantao product for myself. Carl chewed the fries and said after swallowing, let's go to Lawei Place to take a look. Anyway, they are all very useful. There are also prostheses. You can also look at those that are good and prepare to install them. Another Ice Storm, Kantao goods, and prostheses. Listening to Carl's words, Jack and the other two were sure of one thing. Carl, this guy, went to buy goods? Chapter 238. There is still some distance. Old Wei, we are here. You are finally here. Old Wei turned his chair and faced the people who came in from outside. I was wondering when you would come. But you came just after the rain stopped. You brought so many large and small bags of things to my small clinic. Aren't you afraid that someone will see and steal them? How can your clinic be called a small clinic? Old Wei, the place behind is so big. And we came here immediately. Oliver smiled. Old Wei, there are no positioning programs or other things left on the weapons. There are some, and it can be seen that they were not cleaned up in time. I dealt with them, by the way. You should let T-Bug or V solve these things in the future. I am not familiar with the weapon structure and program. Really, it is not a prosthesis. Old Wei complained and looked at T-Bug, who came in last. T-Bug, you still have to take a look at those weapons. After all, I am not an authority in this regard. Well, I will check it again. This was the first time that Bug came to Lawei Clinic. She looked around curiously, and saw the pile of boxes in the corner under Lawei's finger, and walked over. Are all the weapons here? All of them are here. If you don't know, you might think I'm running a gun shop part-time, Lawei said. Looking at Carl, I've seen all the prosthetics you sent over. They are all new. As new as if they were just taken off the production line. Did you go to Arasaka Tower to purchase goods this time? Why did you say I was purchasing goods? Lawei, I really went to be a bodyguard. Carl took the initiative to put the more than half of the remaining French fries bucket on the table next to Lawei. Come on. Lawei, you've worked hard. Eat some French fries. I'm old. It's not good to eat this kind of thing all the time. Okay. Having said that, Old Wei still honestly picked up the French fry bucket and started playing the boxing match that he never seemed to get tired of. He turned around and said, I have listed all the prostheses you brought and put them next to you. You can take a look at them yourself. When you want to install them, just come and install them. After all, they are your own things. I will only charge you for the surgery. Thanks, Old Wei. Jack saw the tablet data screen that Old Wei had put next to him, picked it up, and asked Oliver to watch it together. Carl, who was the one who selected them, knew very well what the prostheses were. But he and Oliver didn't know yet. Zoom in so I can see Jack. Edge enhancement system. Intelligent connection. Visual cortex support. Blood pumped. Full resistance. Bioconductor. Carl. Do you have so many prostheses you have chosen? Oliver looked at Carl next to him. So the Arasaka personnel we dealt with before all used these full sets of prostheses? I said. They are for the elite level. You have seen ordinary security guards and agents in Arasaka before. Who would install so many prostheses? Not to mention the value issue. They can't afford it. You can choose according to your needs. When you want to install them one by one. Don't install too many. Otherwise you will become cyberpsychotic, and I can't solve it. Choose some that suit you, Jack said, noticing that these prostheses were not those that involved major modifications, such as gorilla arms, mantis knives, projectile launch systems, and Krenzikov prostheses that completely transformed large parts of the human body. There was not a single one. Carl was very careful in his selection. In fact, their team has undergone quite frequent prosthetic transformations. In 2 months, they have done quite a lot of major transformation surgeries. In order to avoid possible cyberpsychosis, it is natural for Carl to choose this. After all, not everyone is like Carl, who is born with the adaptability to prosthetics. Jack, who has installed the violent type, Krenzikov, and Oliver, who has installed the Sion Weston, need a certain amount of time to calm down before undergoing major prosthetic transformations. When Jack and Oliver were thinking about which prosthetic they should choose as their next enhancement object, Carl said something, speaking of which, I saw Adam Heavy Hammer again in Arasaka Tower today, and I had a competition with him. Competed? Hearing this, everyone immediately raised their heads from the things at hand and looked at Carl. Oliver followed and asked quickly, You didn't really fight with Adam Heavy Hammer? Oliver stared at Carl body up and down, but didn't see any missing arms or legs. We didn't fight. We just compared the cleaning efficiency. After Carl explained it to them briefly, he said with emotion, I didn't expect that I would lose so badly. Sure enough, the gap is still quite obvious. Anyway, he is also a tough guy. Only Morgan Blackhand can compare with him. Moreover, it is said that the current Adam Hammer has been transformed more than 50 years ago. Less than 5% of his body is flesh. Maybe he is even stronger than before. There is nothing to be depressed about losing. Oliver said, He is much older than us. Give us some time, and we can't tell who is stronger. I like to hear that. Jack grinned. He is a legend. And we are also going for legends. Who is afraid of whom? I am tired of hearing nonsense like dying at the hands of Adam Heavy Hammer makes you a legend. Why don't you say that Adam Heavy Hammer is a legend only if he died at our hands? This mercenary team has only been formed for 2 months. After a while, it is hard to say who will be stronger. Listening to your bragging, I really feel confident again, Carl said with a smile. I also said something harsh at that time. I don't care about other things. Anyway, I can't lose with words. But I saw his eyes. Maybe he didn't take my words seriously. Sooner or later, I will have to say that arrogant words to his face. He relies on his mechanical body to be taller than me, standing in the elevator and looking down on me. Wait until I break his body and make him kneel down, and see how he can still be arrogant. As Carl was talking, several new messages came in the communication. He took a quick look and found that it was a few familiar middlemen who happened to send the task. The old captain, the priest, Wakako, Dakota. It was really a coincidence that they came together today. Looking at the commission sent by those middlemen, Carl guessed that they might have heard about his cleaning performance based on the internal information of some Arasaka personnel. Knowing that he was free, they hurriedly sent the task, let alone other things. These middlemen have a keener sense of smell, receiving messages one after another. Carl raised his head and said to his companions, There is work. We have to get busy. With Adam's hammer as the goal. It is still a long way to go to become a legend. Chapter 239, Leaving the Buckle Family. On January 20th, 2076, the Carl team, who had just completed the commission, collapsed in Oliver's home. It's finally over. Oliver raised his limp hand and sighed. I've been doing missions since Christmas and can't stop. Those middlemen really don't treat us as human beings. I've fired so many bullets in the past few days that my hands are still numb. I've been doing it for almost 20 days. Every day I get up and take a bus to find something to do. I haven't seen Misty for many days. Jack threw the sad Aerotech double-barreled shotgun in his hand aside, picked up the small cocoa that T-Bug handed over, and gulped down a sip. Thanks, T-Bug. It's okay. After all, compared to you who are on the front line, I'm just on line support. And I'm not very tired. T-Bug, who recently moved her home to the super skyscraper, actually came from next door. She looked at the three people collapsed on the sofa. Her account balance flashed in her eyes, and she was very grateful for her decision to join this team. In addition to Carl's team, can she find another team as capable as this in Night City? Obviously not. In 20 days, she earned nearly 600,000 euros. And that was without any big jobs. T-Bug compared it to the past. When she was alone, it would take her 4 or 5 months to earn that much money. And she had to worry about whether the middleman would ask for the final payment, and whether the temporary team members would betray her. T-Bug, I want some too. Carl, who was lying on the other side, raised his hand lazily. And the next moment, T-Bug threw a bottle of iced sweet tea into his palm. Oh, T-Bug, how do you know I like this? You drink this every day. How can I not know? That's right. At T-Bug's voice, Carl moved his body, sat up straight on the sofa, opened the sweet tea, took a sip and said, Today's task is also the last task we have received recently. We have been busy for almost a month. It's time to take a break. I will inform the middlemen later, and tell them that we will take a break in the next few days. If there is anything, please find someone else. It's time. I plan to go back to Santo Domingo. I didn't go back to spend Christmas with my family. I have to go back to accompany them when I am free. Oliver agreed with Carl's decision to take a break. It is better to say that if he didn't see that there were too many tasks on hand, and it would be unreasonable not to deal with them, he would have thought about taking a break a long time ago. Then relax for the next few days. Carl looked at his smart submachine gun. Dieter. At his feet. I have to find time to repair Dieter. I always feel that the bullets have a subtle sense of sluggishness when I shoot recently. I don't know if there is any problem. When I find Misty, I will also ask Lao Wei to help me see how the blood pump I installed is adapted to my body. Jack said, Anyway, I feel that I have strength all over my body after getting the blood pump. It accelerates the oxygen supply to the body cells, and can run 1,000 meters without breathing. How can it not be strong? Carl thought about the prosthesis that their team had installed recently. T-Bug upgraded her access memory and installed an external disc prosthesis, while Jack installed an adrenaline enhancer to enhance his subcutaneous armor, and installed a blood pump 2 days ago. Oliver installed smart connection and visual cortex support, and replaced it with better nanofibers to ensure stability when using kinetic sniper rifles. Then it was myself. Carl didn't install many prostheses. In addition to installing an external disc prosthesis in the frontal cortex area, like T-Bug, to enhance the brain's ability to store and process information, he also installed a memory enhancement prosthesis, which can optimize the synchronization between the brain and the prosthesis. Then, with the help of T-Bug, I got 3 new puppets: synaptic melting, prosthesis failure, and restart prosthesis. In general, with these upgraded prostheses, in the past month, none of the small jobs that Carl and his team have taken on can be solved in more than 2 days. And it is precisely because of this efficiency that they can solve the problem tomorrow morning, or even this afternoon, if they call today, that they have a steady stream of work. To some extent, it is because of this efficiency that they have more things to do. It's quite ironic to think about it. It feels like working in a company. If you are capable, you will be given more work. But there are differences. Sometimes you may not get a reward that matches your ability in the company. And you may even have to work overtime voluntarily. Drinking sweet tea, Carl sent a message to the middleman, saying that he would not take any work in the next few days, and that he should not look for small jobs. He would talk to them when there was an urgent task. Then he received a new message. This news made Carl's lazy eyes more serious. V sent a message to tell us he's safe. This sentence attracted the attention of the 3 lazy people on the sofa. Did V finally get to a place where communication is normal? Surprised, Oliver sat down. I haven't been able to contact him recently. I was thinking about finding a connection to find him. He said there was a tornado in front of him, and then there was no news. I thought he was really caught in it. When Jack heard that V was fine and reported that he was safe, he couldn't help but smile. It's okay as long as he's fine. He said he had returned to the Buckle family. And then? Carl looked at the next message sent by V. His originally happy face froze for a moment after reading the next message. And frowned. When he returned to the Buckle family, the Buckle family had already. There was a commotion. The newest leader seemed to have made the decision to join the Snake Nation. V went back with money to object, trying to show that the family could take other paths. But it was completely useless, and the commotion was very unpleasant. Finally decided to join the Snake Nation? Jack frowned as he listened to Carl's words. Because they were familiar with V. They also knew the current situation of the V family. That is, the Buckle family no longer had a leader who could convince the people, and it was difficult for them to survive. So the family was thinking about whether to change direction. But changing direction to join the Snake Nation was a bit too much. I remember that the Snake Nation has a company behind it. Right? Bug said. Carl nodded. Or they are dogs raised by the company. The Wanderers themselves are a group of people who were persecuted by the company and united in the bad land. Now they have to lick their faces and return to the enemy to be dogs. I have to say, it's quite ironic. V will never agree with his temper. Oliver sighed. I don't think we can reach an agreement on this matter later. It's not that we can't reach an agreement later. Carl looked at the message sent by V. He and the leader quarreled too much about this. He wanted to use the money he earned to show that the Buckler family could stand up again. As a result, he annoyed the leader and thought he was provoking the leader's authority. Strict. So he was kicked out of the Buckle family directly. What? Just because of a quarrel? They kicked him out? Jack was a little bit unbelievable. V treats them as family. When he was in the city, he always wanted to make money and go back to see if he could discuss it. Maybe being a dog for the company is more important than family. Carl didn't know what to say, anyway. V has broken up with him now, and is ready to come to Night City. I really don't know whether I should be angry about V's situation or happy. Hearing that V was going to come to Night City again. Jack's attitude was a bit complicated. V was going to come to Night City, and he must be planning to work with them. It was naturally a happy thing to have V, a person who could talk to them, to become their teammate. However, this kind of thing was based on the situation that V was kicked out of the family, which was a bit hard to say. Jack himself couldn't figure out whether he was more angry about V being kicked out of the family, or more happy about V coming to Night City. For this kind of thing, let's wait until V comes. Carl looked at the message and concluded, it will take some time for V to come. We see what his attitude is then. Chapter 244. Point. Are you free recently? On the night when he decided to rest, Carl returned to his room and was about to lie down when he received a message from Blanca. Is there any work? Carl replied, I just finished the work at hand and am going to rest for a few days. If it is an unimportant job, you should find someone else. Don't worry. I'm not looking for you to work. I know you want to rest. Have you forgotten the mission reward? After you deal with that group of people, you can ask me for 2 things. I just dealt with the internal affairs recently, and it is considered to be more stable. Now I want to ask you what you want. 2 things. It's been a month, and I almost forgot about it without thinking about it. At that time, it was agreed that after dealing with that group of people, Blanca would use his authority to get 2 military technology prostheses for them. During this period, I have been wearing the prostheses pack from Arasaka and have not thought about this matter. I'm not particularly anxious about what level of stuff you can get with your authority. The people in the team need some time to adapt. What level of stuff can you get? For some reason, when Blanca said this, there was a hint of pride in her words. Anyway, it must be much more advanced than the prosthesis you got as reward from Arasaka. In terms of prosthesis, as long as our military technology has focused on research and development, they are the best on the market. Carl completed the Arasaka mission and got the prosthesis from Arasaka. This was the official statement of the commission. It was not a secret in Night City. Only a few people knew the deeper things. The information Blanca got was only the mission reward. Compared with the prosthesis used by Arasaka elites, Blanca was still very confident that the prosthesis he could give Carl was more advanced. High-end military technology? Well, otherwise, this is much better than Arasaka prosthesis. Listening to Blanca's self-righteous pride, Carl's mouth twitched. What kind of company pride? It sounds like the other party gave me 600,000, and I have to spend 1 million to prove that I am better than the other party. Obviously, He wanted to use the company's authority to make 2 high-end prostheses for people outside the company, and abused his power for personal gain. But there was a sense of arrogance. Carl could only say that he didn't understand the thoughts of people in the company. Carl originally thought that the reward from Blanca would be 2 prostheses worth about 100,000 euros, and it would be a commission of 200,000 euros. But now listening to Blanca's tone, she wouldn't want to get the latest and most high-end goods for herself. What grade of prosthesis is it? Peregrine Falcon Sion Weston? In order to confirm his guess, Carl asked, and then got Blanca's disdainful reply. Prostheses like Peregrine Falcon are all products that the company sells on the market now. This kind of thing is not difficult to make, so it's not a high-end product. No. The current market price of a Peregrine Falcon Sion Weston is about 400,000 euros, which can afford 2 exoskeletons. Carl looked at his savings of nearly 2 million euros, because his weapons and prosthetics were contracted by the Arasaka mission recently. Compared with the real company executives, Carl felt that this little money was really nothing. If you think about it carefully, the weapons and prosthetics he brought with him when he did the Arasaka cleanup, if you count them up bit by bit, it's also worth 1 million euros. So compared to paying money, this kind of commission with things attached is more valuable. Carl hesitated for a moment, and felt that he still had to refute Blanca for Peregrine Sion Weston. Even if Peregrine is sold in the market, it's very difficult to buy it. How can it not be considered high-end? There are no less than 3 people in my team, who are under my command, who are equipped with this thing. Silence for a while. Carl, how did you develop so fast in this month? Blanca, military technology is not Arasaka. It doesn't matter what qualifications you have. If you want to get promoted, you have to slowly rise from the bottom. In our military technology, people will come to us if we have the ability and status. How much do you think I can do with the open assassination? And how many people can I get rid of? Carl, I don't understand your company, dogs. Blanca, if you want to do it thoroughly. Don't leave any tricks. If you leave any tricks, don't blame others for taking the opportunity to get promoted and retaliate. This is what we do in military technology. Rosalind Miles was assassinated by competitors before she became the CEO and president of military technology. She was almost killed. Guess how many people she killed after she got promoted? Rosalind Miles, the new president of the United States and the former CEO of military technology. Carl has heard of her name, but it is the first time Carl has heard about her assassination and the disposal of people after she got promoted, because this is considered an internal matter of the new United States and military technology. Carl, you were assassinated by your competitors twice when you took the position. You are really particular. Blanca, yes. Once someone shot me in the back with a homemade gun, but I survived. Once I was almost shot in the head by a sniper. Both times I barely survived. How could I not take revenge? So it is still traditional. Carl thought about how Blanca was almost killed by his subordinates before he took the position, and was assassinated after he took the position. He shook his head, and could only say that military technology and Arasaka are like the pot calling the kettle black. There is no difference between the 2 companies. It's just that one assassinates openly, and the other assassinates the superior secretly. The open assassination is not more noble than the secret assassination. Carl, let's not go off topic. Tell me what level of prosthesis you can get now. I'm not a spy. I don't know the internal products of your military technology. What are your internal nicknames? Blanca, do you remember the James Norris you dealt with? Carl, the retired lieutenant? Blanca, he was equipped with a Sion Weston experimental machine at the time. Although I don't know whether the experimental machine was broken by you or taken away secretly by someone. Do you still remember the operational capabilities it showed? Carl recalled the scene when the lieutenant was dodging the firepower of the NCPD alone while facing himself, Jack and Oliver. Carl, I was impressed. Blanca, the experimental department is now managed by my people. Based on that battle, plus the combat data of the former trainers and you, the experimental model was extracted and improved, and a new Sion Weston internal model was developed. Carl, oh, no wonder you are confident that you can get high-end products. It turns out that your people developed it. Why? Do you want me to collect more data? Blanca, if you don't like it, I can remove the data collection part. But if you are willing to install it or your teammates are willing to install it, I will give you extra testing rewards. Anyway, we used to ask mercenaries to come for this kind of data. The part in street fighting. Mercenaries come and get powerful power. Indeed, Few mercenaries will refuse it. And there are extra rewards. Carl, I will consider it. But what should I call the prosthesis? Blanca, we haven't chosen the internal number yet. But I have already thought of the name. When listening to Blanca words, Carl inexplicably thought of T-Bug, Jack and Oliver competing for the naming rights of the ball. When it comes to naming, everyone thinks better than me. Right? Carl, what is it called? Blanca, I'd like to call it Apogee. Apogee Sion Weston.